Chapter 101. Would you like to join Gitten City? Luli finally asked this question. She knew that although she didn't show it on her face, she had always had this idea in her heart. This was her not. Especially after she got together with Feiku. This idea became stronger. It's not that she hadn't asked before, but his answer was half true and half false. And he even said that he would come to Gitten City only after they got married. Luli was very discouraged at that time, and she never mentioned it again. After all, she was not the kind of person who liked to force others. But this afternoon, she was inspired by a letter from Carl. And Luli couldn't help but bring up this idea again. She didn't hold out hope. But Feiku suddenly smiled softly. And he curled his lips. Just this? Luli, isn't this something you can hardly do? Okay. Feiku nodded. I do it. He stretched out his hand. Luli looked at Feiku's fingers. Through the finger veins, she could directly program Feiku into the system. No more need to trace clues from his temporary identity. This person is truly exposed. And all the information of life is completely controlled by her. The speed of verifying the identity ID is very fast. Ding! New citizen input. It took only a few seconds for the system to obtain Feiku's information. Feiku identity ID, GTS 1245. Whether equipped with a smartphone, yes. Age, 23. Height, 186. Race, human. Occupation, community school teacher, part-time, workplace, community school. Residence, 2801. Building 5. Zhangzangyuan. Number 7 Huashi Road. Gitten City. Character level, 999. Character rating, SSS. Specific value, comprehensive rating of life ability, SSS. Comprehensive rating of combat ability, SSS. Special power, ? Specialty, research. Residents working in R&D sites can get a percentage bonus to progress, although he had expected this. Luli was still shocked when he saw Feiku's panel. Is this still a human? Did she really not enter some big boss? Below is Feiku's learning experience, and the awards he has won. Swish. Swish. Dozens of pages. Silence. Luli's worldview was unprecedentedly impacted today. Are you okay? Feiku saw that her face was pale. Luli supported his head with his hands and pretended to be calm. You are so good. Feiku smiled. Of course. I was a good student when I was in school. Good student? He was still modest after all. Judging from this number, he was not a good student at all, but a genius who never appeared in the world. There is also a relationship chart behind Feiku's personal information. He has been in Gitten City for a while, although he knows many other people. His favorability towards them is only 20 when he first met them, and the highest is not more than 30. Among the outsiders, the one with a 29 in Feiku's favorability is an ant named Wanda. Luli looked at it and suddenly realized. The cooking ant in the community school cafeteria. The dishes she cooked are delicious. Luli flipped to the end and saw a few negative numbers. Looking at the avatar. It's Carl. Understandable. And the principal of the community school. It makes sense. After all, the principal is his boss. Luli returned to the top level. Feiku's favorability towards the mayor, 100. A big red heart. It means a beloved one. He didn't know that his inner feelings had been completely exposed in front of the person he liked. Feiku still pretended to be calm and cool on his face. Luli's heart beat violently. Men like to lie. But the system values cannot be faked. Below is a two-way arrow. It means that the two people like each other. Although the two people are very familiar with each other, the process still needs to be followed. Luli held his hand. Gitten City welcomes you. Feiku finally became a citizen of Gitten City. Carl choked for several days and couldn't catch his breath. Because Feiku is not only not a fugitive spy, but also a very outstanding talent. What else can he say? I can only wish him to work harder and make contributions to the city construction. Needless to say, Feiku will do the same. I saw the word research in Feiku's specialty. Luli suddenly realized why Feiku was obsessed with the Research Institute. It turned out that he had a special talent in this area. However, the Research Institute recognizes academic qualifications, and Feiku may not be able to enter successfully. But it doesn't hurt to try. A Level 3 Research Institute only needs one employee to operate, but employees can also be added as assistants. Luli tried to set Feiku as a secondary employee of the Institute. But strangely, there was no failure reminder or success reminder. Feika's avatar naturally appeared among the employees of the institute. And the main operator of the institute is still Susan. Will adding employees speed up the research and development progress? So, how many employees can be added? Will the more employees we add, the faster the progress? Luli had never thought about this question before. After the pollution purifier and the purification toolbox were built, the institute began to study the nightmare sand collector. Luli has not yet received it. The next project is the manufacturing plant. This name is confusing, and it is impossible to imagine what it is used for. Since there are already people in the institute, Luli feels that it is necessary to introduce them so that the two can get familiar with each other. So, when Luli and Fike showed up at the institute, Susan was obviously stunned. Fike had seen Susan before and knew that the only employee working in Luli's institute was a werewolf. So, he was not too surprised. Susan came to her senses and then, like a small animal, she walked up and sniffed Fike cautiously. It was unclear what was in Susan's mind, but at least she had no hostility towards Fike. Just knowing this was enough. No need to worry that she would eat her colleagues at work. Please, take care of me. Feiku was polite. After sniffing, Susan left on her own. She ignored his friendliness. After arranging a new job for Feiku, Luli left the institute. It was afternoon when he left the institute, and the sun was shining brightly. The institute was located in a remote area, with a road in front of the gate and a few cars passing by. There were natural wildflowers on both sides of the road, shaking their heads in the spring breeze, and bees and butterflies hovering to absorb nectar and spread seeds. Life is really beautiful, if you ignore the gray fog on the edge of the city. But the gray fog has not disappeared. Luli looked at the mercury lamps on the roadside and fell into deep thought. The city now looks like a normal human city, but it must be said that there are still many defense towers in the city. When you are in a relaxed mood, you will see these things in a hurry, just like a basin of cold water poured down, which is very unsightly. We must think of some ways to ease the anxiety of the citizens and turn Good 10 City into a real place, like the unpolluted Big Star City. During the day, Feiku worked at the Research Institute, while Luli was doing her city optimization construction and forgot about time. When Feiku got off work, she took the time to take a look. Wow! Manufacturing plant R&D progress, 80%. Luli was moved to tears. SSS is really good. It is so useful. Talents should be placed in positions that suit them to achieve the greatest effect. Can we have more talents like Feiku? It would be great if we could copy a few Feikes. Put one in the Research Institute and one in the university. And then put Feiku in the buildings that need talents in the future. If there are SSSs in every building, then Good 10 City will take off. Everyone has a dream at every stage of life. When I was in school, I wanted to get the first place in the school. When I was working, I wanted to get the best performance. Now that I am the mayor, I am equivalent to the Star Master. It is not too much to dream of becoming the president of the Star Sea. Right? The more Luli thought about it, the happier he became. And his heart was full of energy. The place of work has changed now. It is not like before. The community school is very close to Xiangzhong Garden, and Feiku can ride a bicycle to work every day. It takes at least an hour to ride from Xiangzhong Garden to the Research Institute. So, taking advantage of the weekend break, Luli accompanied Feiku to buy a car. The car shopping store is on the largest commercial street in Gitten City, which is an electrical street. Although cars are sold here, Gitten City does not have its own car manufacturing plant. All cars are transported from other planets by placing orders. If you want to place an order, you first need to access the route of Shanghai Automobile Trade Market. Of course, you also need certification qualifications. Not all stores can access this route. There are also some new models or hot-selling models on display in the store, and the rest are in the simulation warehouse, where customers are arranged to view and test drive the cars through holographic simulation projection. After the customer is optimistic about the car, he pays the deposit, and then the car store places an order with the car manufacturer, including some car stores on big planets. They all operate in this way, because the manufacture of private transportation vehicles, while boosting the local economy, will also pollute the environment. And the cost of manufacturing cars on big planets is very different from that on remote small planets or specialized industrialized planets. They could enter the car shop and looked around. There was almost no difference between here and the one in the central city, including the facilities in the store. the purchase mode, and the personnel connection. If there is a difference, it is the area. The car shops in the central city are larger. The buildings in the Gitten City system directly copied the model on the big star. Luli and Faye could enter the car shop, and the shopping guy greeted them enthusiastically. Naturally, they were treated as a young couple. Even asked about family needs. Faye originally just wanted to buy a small car for transportation. Like the house. He had long lost interest in these things that people pursue throughout their lives. In the space capsule, tens of thousands of car models can be turned into real cars when thrown to the ground. Limited editions, commemorative editions, anniversary editions, and signature editions of each company have long been seen by people who are tired of them. There are many in it, all designed by him personally. However, the shopping guide enthusiastically recommended a large SUV, saying that it would be convenient for picking up children in the future, which is always needed. After looking at the model recommended by the shopping guide, it has a large space, and it seems that there is more than one child. Faye asked Luli from the side, "Do you want to have a baby?" "Luli, you do it." Faye directly rejected the shopping guide's recommendation. "We don't want to have a baby." Finally, they went to see the ordinary model. The two of them test drove and decided. This model has no special configuration, and is a hot-selling model. After paying the deposit, you can pick up the car in 2 days at the earliest. Faye signed the contract there. Luli sat in the waiting area. Through the glass window, Luli looked at Faye's profile. Her heart was beating fast. In the future, will she form a family with him? Will there be many children? They should all be like him. Handsome and smart. At this time, there was a noisy sound. Luli turned his head. A family of 3 came in. They were not the Bob family he knew. The little boy kept honking the horn in the real car. Luli was infected by the emotions at this time, and became more tolerant of the naughty child. She didn't feel too irritated. But just as she was about to look away, she saw a piece of skin falling from the boy's neck in her peripheral vision. The strings in Luli's mind suddenly tightened. The little boy was sitting in a new sports car made of steel. Luli stared at him intently. Under the small piece of skin peeling off his neck, it was naked and bloody. Steel and wires. Chapter 102. Under the skin of a normal person's neck, there should be blood vessels and bones. Luli couldn't believe her eyes. She stood up and wanted to go forward to see more clearly. It might be because the lights in the car shop were more chaotic, which made her have an illusion. At this time, a voice sounded in her ear. "What are you looking at?" Luli turned her head. Faye stood beside her. The car ordering procedures were all completed. He saw Luli staring at a certain place, and was also curious. He looked in the direction Luli had just looked. The little boy had been taken out of the car seat by his parents, who were annoyed by him. Although the parents were unhappy with their child's behavior, they did not blame him too much. And the family was still happy. It made people feel emotional. When I was a child, I felt very lost every time I saw these things. Faye suddenly muttered. Luli thought of Faye's life experience. He grew up in an orphanage. If he had not shown a high talent for learning later, his life would have changed. According to him, he might not even be able to go to school, and could only make ends meet by doing odd jobs. "It's okay. You have me in the future." Luli held Faye's hand. Her fate was similar to Faye's, and neither of them had relatives in the Starry Sea. But fate made them meet again, and they had each other. Luli's actions and words touched Faye's eyes slightly, and he remained calm on the surface. But his emotions were surging inside. He has always been such a person who is good at hiding his true thoughts. After comforting Faye, Luli looked back at the skin on the boy's neck before leaving. It was as white as lotus root, and under the light, there were tiny hairs that belonged to young children, floating with their breathing. Luli was speechless. She was indeed dazzled. Then she rubbed her temples. She had been planning the city these days, and had used her eyes too much. She really needed to rest well. Otherwise she was really afraid that she would become blind. It was getting late, and Luli had planned to have dinner outside with Faye. But Faye suddenly said that he wanted Luli to taste his cooking skills. This surprised Luli. She originally thought that R&D talents like Faye would never do housework. She never thought he could actually cook. Luli herself couldn't do it anyway. And for so many years, she had to rely on takeout to survive. The two went to the supermarket to buy some vegetables, meat, and fruits. There were no seasonings at home, so they bought them all. When they got home, Luli followed Faye. who was carrying a lot of bags, into the kitchen. As a result, within 2 seconds of her feet touching the ground, he grabbed her shoulders with both hands, turned her body 180 degrees, and pushed her out of the kitchen. At the moment when Faye turned her around, Lu Li's mind froze for a moment. Why did this action feel so familiar? Did Faye turn her around like this before? But the thought only paused for a moment. No need for you. I do it, Faye said in a deep voice. Such beautiful words. It made people feel warm inside. In the living room, Lu Li glanced at the kitchen, where Faye was busy. He was wearing a shirt and an apron on his chest, looking like a husband. Good at both being a lady and a cook. Who can refuse a boyfriend who can cook for you? It's so exciting. After about half an hour, 4 dishes and 1 soup were ready. They were delicious, and Lu Li was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. They were all her favorite dishes. Seeing Lu Li's childlike appearance, Faye smiled slightly. He took off his apron, put it aside, and went back to the room. Lu Li didn't know what he was doing. When Faye appeared again, he had a thin, transparent electronic card in his hand. Faye pulled out a chair, sat down next to Lu Li, and handed over the card. Lu Li took it with doubt. She had never seen anything like this before. When her hand touched the transparent card, it suddenly lit up. Several lines of text appeared on it. So this is an electronic passbook? Central City Jinhai Bank. Account holder, Faye. There is also a long line of numbers below. Many digits. Is this the card number? Lu Li pointed to the line of numbers and asked. Faye took a look and replied. It's the balance. Lu Li's pupils trembled. Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Where did Faye get so much money? From Lu Li's eyes, he could see the surprise. Faye explained kindly. I earned it by working part-time for so many years. Working part-time? You are the god of working? Lu Li would never believe that working part-time could earn so much. Faye only made a few hundred yuan a day when he worked for her. Of course, I also made some investments. Faye had no choice but to talk about his history of making a fortune. If it was an investment, it was still possible. However, those incredible experiences made Lu Li stunned. She had only heard such stories from the financial tycoons of the ugly country in Blue Star. The most down-to-earth one was that he bought a piece of land that was not favored by others. But it was demolished not long after. It was bought by Shanghai National Congress. Now, that place has become a well-known shopping paradise for the rich in the central city. When Faye did these things, he was only 16 years old. He had such foresight. Lu Li thought about what she was doing when she was 16 years old. I was so tired of memorizing in high school. There are still many left. Faye said that we can talk about it next time. In a word, the sources of these star coins are all formal and legal. And Faye not only made money, but also kept it. You are good at making money. Lu Li smiled bitterly. There will be gaps when there is a comparison. She owns a city. She has worked hard for so long. But the total funds in the account of Gutan City are not even a fraction of this. He was beaten to pieces in seconds. Lu Li trembled slightly and handed the card back to Faye. Faye took a look but didn't take it. He uttered 2 words, submitted to the country. Ah? Lu Li didn't react for a moment. Faye, my savings. I give it to you. Lu Li, There is no formal bank in Gutan City at present. But the citizens all trade through digital currency and have no habit of using paper money. So they don't find it inconvenient. The upgraded City Hall has an additional Ministry of Finance, which acts as a bank and is directly connected to the Gutan City system. And the Gutan City system is interconnected with all the major banks in Shanghai. In other words, as long as Lu Li wanted, she could immediately use this electronic passbook to empty half of the Central City Jinhai Bank. She couldn't even imagine how great it would be if this money entered the system of Gutan City. But what would be the consequences? The plots of the TV series popped up in Lu Li's mind. Bank run. Financial crisis. Lu Li immediately dismissed these crazy ideas. The shock she received today was too great. Lying on the bed, Lu Li was filled with emotion. Is there a better man in the world than Faye? He is family-oriented, talented, handsome, and he even handed over his savings. It is impossible. How lucky was she to meet him? And he was very respectful to her. Generally, men treat women well for some purpose. But Faye treated her well just because he liked her. The favorability value has always been 100. Why does he like her so much? Lu Li couldn't figure it out. She walked into the bathroom in the bedroom, washed up and prepared to go to bed. Picking up the toothbrush, Luli looked up unconsciously, looking at herself in the mirror. She suddenly stopped. Some memory fragments flashed like fish scales in the sun. She suddenly remembered the scene in the kitchen just now when Fiko twisted her body. And now, when she faced the mirror, she was constantly emitting a chill of fear. This chill made her whole body tremble. Is she afraid of looking in the mirror? Is she afraid of seeing herself in the mirror? Why is she afraid? Is there anything she can't see? As if touching the heartbeat warning line, the self-protection consciousness was activated. Luli hurriedly lowered her head. But the reflection was obviously not going to let her go. The sink was made of light green glass, and the smooth and transparent glass sink surface also vaguely reflected her appearance. Luli was forced to look at herself in the reflection. Her pupils dilated, and she held her breath. The toothbrush fell to the ground, and the foam exploded. Luli supported the table with her hands to stabilize her body, slowly raised her head, and looked at herself in the mirror. The abnormality seen on the surface of the glass sink just now was clearly displayed in the mirror. There was a small wound on her neck, like a white wall breaking and peeling, revealing the gray cement inside. A circle of red and blue wires soaked in blood, scattered in a mess. Luli looked at the scene in the mirror, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Oh! There is something wrong with the mirror. She slowly reached out, and touched the skin. Touch! Wires! Luli gently peeled off the wires with her fingers. Behind the wire, there was a straight steel connecting her body and head. She pursed her lips. If what she saw during the day was a dizziness, then what was it now? Ah! So I was a robot? The thick red blood flowed down her snow-white arm. There was a deep scratch on the top. Steel? Is there one in her arm too? Turn on the faucet. The blood and the clear water mixed together, filling the light green glass sink. What are you doing? A scream brought Luli back to reality. She found that she was holding a fruit knife in her left hand, and was about to stab her arm. Feko stepped forward, and snatched her fruit knife away. What happened? He held Luli's shoulders with both hands, looked at her confused eyes, and asked with concern. To make Luli do such a thing, she must have encountered something. Luli was anxious for a moment, and didn't know what to say. She broke down and cried. Feko held her in his arms. Don't worry. I'm here. No need to see a doctor. Feko is the best doctor. He took out the medicine box he brought and examined Luli. You are not sick. You just overused your eyes recently. He stroked Luli's hair, and said to her like comforting a child. Really? Luli couldn't believe it. She didn't think that the hallucinations of that level of reality would appear simply from overusing the eyes. You don't believe me? Feko smiled. Use this and it will be fine. As he said that, he took out a small bottle from the medicine box. Under the light, Luli looked at the small bottle. Suddenly, deep in her consciousness, a stone fell into the well. Her eyes were lowered. Eyes? Medicine? Water? Chapter 103. Morning light sprinkled on Luli's eyelids, and she opened her eyes. Mobile phone reminder. The manufacturing factory project has been developed. The manufacturing factory, like the fiery tower, is a building developed by the Research Institute. After the development is completed, the building will directly enter the construction interface of Luli's mobile phone. The biggest difference between the developed building and the item project developed by the Research Institute is that after the item project is developed, the physical manufacturing still needs to go through the Research Institute. But the building does not need it. It is an independent individual. Luli clicked on the fiery tower, and the source was written below, Research Institute. And the detailed architectural design drawings and parameters of the fiery tower were also attached. In other words, the system can build the fiery tower after obtaining the construction drawings of the fiery tower. Similarly, the manufacturing plant was unlocked, and Luli also found the construction drawings of the manufacturing plant in the defense column. There are more than 100 pages of drawings in total. Luli flipped through it casually, and it was like a heavenly book, and he couldn't understand it at all. Professionals do professional things. After 2 days of work, they could solve the project that had troubled Susan for many days. This efficiency is too scary. After unlocking the manufacturing plant, the name of the next project is Botanical Research Institute, another building. It sounds like a branch of the institute, and it seems to be specialized in plant research, except for the money tree seeds that were accidentally obtained before. The plants in Guten City are currently only used for viewing and beautifying the environment. In this Botanical Research Institute, can some plants that can deal with gray fog monsters be created? Since there is a Plant Research Institute, will there be a Mineral Research Institute and a Planetary Research Institute in the future? Luli was looking forward to it. Anyway, as long as Fico is here, it's like installing a super plugin. Any problem can be solved easily. Luli directly remotely orders the task of developing the next project on the mobile phone. After paying the corresponding Nightmare Gravel, City Energy and Star Coins, the interface shows the Plant Research Institute is under development. Development progress 0% after the arrangement is done. Luli returns to open the manufacturing factory again and carefully reads the introduction. Through a few lines of text, Luli guessed that this seemed to be a factory for manufacturing robots. When the Research Institute reached level 2, spider robots could be manufactured, but they all imitated the appearance of animals, not human forms. Now that a separate manufacturing factory has been established, does it mean that more advanced robots can be built through this? Luli clicked on the manufacturing factory twice. Its appearance is a regular cube. The exterior is all silver white steel, full of modern technology. The system prompt sounded. Insufficient funds. Unable to build. There are enough star coins, but they are not cheap. You need to deduct 2 digits from the leftmost digit of the total amount in her city. What is missing in the city is a currency that Luli has never seen before. 0/5. There is none at present. What is this? Is it white crystal? The icon is a cluster of crystals. Luli touched it lightly and got the information of this cluster of crystals. Cloud crystal stone. Conversion ratio. 100 grams of Nightmare Gravel equals 1 gram of cloud crystal stone. Requires Nightmare Sand Collector once. Luli thought she had achieved Nightmare Sand freedom. But when she saw the wider world, she realized that the amount she had accumulated for so many days was insignificant. Not only was it not enough to convert into 1 gram of cloud crystal stone, but what did the red words behind it mean? Nightmare Sand Collector. Didn't she have it? Luli thought about it carefully. And suddenly, she was enlightened. No wonder the Nightmare Sand Collector appeared in the research and development project of the Institute. It turns out that there is a pattern to follow along the line, which will be used later. Through the collector produced by the Research Institute, the process of converting Nightmare Sand into cloud crystal stone can be realized. So, the one she bought from the Love Value store is a defective product? Because Luli has never seen the cloud crystal stone logo on that collector. In any case, I have to make one first to see. Luli took the newly made Nightmare Sand Collector in the pickup room next to the self-service machine on the first floor of the Research Institute. It is indeed a little different from the original one. And Luli did see the conversion button for the cloud crystal stone on it. But the current Nightmare Gravel reserves are not enough to complete the conversion. It is better to save more. In addition to the cloud crystal stone, Luli also saw 2 other symbols. One looks like a blue soap bubble, and the other looks like a red fire cloud. What are these 2? Perhaps with further exploration of the city, she will slowly unlock these 2 currencies. Luli was going to find Susan. He gave her the new Nightmare Sand Collector. The Research Institute had 4 floors in total. The structure of each floor was similar. If there were no floor signs at the door, it would be impossible to know which floor you were on. Before Luli went upstairs, Susan smelled Luli's scent and came down by herself. She always did this. The collector was in Susan's hands. She fiddled with it a few times and used it freely without Luli having to worry about it. Susan was originally busy in the Right 3 laboratory on the 2nd floor. At this moment, Luli followed her back. On the electronic screen of the laboratory, the Master Control System issued a new R&D project, Botanical Research Institute. At least half a day has passed since Luli issued the task. The progress is still 0. Looking at Susan again, her table is messy, and it is obvious that she has been working all the time. But there is no progress at all. Luli expressed understanding for Susan's difficulty in advancing the progress. After all, she was stuck in the manufacturing plant for a long time and had not completed it. It was not until Feka came that it was completed immediately. Suddenly, Luli thought of something important. Luli, is there a printer here? Susan blinked and acted cute. I don't understand. Beep, 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 beep. Luli had no choice but to perform a pantomime. Fortunately, Susan had a great understanding ability. She took Luli to a dusty laboratory. It looked like a warehouse. In the corner, There was indeed the old-fashioned printer that Luli described. It was old-fashioned, but fortunately not too old. Luli connected the phone to the printer and set a task to the printer. Sheets of paper came out one after another. Before long, it became a thick stack of densely packed information. Luli bound the stack of information into a book and handed it to Susan. After 3 days, the progress of the Botanical Research Institute seemed to be frozen. It was always stopped at 0. Every time Luli opened it, she wondered if there was something wrong with the system. With Faiku's ability, she always felt that it shouldn't be. She took advantage of this gap to repair the land that was originally designated as the zoo and let the relevant personnel be responsible for the follow-up progress. 2 days later, Luli couldn't help it. Although Faiku's workplace was far away, he drove to and from get off work and got home earlier than her, because Luli liked to wander around the city. That day, Feiku just got home from get off work, but he saw a busy figure in the kitchen. Luli, cooking for herself? Dishes were served one after another. The table was full. Amazing cooking skills. Is this a full banquet? However, it is not unlike the one sold in the top Chinese restaurant on the commercial street. It is exactly the same. Thank you for your hard work. Feiku pretended not to know. To be honest, it was really hard to unpack the boxes and put the dishes on the plates. Luli smiled as he brought out the last dish. It's not hard. It's all my responsibility. After saying that, he sat opposite Feiku and smiled at him with his head tilted. When has Luli's smile ever been so bright? So abnormal. There must be a conspiracy. Sure enough, he hadn't even taken a few bites. You've been working too hard recently, so I wanted to cook for you. Luli remained calm. I cook for you from now on. Feiku, do you mean eating takeout every day? After saying this, Luli changed the subject. Besides, I'm your girlfriend, and I haven't really cared about you. Would you feel unhappy? I take good care of you in the future. As she said this, she stroked the back of his hand without making a sound. What does that mean? Care? Luli didn't say anything, and looked at him affectionately. Feiku suddenly realized what she meant by that, and choked violently. He started coughing violently. Luli ran over like a little rabbit, patting his back with her hands. Are you okay? Husband? Husband? Feiku's expression was really about to burst. The two were so close, and the faint fragrance of Luli's body entered his nose. He felt hot all over. His heart was already surging, but he still maintained a cold personality on his face. He was indifferent. Isn't it too early to say this now? Luli smiled. Then when are we getting married? Getting married? Feiku's eyes showed undisguised surprise. Really? Of course it's true. Luli's eyes sparkled. You didn't lie to me? Feiku stood up and gently pinched Luli's chin with his hand. Why would I lie to you? Luli hugged his waist and leaned her head on his chest. I've already thought about where we're going for our honeymoon. How about going to Andromeda? I heard the scenery there is very nice. Feiku was stunned. Are we really getting married? Okay. Feiku held his breath and hugged Luli tightly, as if he wanted to crush her in his arms. But Luli hesitated. But what? Feiku could not tolerate any accidents at this moment. Before I leave, I hope to take care of everything in the city, so that I can go and have fun with peace of mind. Luli expressed her strong sense of responsibility as the mayor. Otherwise, when things are halfway done, you will always be worried and upset. How could Feiku not understand what Luli meant? He whispered in Luli's ear, okay. I help you. Heh. It finally moved. Men are like abacus beads, moving them as they are pushed. On a sunny day, a woman sat cross-legged on a lawn outside the cathedral. There were a bunch of things around her that looked scary at first glance. She skillfully turned the mechanism with her hands. You have a gun. You are a sharp criminal. A little boy rushed over and pointed at Luli and shouted. Luli, there is no surveillance in this place. But there are naughty kids. No, little friend. Luli squinted and smiled. This is a toy. Then let me play with it. The little boy stretched out his hand. Luli's face changed immediately. Get out of here, or I kill you. Woo wow. The little boy was scared and cried. Everyone around looked over. Luli immediately packed up everything and left. There was new news on Xingxin. Ask her to try on a wedding dress. The necessary procedures for a wedding still had to be followed. Mayor, you are getting married. Myra's eyes were filled with tears. The bride is so beautiful. The groom. When the wedding staff saw Feiku, They immediately changed their words. He is so handsome. The two are a perfect match. The wedding was scheduled for a week later. The project of the Botanical Research Institute was just completed at noon on the wedding day. The wedding will be held in the evening. As soon as Lu Li saw the message, he rushed out. Where are you going? The makeup artist called behind him. While she was painting, the bride ran away. She must have something to deal with. Mira couldn't help sighing. The mayor cares about the citizens and doesn't forget to work on his wedding day. How admirable. The people around sighed, and their love for her deepened. At sunset, outside the cathedral of Gitten City, Thiko was wearing a suit and looked very handsome. But he didn't look very good. Seeing Lu Li coming late, he said coldly, I thought you ran away from your marriage. Lu Li's heartbeat was very fast, and he smiled sweetly. How could it be? Thiko stepped forward and grabbed Lu Li's hand. With great strength, like a steel clamp, the wedding officially began. Lu Li walked towards Thiko standing next to the priest from the church door with a bouquet. The audience was full of friends from Gitten City, all celebrating their great mayor's marriage today. Watching Lu Li walk towards him step by step, even though Ulysses tried to control his expression, he couldn't help but look sad. When he read the blessing, his facial muscles twitched. There was no way. He was the only priest in Gitten City. He must come. Groom, do you want this woman to be your wife and enter into a marriage contract with her? No matter. Until the end of your life? Thiko looked at Lu Li and raised his lips. I do. Bride, do you want this man to be your husband and enter into a marriage contract with him? No matter. Ulysses finished reading, and the bride answered. Lu Li did not speak. The whole audience was silent. The surprised and puzzled eyes of the audience almost drowned the two. Whispering sounded. What's going on? Why didn't the bride answer? Ulysses was confused. Did Lu Li not hear clearly? When he was about to read again, bride, are you willing to? Lu Li finally spoke. She bit her lip, and a cold light flashed in her lowered eyes. When she looked up at the man in front of her again, her eyes were full of murderous aura. No. Chapter 104. Do you want him to be your husband? I don't. Outside the church, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the strong wind blew up the branches and leaves on the ground. A rainstorm was forming. Beyond the sight, the thick gray fog at the edge of the city rolled. In the church, the newlyweds stood on the stage and looked at each other. Below the stage were the guests, who had no idea what was going on. A piece of paint peeled off the edge of the red-painted wooden bench, revealing the black steel lining inside. In the blink of an eye, the guests sitting on the benches, like snakes and insects shedding their skin. Large pieces of skin fragments exposed outside fell off one after another. It formed a pattern of light. The appearance was human, but the body was mechanical. However, the old machinery was rusted. The cathedral became a mechanical graveyard. Thiko's Adam's apple rolled. What did you say? Lu Li watched as a piece of skin, dried and shrunken, peeled off from his cheek. Her expression was indifferent, and her eyes were firm. Before the skin on the left side of her face peeled off, the man she had always seen had only half a gray-green lively eye. The other half had long since turned into a mechanical skeleton with flesh and blood rotting. The eye sockets were empty and out of focus, but they seemed to be able to see through people. Lu Li didn't say anything. Thiko's patience had reached its limit, and his expression gradually became fierce. Are you lying to me? It was obvious. Lu Li took 2 steps back and put his hands behind his back. She was waiting for this moment. Waiting for the moment when he broke down emotionally. This world would completely collapse. The lost memories were all back. It turned out that those memories had not been taken away from her mind. Instead, it was buried deep in her subconscious. Lu Yao, winning the lottery, Tianqing Investment Company, promotion, punishing the evildoers, Hilltop Hotel, cruise ship. Those things she had experienced in Blue Star. A fantasy of being a winner in life. She remembered everything. She had always lived in a dream, including the light spots that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. The fragmented memory fragments that suddenly broke into her mind in Gitten City, they were anchors, trying to pull her out of this ivory tower made up by others. At that time, she mistakenly thought that there was something wrong with her eyes, which was why she saw the broken world. But in fact, those were all signs of the world collapsing. Then, Lu Yao's personal doctor used a bottle of eye drops to forcibly suppress the awakening of her consciousness. On the cruise ship, at the auction of precious items, The owner of this world tried to use the jade pillow to pull her into a deeper dream. After all, eye drops can only suppress her consciousness temporarily. As long as her eye disease appears, the lies of the world will be discovered by her sooner or later. They almost succeeded. She did become the queen in Xiliang. If the failure of the Blue Star dream was because it did not give her too much autonomy, allowing her to do everything easily and effortlessly, it even meant that she had become a vassal of men, which she did not like. The dream of the ancient country of Xiliang was a heroine script created entirely for her. From a princess to a queen, and then to world domination, giving her ample room to play. It was a pity that the process was too bloody and brutal. If she had to pave the way for her rule with the blood of innocent people, she would rather not do it. She couldn't be a cruel person after all. In the afternoon, the queen rested in the courtyard. Luli, am I really me? The momentary doubt in her mind made her return to the cruise room from Xiliang Kingdom. Time happened too fast, leaving no time for the Dream Master to make any moves. She confronted Liu Yao, who had already revealed his flaws. This world is fake. She saw through the essence of the world. So, the world of Blue Star fell apart. To come out of the dream of Xiliang Kingdom, one only needs to doubt that I am not me. To fall back into the world of Blue Star, one only needs to doubt the reality of the world. Then, where is she in Gitten City now? I have to say that the dream guide of this world is really powerful. She almost forgot everything she had experienced the moment she opened her eyes and saw Fei Ku. Those were her experiences of escaping. And Fei Ku's deep love for her made her feel unprecedented happiness. How nice it would be if it could always be like this. This dream is so beautiful that she doesn't want to burst it. If he hadn't turned himself 180 degrees and pushed him out in the kitchen that day. If it can't be copied. Look! What is that? If she hadn't seen the exact same self in the mirror, this bubble would not have burst. Fico. He really loves to tell hell jokes. But Fico. He is dead. And she is still alive. She must leave here and return to the real Pigeon Town. There, her citizens were waiting for her to return. Luli raised the laser gun, aimed at the monster in front of him that looked exactly like Fico. It's over. Bang! The bullet flew out. It hit the forehead of Fico's monster. But it seemed to hit the steel plate. It only made a small hole. You found it. Her behavior proved everything. The corners of the monster's mouth were grinning to the back of its ears. Luli put down his arm, his face pale. Why? Why hasn't she woken up yet? She looked down at the stage, and all the human disguises had disappeared. Blue electronic lights flashed below the stage, and robots filled the benches. The ceiling of the church also revealed its skeleton, and it was a huge steel cage. The cornerstone of the Blue Star world is glitter, and the cornerstone of this world is steel. Its true face has been completely exposed. But why hasn't the world collapsed yet? Luli was shocked. If she continued to stay here, she would only die. She immediately ran down the stage. The veil was torn off by her. The high heels were also kicked off. The skirt was too good to be fixed in a short time. Luli could only run outside while holding the skirt. This time she really became a runaway bride. All the robots turned their heads and watched her run down the stage. In that case, there is nothing to say. The monster Faker said coldly. Kill her. The moment the church door opened, Luli was dumbfounded. The gray fog rolled outside, just like a blizzard overnight. And the moment the door opened in the morning, the accumulated snow poured into the door. Gray fog engulfed the entire Gitten City. The cathedral was the only pure land. If she dared to take a step, she would immediately become a monster without a mind. Although she was in a dream now, the gray fog was an absolute danger signal, and she could not take chances. Looking back, all the robots, who had been watching the show silently stood up. Their bodies did not move, but their heads turned towards her like clockwork. The scene was too creepy. Luli cursed. He ran along the edge towards the inside of the church. A string of robots followed her. This one is useless. And this one is useless. She kept looking for props in the system warehouse. She prepared so many, but few of them were useful. Especially the laser gun. These are not pollutants at all. Thinking about it, she took out the big pineapple hammer, switched to lightning mode. A flash of lightning passed by, and the most fierce robot chasing her was electrocuted. The internal data was disordered, and it danced a mechanical dance. Fortunately, this guy almost grabbed her ankle. Luli hid in a hidden corner. Then, the sound of running in unison faded away. She knew without looking that the group of robots were chasing along that road. She was safe for the time being. But it would not be a good idea to continue like this. The cathedral was so small that she could not hide here and there forever. Moreover, as a human being, she needed the material energy necessary to maintain life. She would be discovered sooner or later. What was the key to breaking this dream? Obviously, for the bottom-level dream, merely doubting that the world is false is not enough to make it collapse. Luli thought carefully. The clearer her consciousness, the clearer her memory. Did she mistake the dream guide of this world? The dream guide of Shiliang Kingdom is herself. And the dream guide of Blue Star is Lu Yao. The dream guide of Gitten City. Actually, it's not Fei Ke? Then who could it be? Lu Li's mind is like a revolving lantern, catching the traitor, passing through the faces one by one. Everyone is suspicious. But it seems impossible. Finally, a pair of melancholy eyes came into her mind. You dare to come back? The auditorium was empty. Everyone followed Fico's instructions to chase him. Only Father Ulysses was still standing in front of the stage. Even though there was little human skin left on his body, and his flesh was bloody, the temperament he exuded was still elegant and divine. Luli, the most dangerous place is the safest place. No one would have guessed that she would come back. Ulysses walked in front of Luli with a blank expression. Luli resisted the urge to turn around and run away, and stood still in front of him. Ulysses was slightly surprised. Aren't you afraid of me? Judging from the way Luli ran away just now, she was really scared to death. Don't shake. Luli shook her head calmly. Ulysses asked, why? Luli smiled. Because you love me. Click. With a sound of shattering, Ulysses' frozen expression loosened. Luli's eyes flashed. Did it work? Revealing the secrets of a crush is the most effective way to break their spirit. How do you know? Impossible. I hid it well. You're lying. You don't know? No. I don't love you at all. I only love my God. Ulysses' eyes turned red. And he was completely crazy. He kept hitting the table with his head. The wooden table was dented by his steel head. Is this crazy? Luli looked around. Her heart was in her throat. But the surrounding scene did not change at all. Finally, Ulysses turned his eyes back to Luli. But this time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Luli was no longer calm, but a kind of morbid madness. Who are you? You are a pagan. Damn it! With his roar, the scene finally changed. Luli took a deep breath. The skeleton of the church melted like steel under high temperature. At the same time, a dark hole appeared under his feet. Luli was ecstatic. She was going to wake up. There was a mausoleum under the cathedral of Gitten City. A great man was buried in it. She died in the year 5555 of the star calendar. Chapter 105. The body continued to fall. The world around it collapsed, until it fell to the ground, falling from such a high place, but not feeling any pain. Luli's heart sank. The mayor's phone fell not far away. She confirmed the location on the phone map. She was still in the cathedral. But, underground. She suddenly recalled the underground Guten City that was folded with a Guten City on the ground. Based on the depth of the land, she might have fallen into the same area as the depth of the Guten City Yuan umbrella. Then, there should be an orchid umbrella here too. Even if it was in a dream. There was a dark corridor in front of her. Luli stood up, dusted off her body, and took out the emergency flashlight from the warehouse. She walked into the corridor with courage. The dark and depressing atmosphere would make people lose time and direction. But she had seen so many unreasonable things. And no matter what she saw next, she would not be surprised. How to escape from this dream that trapped her was the most important thing. She walked straight ahead for about 10 minutes, and finally reached the end. There was a dark iron gate in front of her. As far as she could remember, there was no such iron gate in the underground Gitten City. Luli tried to push the door. Unexpectedly, the door was very light, and it opened with a creak. A wide underground world appeared before her. There was only a small area behind the door, and if she took a big step, she would miss. There was a spiral staircase next to it, and she could reach the central area through the stairs. On the walls around, there was an ancient kerosene lamp at the same distance. Luli checked the lamp oil, which was full and hissing with sparks. It seemed that someone would come here to add oil frequently. It was not until he reached the center of the entire area that Luli could see clearly. What exactly was the dark rectangular block in the center? A coffin. Just now, when he looked from the air, the coffin lid was still closed. Now he reached the side, and he didn't know when the coffin lid was quietly opened. Perhaps, as she slowly walked down the stairs, Luli held the hammer in her hand, staring at the direction of the coffin. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. The coffin was made of very luxurious materials, with intricate patterns carved on it, and raised waterproof platforms on both sides. But Luli's mind was now full of horror scenes that she often saw in TV dramas before. Vampire. What if it turns into a bat and bites her? But she changed her mind and thought, what is there to be afraid of vampires? There is one in the city, and he hangs around in front of her every day. Now that he is familiar with everyone. Agla, who wears a sweatshirt and slippers all day long. In addition, there are many zombies and werewolves in the city. And there are also sirens, who like to eat people. Thinking of this, Luli felt more at ease. She is also a person who has seen a lot of storms. She is no longer a blue star who was scared by shark teeth when she first arrived in Gitten City. So, she slowly walked towards the coffin. She was really curious. What was inside? Squinting one eye, she looked inside. Her expression was confused for a moment. Then she opened both eyes and looked carefully for a long time. Empty? There was nothing else except the silk padding underneath and the scattered dried black rose petals. She was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but she scared herself. Suddenly, there was a heavy gasp behind her. That's right. Since the coffin was opened, the things inside must have come out long ago. No matter what the situation is, turning back now will definitely not have any good results. She ran forward without looking back, and only when she reached the stairs did she muster up the courage to turn around. It would have been better if she hadn't turned around. Once she turned around, the scene behind her almost made her have a heart attack and die suddenly in her dream. She saw someone who looked exactly like her again. This was much more frightening than seeing a terrifying creature. The woman's clothes were not like those of people in the modern world. Luli had seen them in the museum before, and they belonged to the modern category of Shanghai. The clothing style was ancient but very exquisite, which showed that her status was unusually noble. Her hair was long and curly, falling to the ground, as if she hadn't taken care of it for a long time. Her face was painted as pale as paper. Her lips were bright red, and there were 2 blushes on her face. This was also the popular makeup of that era. A typical old generation noblewoman. She didn't chase after Luli when she saw him running. Perhaps this didn't fit her status as a lady. She gently lifted the edge of her gorgeous long skirt full of 3-dimensional roses, and walked over step by step. The heels of her slender high heels sank into the soft and wet mud, and every time she pulled out the heels, she would bring out some mud. As she moved, her bronze ankles and calves could be vaguely seen under her skirt. Don't come over here. Luli raised the hammer in front of him to stop the woman from getting closer to her. No matter who she was, or whether she was a human, she looked like him, which was very scary. Most importantly, this woman might have crawled out of a coffin. She must have had bad intentions by approaching him. Hearing the warning, the woman actually stopped obediently. But Luli knew that she was not afraid of him. But to maintain the courtesy of a lady in her time, the woman narrowed her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth. Luli watched her mouth stretch to the back of her ears. Oh my God! She had seen such a situation not long ago. The last person who did this was the monster Fico. But seeing others make such an expression, the visual impact brought was limited. And when one's face showed such a weird expression, the real fear was super doubled. The woman smiled and said, "What if I don't come? Can you escape?" As soon as she said this, Luli immediately understood. Could it be that this woman was the dream guide of this dream? Luli's expression was confused for a moment. The woman didn't move her head, but her eyes turned to the top of the spiral staircase. The big iron door. With a click, the iron door closed. Luli looked over. The moment the iron door closed, it merged with the stone wall and disappeared in its original place, as if there had never been a door there. At the same time, the spiral staircase was like a burning line, burning rapidly downwards. The stone fragments turned into dancing black paper ash, floating in the air. If Luli hadn't dodged quickly, the burning staircase would have burned her feet into a big blister. She immediately took out the mayor's mobile phone. The screen of the mobile phone went out, and no matter how she poked it, there was no response. The terrible things that happened in the underground Gitten City have come back again. That time it was because there was no sunlight, and this time it was because of the opponent's power. This is the world of the woman in front of him. All the power and privileges he could have were given by her. She could take them back at will. Lu Li's palms were sweating, and she kept telling herself to stay calm, even though she knew that being calm was of little use. She was now a piece of fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Do you know? The woman seemed to enjoy the other person's helpless look. But unfortunately, the expression of fear on her face was less. Not as interesting as imagined. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Li, wait for me. Yes. The woman hummed this soft syllable from her nose, which made her full of girlish playfulness. Since you finally came, I will let you die with a clear mind. Ask if you have any questions. She bit her fingers slightly, and blew on her bright red nails. Lu Li looked at her subconscious actions that were full of femininity, and always felt that the other person might only be similar to her face. But in essence, they were completely two different people. But since she asked, I'd better know the truth even if I die. Who are you? Why are you waiting for me? Why do you look exactly like me? Lu Li asked 3 questions without taking a breath. The woman opened her mouth slightly. Letting you ask? Not asking you to ask so many questions. These are 3 questions. But she had already said it. So it was not good to regret it. Otherwise it would affect her image. However, she didn't intend to tell everything she knew. Just say a few words casually. The answer to the first question, I am the master here. The answer to the second question, waiting for you to die. The answer to the third question, because I want to live for you. The answer only took a moment. And the moment the answer was given, the woman teleported in front of Lu Li, almost touching her face. But Lu Li also connected everything together in a flash. After returning from the underground Good 10 city, the city seemed calm. But, without her knowing, unknown pollutants invaded again. Compared with the shadow tentacle monster that attacked the city openly before, this pollutant is now of a higher level, with more powerful abilities, and its whereabouts are secretive, making it hard to guard against. Based on her current experience, the ability of this pollutant is likely to create dreams, pull people into dreams and kill them. She is the prey that is being targeted. The reason why the pollutant wants to take its own appearance and replace others is because it does not have a human body in the real world. So it wants to kill the person who enters the dream, take on her appearance, have her identity, and naturally replace her, disguised as a human, and live in the city, without anyone noticing. The mayor of Gitten City was replaced by another person. The cuckoo took over the magpie's nest. Lu Li was unwilling to accept that everything she had worked so hard for would eventually come to nothing. She could not bear that a monster would occupy her body and live in the world from now on. Don't even think about it. The hammer emitted a dazzling fluorescent blue light. Ah! The woman raised her eyebrows. There are still fish that slip through the net. She only blocked the mobile phone. But she didn't expect that Lu Li's hammer could still work. The hammer disappeared with a crash. The bottles and jars inside smashed to the ground. Flame energy water. Lightning energy water. The light of the liquid flickered, and finally flowed into the soil and died. Lost the last support. The woman grabbed her neck with her hands. There was a cruel and crazy smile on her face. Rest in peace, Mayor Lu. Chapter 106. The monster's hands were like iron pliers, grabbing Lu Li's throat and bringing her face close to him. What position? Is he going to kiss her? God. She doesn't have this special fetish. Besides, the old thing has been sleeping here for hundreds of years. It looks bright on the surface, but it's actually full of viruses. Lu Li can already smell the rotten stench on it. At this critical moment, Lu Li felt that he was really good enough to still be in the mood to consider whether it brushes its teeth every night before going to bed. However, a stinky thing should be matched with a stinky thing. Just when the other party opened its bloody mouth and wanted to exchange souls with her, Lu Li used all her strength to stuff a long beige cloth into its mouth. In an instant, time seemed to stand still. Even the blackish flying in the air stopped floating and hovered in the air. 3 seconds passed. Several thick black smokes floated out of the monster's nostrils, ears, and eyes, rushing straight to the dome. The monster also screamed sharply because of the huge pain. The force on his hand gradually decreased, and Lu Li took this opportunity to escape from its palm. But because it pinched for too long, it left a bright red hoop mark on it. Lu Li couldn't help coughing. The monster on the other side couldn't stand up and slowly sat down. The butter cloth was firmly stuffed in its mouth. But because the cloth was too long, it dragged a tail out and fell on its gorgeous skirt. making it unable to move. The cloth was one of the props that Luli specially prepared before marrying the monster Fico. Asen's shroud. Since it has the function of purifying buildings, it is also effective in dealing with pollutants in buildings. The items that have been taken out from the purification item box will be recorded, and you can just choose to get them again. The monster just took away Luli's warehouse. But before that, she had taken out this piece of cloth and put it in her pocket. Find the right time to use it. In fact, she has no idea whether it will work. But judging from the current results, it seems that it is really afraid of this thing. This is consistent with Luli's previous speculation. Luli, are you Yushin? Hearing Luli's question, the monster looked up and glanced at her. No answer. It was considered as a tacit agreement. It has answered too many questions today. Once the shroud touches its body, it will be purified, and the result of purification will be ashes. In another 2 minutes, it will completely disappear from this world. Seeing the monster sitting there quietly, it has completely lost its ferocity and arrogance just now. And Luli has always had a question in his mind. He didn't think it would answer. Luli said, "Why is the theme of every dream related to marriage?" When in Blue Star, everything Lu Yao did was to make him marry her. When in Kitten City, he took the initiative to propose marriage. And Fei Ku was willing to help her unlock the Botanical Research Institute. Xiliang country was even worse. She had already become the queen at that time. But she would definitely have 3,000 beauties in the harem in the future. How could it not be considered another kind of marriage? Moreover, according to the development of the plot, Luli thought that maybe a male favorite with a similar appearance to Fei Ku would appear later. Hee. She found it? The monster laughed twice, with a kind of joy that the Easter egg it set up was discovered, but also a kind of resentment that the plan failed. Yes, although it was in a dream, it had no way to kill Luli openly, and could only use a roundabout sweet poison to make her sink step by step, fall into the deep sea of consciousness, and stay there forever. If Luli hadn't come to this point, he wouldn't have been forced to this point. For a woman like you. The monster's mouth opened and closed. Its face was eroded by the shroud to the point of blood and flesh, and its throat was as hoarse as if it had swallowed hot coals. Marriage is your grave. It finished the sentence with difficulty. Then, its body shattered like pixels, turning into countless pieces of confetti. And finally, like smoke, it disappeared into the air. The shroud also disappeared with the monster. Luli didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Marriage? Grave? She couldn't help but feel scared. It turned out that she had always been on the edge of death. Those dream worlds that were extremely friendly to her made her think that she was a winner in life. When she relaxed and numb, she entered the marriage hall of human society, which was called the continuation of love. But it was also the end of her life. It is conceivable that if there was no wine that day, she would not have seen the night view at the foot of Haicheng Mountain, and the fragments of Gitten City would have flashed through her mind. She would accept Li Yao's proposal that night. Luli couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. She thought of the time when Fei could propose to her. With this horrible experience in her memory, her filter for Fei could gradually dim, and at the same time, it also planted a seed of fear in her heart. When she came to her senses, except for the absence of the monster, the surrounding scenery had not changed at all. Luli's heart suddenly sank. Why? Is she still here? Why is she still in this dream, when the monster is dead? Can you do it? It's not that he wants to doubt the doctor. It's just that it's been 3 days. No improvement at all. All the methods have been used. But she is still sleeping. Shall I go to the Capital Star to find a doctor? Carl completely forgot that he was on the wanted list. Stop making noise. Even he can't do it. Can those idiots do it? Augula is now at the peak of confidence. He unfolded the cloth bag, and a row of silver needles were displayed in front of everyone. You can't do this to the mayor. Myra's face changed immediately. She has fallen into a deep sleep and must be stimulated by pain. Augula pinched the silver needle with a serious face. I am trying to wake her up. As he said that, he held Luli's hand. It hurts just to look at it. But what he said makes sense. Luli can't be left sleeping like this. What's the difference between this and being a vegetable? Mira was still pregnant and couldn't bear to see this cruel scene. She covered her face and went out. She was staying in the hospital ward. The fetal position was not very stable recently, so she was temporarily hospitalized to protect the fetus. The birth of a child by a zombie is the first in medicine, and everything is new. Unlike human pregnancy, The growth cycle of a zombie baby is greatly shortened. In about 2 months, Mila will be due. And now is her critical moment. If she hadn't heard Bird let slip that Luli was in a coma today, she wouldn't have hurried downstairs. For her mood, no one told her about this. At this time, she went back. And Bird naturally went back with her. No one stopped Augura. After all the operations, Luli didn't even frown. Obviously, the acupuncture therapy failed. Augura, Carl, Ulysses and Hathaway were left in the ward. If it weren't for the mayor's rescue, she would still be in the gray fog and unconscious. She also wanted to help wake up Luli. How about I try singing? Hathaway was eager to try. However, Augura was still frightened when she thought of Hathaway's performance in the cathedral singing competition. The song is good, but the notes are too high, making people want to jump into the sea. Singing in the hospital? Not suitable. Really not suitable. Everyone was worried. Science doesn't work. Why not try theology? Augura really felt a little tired and started to talk nonsense. Have you heard the story of Sleeping Beauty? The stories are similar. There are all kinds of fairy tales circulating in the Star Sea, among which there are plots very similar to Sleeping Beauty on Blue Star. The princess who fell into a deep sleep needs a kiss from her true lover to wake her up. Carl was shocked. ? Do you still remember that you are a doctor? Ulysses glanced at Luli on the bed and said nothing. But his cheeks were a little red. And I don't know what he was thinking. Augura pinched his chin with his hand, his face full of hesitation. Who does Luli like? These two guys don't look very reliable. Coincidentally, someone pushed the door in. Wearing a suit. Wearing half-framed glasses. Holding a briefcase. He has a gentle temperament. There is a teardrop mole next to the corner of his eye. Even though they had met many times, Augura still mistook him for someone else. He pointed his finger. You come. Ridiculous. Outrageous. Nonsense. I don't care about you. Carl was so angry that he stormed out. Theko was not here, but his shadow was hanging around here every day. But he also knew that if he chose the person who was most likely to be liked by Luli from among them, it would definitely be this boy. Xia ran. Seeing the person coming, the blush on Ulysses' face faded. And for the first time, he cast a hostile look. He didn't like this person. What are you doing? Xiaoran didn't understand. He put his bag on the table beside the bed and asked about Lu Li's situation with concern. How is the mayor? As you can see, Hathaway sighed deeply. Alas, Lu Li was still wearing the clothes she wore to find Susan that day. Her hands hung weakly on the bed. Her eyes were closed. If it weren't for her rising and falling chest proving that she was still alive, she would be no different from being dead. Augura repeated his thoughts again. Ah? It's too childish. Xiaorant's inner surprise was revealed without any concealment. And then he whispered, Isn't this bad? If the mayor knew, he would definitely fire me. He had a clear mind. It was not easy to find the secretary job he dreamed of. If he was fired, he would be forced to go back and inherit the family business. No, that was not the life he wanted. First, Augura stretched out a finger. If you kiss and still fall asleep, she can't fire you. If we don't tell her, she won't know about it. Second, if she keeps sleeping, you won't be able to keep your job as a secretary for long, because you are the mayor's secretary. If the mayor is gone, what's the point of having a secretary? The logic is closed and cannot be refuted. Okay. Xiaoran took a deep breath. He came to the sleeping Lu Li, closed his eyes, and slowly leaned over under the gaze of everyone. Chapter 107. Xiaoran hadn't touched Lu Li yet. Suddenly, he felt a soft touch on his lips. Something was pressing against him. He opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him, and the embarrassment on his face was beyond words. Lu Li looked at him expressionlessly. What are you doing? She used her hand to stop him from getting closer. Xiaoran immediately straightened up. The third situation. It appeared. Lu Li woke up by himself. Really awake? The people present were also surprised and happy. So, Augura immediately examined Lu Li. To avoid embarrassment, Xiaoran found an excuse to leave. After hearing that Lu Li was fine, the rest of the people also advised her to rest well and not to work too hard. Hearing this, Lu Li's mouth twitched. Resting? I don't know how many dreams she had. She is now in such good spirits that she can kill a few cows. Augura also told her about the cause and effect of her dream. That day, on the way to the research institute, Luli fell asleep and did not wake up when they arrived at the destination. Aguila felt something was wrong. So he called Susan outside, and they took her back to the hospital together. Luli fell into a deep sleep from that time. They tried many ways, but they couldn't wake her up. So, she had never been to the institute from beginning to end. Luli's memory became clearer and clearer. So what she saw after entering the institute were all scenes in her dream. So, there was no Susan wearing her wig with scalp and blood. This also made her feel a little relieved. After all, that scene was indeed creepy. But why did she fall asleep on the way to the institute? If the jade pillow is the carrier of the monster, it is clearly in the museum. How did it affect me? What was the opportunity to fall asleep? Luli couldn't figure it out. And suddenly, a flash of light flashed in her mind. There was a sound of dripping water in her ears. That day, it rained heavily on the way from the city hall to the institute. The sound of fine rain will make people feel sleepy. And it is a kind of white noise that makes people feel peaceful. The same sound had also appeared on the night when the city was replicated. Sitting on the bed in the city hall, Luli looked out. It was evening when she woke up. And when she returned to her room, the moon was already high in the sky. The weather was clear tonight, and she could see the sky full of twinkling stars. This indicated that tomorrow would be a sunny day. Turn on the mayor's mobile phone. The date was the 4th day after she fell into a coma. Everything she experienced in her dream had nothing to do with the speed of time in Gitten City. It's time to go to bed. Luli couldn't help but feel flustered. After this incident, she had an indescribable fear of sleeping and even dreaming. When she felt sleepy, it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. She was half asleep when she suddenly heard a familiar prompt. Congratulations on your city reaching LV10. Unlock new buildings, TV station, signal tower, super high-rise office building, sports center. Obtain item, jade pillow. Hearing this voice, Luli was startled and all sleepiness disappeared. Open your phone immediately to check out these new things. For new buildings, all S-level buildings, the TV station and signal tower work better together. After building a TV station, it means that Gitten City can create its own TV channel, and the latest announcements and actions of the municipal government can be conveyed to citizens more quickly, which is of great benefit in improving the credibility and efficiency of the municipal government. The role of the signal tower is to connect the media of Gitten City to the entire Star Sea. That is, the TV programs and broadcasts of Gitten City can be received by other stars. Before this, the citizens' access to information was relatively blocked. The reason why they could receive signals from the big star, and the reason why people on other planets could receive information from Gitten City was entirely dependent on the system itself. With these two buildings, the system can delegate this part of the authority. At that time, not only will the memory required by itself be reduced, but it will also be operated by the building area, and there will be more functions inside. Luli also checked the super high-rise office building. Now the office buildings in the city are of ordinary height. At first glance, it still feels like a rural-urban junction. The high-rise office building on the system map is surrounded by clouds and mist, which makes people feel like they are working in the south gate of heaven. The lowest height is estimated to be at least 300 floors. The initial height is 300 floors. If it is upgraded further, where is its limit? Luli dare not imagine it at all. The construction cost of such a building is naturally needless to say. The star coins alone are 9 digits. Not to mention the 100 crystal cluster-like cloud crystal stones. Star coins are still easy to get. You can save them up sooner or later. But this cloud crystal stone, you have to suppress and convert it gram by gram with nightmare gravel. Fortunately, Luli felt that Gitten City would not need this building for the time being. But the system had mentioned before that it pushed the buildings that could be built to her based on future predictions. Could it be that in the near future, she would get the conditions to own this building? Such a large office building can accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people. The last building is the sports center. It includes a gymnasium, a swimming pool, and a football field. 3 large buildings. The required area is unimaginable. The cost is not bad. At least, compared with the previous super high-rise office building. According to the current profit situation, it is possible to save enough within half a year. The cloud crystal stone requirement is not much. 20 grams is enough. The required city energy value is 15% higher than the current city energy value limit. However, considering that every city upgrade will bring an increase in the city energy value limit, Luli speculated that when she saves enough resources to build a sports center, The city energy value limit will definitely reach its standard. So, of these 4 buildings, the only one that can be built is the TV station. Buildings are coming one by one, but the expansion of the city area cannot keep up with the speed of unlocking new buildings. The scene of the Haiqin windmill splitting the gray fog, which once seemed exciting, now seems more helpless than digging a tunnel with an ear spoon. The newly expanded space was given to the zoo and the flower and bird market street, and there was not much left immediately. There are more and more buildings that can be built in this system, but there is no land to build them. The Haiqin windmill has long been upgraded to the highest level, with the maximum efficiency and range. Every day, only a fixed amount of space can be opened, which can be counted on one's fingers. Since the road of open source has almost come to this point, it can also be saved. Create new space from limited space. Lu Lily had this idea in mind, so he naturally had to implement it quickly. Replanning the city center is imminent. She has a way to adjust without disturbing the people, but she doesn't know how to plan it more reasonably. From the beginning of the city construction, she built the city based on her own life experience and the logic of a guidebook. The initial spatial environment was relatively cramped, and many plans that seemed reasonable at that time were somewhat unreasonable in the current scale. It has been adjusted several times, but it was optimized according to the old way, and the cuts were not on the point. Although it has not been beaten to the point of a mountain of underlying logic shit. For such things, the sooner the adjustment, the better, because the city area will only get bigger and bigger in the future, and it will become more and more difficult to adjust. Now is the best time. Lu Li needs a professional urban planning plan. As the mayor's secretary, Xiaoran accepted this task. After the last Sleeping Beauty incident, Xiaoran always had a hint of unnatural shyness when she saw Lu Li. She seemed to be still embarrassed about that incident, but Lu Li didn't think too much about it. She didn't know whether Xiaoran had the ability to wake her up with a kiss, but she knew clearly that the reason she was able to wake up was entirely due to her ability. At that time, it was in the dark tomb on the ground of the cathedral. There was nothing there, only a coffin. Not many people have the mental quality to walk to the coffin, lie down calmly, and then pick up the coffin lid and cover themselves inside. Awakening requires a sense of ritual. Lu Li did it with the idea of giving it a try. If it doesn't work, she can only try to commit suicide. Fortunately, when she closed her eyes and opened them again, she really returned to Gitten City. She also happened to encounter Xiaoran possessing her and blocking the light above her head, except for a little pain in her hands. Everything else was fine. There was no pinch mark on her neck. The day after she was discharged from the hospital, Lu Li went to see Susan with Agla, asked about the sketchbook she had drawn. Susan was much more normal than what Lu Li had seen in his dream. She didn't pretend to be away maliciously, nor did she play any scary hide-and-seek games, or crawl on all fours on the wall outside the institute like a big hairy spider. But unfortunately, she couldn't remember why she drew these pictures. She even showed fear. Her memory was like this. Sometimes good and sometimes bad. I learned a new trick. Augusta winked and took out a pocket watch from her chest pocket. Lu Li, hypnosis? There was a long gold chain hanging on the pocket watch, swinging back and forth, making people's eyelids heavy. Lu Li quickly turned his eyes away, but he saw that Susan was about to close her big green eyes. It is best not to have outsiders present during hypnosis. Lu Li went to the corridor and waited. At the end of the corridor was a bright French window. Lu Li watched the afterglow of the setting sun shine in, making her hair shine. It was quiet here, but not gloomy. #bookstore. A young man in a suit and tie walked in. He was handsome, with an extraordinary temperament, and a reddish-brown teardrop mole at the corner of his eye. The owner recognized him at a glance. Before he could speak, the owner took out a thick thing from under the counter. "Sir, the book you ordered has arrived." Xiaoran smiled politely. "Thank you. The packaging of the book is simple, without so many fancy things. Tear open the anti-theft plastic cover. The number of reprints inside proves that its content can really stand the test of time. This is published by a small, unknown publishing house, but the paper material inside is quite good, which is in sharp contrast to Shanghai's most popular Xinglo publishing house, which only does superficial work." Xiaoran flipped through it casually, then closed the book and left the bookstore. For big words on the cover. Your City. Chapter 108. The city replanning has been put on the agenda. Lu Li waited outside for a while before Augusta came out. "How is it?" Luli was very concerned about Susan's situation. But Augusta looked strange and evasive. Avoiding the topic, Luli simply went in to see for himself. Susan was lying on the chair with her legs spread out and sleeping soundly. She really fell asleep through hypnosis. Augusta was also embarrassed about this. There was no other way at the moment. But since Susan was asleep, she should not be disturbed. But this also reminded Luli of something. The jade pillow lying quietly in the warehouse column. As a reward item for clearing the level, Luli has not checked its function yet. Take out the jade pillow and put it on the table. It is no different from the shape seen in the museum. The jade pillow is now in her hand, and the cabinet in the museum has disappeared. But from the layout, there is no sense of disobedience. It seems that it was a disobedience when it appeared in that position before. Different from when he first saw it. Luli saw a little red cinnabar color in the upper center of the jade pillow. It was like a drop of blood melting into it. But when she touched it with her hand, there was no bulge. It was an impurity in the jade. Suddenly, Luli heard a mechanical system sound. The tone was cold and emotionless. Completely different from the system she was bound to. Excuse me. Are you ready to start dreaming now? Luli, what dream? Daydreaming in broad daylight? The system explained. When an electronic light screen appeared in front of her, Luli was shocked. This jade pillow turned out to have the function of dreaming. Just lie down and close your eyes. Not only can you fall asleep quickly, but you can also automatically customize your dreams at night. Era, scene, identity, plot, all can be changed according to your wishes. There is also a storage function next to it, so that you can recall it at any time. The thing is an ancient artifact, but the core is full of technology. Luli didn't know whether it was because the monster had such advanced technology, or because it was captured by the system, and the system programmed its ability, and then transformed it into the current way that was convenient for her to use. The jade pillow is not bound to the user. That is, the user can use it by lying on it. It seems to be a good thing. It must be very effective in treating insomniacs, or patients, who are haunted by nightmares all day long. Luli thought that she would find a chance to discuss it with Agla when she has time. This thing is useless to her. But if it is used for treatment in the hospital, it will definitely benefit mankind. Luli put it back. He lay on the bed and prepared to take a nap. Suddenly, the phone alert rang. The manufacturing plant has been developed. The reminder sound of the research institute sounded. Luli was stunned for a long time. Since the development of the last nightmare gravel collector was completed, the next project has become the progress development standard. Before she went to the research institute, the development of the manufacturing plant had been stagnant and the progress was stuck for a long time. Now that the development has been successful all of a sudden, Luli is very surprised. There is something incredible in this surprise. Could it be that her experiment was successful? In that dream, it was the arrival of the monster Fico that made the progress of the manufacturing plant completed instantly. At the same time, the detailed data and design parameters of the manufacturing plant were all transferred to her mobile phone. She used a printer to compile those things into a book and handed it to Susan. She also told her to remember these things well. Susan nodded at the time. But I don't know how much she listened to. But from the current situation, Susan really remembered it. Similarly, there is the next R&D project. The Botanical Research Institute. You know, this is confidential information that Luli spent a lot of effort to get. Its thickness is almost 5 times that of the factory. Before the wedding, she handed the information to Susan. Although Susan's eyes were as big as copper bells at that time, at least she did not show an expression of aversion to learning, which is the inherent talent of academic masters. Inferring from Susan's identity as a researcher, Luli believes that she must have been a good student back then. Susan did not even attend Luli's wedding. She sat down and started to look through the information with a focused look. Thinking of the scene in the dream, Luli was full of hope for the future. If it is as expected, the Botanical Research Institute should be unlocked soon. Looking at the increasingly prosperous city, Luli is full of confidence every day. Today is the day when the TV station is completed, and it is located in an area in the city center, facing the buildings that rise from the ground overnight. The citizens are no longer surprised. It is no longer a secret that the mayor has supernatural powers. If the process of urban construction does not disturb the people, it is absolutely beneficial to the people, and they have no need to oppose it. However, since the new citizens did not know the mayor and had never seen her, the rumors about her image became more and more outrageous. She never clarified it. Because one day, she would need to stand in front of all the citizens and make a public speech. By then, the rumors about whether she was a dragon or a King Kong would be broken. Now, it is too early. Xiaoran handed the new city plan to Lu Li. Lu Li opened the plan, looked at it carefully, and unconsciously exclaimed in understanding. Although she is not a professional, she has been planning for so long and has some understanding of some places. At a glance, you can see where the unreasonable places are now. The planning map can improve these things very well. The plan is an electronic version, and there are a lot of databases attached to it. This planning map also comes with a voice guide. Lu Li always feels that this mechanical sound is surprisingly familiar, but she just can't remember it. Or maybe all the mechanical sounds are in the same tune, which makes her feel weird. Once the plan is done, it can be implemented. Lu Li was very satisfied with Xiaoran's plan. The two of them were still meeting together late at night, and the curtains were still drawn, which would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. But Lu Li seemed to feel that the room was rather stuffy. So he walked to the window, drew the curtains, and opened the window. A bright mercury lamp came into view. The light emitted a dazzling white light, and even the moon in the sky was not as bright as it. Lu Li stood by the window and looked for a long time. Xiaoran also came over. Lu Li really had a special feeling for this lamp. I've heard the story of this mercury lamp. He tried to get close to Lu Li. When the city was first built, it brought light to the citizens in the dark night. After spending these days together, the two of them got to know each other and developed some feelings. If he tried harder, maybe Lu Li would accept him. Looking at his eyebrows and eyes that were very similar to Feike's, Lu Li couldn't help but feel dazed. With him by his side, it was as if Feike hadn't left yet. A sunny and cheerful version of Feike. Actually, it's pretty good. But, didn't this light go out a long time ago? Lu Li crossed his arms. The wind blowing in from the window stopped for a moment. And Lu Li's hair also froze in the air for a short time, and then fell from behind his ears. Xiaoran's eyes flickered slightly, and then a smile appeared again. I specially asked someone to fix it. I know you like it very much. As a municipal worker, it is completely reasonable to repair the broken lights on the road in a timely manner. After hearing this, Lu Li's eyes dimmed, and his voice gradually became low. It seemed that he was waiting for him to say this. Lu Li turned to look at him. Fire tower? How did you build it? Xiaoran's smile froze on his face. Fire tower? Even without words, an emotion called shock had already poured out from his expression. Lu Li smiled innocently. This is the fire tower. In order not to affect the city appearance and municipal administration, she would replace some of the fire towers with the skin of mercury lamps. From the outside, it looks just like a mercury lamp. This is to reduce the anxiety of the citizens. But the fire tower cannot emit the dazzling white light of a mercury lamp. But emitting red light is not appropriate either. So, Lu Li simply turned them off. She is the only one who knows about this. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Half of Xiaoran's face was shrouded in shadow. Only the corners of his chin were clearly visible. He couldn't say a word to defend himself. Since he didn't say anything, he would say it himself. Lu Li, I'm still dreaming. Right? Waking up from one dream. She entered another dream. The chain of dreams within dreams made her go around in circles. It was like a pyramid, stacked up layer by layer. The previous layer was where Feiku was in Good Tan City. And the layer she was in now was Good Tan City that was synchronized with the real world. Will there be a next layer? She didn't know. But now that she was exposed, it was like a showdown. She completely annoyed the man next to her. Did you find out? How is it possible? How could you possibly find out? Xiaoran's voice was frantic. This was a perfect dream. A perfect Good Tan City. The most solid dream. Without any flaws. Lu Li could not possibly find anything unusual. At the same time, his face also changed, and he could no longer maintain the appearance of someone else. Fire tower. He frantically mobilized the world memory to search. Billions of information gathered in his mind. When did it change to the fire tower? Did he miss something? Impossible. The dark pupils turned into an electronic screen. With a burst of garbled numbers. He was not a human at all. Lu Li's voice had a calmness that could drive people crazy. I didn't notice. Xiaoran, The numbers stopped flowing. And he seemed to have crashed. Lu Li shook his head. Then smiled. I was lying to you. Of course, there was no fiery tower. In the last dream, she did have such an idea, but she hadn't put it into practice yet, so he naturally didn't know. I was just talking nonsense now. But I didn't expect that he would find an excuse to cover up this lie. He is the builder of the dream, and everything in it changes with his mind. This is a space that is completely copied 1:1 from the real Guten City. It is a world where if the space disappears, everything in it will be destroyed, just like what she experienced before. At this point, Xia Ran's mind completely collapsed. There was a loud bang. Chi was torn open with a big hole. Luli looked at the dawn indifferently. Is it going to end? Xia Ran's voice was faint. Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this? The surrounding scene finally changed. The underlying world constructed by numbers. The digital flow gradually disintegrated. Dream virtual space. This world is going to disappear. This is the last dream. And the first one. The cornerstone of all worlds. Xia Ran's legs turned into flowing digital floating lights. From the moment you entered, you were virtualized. If this world disappears, you will disappear too. The digital wave gradually moved upwards and spread to his waist. Then let everything end. Everything was dissolving. But Luli stood there. It didn't affect her at all. Xia Ran couldn't believe what he saw. He finally reacted and screamed at the moment when the digital wave engulfed his throat. You are not Luli. Chapter 109. You are not Luli. Xia Ran could not understand that when she was drawing the most basic dream of Guten City, she completely restored the information of the real Guten City 1:1. Everyone who entered the dream was digitally virtualized. Even Luli, who had the system, was no exception. When the virtual space disappeared, she should disappear with him. Why can she stay out of it? Unless she is not Luli. The digital wave corroded half of his chin. Even if he could no longer speak and was about to disappear completely from this world, he would fight to the death to know the answer. Seeing it like this, Luli felt a little sorry for it. Perhaps it was his eyes, and the same nose as Feiku. It made him feel a little sad. The second time he saw Feiku die in front of him, he would be lying if he said he was not sad at all. Luli said, Of course I am Luli. But I am also Xiao Kui. She laughed. She also has a vest. And no one knows about it. Xia Ran only put Luli into the system. As long as Luli switched to Xiao Kui's identity, she would be a person who was free from this world. The will of the Dream Master collapsed. And the world began to collapse. The virtual space was unable to support and gradually disappeared. It was even more impossible to include Xiao Kui in this world. She was naturally saved. So that's how it is. This is the so-called truth. Xia Ran's face twisted into a ball, like crying and laughing. He was unwilling to accept that he had failed in this matter. Vest identity. Ha! Luli has a vest. Who doesn't have a vest in this world? Goodbye. Luli watched the digital wave engulf Xia Ran's nose bit by bit. Oh no. Maybe I should change my name now. William. When the monster in front of her completely disappeared, the world turned pitch black. It was like being in outer space. There were only dots of digital light, like stars twinkling. Luli felt a sense of weightlessness. Suddenly, her body shook violently. Boom! Her head hit a hard object. Looking closely, it was her desk. She just dozed off. She looked up in confusion. 2 immature pigtails on her chest. She really came back. As Shikue. Luli looked around. She was in the office of the city hall. Her head was dizzy. She sat in her seat and thought carefully for a long time before she figured out the whole story. It turned out that her dream entry point was much earlier than she thought before. When she went to the institute with Agula, she was already in the dream. When was the real dream entry point? Luli looked at the sketchbook on the desk. The word Susan was written crookedly on the cover of the book. The moment she opened Susan's sketchbook, boom, boom, Luli's heart was beating violently. To verify the authenticity of this matter, she only needed to open the album again to compare the contents. But she didn't dare to open the album at all. As if it was cursed. Dreams have become the most terrifying thing in the world. Just as Luli was staring at Susan's sketchbook in a daze, the system suddenly roared. You are finally awake. Luli, do you know that I was dragged into a dream within a dream? Of course. I'm reminding you like crazy. Did you receive it? Reminder? Luli thought of the strange things she saw in those dreams. Do you mean the world turned into pieces, and those steel robots? Yes. You can't hear my voice. But fortunately your consciousness is connected to me. I can only try my best to wake you up in this way. No wonder she saw those. It turns out that the system has been trying to save her. Although it scared her at the time, it also became an indispensable key factor for her to wake up. Its power is too strong. Have you noticed that my ability has been greatly limited since it appeared? As if it had been oppressed for a long time. The system was unusually talkative today. And there was a kind of joy of winning a battle and returning triumphantly. Yes, you often fail. Just like an old machine. Luli thought of several times when the system failed at critical moments. But she has long been accustomed to such a system that fails. It is better to rely on yourself than on anything else. I won't do that in the future, maybe, because its power is now ours. Luli, is it really dead? I can't die anymore. Please check your rewards. The following is a long list of rewards. Which dazzled Luli. Usually, cities are upgraded at 6 o'clock in the morning. But now everything she saw proved that it was actually a timed operation of the system. In fact, it could show it to Luli whenever it wanted. City level LV9 upgraded to LV11, directly upgraded by 2 levels. Unlock buildings, Tang-style snack bar, Indian flying cake shop, pinball arcade. All of them were irrelevant. Wait! Luli interrupted its scrolling screen. Where are my TV station? Signal tower. Super high-rise office building and sports center. The buildings given by this upgrade are different from what she saw in the Dreamland Pigeon Town. That was a lie from the nightmare. The super high-rise office building is a long way off. But for the TV station, you can find someone from the Architectural Institute to build it yourself. It's not a difficult building, Luli. After all, this boomerang hit me on the head? For the sake of realism. And to make herself believe. She really returned to the real Gitten City. That nightmare monster deliberately forged the system upgrade interface, and gave her a lot of awesome buildings for her to build. He also copied a jade pillow that looked like his original body, and gave it to her to play with. Fortunately, she didn't sleep on it. Otherwise, who knows if she would be dragged into another dream, and couldn't get out. If that dream happened to be a dream that suited her taste. She really wasn't sure if she could resist the temptation. After all, people can refuse beautiful dreams once or twice. But they can't resist the human nature engraved in their genes. There were a lot of buildings. But they were not tasty. Nothing special. Luli was quite disappointed. Ahem. The system cleared its throat, and asked her to cheer up. Obtain props. Transformation mask. Luli was absent-minded. The transformation in metamorphosis? Click. The system directly used a command to shake out the props that had been stored in the warehouse. Luli's first reaction. What a big mask. But when she picked it up, she felt that its texture was more like rubber. Anyway, it was weird and a little abnormal. The system told her how to use it. Luli tried it casually. After turning on the camera of her mobile phone, she was stunned. She turned into Carl. Red and blue eyes. Muscles on her arms. And, just thinking about it, Luli's face flushed. It really doesn't have to be so realistic. The system said that the primary transformation technique can only be transformed by watching photos. After all, watching real people transform is too arrogant. Luli happened to have a photo of herself and Carl in her mobile phone. So she simply transformed by watching Carl's appearance. The method to cancel the transformation is also very simple. Just take off the mask. Only she knows where the mask is. This prop is condensed according to the power of nightmare. Thinking of his face that looks almost exactly like Fei Ke, Luli finally figured out many things. She had long suspected that William had been hiding in Gitten City. And when the matter of Yuzhen surfaced, her suspicion deepened. Because the only person related to Yuzhen was William. But he disappeared from everyone's memory. At the same time, he should also have the ability to invade memories. Because he can travel through dreams at will. However, it was not until the end that Luli knew that Xia Ran was William. She did not expect that he had been staying by her side openly. And the most dangerous place was also the safest place. She should have thought of it the night she signed the contract and invited him to eat beef noodles. Whose good man is not satisfied with 5 bowls of noodles at a meal? Now, after obtaining the transformation mask, she has confirmed her guess that William can transform into anyone at will. The purpose of his doing this is to let himself sink into the dream. And then take over Gitten City for her? Could it be that he really wants to be the mayor? Luli may never know the answer to this question. Obtain props. Dream Core. The system continues to explode equipment. What is this? Dream Tree Seeds? Luli, what's the difference between saying this and not saying it? You will know when it grows, is it because you don't know what it is used for? Luli asked casually. Correct. Luli, She put the seeds back into the warehouse and planted them when she could. But she accidentally saw a strange icon on the main interface. It looked like a cotton cloud. Achieve a new territory. Dreamland Pigeon City new territory? The same space as the underground Pigeon City? Luli, didn't that world disappear? Yes. I did everything. I Control-C it. Luli clicked the cloud icon. A line of words popped up on it. Do you want to return to the Dreamland Gutan City? The left one is yes. The right one is no. The method of use is the same as the underground Gutan City. Now she has 2 secret spaces. And only she knows about them. However, their utilization rate is currently 0. Luli, what else? Shake it again to see if you can shake out any good stuff. Sure enough. System diarrhea. Love Value LV10 product column is open. New products are on the shelves. Luli clicked on the Love Value store that he had not visited for a long time. Because the store had not been open for a long time. The door was closed. It was covered with spider webs. Luli wanted to go in and see the new products mentioned by the system. Just after one click, dense small words appeared on it. Due to your long absence, the Idazi store is closed down. The previous owner ran away with his sister-in-law. In order to get back the hard-earned money for the workers, I resolutely stood firm and became the only light. Now you only need 998 star coins to wish me a full-blood resurrection. Please press 1 to agree. And turn off the phone to refuse. These words appear for a while, and then disappear. Then, the screen was full of big balloons with one written on them. Let the cats on the roadside step on them. And they can hit 7 or 8 of them. The system recycles gold coins? Luli couldn't think of any other answer except this. But his money is with the system. If it has other ideas, he can just take it himself. Why use this method? Luli randomly pressed 1. As soon as he pressed it, the system prompt sounded. Star coins minus 998. The system received the protection fee. And the store opened naturally. Good man. You will definitely be rewarded. Then, there was an opening animation. The store entrance was filled with flower baskets and various salutes, creating a lively scene. Luli watched this short animation before entering the familiar interface. It was no different from the previous one. Only the product column with the LV10 number at the bottom was opened. Luli took a look at the products on the shelves. He rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Building construction time reduction 50% card X1 C-level props. The refresh times were also used up. And there was nothing useful to see. Then look at the accumulated favor points. Wow! In such a short time, there are more than 700 points? The props are priced so cheaply. I can't spend them all. I can't spend them all. Luli turned it off. At this moment, the system pulled again. And this time it was more valuable. Faith Point store opened. Hearing these 3 words, Luli's eyes lit up instantly. What she had been looking forward to from the beginning to now was finally unlocked for her. She clicked in excitedly. She was stopped outside by an animation again. Withered. The store has not yet opened. And a ribbon cutting is needed. Would you like to cut the ribbon? One cut consumes 1998 star coins. Luli, ? She narrowed her eyes. Yu Qin Shi Huang? Waiting to be resurrected. Right. 998, and then 1998? I want to supplement my brain recently. Luli, Completely reasonable request. It's time to upgrade the hardware. But where is the host of the system? Never mind. Click. Luli decisively chose to cut the ribbon. The special effects animation is exaggerated. And after the ribbon cutting, the screen is full of ribbons, which is very lively. The Faith Value store is open today. What a wonderful cyber opening. Luli found out that he was fooled after entering. The interface is similar to the Love Value store, but the background color is changed. The Love Value store is a red satin background, and the Faith Value store is sky blue. Similarly, the level product column also appears below. The first one is LV10. The product has no refresh button, which means that the store currently only has this one product. Energy extractor price, 100 points of faith. It sounds awesome. No wonder it's so expensive. But Luli's upper right corner shows that she only has 78 points of faith. She still needs 22 points to buy this so-called energy extractor. Like the products in the Love Value store, there is no introduction before buying, and no after-sales service after buying. So it's basically a one-time deal. You can only buy this thing When you have enough faith, you have to find more people to improve your impression. Luli was about to close the store interface. Suddenly, she said, "Is there no promotion in the store?" "Yes, but it is only discounted during holidays. Today is not a holiday." Luli showed a mysterious smile. The system saw it through shared vision. "Luli, today is the great day of recovery." "Resurgence Day?" The system was confused. "Does Shanghai have this holiday?" "Yes," Luli said. "I just stipulated that this is a city holiday in our Gitten city. Everyone will have a half-day holiday." This sentence almost crashed the system. But it couldn't go back on what it said. Otherwise it would violate the underlying logic and cause the program to crash. New message alert. A red dot appeared in the envelope icon of Luli's mayor's phone. All people are celebrating. The store is on sale on the recovery day. Go check it out. Is this a compromise? Luli reopened the Faith Value store. The red discount mark on it made her laugh. Ha! 20% off. 100 by 80%. 80 points are still needed. And she only has 78 points. She's good at calculating. But it doesn't matter. The store's discount will last until 23:59 tonight. Before that, catch 2 people and make them reach 80 points of favorability to get 2 new faith points. Then, won't the power extraction machine be available immediately? Thinking of this, Luli opened the household registration book of Gitten City and found the citizens whose favorability was about to reach 80 points. Ready to have a good chat with them and communicate their feelings. To increase their favorability towards the mayor. My trip was not in vain. When passing by the museum, Luli stopped for some reason. Not long after the museum reopened. The curator she chose was carefully selected by Mr. Dan. Although Xia Ran interviewed Luli after he selected her. Given his special identity, even she, who had the system, was kept in the dark. How could she blame Mr. Dan for not being able to distinguish between humans and polluted monsters? When Luli entered, it was dinner time, and there were not many people in the museum. #Ancient Exhibition Hall. The platform for displaying the jade pillow is still in its original position. It lies there quietly, watching the years pass by and the time changes. But Luli knows that there is no soul in it. From now on, it is just an ordinary antique exhibit. Thinking of the dream at the top of his mind, the envoy presented a piece of beautiful jade to the king, and the king ordered the craftsman to carve it into a jade pillow. Is this its true origin? Luli turned and left. The light of the exhibition stand shone on the jade pillow. It was emerald green all over, with a moving watercolor, and no impurities on the surface. Like a deep blue pool. #Capital Star Central City. The Imperial Headquarters. Top secret meeting room. Fully armed special forces stood guard at the door to ensure the safety of the people in the meeting room. The top people of the entire Shanghai power pyramid gathered here. And today, they must make a conclusion to the matter that they have been worried about for many days. The gray fog problem in the Shanghai planet has reached a serious level that cannot be ignored. It can be clearly seen from the most advanced galaxy cloud map that about 40% of the planets in Shanghai are covered in gray fog. This is an extremely scary number, because if it continues at this rate, in 2 years, half of the territory of Shanghai will fall and become a breeding ground for monsters and alien species. But this is only a conservative estimate, because according to the standards given by the Imperial Research Institute before, only when the gray fog area on a planet exceeds 70% and reaches the standard of being unsuitable for star residents to live, will this planet be counted as a planet that has been polluted by gray fog, thus adding to the total area. However, as time goes by, the gray fog problem has not been solved, and the alien species in the gray fog have continued to multiply and thrive, turning the abandoned planets into huge breeding grounds. These alien species continue to invade the natural ecology, and continue to come into contact with new organisms, evolving and mutating. Over the years, the types of pollution and mutant forms that have appeared have increased at an explosive rate. Pessimists say that the star sea is destined to be destroyed. At that time, the purity of human genes will no longer exist. Those humans who cannot combine with alien species will eventually perish. This is the sadness of mankind. Some people also suggested that instead of being assimilated at that time, it is better to try to integrate with it now, so that when that day really comes, everyone will not be caught off guard. Of course, this is only the opinion of a small number of people. As soon as such opinions appeared, the cabinet curbed them and issued a task to the mass media to refute the rumors. The leaders of Shanghai will never allow such a thing to happen. Ensuring the independence of mankind has always been their firm belief. The alien gray fog is an invader, and they will definitely defend the human homeland to the death and drive these invaders out completely. However, it is one set of rhetoric for the public, and another for them to actually implement it. It is not that they have not been conducting experiments on humans actively combining with alien species. In fact, this is something that the Empire has been doing in secret. But they choose mild alien species that are under control. Even if they get out of control in the human body, they will not cause much harm. This work is equivalent to drug testing, but the risk is much higher. Generally, the experimenters are recruited from remote small planets to the Imperial Star. For people on remote small planets, it is simply another reincarnation of life. However, the experimental standards have very high requirements for people, and they must not have been contaminated by gray fog and must be healthy. This is difficult to achieve because gray fog exists on most remote small planets. Later, the person in charge of this project came up with a new way, which is to look for people who are obedient, well-trained, and extremely enthusiastic about the Empire. The experiment was secretly restarted for many years, and finally exposed to the sun. The person in charge was to blame. But because he really achieved remarkable experimental results, there were people in the Empire who tried their best to protect him. Therefore, this is why he did not reach the level of attending the meeting. But he appeared in this meeting where only those at the top of power could be present. This scene is very similar to the past. The experiment of combining different human bodies is just a small project in this meeting, under the premise of the confrontation between the leaders and the military. It seems insignificant. The main battlefield of today's firepower is focused on the concept of how to curb the further spread of gray fog. There is already a solution that seems to be a solution. But once this idea is put on the stage, the two sides immediately quarreled. Radicals, bombing the planet with gray fog can kill the gray fog. They believe that the refugees who fled from the fog-polluted stars to other stars are no different from rats running around with the virus on their bodies. They must kill it all at the source. They were too kind before. When the pimple sprouted, it was only a small piece. If they didn't deal with it immediately, they would have to endure the pain for a while. When it broke out, the whole leg would have to be amputated, and no one would survive. Now they are doing this. It's too late. But if they don't do this, one day, the end will come. Will those stubborn women's kindness still have the chance to breathe the sweet air of the central city? The radicals are in a state of mental frenzy. Their eyes are red, and their mouths are like the explosive devices in their hands. If they were not searched before entering, they might have to solve these stumbling blocks that prevented them from implementing their plans. The key point is that they are not just talking. They even drew a large area on the Star Sea map and did a special cost accounting to prove the feasibility of their plan. According to the current reserves of the Shanghai National Treasury, it is completely affordable. The leader took a look at the string of numbers and almost fainted. The people on the radical side were louder and better at grabbing the right to speak. They said a lot of whining and scum. The conservatives couldn't stand it anymore and didn't care about their image. They stood on the chair and started to spray. If we blow up every star we find, won't Shanghai explode every day? And will the explosion only blow up the gray fog stars? Most of the navigation orbits between planets have been laid. Bombing stars will blow up all the expensive routes and orbits. All these investments will be wasted. Who will pay for these investments? Killing 100 enemies and losing 10,000 of your own. You soldiers, if you haven't read books, go back to elementary school math and talk about it. You are really ruining the country. Ruining the family? They are very good at grasping the key points. When they hear these two words, the radicals are not happy. Who is ruining the country? Every time you spend money, do you see the money coming back? Have you raised the tax revenue by supporting the economy of those garbage planets? Can it be compared to the fraction of a county on the capital planet? The more he talked, the angrier he got. When it comes to spending money, who can compare with those old stubborn conservatives? Every day they are either building this planet or throwing money at that planet. But they only hear the sound of money falling into the water. But they don't get a penny back. They get all the good reputation. But the real money earners are branded as shameless robbers. If it weren't for their expeditionary force at the edge of the star field, the war in the neighboring galaxy would have come long ago. And there would be no need for the gray fog to invade. The Star Sea would have become someone else's territory long ago. Now they can not only stabilize the border line, but also take action such as entering some small galaxies without permission, and taking away all property without approval. which has brought countless rich income to the Star Sea. They are the ones who contribute the most to the Star Sea. They are the ones who truly consider the future development of the Star Sea. The two sides each insisted on their own opinions, and neither side would give in. However, both sides had their own reasons and contributions to the Star Sea, so it was inappropriate to help either side. The head of the empire had lived for most of his life, and he was very cunning, with 7 or 8 twists and turns in his heart. He didn't want to wade into the muddy water, so he was ready to kick the ball out and let others face the anger of the two sides, in a gentle and humble way that would not make it so obvious that he was kicking the ball. Regarding the matter of bombing the star, the technology was provided by the Imperial Research Institute, so whether it should be used, whether it would be effective, and whether the gray fog could disappear, I think the opinion of the Dean is crucial. The head of the empire started the conversation, and then looked at the man sitting next to him. The man leaned back in his chair, his eyes downcast, looking unfathomable. After the conversation, the head gently kicked the ball over. Dean Arthur, what do you think? It was different after all. Even though Steve was qualified to attend the meeting, his seat was at the end of the long table, with nearly 100 old men between him and Arthur. Sitting so far away, it was difficult to see anything. Hearing Arthur's name, of course he stretched his neck and looked over there. The head of the empire, who holds the core of the empire's power, spoke, and the radicals and conservatives shut up. But they were all very nervous, wondering whose side Arthur would stand on. Arthur is a very important figure here. Unique. Looking at the entire Star Sea, there is no one who can replace him, and his opinion is crucial. Hundreds of eyes looked over, waiting for Arthur's answer. A minute passed. The smile on the face of the head of the empire froze. There should be a limit to your big shot. What's wrong with ignoring me? The assistant to the dean was still quick to react. Not really. After all, he made these dignitaries wait for 60 seconds. He stepped forward and patted Arthur on the shoulder. He lowered his voice to remind him. Dean! No response. So he used more force and shook him. Arthur opened his eyes dazedly. He fell asleep. Everyone, it's understandable to doze off in a meeting. But how can you fall asleep in such a loud noise? He saw a room full of people looking at him, as if they were waiting for him to express his opinion. The muscles on the face of the head of the empire twitched unconsciously for a few times. He was really embarrassed. But if he said it again, it would be even more embarrassing. So, before he could lose face, the assistant kindly repeated it in Arthur's ear. After hearing it, Arthur did not immediately deny the radicals' point of view. This made the radicals very excited, and they quickly presented their star-blasting plan. It seemed that as long as Arthur nodded, they could fire at those stars in the next second. Arthur casually flipped through the plan, and when he saw the familiar star on the map, his heart moved. Emerald Star? Also in the range of the crazy radicals' attack? The result is predictable. The meeting lasted for a day and a night, and finally ended. On the way out of the Imperial headquarters, when the crowd had gone far away, 2 figures were sneaking around. In front of outsiders, they were political enemies, but in private, they were very close. They got into the same low-key luxury car. Just now, when the bosses of their own faction were blasting, they also raised their fists to show their support. Life forces everyone to become an actor. A conservative, TSK. The plan failed. Right? Next time you want to cheat military funds, please find a more advanced way. A radical, he said not to bomb. Then not to bomb? Who does he think he is? A conservative, the first person in the history of Shanghai. Who do you think he is? A radical, come on. Don't think I don't know. Die. Cover your mouth. The two hugged each other. You are so bad. I am saving you. Little fool. Kiss. 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 Kiss again. Hashtag Forest Villa welcome home. Master. A sweet female voice of the system sounded. Who changed the system sound for him? Is the killer crazy because of poisoning? Arthur entered the door, and his unhappiness was revealed, and his handsome eyebrows frowned. He met a person who should not be here in his own home. Hello. Dean. The woman who looked exactly like Deriz. Her name was also subtle. Debbie. She wore a skirt that showed off her graceful figure, and had delicate makeup on, looking bright and attractive. However, compared to the first time he saw her, Arthur was no longer moved. Arthur, who brought her here? The killer immediately retrieved the information of that person. the gardener of this house. Fired. Debbie had been here for less than 10 minutes before she was asked to leave. She has her own residence in the central city, which was arranged by Renault, who brought her here. Strangely enough, Arthur only met her once and never wanted to see her again. Renault couldn't figure out what Arthur was thinking. Debbie, however, got to know who she met that day from outsiders, and even found out that she looked exactly like his white moonlight. So, no matter what, she had to try to see if there was any way to make this man fall in love with her. But what she didn't expect was that he didn't even look at her, and fired the person who helped her. She was forcibly driven out of the forest, and there was no place to take a taxi. It was purely self-defeating. She walked on the road in high heels. Fortunately, the security in the central city was good, and she didn't meet any bad people. After walking for half an hour, she finally saw a flying taxi, and Debbie could take a break. She didn't know why Arthur was indifferent to her. Obviously. But people usually don't look for reasons in themselves. They only look for the faults of others. Could it be that Arthur is not good enough? Wow. He is so handsome. But he is not good enough? That is the only reason. Debbie was sure. She maliciously speculated about things she didn't know. But there were many more things she didn't know. Because of the intrusion of outsiders, Arthur felt uncomfortable in this house he loved the most. The whole house cleaning program is starting. Arthur sat in the car, and the irritability in his heart surged up. Meetings are annoying. And when you get home, you encounter this kind of thing. People with mysophobia can't stand it. He drove to the city center at the highest speed. Central City Center Mingtan Residence. A large flat in the rich area. A technological residence. The entire building number 5 is his. Although he has come here so many times, it is not his turn in 10 years. But he just wanted to come here today for no reason. He chose the 15th floor, where there is only one household on each floor, and the duplex has a high roof of 500 square meters. Welcome home, Master. The default system male voice of the killer standard. Arthur lay on the sofa. The irritability gradually faded away, replaced by another strong emotion. Arthur's mind suddenly flashed back to the experience of living in such a house last time. It was like a small hole was torn open, and memories poured out from the small hole like a tide, bursting the dam. The surging emotion suddenly gave him an adventurous idea. I really want to go back there to take a look. The idea only existed for a second, and he quickly dismissed it. No, he is already dead. On the morning when he came out of the underground pigeon town, he left her world in a perfect, trouble-free, and memorable way. A classic death escape. Arthur opened a can of fruit wine. He took 2 sips before he felt something was wrong. This was her favorite brand. He felt even more wrong. Questions popped up one by one like mushrooms in the woods after rain, constantly bothering and tangling his nerves. Is Luli okay with her? Does she think of him occasionally? Does she meet new people? How will she mention him to those people? Arthur couldn't calm down at all. He wanted to know the answers to these questions. Like crazy. Chapter 110. Time flies, and the long rainy season in Gitten City is past. Summer is coming, and the trees planted by Luli in spring are growing wildly in summer, with lush vegetation and flourishing flowers. The air is fresh. The city is well equipped, and the citizens pay attention to their appearance and manners. Anyone who comes here will sigh that it is a beautiful city suitable for living. The city wall line has been pushed outward for a large area, and there is no need for major construction. Luli only needs to move his fingers on the mobile phone. There is endless gray fog outside the city wall. The gray fog is still some distance away from the city wall, although it still takes root on this star. It is in a more declining state than a few months ago. As long as you are in the city, you can no longer see any trace of gray fog. It will give people an illusion after a long time. Is their star never polluted by gray fog? Unless you look down at Phaea's star from the universe through the airport, you can find a gray shadow in the vicinity of the largest city on this planet. The gray shadows seem to be solidified, with no signs of expansion. The person in charge of the final inspection came to Gitten City by special plane. The various indicators of Gitten City shocked them. Compared with the time when it was first applied, its safety index and charm index have all been greatly improved. Although I don't know how the owner of this city built it, it must be said that it is fully qualified to compete for the award. Not long after the people from the central city government returned, good news soon came. Mayor, we've been elected. That day, Luli was looking into the distance on the city wall, comparing the images sent back by the drone. and choosing the next target. The commissioner in charge of the city selection drove a small car from the city hall. Luli pressed the transparent helicopter elevator and got off the tall city wall. The commissioner turned on the optical computer and showed Luli the award. Best Improvement Award? Luli read these 5 words. I suddenly felt like I had won the consolation prize in the lottery. The full feeling of being perfunctory and disappointed came over me. This is an award for progress. I didn't expect the commissioner to not understand Luli's point and thought she was being modest. After all, the award for progress here has a completely different meaning from that of Blue Star. Now our city can be considered proud. The commissioner's eyes were full of tears. He had experienced the fall of his hometown and was displaced. He didn't expect that the dream that had never been realized would become a reality in a foreign country. How could it not be considered a kind of perfection in life? The Progress Award is the second largest award after the top 10 city selection. With only 5 places available each year. Only cities that have developed particularly well in a short period of time had the opportunity to be on the list. This is not only closely related to the city's leaders, but also proves that the city has huge potential and is the best investment target in the eyes of multi-star companies. Once they come to the city to invest, the benefits they generate, the economy they drive, and the talents they attract are limitless. It is absolutely a good move for the city. The award ceremony will be held at 6 p.m. on Saturday at the beginning of next month. The location is Shanghai Congress, the central city of the capital star. As the mayor of the winning city, Luli got a relatively front seat. Going to another planet? Luli was a little nervous. She had been here for so long, but she had never left Gidden City. So, she simply chose the commissioner, who was fully responsible for the city selection application, to go with her. Commissioner Page was so happy when he heard Luli's decision that he thanked him repeatedly. Now there is more than a week before the award ceremony. He goes to the gym every day after get off work to exercise a good and energetic image. You know, the people who went to the award ceremony were all bigwigs in Shanghai's political circles. He, a commissioner, could go because the mayor looked up to him. He absolutely couldn't embarrass the mayor. But Luli didn't have much interest in the award ceremony. He just made some simple preparations according to the requirements of the party, and then put it behind him. #Luli's room in the city hall. There was a small stationery on the wooden desk. It looked a bit like an automatic pencil sharpener. It looked like a small red house. The left side could be pulled out to put in a slender cylindrical object, and there was a hand crank on the right side. Luli took out a thick birthday candle from the drawer and used the pointed part to scratch the rubber mask a few times. When the tip of the candle glowed, it was effective. Then, put the candle into the pencil machine and shook the handle. Wait until the candle was completely swallowed by the machine. Pull open the small drawer where the wax scraps were stored, and a card suddenly appeared. It was as if it had just solidified and was warm to the touch. Luli took out the card. The card was soft in texture and simple in interface. There is a mask-shaped pattern in the middle, and there are words next to it. Transformation card effect duration, 3 hours. This is the legendary power extraction machine. You could also say it is a card-making machine. Special candles are needed to make special power cards. After Luli bought the power extraction machine from the Faith Value Store, the package came with 10 card-making candles. When the 10 candles are used up, you can continue to buy from the Faith Value Store. This kind of supporting parts is not in a fixed commodity column. After the first item is sold, the Faith Value Store will open a new column for these replacements. However, it will be refreshed when the next item arrives. That is, at the beginning of next month. The same time as Luli left the central city. Luli had made a transformation card before. The effect of the card produced by the power extraction mechanism will only be weakened compared to the original power, and will not exceed the power range of the power itself. For example, to use the transformation mask, the user needs to look at the photo of the person they want to transform into to transform. Then, the condensed transformation card also needs to be superimposed on the photo, including the user's finger contact. All 3 are indispensable. Moreover, the duration of its effect is not like that of the transformation mask, which lasts forever as long as it is not removed. It only lasts for 3 hours. Let me give you a simple analogy. The transformation mask is a prop condensed by the system after capturing the nightmare's superpowers. The transformation card is a prop made by the superpower extraction machine based on the superpowers of the transformation mask. The superpowers are diluted again and again, and finally such an effect is achieved. The sampling candle will take effect on the props. Whether it can be extracted directly from people. Luli has also done relevant experiments. There are not many people with superpowers in the city. And most people's superpowers are not very useful. Except for a few citizens with superpowers as specially marked by the system. Luli decided not to try the others. Hashtag Security Bureau. Poke. Carl, touch me. Luli, there was a caterpillar on your back just now. And I caught it. Carl, damn. Where? Hashtag Seafood Trade Market. Poke. Hathaway, question mark. Tax inspection? Luli, I want to buy some mantis shrimp. Can you help me pick it? Hathaway, of course. Scared me to death. Hand crank card machine. Tap. Tap. 2 hot new cards. Swallow card. There is a black hole icon in the middle. Text, eat them. How to use this? Luli thought for a long time. It seems that he has never seen Carl use this ability. Should I just stick it on the thing to be swallowed? Since candles are precious. Luli can't use such a card just for the experiment. And he wasted a transformation card before. We talk about it later. Luli put the card into his handbag and kept it carefully. The second card. Tsunami card. Just touching this card made Luli feel extremely cold. It was as if he was at the bottom of the deep sea. The fear that was controlled by Hathaway's supernatural power came back. It is worth mentioning that this is actually a dynamic card. The front is an endless dark sea. And 3 seconds later, a tsunami swept in. If you listen carefully, you can also hear the sound of the raging waves hitting the rocks. The usage of this card is quite obvious. You need to throw it into a place with water. And then a flood will occur immediately. In addition to using it for attack. Luli also thought of an extremely applicable scenario. If you put a card in a dry and rainless place, can you save a planet? So, Luli also put this card in her handbag. Now she has 3 ability cards. In addition to the transformation card that she tried once before. There are still 6 candles left to extract. Luli thought about it, and put them into her handbag. After going through so many things, Luli knew that she could only rely on herself for everything. Capital Star was a completely unfamiliar place for her. The special ability of her mayor's mobile phone should not work there. But with these 3 cards, she should be able to have a certain self-protection ability. There will definitely be no problem. The last thing she put into her handbag was a moonlight gemstone ring as big as a pigeon egg. This was the ring that Faika gave her when he proposed to her. She had returned it to him. But on the morning when she came back from the underground pigeon city, Faika was gone. This is the last thing he left for me. Carry it with you. Just like he has always been with you. After packing her luggage, Luli lay on the bed, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Hope everything goes well. The next afternoon. Gutan City Airport. Why don't you take me? Carl was a little unhappy. Luli, some things can't be said in public. She leaned close to Carl's ear. Have you forgotten that you are a federal wanted criminal? This sentence made Carl feel like he was in another world. The first half of his life seemed so far away that it seemed like a thing from his last life. But he suddenly discovered his blind spot. How do you know? Luli pulled the corner of his mouth. I know everything. I take you there next time. After barely comforting Carl, Luli turned around and boarded the train to the central city of the capital Star with Peiji. Faika often took this train. The interstellar train passed through the flowing nebula. And the scenes that only appeared in science fiction novels flashed before Luli's eyes one by one. Ahead, there was a brand new world. Dean. 6 o'clock in the evening. The assistant respectfully placed the invitation in front of Arthur. What is it? He frowned. After opening it, he was speechless. City selection and awards? This is also related to me? Chapter 111. Thanks to the rapid development of technology, Luli arrived at the capital Star Central City in less than an hour. This was her first interstellar trip in her life. The airport she arrived at was a relatively remote one among the 50 ports in the central city. But the scale was far beyond Luli's imagination. After many upgrades, the number of airports in Gitten City has reached 3. And the area is about the same as that of the airport in a metropolis. But compared with the one in the central city, it is still a little inferior. Originally, Luli was full of ambitions. But when he saw the central city, he realized that there are always people who are better than you. Urban construction cannot be accomplished overnight, but must be done step by step. Most importantly, Luli built most of the buildings using the Way City reconstruction system. And the star coins and manpower consumed were less than 1% of the real world. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the airport in Kitten City is not as large as here. Fortunately, he did not come alone. And there was a Peggy who was born on the big star, and grew up, and lived there for many years. Although his hometown is not as big as the capital planet. It is similar to the Elephant Hunter planet, and is also a first-class planet. It later fell into decline, which was purely accidental. No one could have expected such a result. It takes less than a year for a first-class planet to erupt in gray fog pollution and spread throughout the planet. Gray fog pollution is a chronic disease that cannot be solved by the Star Sea. But the central city is an exception. There is no trace of gray fog invasion here. The whole city exudes a top-level technological atmosphere. Sitting in the flying taxi, Luli saw the towering skyscrapers and the invisible tracks in the air. They were interlaced and orderly. There were also routes and traffic lights on the ground. Luli remembered when she lived in Blue Star. Whenever she encountered a traffic jam, she wanted the car to spread its wings, fly into the air, and cross the congested road. Now her dream has come true. She is in the sky. There is currently no aerial track in Kitten City. Luli took out her mobile phone and took a few photos of the looming routes. Prepare to take it back for research. Because she is confident that in the near future, Kitten City will become as prosperous as the capital Star Center City. Luli's movements when taking pictures were not large. And she did not make any fuss or exclamation. So she would not disturb anyone. But even so, her small movements of taking pictures were still seen by the taxi driver. He saw the female passenger in formal clothes sitting in the back seat in the rearview mirror. And a disdainful sneer immediately filled his chest. Another country bumpkin. He was experienced. People who usually took photos of the sky track were from poor and backward small planets. He thought that only people who had never seen the world would take photos everywhere. Sky track? What's so good about it? Isn't it very common? Although the temperaments of these two passengers were quite good, he knew that a person's unintentional behavior would often reveal their living environment. He listened to the radio broadcasts of those big verses while driving, and thought he was very good at judging people. In addition, they already live in the central city. After living here for a long time, they have an inexplicable arrogance. They themselves don't know about this arrogance. But people who have been here can feel it. Not very good. The driver is a typical example. He is disgusted in his heart. But he still keeps politeness. Are you aliens? He said. Luli, such a strange word. But it sounds okay now. Peggy, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, took over the conversation. Yes. Oh, I knew it at first sight. The driver was very proud. He could not be wrong in judging people. These people must be from Xiaoxing. After all the hard work, they came to the big city. Everyone was dressed up like a decent person. If you come to play, don't dress so formally. Isn't it uncomfortable? The driver completely grasped the topic, as if the central city was his backyard. When you come to the central city, you must go to Seminquan. I know the staff of the scenic spot. I can give you a discount. Just as he was about to start selling, we are not here for tourism. Luli interrupted him after learning that he had been misunderstood, and handed him a card. That was the hotel address she had copied down in advance. Go here. This hotel is closest to Shanghai Congress, and it only takes 10 minutes to walk there. The premium brought by such a geographical location, and the hotel star rating made Luli feel a pang of pain when she saw the accommodation figures. But she finally decided to stay there. It's rare to come to the central city once, so just treat it as a trip. And don't worry about the money. The key is to eat well, stay well, and be happy. Besides, the hotel is located in the center of the central city. After receiving the award at Shanghai Congress, it is very convenient to go anywhere. When it is night, Luli can go out to explore. See if there are any other different things in the city, so that she will not come here in vain. The driver was still dismissive of the two guests, until he saw where they were going. He was suddenly surprised. Stay here? Actually, these are two local tyrants? His attitude unconsciously became attentive. Peggy didn't have any intention of chatting with him, so he just perfunctorily said a few words. After a few times, the driver knew it was boring, so he shut up and focused on driving. The car shuttled through the clouds, and some billboards were even hung in the sky. It seems that the target group of advertisers is those who take air routes. Luli looked at the huge electronic billboards outside the window and felt helpless, as if he was forced to spend money to watch advertisements. But since it is in front of him, let's take a look. All of them are advertisements from the interplanetary business giants of the capital star. And they have invited popular stars to endorse them. They sell some high-tech and expensive electronic household products. Research and development by a research institute affiliated to the Imperial Research Institute in some advertisements. The proportion of these words even exceeds that of the product itself, which seems to be a distraction. It makes people feel that it doesn't matter what product it is, but that their product is endorsed by a research institute affiliated to the Imperial Research Institute. In just a dozen minutes' drive, Luli saw this name many times. Imperial Research Institute. Shanghai's century-old palace certification? The capital star center city is the core of the entire Shanghai. And this Imperial Research Institute is everywhere in the center city. Can it be said that the cutting-edge technology of the entire Shanghai is in the hands of the Imperial Research Institute? Her system is probably also an advanced technology. Could it be related to this Imperial Research Institute? Luli couldn't help but have such doubts in his mind. Just now when she got off the interstellar train, she tried to call the system. But the system seemed to be restricted here. Not only could it not respond to her, but even her mayor's mobile phone became an ordinary mobile phone. Although the mobile phone was still powered and not turned off, the main interface became a signalless state, and the picture could not be displayed. She couldn't check the situation in Gitten City in the central city. This made Luli, who had long been accustomed to having everything under control, feel a little uncomfortable. But she could roughly guess why she couldn't see Gitten City from the mayor's mobile phone. When investigating the underground Gitten City before, she found the orchid umbrella that used electronic mycelium to control the land. This place is beyond the control range of the orchid umbrella, and the system may be out of control. But this created a new problem. If it goes out of control beyond a certain distance, then her previous dream of going to other planets to carry out the orchid umbrella sewing plan, wouldn't it become a pipe dream? Only when the controller stays on the corresponding planet can he be controlled. What kind of conquest is that? I can't figure this out for the time being. So Luli put it aside. Maybe he will question the system after he returns. Luli's mind was occupied by this matter for the most part. And suddenly she shuddered. Wait! He pinched his arm without making a sound. It hurts. Good. Not in a dream. Classic PTSD. The taxi stopped in front of a luxurious palace. The name of this palace hotel also matches its appearance very well. Shanghai Royal Hotel. Pei Ji's eyes lit up. It was all thanks to the mayor that he could stay in such a good 10-star hotel. It was so cool to be on a business trip at public expense. The two checked in, and there were 2 rooms in total. Just the left and right. Luli and Pei Ji had the same accommodation specifications. No difference. And seemed approachable. The hotel rooms are all intelligent, and guests only need to enjoy them with peace of mind. After an afternoon of running around and being tired, the hotel bed was really soft. Luli relaxed and fell asleep in bed. She had a long and chaotic dream. The scene in the dream was blurry, but she clearly felt her emotions surging violently. Boom, boom, boom. It was like the sound of a hammer hitting the heart. Luli suddenly woke up. Her mind was blank. Listening carefully, someone was knocking on her door. Luli wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and walked over to open the door. It was Pei Ji. He looked a little nervous. Mayor, it's time to go. He was worried about Luli's personal safety, because he had called Luli several times before. But Luli didn't answer, and he was still worried that something had happened to Luli. The reason why he didn't go to the hotel was because the hotel's security measures were very good, so he was still relieved. But if he knocked on the door in person and Luli didn't wake up, he would go to find someone no matter how relieved he was. The award ceremony was about to start, and being late was no joke. Luli, I just fell asleep. She looked at the time and her mouth twitched. She only closed her eyes for a while. How could she sleep for so long? Wait for me for 5 minutes. She rushed in and changed her clothes and washed up at the speed of light. Luckily, she booked this hotel. Otherwise she would be worried to death now. The big travel bag was naturally placed in the hotel, and she brought her own small handbag. 6 o'clock in the evening. Hashtag in front of Shanghai Congress. The ground was covered with red carpet, and flashing lights were everywhere. Various media have been waiting here for a long time. But the security personnel have set up a cordon here and prohibited irrelevant personnel from entering. Luxury cars drove in one after another, just like a car show. The people who got out of the cars were either senior executives and dignitaries of Shanghai or mayors from other big stars. It cannot be said that there were no people like Luli who walked there with their entourage. But she was the only one. Moreover, all the women present wore beautiful evening gowns to show off their most graceful figures. After all, such grand occasions are rare. As expected, Luli and Peiji were stopped. "Excuse me. Who are you?" They naturally thought Luli was a reporter who came to interview, because she was dressed very neatly today. After Luli showed the relevant certificates. "Ah?" The staff who greeted her at the door were shocked. They really didn't expect that the mayor of Gitten City would come like this. If she takes the stage, it will be the end. Although they didn't say it explicitly, their eyes hinted that your dress was too loose. Their eyes looked up and down, and Luli realized why they wanted to stop her. She looked at her clothes. She really took it seriously. She really chose it carefully. "This is already my most expensive suit." The two sides were in a stalemate. One side lost. There was no reason to turn away the award-winning mayor. The staff still let Luli and Peiji in, but immediately informed the stylist inside that there was a situation and they needed help. Luli and the others went through a normal door, which was a long way from the passage surrounded by media reporters. Shortly after Luli entered, an extended top-of-the-line black luxury car stopped at the door. You don't even need to look at who got off. Just look at the license plate number to know the identity of the owner. DXEXC88888. General Luo and his family. A former general of the empire. He has now retired to the second line and continues to work in the city defense of the central city, protecting the capital star and the empire in another way. Although he is old and has had a hidden illness for many years, after a period of recuperation, his complexion is obviously much better than before. Or maybe it was because he was in high spirits when he was happy that made him look so radiant. His eldest son Luo Do also won the award in this city selection. This gave the four of them such a rare opportunity to travel together. You should know that the eldest son Luo Do was born to General Luo's deceased ex-wife, and the youngest son Robin was the son of his second wife Qin. The family seemed to be harmonious, but in fact they were fighting openly and secretly. It was far from as simple as it seemed. In addition, the eldest son has always been ambitious, and General Luo has always had high hopes for him, hoping that he can bring honor to the Luo family. He is always extremely disappointed with the younger son, thinking that he is hopeless. From childhood to adulthood, he only has Road in his heart, and he doesn't take Qin Shishing's children seriously at all. Not to mention, when Road was running for the mayor of the central city, he was tripped by Robin and fell down. He was so angry that he went to the ICU. After coming out of the ICU, he stayed in the sanatorium for 3 months before he recovered. The bad influence caused by Robin. Even if the Luo family and the Qin family tried their best to suppress it, they could not completely suppress it. In the end, it was still the Qin family who was acting and did not suppress it at all. As for whether they added fuel to the fire, it is hard to say. Anyway, the result is 1. Rhodes failed to win the election. This has to be said to be a pity. Originally, this matter was about to come to an end. There was actually a small episode. Rhodes had a loyal fan who was dissatisfied with Rhodes because of his unlucky brother's loss of should have. The post belongs to him. He exaggerated the cause and effect of the incident and posted it on Xinhua to make a big vindication. He also posted many handsome photos of Rhodes on it. The post quickly became popular and was reported by many media. It was very popular, and Rhodes was even portrayed as a genius who did not deal with the world, but because he had always lived under the halo of his general father, his brilliance was overshadowed. Soon, Rhodes' demeanor was appreciated by the head of the empire, and he was really wronged. It just so happened that the capital of Yunjing City on the largest ring star of the capital star was also going to change the mayor. So the prime minister of the empire directly appointed Rhodes to take office there. Your son is so outstanding. Why have you never mentioned him before? Don't bury the talent. The prime minister of the empire spoke earnestly. General Luo's hand trembled as he drank tea. Today was just a casual chat. He was no longer the prime minister, and he was no longer his subordinate. The two chatted about family matters like old brothers. But he could hear the chill in it. The eldest son went to another planet to take up a post, leaving only the youngest son, who was idle every day at home. Old Luo couldn't stand him no matter how he looked at him. He immediately arranged a job for him in the city security bureau. In this way, Robin lived a leisurely retirement life. When Qin knew that old Luo arranged a security job for his son to guard the gate, he was immediately furious. especially when he learned that Rhodes was going to be the mayor of Yunjing City. He felt even more unbalanced. He had a big quarrel with old Luo. Robin was brought out that day. But old man Luo argued that he did it all for his own good. He had to find something to do for him. He couldn't just sit there all day. It was okay if he squandered all the family property. But I was afraid that he would get into some bad habits. And then his life would be ruined. His life would be ruined? Qin wanted to laugh when she heard old man Luo say this. If he said it, Robin would have been ruined 800 times in his life. But he was still fine now. Until the secretary showed her Robin's expense bill for this month. She felt an arrow hit her chest. Money is a small matter. The main thing is to make sure he doesn't have so much time to spend money. She arranged a 9-to-5 clerical life for Robin in the Qin Group's company. There were no other requirements. The most important thing was to be on time for get off work and leave on time. Not even a minute late. In fact, there was no essential difference between her and old man Luo's approach. Robin just jumped from one pit to another. It's not that he didn't try. But the harder he tried, the more he failed. The doubts of his parents and his repeated failures in starting a business finally crushed his self-confidence. Perhaps he was really a born fool like his father. After so many times, he became discouraged. People are not afraid of anything, but they are most afraid of losing their confidence. Robin got out of the luxury car and watched his father holding his brother's hand. Facing the reporters, his old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. The pride in his heart has always been only Rod. When will his father treat him like this? Robin walked alone in the back. Even though he was born at a height that millions of people in the Starry Sea could never look up to in their lifetimes. But for most people, the highlight of success is enough only once in a lifetime. Will he have it? Robin didn't know. His depressed mood was reflected on his face. He walked slowly like a melancholy nobleman, wandering away. But his appearance was outstanding, making him a good topic for the media to talk about. Qin knew this well. So how could he give his competitors such an opportunity? Robin didn't feel lonely for too long. The noble lady in front of him stopped, resolutely abandoned her husband, and waited in front. Robin saw Miss Qin raised her eyebrows at him. That was her usual expression. As if to say, what's the big deal? You still have your mother. He got some psychological comfort. Robin was not alone. Even if his father didn't like him and his mother didn't have much maternal love, he still had his eyes. The dying flame of struggle in Robin's heart showed signs of revival. He also wanted to be proud and step on all those who looked down on him. He wanted to tell them loudly that he was not a playboy. He sat down in the VIP seat. Damn! While old man Luo and Luo Do were away, Qin looked at the electronic screen on the seat and cursed. I thought it was something. But it turned out that he won this award. No wonder he is so proud. Thinking that old man Luo insisted on dragging her here today. She was furious. The success of others is certainly sad. But the failure of one's own people is also particularly regrettable. I should have known I wouldn't have come. Qin really wanted to slap the screen. But she quickly realized that this was not the board screen. If she slapped it, it would be considered damaging public property and damaging her image as the chairman. When can you fight for your mother? This could be slapped. Pa! Qin slapped the arm of her son next to her. Not only will it not be damaged, it is also quite solid. The hard muscles made her hand numb. Hiss. The nail hurts. Kill 100 enemies. Lose 8,000 of your own. Mom, are you okay? Robin looked worried. Qin waved his hand impatiently. It's okay. It's okay. Headache. Temple throbbing. It was as if he had returned to the parent-teacher meeting when he was a child. Seeing Qin face full of despair, Robin said seriously, I will definitely work hard. Mom, believe me. Son. Qin was helpless. It's not that she didn't believe it, but she had eaten at least 30 or 40 of the cakes her son had painted for her. Her stomach was not very good, so she could not eat so many cakes. Just when she was about to say, Mom just wants you to live a peaceful life, and doesn't care about anything else. Suddenly, there was a sneer. Qin realized that Luada and old man Luo were back. These two men went to the toilet as soon as they arrived here, and I don't know if they have kidney problems. Seeing Luada's half-smile expression, Qin hair stood up all over her body. This kid is two-faced. She has known for a long time. From the moment she married into the Luo family and saw Luada for the first time, she knew that he was a scheming child. Although she had always acted like a friendly brother and harmless person in front of old man Luo, She had always been on guard against him. As long as he didn't harm her child, they could still live in peace. But that didn't mean she should like him or silently endure his ridicule of her son. Chinsher's face immediately changed. "Son, I believe you will succeed," she said with a serious expression. The word success was still a little shallow. She added, "You will become a celebrity in Shanghai and be remembered forever." The voice was quite loud. It attracted people around to turn their heads. The sudden affirmation not only shocked Robin, but also surprised the father and son of the Luo family. Isn't it too exaggerated? It's okay to say that he succeeded. But he was exiled for 100 generations. Just because of him. The tone of the old man Luo was so weird. "You drank, right?" He was talking about Chinsher. "Get lost." Chinsher didn't waste any words with him. "Old man Luo, crazy. Absolutely crazy." The time of the party was 6 o'clock in the evening. But the actual start time was 7 o'clock. An hour of preparation time was reserved in the middle. "Do you really have to wear this?" As soon as Luli entered, she was stared at and dragged into the lounge. To be honest, it was a bit exaggerated. She looked at the black silk evening dress in the hands of the woman who was smiling at her, and her whole body was covered with goosebumps. "Is this for people to wear? There is such a big hole on the back." "Mayor Lu, I know you may not be used to it, but the central city has its own rules. Please understand." The costume designer carefully selected the dress that suited Luli best. Yes, the makeup artist also looked embarrassed. "I hope you can understand us. If she was just an accompanying staff, it would be fine. But she was the key person who won the City Progress Award. According to the process of previous years, the first place in the City Progress Award was awarded by the Prime Minister of the Empire in person. There was inevitably a group photo session. If Luli appeared at the award ceremony in her current image and took a photo with the Prime Minister of the Empire, the scene was simply unimaginable. Those who failed in their duties will all be finished. Please, please." The stylist folded her hands together. Earning a living. Not shabby. Luli herself had been a worker, so of course she understood their difficulties. Besides, it was not a difficult task for her. "Okay." She nodded. When the first floor of the award ceremony hall of the Shanghai Congress was full, the lights dimmed. The VIP seats were all on the second floor, overlooking the scene in the field. Only those at the top of the Shanghai Power Pyramid were qualified to go up. There were not many seats for the VIPs, and a few figures could be vaguely seen. If the Luo family were still generals of the empire, they would naturally have their seats. But now, they could only sit on the first floor. Rhodes had already left. The award for his city would be presented later. It was a very big award. Progress Award. Even if it was only the last place, not everyone could get it. And it was very difficult to win the award. So Mr. Luo was inevitably arrogant. Chinsher closed his eyes and thought to himself, "It will end soon. It will end soon." It was really painful. The selection of the top 10 cities was over. The winning mayors came on stage to receive their awards and took photos with the Prime Minister. "Thank you for your hard work." Looking around, they were all old men. But there were also young people. But they were all familiar faces. All descendants of the aristocratic families in the capital. "Come on." The Prime Minister showed a standard smile. After these people left, the next thing to come was the most anticipated Progress Award. The winner of this year's City Selection Progress Award is. The host of the evening party deliberately dragged out the sound to keep the audience in suspense. But she did not dare to pause for too long and quickly revealed the answer. Fei Yao Xing City. As soon as this was said, the audience was silent, without cheers and applause. The Congress Hall was like a library. A rare cold scene. The host of the evening party was a little embarrassed. But when she turned her head, she knew why the audience was so silent. A young woman stood in the middle of the field. She was wearing a black evening dress, and the sheen of the silk ribbon made her skin look whiter than snow. Long curly hair draped over her shoulders, delicate makeup, and soft features. She stood on the stage, facing the central city dignitaries below, without any stage fright, as if they were all just carrot people. The woman's beauty shocked everyone speechless. They couldn't believe that she was the mayor of the city that won the first place in the Progress Award. The host reacted quickly and took over the situation immediately. At the same time, the city's promotional video was also played on the same frequency. The dimly lit VIP seats on the second floor. Wearing a skirt again? It sounded like a joke. Or like talking to himself. The back row of seats in the first floor hall. What? Robin scratched his head. Gutanshire? Why does it sound so familiar? When the winner began to speak, Robin's question mark in his mind became even bigger. This voice is even more familiar. It's a pity that he couldn't see the scene on the stage clearly from his position. It was not easy to stand up directly, so he could only stretch his neck to look. Gutanshire was stunned. Don't be so exaggerated. Seeing that there was a beautiful woman on the stage. With this look, what's the difference between her and a pervert? Just when she wanted to slap her son on the seat and tell him to pay attention to his appearance. The award-winning mayor on the stage said this. In fact, the city of Gittin can achieve such results, which is inseparable from an angel investor named Robin. Oh, angel investor? The host became interested. Can you tell me more about it? It is her duty to dig out the stories behind the city. Everyone is also very curious about this mayor. I really hope that everyone who comes on stage to receive the award is a young person like her, who has high IQ and EQ, and is not afraid of the stage. Young people are the hope of the country's future. If all the young people in Shanghai can be like her, there will be hope for the future. The host listened to Lu Li's speech while observing the expression of the Prime Minister in the front row. He stared at Lu Li intently, and from his expression, he was in a very happy mood. So, this conversation was enough to continue. When a paragraph was finished, the Prime Minister of the Empire obviously wanted to join in the speech. The host was quick-witted, so the Prime Minister of the Empire looked at Lu Li with a smile, and looked confident to the audience. I think the person you are looking for is here. This sentence surprised Lu Li. Robin had lost contact a long time ago. She only found out that she was blocked by Robin when she came here, and she didn't know when it happened. She just relied on her own memory, and the information obtained from the first time the system cracked Robin's heart to piece together such an image. Unexpectedly, it was highly consistent with the impression of the second son of General Luo in the Prime Minister of the Empire. Even the name is exactly the same. No one would believe it if it wasn't a coincidence. Robin, please come on stage. The host was enthusiastic. The message came back that General Luo's second son was also here today, and his seat number was clearly visible. Gutanshire was completely confused. Are you the one being called? Old Luo's face turned purple. How could it be this little bastard? Pa! A beam of light hit Robin's head. Highlight! Everyone in the audience cast their eyes over Robin. Am I still asleep? This must be a fucking dream. As if falling into a fog, Robin walked up to the podium. Mr. Robin. Rather than being surprised, Lu Li's eyes were more excited. Thank you. If it weren't for his 1 million help, there wouldn't be good 10 City today. Mayor Lu. Long time no see. Robin's smile was stiff. This was a meeting he had never expected. Such a big pie in the sky. He almost fainted from the blow. Next came the group photo session. Lu Li stood next to the Prime Minister of the Empire, and Robin was lucky enough to stand next to Lu Li, and actually got the chance to be on the same wavelength. As for the remaining few progress awards, there was no introduction at all. Just a mention. As the last one, Rhodes could only stand at the edge. If the unlucky lens of a reporter was a bit rubbish, he couldn't even take a full picture of others. Gutanshire watched the fun and cheered. My son is amazing. Although she still didn't understand why Robin became an angel investor in Gittin City. Could it be that one of his previous investments has borne fruit? Never mind. Gutanshire felt that the world was bright again. It seems that his son still has his excellent genes in his body, and he will definitely have a promising future. Some are happy and some are worried. It is sunny here, and it is raining and cloudy there. Old man Luo covered his chest and gasped for breath. The change happened too quickly, and he was about to faint. The script is not written like this. Today is obviously Rod's highlight moment. What is going on here? After the awards ceremony, there is a dinner. Seeing that old man Luo is not in a good mood, Rod is naturally in no mood, and goes home with his father in disgrace. Robin has made such a big splash today, and reporters will definitely grab him for an interview. There is no point in staying here, and Gutanshire also has to deal with company matters, so he doesn't plan to attend. This kind of banquet is prepared for people who make friends and expand their network, and she doesn't need it at all. Before leaving, she saw Lu Li standing with Robin. She looked at her silly son meaningfully, and then looked at Lu Li beside him. Women have natural intuition. If they are daughters-in-law, they will always have a good impression of women who look like themselves. I go first. Cheensher greeted him. Okay. Robin nodded woodenly. He hasn't come back to his senses yet. Lu Li, who was that just now? He didn't even have a chance to greet him. Oh! Robin woke up as if from a dream. My mother. The message was received on Xingxin. Robin, I leave for a while and come to see you later. After that, he left in a hurry. His mother had something to tell him. There were still some things to do later. And Pei Ji went to help Lu Li. So, she was the only one left at the dinner. Now she finally knew why she had to dress like this. Because all the ladies at the dinner were dressed like this. Her skirt was not too exaggerated. But who made this rule? Lu Li looked at the high heels under her feet. If it weren't for her righteousness, she would have fallen 7 or 8 times on the stage just now. The person who made the rule is of course the one who doesn't need to wear it like this. Big stars have a lot of trouble. But fortunately, there are some benefits. After being played around for so long, it's time to get some rewards. The city that won the Progress Award will have a lot of capital invested in it. The city will have a brand new look. Mayor Lu. Congratulations. At this time, there was a voice behind him. Lu Li turned around and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face. After she searched carefully in her mind. Telung? The 2 words finally came out and matched the face in front of her. Hee. Mayor Lu still remembers me? Telung was a little embarrassed. We haven't been in touch for so long. But as soon as we met, it became a friendship. It's hard to judge. It happened that when he was in the prosperous period of Gitten City, all the active chats inevitably carried some ulterior motives. But Trump has been busy lately, with a promotion and salary increase. And he is about to marry a beautiful, wealthy woman, and reach the peak of his life. He was too busy to do anything. So he forgot about his old friend. No. It should be said that he is the noble person in his life. Lu Li can definitely be considered his noble person. If he hadn't found that part-time job on a whim, and was afraid that his breach of contract would affect his graduation, he would not have gone to work at the Research Institute in Gitten City. It was this job that changed his life and encountered a series of subsequent coincidences. Otherwise, how could he, an ordinary and not outstanding graduate of the Department of Mechanical Engineering, get such a great opportunity in life? Trang was feeling guilty when he greeted Lu Li now. But Lu Li didn't think so. It was a good thing to meet an acquaintance on a foreign planet. Lu Li's gentle attitude gave Trang great encouragement. He took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Mysteriously, I'm not the only acquaintance. Lu Li blinked slowly. Who else? Keep it a secret. As if he was going to take Lu Li to see something good. Trang just said, you will be very happy to see him. Lu Li didn't understand why. So he followed him. Trang had a big secret in his heart. When he entered the door just now, he saw that man was surrounded by a group of people. Since knowing his true identity, Trang was so shocked that he couldn't sleep for several nights. If Lu Li knew, he would definitely be shocked. Who would have thought that they had asked the smartest brain in this galaxy to work for them? Over there was the director of the Imperial Research Institute, who was surrounded by the media and had no choice but to answer questions. If the news leaked out, this would be the outcome. So he hated attending public events the most. But the invitation he received had the signature of the Prime Minister. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was that guy who was taking revenge on him. He was forced to come. So he had no choice but to come. Not far away, a bright and charming woman was quietly looking at the person surrounded by the media. Due to the perspective, she could only see his angular profile. But just seeing his profile was enough. It was the profile that had appeared countless times in her dreams at midnight. She could recognize him clearly just by his profile. On the other side, Trang was introducing her to the handsome man surrounded by stars. Lu Li listened. He recalled what he had said. Every time he remembered a sentence, his heart was stabbed. How about it? Is it very unexpected? After Trang finished his gossip, he was still not satisfied. Because Fike's true identity was very special. And there were not many people around him who knew Fike. So even if he wanted to reveal the secret, he couldn't find the right person. Lu Li is the most suitable candidate. It's unexpected. The brain deceives the heart and prevents the body from being damaged too much. The self-protection mechanism is activated. A smile appeared on the corner of Lu Li's mouth. She murmured, "It's unexpected." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 tears dripped straight from her eyes. Luckily, she lowered her head. The tears fell straight to the ground. The water drops disappeared in the crimson carpet. However, compared to your true identity being the director of the Imperial Research Institute of the capital star, what is more surprising is that you, who had turned into ashes in Gitten City a long time ago, are still alive. Chapter 112. Reporter, Dean Arthur. You don't like to attend such occasions. Why did you choose to come here today? Arthur, Can I say that I was forced by Old Man Liu? Of course I can't say that. Arthur thought about it. Urban development is an important part of Shanghai's development. As a member of the central city, I should pay attention to it. Oh! Dean Arthur also has a strong interest in urban planning? So which city does Dean Arthur think most of? After answering one question, the next one came one after another, without any time to spare. Not even a needle could be inserted. Although he answered the question, Arthur's eyebrows were already impatient. He looked outside for his escape route. Mr. Arthur? Huh? The media felt weird. Suddenly, Arthur stopped talking and did not respond to the questions. His deep green eyes just stared at a certain place. It seemed that the things in that place had a fatal attraction to him. When the reporters and media surrounding him also looked in that direction, their faces changed immediately. There was indeed something there. A beautiful woman in a black evening dress. What? Is Arthur looking at her? Oh my God. Who is she? Does she know Arthur? From the look in their eyes, they can probably see something different. The media friends held their breath. Their intuition from years of work was stirring their nerves. There must be something big tonight. The woman and Arthur looked at each other quietly. Everyone has many sides. He was different from the side she had seen before. He was dressed elegantly and had a cold temperament. He didn't look like a college student at all, but rather like the cold-blooded dignitaries who held the power of life and death that you would see on TV before. Even though his heart was surging, his face was like a lake without wind, without even a ripple. Trang was stunned in the distance. Lu Li's way of greeting was too strong. Finally, the frozen picture moved again. Lu Li walked forward. It was as if she had her own aura, without her saying anything. The crowd that was squeezed like sardines in a can of sardines just now automatically parted and made way for her. Lu Li walked in front of Arthur without any hindrance, as if no one was around. She was wearing high heels today, and her forehead just reached Arthur's chin. The two were very close. So close that if it were someone else, it would be impossible for them to get so close to Arthur. The bodyguards around Arthur were also like blind people, and had no intention of coming up to stop this woman. But maybe they were too perceptive. He could sense that this woman and the others meant something different to Arthur. Lu Li asked, "Are you Fico?" Death question. Arthur looked at Lu Li's face. "Who are you?" "Yes." Or "No." One of the two answers. Is it difficult to answer? Not difficult. But he didn't answer. He made a third choice and avoided talking about it. His attitude was clear. You and I have nothing to do with each other. Lu Li lowered her eyes. She was not angry. Suddenly, she reached out and held Arthur's hand, bringing it in front of her. This move shocked everyone, including Arthur. When Arthur realized that Lu Li was looking for something and wanted to pull his hand back, it was too late. The moment the brown-red mole appeared on the index finger, many things were doomed. The media watching the show didn't dare to breathe, not to mention taking pictures. When Lu Li looked up at Arthur again, he felt that her eyes were more unfamiliar than ever before. It was as if another soul lived inside. This was not the worst. Then, a bright and shining ball of light hit his face. Lu Li, give it back to you. After saying that, she turned around and left without hesitation. The shining ball finally fell to the ground. A moonlight gem ring as big as a pigeon egg. Fuck. Heart of the Empire. The sharp-eyed person recognized it immediately. The largest moonlight gem sold at the Shanghai auction before. Worth 80 billion star coins. Bought by the director of the Imperial Research Institute. This caused quite a stir at the time. What? How is it possible? Is it really the heart of the Empire? A token of love? A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Click. Click. Finally someone reacted. What kind of trick is this? They were controlled for 5 minutes without taking a single photo. Wait. Where's that woman? Director? The assistant was quick to present the heart of the Empire to Arthur. Arthur took it in his hand. I wanted to leave her a souvenir. But did she always carry it with her? News spread quickly. And news about the leader of the Empire spread even faster. In the garden of the capital, a woman sat on a hidden stone bench. Her shoulders trembled slightly. She had been holding on. But now her emotions finally broke. At this time, someone sat down next to her. Sister? Luli saw that someone else had come, and hurriedly concealed her embarrassment. But when she saw who was coming, she immediately stopped. How could it be you? Robin looked concerned. Are you okay? I heard about it. He hesitated. Luli, it's only been a short time. Even Robin knows about it. Who knows what will happen outside? What will those people write about her? She didn't consider the consequences at all. When people are in power, they can do anything. She just wanted to ask him face to face. But she got a sentence. Who are you? In other words, I don't know you. How ridiculous. Robin didn't know how to comfort a girl who had just broken up. So he simply stopped talking to avoid adding fuel to the fire. He simply asked something that interested him. Robin was a little embarrassed. Sister, do you like old men? This question burned Luli's CPU. Luli was stunned. Old men? Ah? Don't you know? Robin was shocked. Damn. He thought Luli knew it. It turned out that Arthur was not only an unfaithful person, but also a deceitful person. Luli, what should I know? An ominous feeling. Of course it's Arthur. Robin was about to blurt out, but stopped, and carefully observed the surrounding environment to make sure that no one else was present, and then lowered his voice. He is very old. Luli thought of Fico's face that looked like a man who had just graduated, and was completely brought into the situation created by Robin. Old? Did he have plastic surgery? Rejuvenated? Luli's heart was beating. And she asked, how old? 30? 32? Robin was in deep thought. He didn't quite remember. He was not young at all. Hearing these two numbers, Luli was speechless. Really? She thought Robin was going to tell her that Arthur was actually in his 50s or 60s. But he was only 30. Perhaps. This is the standard for judging old men in the eyes of male college students. But think about it. In Blue Star, being over 30 is really embarrassing. If you want to find a job, you are too old. But if he died, people would say that he was quite young. Luli collected his emotions. It must be said that after Robin's interruption, the sadness in her heart was swept away. Thank you. No. No. It should be me who should thank you. Robin came back to Luli just to thank him. If it weren't for Luli, he wouldn't have had such a glorious moment. He will remember Luli for the rest of his life. Those who regard him as a noble person in life are also noble people in his life. Can we continue to cooperate in the future? Mayor Lu. Robin's eyes were bright. Having just received financial support from his mother, he is now extremely strong. Cooperation is of course good. An investment is the cornerstone of development. Then you. Luli held back for a moment, but really couldn't help it. Pull me out of the Xingxin blacklist first. Since we are going to cooperate, we will inevitably have to keep in touch frequently in the future. No news is not okay. Blacklist? Robin was stunned. And when he remembered the bad things he did that day, his face flushed. Please believe me. It wasn't me. My account was stolen. Hashtag Prime Minister's room in the headquarters. Lu Yao is about the same age as General Luo, but he looks much younger than him. This is the difference between living in the bloody border and living in the most noble palace of the empire. What? Hearing the secretary report to him, Lu Yao smiled. Arthur's romantic debt? This is too funny. How much the rumor maker hates him. He can even make up such a dirty rumor. There's not even a female mosquito in his house. Would he like a woman? Yes, the secretary said respectfully, with dozens of eyes staring at him. In full view of everyone, the woman returned the heart of the empire that Dean Arthur had spent 80 billion to buy last time. To be more precise, she threw it directly in his face. This also means that they do have a past. It's just that Arthur didn't admit it. If it was a fraud, they really couldn't imagine who would be so bold as to touch Arthur's porcelain. Interesting. Lu Yao became interested, as all men are likely to ask. Lu Yao is also a man, and he is not out of the ordinary. Lu Yao, do you have a photo of that woman? Of course. There is no photo of the confrontation on the spot. But according to the description of the eyewitnesses, judging from her appearance and dress, the woman seems to be the mayor of the city that won the award. Things are even more interesting. The secretary pulled out the photo of Luli receiving the award on the stage from the light screen. Lu Yao took a sip of red wine. Ah, it's her. Very beautiful. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. The huge prime minister's room. The decoration was luxurious, showing the noble status of the owner. But the owner didn't seem to sleep well tonight. First, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. And then the brain woke up. But the body was asleep. And the conflict between the two brought a nightmare. Suddenly, the man's eyes opened, accompanied by heavy breathing. There was extreme fear on his face. This was the first time that the Prime Minister of Shanghai Empire woke up from his sleep in 20 years. Thinking of the scene in the dream, Liu Yao was still in shock. The image input and face-to-face contact today have made him remember that beautiful face deeply. Liu Li, the mayor of Gitten City. Just now, he had a terrible nightmare. In the dream, he died at the hands of this woman. Chapter 113. #Fiox in Gitten City. Without wasting too much time, Liu Li returned early the next morning. As she expected, before she arrived at the airport, on the Star Track, her mayor's mobile phone screen lit up. This also confirmed her judgment. It was indeed related to the distance. She sat in the office and checked the documents that needed her to sign and report in the city. Pei Ji had already completed the subsequent procedures and believed that Gitten City would soon usher in a new look and opportunities. Suddenly, there was a new message on the phone. It was a change in the total amount of funds in the city account of the financial department. 100 million star coins were received. Liu Li was stunned for a moment. And then he understood what the money was. The second round of investment from the Luo family. So fast. Liu Li couldn't help but sigh. If it was in her previous company, a small amount of a few thousand yuan would require dozens of approval procedures. Not to mention the time spent. And now, she and the Luo family have just signed the contract. The money was transferred the next day, as if they were afraid that the cooperation would fail. Since the other party trusts her so much, she can't let them down. The account has 100 million more, which means that she has achieved the freedom of star coins to build in the short term, and doesn't have to worry about the cost of the building. To a certain extent, it can reduce her energy spent in this regard. There is also a message from Robin on the star letter, saying that he wants to treat her to a meal. But she is no longer in the central city. Robin is not annoyed, but more excited in his words. Shui Binbin, then I come to you. Anyway, it's not his first time here, and he is completely familiar with it. Liu Li thought about it, and realized that she should thank Robin for such a large investment. She planned to entertain Robin after he came. So she sent a message to Kuewu, the chain restaurant tycoon in Gitten City, asking him where he could entertain the guests. Kuewu immediately said that it would be absolutely no problem to let him handle this matter. Liu Li was relieved. She had completely forgotten the episode between Robin and Kuewu. She continued to busy herself with her own affairs. It was already afternoon when she returned to Gitten City. She didn't have to go to work today, so she could just take a day off. But she got the news that the manufacturing plant had been successfully developed. Now, she couldn't rest no matter what. She opened the mayor's phone. And the cost, properties, and construction drawings of the manufacturing plant were exactly the same as those in the dream. There was a feeling of re-experiencing, and a feeling of prophecy. How did Nightmare know the subsequent construction order of the institute? The next R&D project, Botanical Research Institute. Liu Li understood that with Susan's ability, she could develop a manufacturing plant as long as she was given enough time. But Susan was at a loss as to what to do with the Botanical Research Institute. The progress of the institute was stuck at zero for a long time. If she hadn't come up with a plan to trick the monster Fico, her city would never have been able to develop a Botanical Research Institute. Thinking of Fico, Liu Li's heart felt like it was being kneaded hard. Even though she knew he was a monster a long time ago, the way he acted was no different from the one she once loved deeply. That Fei Ku was so gentle, good-tempered, and full of preference for her. But now, she knew that all this was a false appearance. His real identity was Arthur, the director of the Imperial Research Institute. For some reason, this director disguised himself as a college graduate and came to her city to tease her. He also said that he wanted to marry her. No wonder he has always been a temporary resident and refused to join the Guten city. Sure enough, there is a secret behind it. It's funny just to think about it. Damn. Cunning aliens. Liu Li gritted her teeth. She swore that she didn't turn love into hate. But since he chose to leave in this way, and pretended that he didn't know her at all, then let him do as he wished. Anyway, she would never pester him, and she would not seek death for a man. The saddest period has passed. Not to mention that she now has a hopeful and bright future. It's just that this plant research institute. How should it be developed? Luli drew a circle on the penultimate blank grid of the branch of the research institute. She put this matter aside for the time being. Her most important task at the moment was to collect nightmare gravel as quickly as possible and convert it into cloud crystal stone, a resource necessary for building a manufacturing plant. Although there was a fixed output of nightmare gravel every day, and the collection efficiency had been greatly improved compared to before, there was still a considerable gap from 50 cloud crystal stones. So she couldn't rush. At this juncture, she suddenly thought of something. She had planted the item dream core obtained by killing Nightmare before. After such a long time, she didn't know if it had sprouted. She turned on the screen. There was a cloud-shaped icon on the main interface. There was also a flying pigeon logo in the icon. This was the emblem of Gitten City that Luli had specially asked a designer to make. Luli clicked on the cloud. A line of words popped up on it. Do you want to return to the dream Gitten City? Luli chose yes. In just a blink of an eye, she came to another space. This used to be a virtual space, and everything that enters here will be digitized. There are many reasons for the emergence of virtual space, and this one is related to dreams. When the owner of the space dies, the space will disappear. The system uses his ability to copy the space. The copied space is no longer based on numbers. It is Luli's consciousness that supports it, and Luli is the owner here. The entrance to the dreamland Gitten City cannot be found in the real world, and no one knows its existence. This is a more hidden place than the underground Gitten City. Luli looked at this dream city. There was a bright moon in the sky. Luli looked at the moon and remembered that this was the scene of this world a second before Xia Ran's mind collapsed. And it was also the last scene. But now there are no citizens in the city, and it is as quiet as a grave. Luli walked to the front of the cathedral. Huge banyan trees stretched out their branches. Luli looked at it in surprise. She vaguely remembered that when she left last time, this was still an empty space. She specially trimmed it for planting dream cores. Could it be that the tree in front of her is the dream tree? Luli walked under the tree. A gust of wind blew, and the branches shook, making a rustling sound. Everything in the dream was as real as the real world. Suddenly, Luli saw a fruit on the tree. The branch of the fruit was very high, and with her height, she couldn't reach it. Luli, sitting on the thick branch. Luli was 3 or 4 meters above the ground. She was very good at climbing trees. The fruit was successfully picked. Luli took it in her hand and studied it carefully. This is a translucent fruit. The outside is white, and the inside is not very clear, but it is all fuzzy flocculent. The fruit in Luli's hand, sometimes bigger and sometimes smaller, as if breathing. She could barely see the red thing inside. A heart? Luli's hands were shaking a little. Could this fruit have life? Just when she didn't know what to do, the fruit suddenly exploded. The juice flowed all over her hand. She then realized that it was not a heart, but a little red dragon. The little dragon sat in her palm like a figurine. It seemed to have just woken up and rubbed its eyes. Ha! It blew out a breath fiercely. In contrast to its fierce action, it blew out not fire, but a string of smoke rings. It was a little unconvinced and blew several times in a row. Finally, a string of fire came out. It turned out to be a little fire dragon. It's just too small. It's only as big as Luli's finger. It's like a toy. It seems to be aware of the thoughts of the human who has been staring at it. The little fire dragon frowned and put his hands on his hips, and his body was rapidly expanding. It became the size of a kitten. It fluttered its wings and floated in front of Luli with a proud face. Luli, hello. System sound. Dreamland Gitten City Population Household Registration Book open. ID 001 Little Fire Dragon. This is a brand new interface, completely different from the Gitten City on the ground. As the new area is unlocked, the surrounding scene has also changed. The original city structure disappeared in an instant, like butter melting without a trace. The whole world is left with only this dream tree and a bright moon in the sky. This area is also under the control of the system, but it seems that it does not exist by relying on the orchid umbrella, because the cathedral and its underground world have also disappeared. Currently, there is only one resident in the Dreamland Pigeon City, the little fire dragon. It looks at this world curiously, flying around in the air. Luli clicked on the building interface. As expected, the building interface was empty. There was no building that could be built in Gitten City on the ground. Moreover, There was no city level here. Luli thought for a while. Maybe the city level was specially divided, because of the monster tide that fell at night. There was no gray fog here, so there was no need to divide it. So how to get the building? There was no star coin in the upper right corner. Instead, there was an additional cirrus cloud symbol. Put your finger on it. A new currency unit appears. The universal currency of the Dreamland Kitten City is Dream Coin. The current Dream Coin is 0. What start? When I first arrived in Kitten City, I also had 2,000 star coins. The little fire dragon flew around and came back. Its little brows were still furrowed, as if it was very dissatisfied with the living environment. Luli, how about trying to bring a simple house next time? At this moment, she saw another glowing object hanging on the branch. It's a new fruit. She got up carefully and walked to another branch. She picked the fruit. This fruit is completely different from the one that hatched the little fire dragon. It is round, with a hard skin, like a small coconut. Luli knocked it, and the sound was muffled. It didn't have the breath of the little fire dragon fruit. It's like a seed. Since it is a seed, it must be planted in the ground. Luli simply dug a hole in the soft black soil, then buried the seed in it. She waited for a while, but there was no movement. Could she be wrong? Just when she wanted to go forward to check, there was movement. The soil gushed out in all directions like a spring. A small house rose from the ground. Chapter 114. It took only 10 seconds from the time the black coconut was planted to the time the cabin grew out. When the cabin grew out, the extra black soil also disappeared. The cabin looked very simple, just like what you often see in Western adventure games. However, the cabin was dark and a little eerie. It didn't look like there were people. Luli checked the map of Dreamland Pigeon Lake. The image of the cabin appeared on the map. She put her finger on it. 3 words appeared on it: exchange. The building is not in operation, so it needs employees? No one except Luli can come to Dreamland Kitten City, so there is no way to hire employees. She wanted to try and see if she could set herself as an employee. System prompt: Mayor cannot have a part-time job. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. But under her avatar, there was a round head. Luli was too familiar with it. It was the little fire dragon she had just seen. Set Charmander as an employee of the exchange, and the exchange status successfully changes to operating. The exchange status changes, and the shape of the cabin also changes. A dim light suddenly lights up at the door, and under the hazy moonlight, it is full of fairy tale colors. The Charmander, which was originally flying around under the moon, also seems to have received some kind of guidance and returns to its post. The Charmander flaps its wings behind it and comes to the door. The door opens automatically, and it flies in. When the clerk arrived, the cabin changed again. There was a small blackboard at the door. There were various gems drawn on the blackboard, and numbers connected them together. Luli didn't recognize these gems, but she could see the date on them. It was the same date as the star calendar used in Kitten City on the ground. Welcome. There was a sound of wind chimes. Then, a strange voice imitating human voice sounded. It was Charmander in business. Luli walked in. The cabin was not big. There was a counter opposite, and a sofa for entertaining guests behind. There is a huge color electronic screen on the wall, compared with the children's stick drawings on the small blackboard at the door. It is more intuitive to look at the electronic image directly. So, Luli finally recognized what those colorful gems are. She still didn't recognize most of them, but it doesn't matter if she doesn't recognize other things. Nightmare gravel, her most precious wealth. She recognized it at a glance. However, nightmare gravel, the most precious in the human world, seems to be just a very common resource according to the currency position on the wall, and she finally understood what this cabin was used for. This is a resource exchange. The exchange rates on the wall scrolled. She found the word star coin. In other words, can I buy the resources here directly with star coins? Luli asked the clerk. The little fire dragon changed into work clothes, and there was a gentleman's bow on the tip of its long tail. It flew to Luli's side. Yes, customer. What do you need? Luli simply calculated the exchange of nightmare gravel and cloud crystal stone in the exchange, and then calculated whether it would be more cost-effective to buy nightmare gravel or cloud crystal stone directly with star coins. Finally, she spent 2 million star coins to buy 50 cloud crystals needed to build a manufacturing plant. The daily resource reserves of the level 1 exchange are limited. After Luli made the purchase, The cloud crystal column on the wall turned gray. There were also instructions on the sign next to it. Gray means it is out of stock, and red means it is out of stock. If the resource is out of stock, it will be replenished the next day, but if it is out of stock, it is unknown when it will be available again. The cloud crystal was directly bought out by Luli. 2 million star coins is not a small number, but if compared with the purchase price of Nightmare Gravel by Shanghai, it is simply a bargain. Luli regretted a little. If she bought 100 cloud crystal stones at a time, would she be able to buy it? Otherwise, how could it be possible to just get 50? No one could answer her question. The clerks only provide some basic services to customers, such as transaction rules, function introduction, and snacks and drinks. As for the decisions that really involve transactions, they cannot interfere, or they don't understand. The resource exchange ratio and currency exchange rate are not fixed values, and they are constantly changing. In addition to star coins, Luli also saw various strange currencies such as moon coins, shell coins, points, and spirit coins. They seem to be not applicable to the galaxy where she is, but they can all be exchanged through this transaction. Of course, there is also the main universal currency of Dreamland Pigeon City, Dream Coin. It happened that the balance in the account of Dreamland Pigeon City was 0, and Luli wanted to see if he could exchange some Dream Coins. As a result, when he saw the exchange ratio, it's better to give up this idea as soon as possible. 10 million star coins equals 100 Dream Coins. In other words, with the money in her account now, she can't even exchange for 4-digit Dream Coins. Then look at the cost of the exchange. Very good. 1,000 Dream Coins. Are the prices here so brutal? But the exchange was not built by her. It was the fruit of the dream tree. It's almost free. But there are also gratifying things. As long as the exchange is running, it will bring 10 Dream Coins to the city every day. Huge sum. After deducting the employee Xiaohulong's salary of 1 Dream Coin and the exchange's consumption of 1 Dream Coin, the net income per day is 8 Dream Coins. After 13 days, she will have 100 Dream Coins. And 100 Dream Coins equal 10 million star coins. Maybe. Can she earn star coins in this way? If so, it will definitely be a considerable income. In other words, as long as she lives long enough, money will come in continuously. Luli excitedly opened the channel for reverse exchange. Then a bucket of cold water was poured on her head. If you want to exchange Dream Coins for star coins, the exchange rate becomes 1:1000. 1 Dream Coin equals 1,000 star coins. Luli, you don't want to take any loss. Dream Pigeon Tan earns money, Dream Pigeon Tan spends money. And I want to take it home. Luli sat on the sofa, and the waiter Xiaohulong served her some snacks. A plate of transparent blue snot cakes, and a bottle of green juice. The color looks a bit like matcha. Luli took it and took a sip. It was so unpalatable that her face turned green. But out of politeness, she didn't spit it out immediately, but swallowed it down with courtesy. Damn matcha. This is Gon juice. Senior Gon's vegetable juice. The little fire dragon has become an employee of the exchange, and he eats and lives here. So Luli doesn't have to worry, facing its enthusiastic eyes and warm invitation. Eat some. Blue snot cake. Luli refused again and again, and finally ran away from the exchange. Compared to her, the food for dragons is tasteless and difficult to swallow. Pure dark cuisine. She had been in Dreamland Pigeon City for a long time, so she was ready to go back. Before leaving, she walked around the Dreamland tree for a few times, but no new fruits grew. This Dreamland tree was also displayed on the map, but when she clicked it, no interface popped up. It was just like an ordinary tree growing on the roadside. The area of Dreamland Pigeon City was very large, with no end in sight. There was no gray fog or other things on the edge. In such a large area, there was only a Dreamland tree and the exchange she had just built. Luli clicked on the exchange again. She checked it carefully. Suddenly, she found an extra line of text at the bottom of the building description. Dry weather. Be careful of fire. Luli looked at this line of text and was a little confused. Was there this line of text before? I can't remember. Ignore it for now. She used the quick skill on the main interface to go home. After the countdown ended, she appeared at a return point she had set. Half an hour had passed in Good Tan City on the ground. The time flow rate of the two spaces is the same. Luli returned to her room with a small bag of cloud crystals that Charmander packed for her. She opened the drawer and put the heavy bag of cloud crystals into the drawer. The moment the drawer door was closed, the exchange of real and virtual items was realized. A new resource currency column was added to the account of the mayor's mobile phone. Cloud crystals. Quantity, 50. With cloud crystals, the most important resource. And a city energy value limit limited time increased talisman that Luli had swiped in the love value store last time. The energy value limit of Gutan City was temporarily increased and was full again. Just enough to cover the energy demand for building a manufacturing plant. When she saw the words manufacturing plant can be built, Luli was very excited. She put her finger on it and was about to choose to build it. But a new problem arose. The area required for this building is extremely large, and there is not enough space in Gutan City to build it. Luli let go of her finger again. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. She has more than one Gutan City. It has been almost a month since she last came to the underground Gutan City. Time seemed to have stopped here. Without the breath of the replicants and the operation of pollutants, the underground Gutan gradually became deserted. When Luli stepped on the land of the underground Gutan City again, she felt depressed. This place brought her too many emotions. There were too many memories. The layout was exactly the same as that on the ground, which always made Luli feel as if she was in another world when she came here. And then she fell into the quagmire of painful emotions. She chose a hammer tool and marked a large area on the map of the underground Gutan City. Then clicked destroy. The moment the command was issued, like a rolling pin pressing dough, the buildings in the selected area changed from three-dimensional buildings to a thin piece of black paper. The system hammer's large area cleaning tool is more efficient than smashing one by one with fingers. But there are also disadvantages. Buildings cleared in this way cannot be recycled. But the buildings here are not as complete as those on the ground. First, they were destroyed by the cloned citizens, and then burned by the purification rain. Basically, they are damaged to a certain extent, and even recycling them will not cost a few cents. Luli kept repeating the same operation, and in just a few minutes, half of the city was razed to the ground. The soil was native to this planet, and it was the same as the Gutan City on the ground. Dark and fertile. Luli came to the open space after estimating that the area was large enough. He selected manufacturing factory in the construction interface. When all the grids turned green, meaning that it could be placed, Luli placed it. Hundreds of transparent void workers appeared and began to fence and lay the foundation. The picture looked like it was running at 20 times the normal speed. Construction time, 1 hour. Luli used 3 acceleration coupons, and the construction speed was unprecedentedly fast. As the building in front of her rose from the ground, the prototype of the building appeared on her mobile phone. Luli could see that the manufacturing workshops in the manufacturing factory were gradually going online. But the more she looked at the things in the manufacturing workshops, the more scared she became. There was something wrong with this building. Chapter 115. The largest building Luli has ever built is the zoo. But the actual area of this manufacturing plant is actually larger than the zoo. Fortunately, Luli cleared all the abandoned buildings around and reserved a large space next to it. Otherwise, it would have grown to the hill. When the void workers disappeared, the system-prompted manufacturing plant construction was completed, and an unprecedentedly magnificent building appeared in front of Luli. There was no light in the underground Gutan City, only the reflection of the real-world moon in the sky. But this building was surrounded by a row of streetlights, which looked very professional. Luli clicked on the manufacturing factory. This is a full-level building that cannot be upgraded any further. It can be said that it is top of the line right out of the factory, and it is worth the cost of spending so many star coins and cloud crystals. There are 8 grids on the main interface of the manufacturing factory. The grids contain the names and images of the manufacturing workshops. The first 2 grids are colored and open. The next 6 are gray and unopened. Luli randomly clicked on a gray grid. The name of the workshop is Explosives Expert. Opening conditions. Explosive trial field is required. Luli clicked on the grid before this gray grid. Sure enough, the introduction next to it became Explosion Test Field. The explosion test field is also not open. Required, Engineer Office. The opening of the latter workshop requires the unlocking of the previous workshop. Linked together. This is similar to the research and development projects of the Research Institute, except that here it is intimately informed what the next or even the next workshop that can be opened is. Unlike the Research Institute, which only tells her what the next one is after the previous research and development is successful. I have a sense of control. Luli directly clicked on the last gray sticker. Pilot Training Camp. And the previous one was Single Soldier. Luli looked at the names of these workshops and fell into deep thought. Why do they all seem like war machines? In addition, the manufacturing plant is built underground, which makes me feel like they are secretly recruiting soldiers and preparing for a rebellion. If this is true, the workshop cannot stop at the pilots. Even if you look at it with your naked eyes, there are more than 8 hollow rooms. Luli tried to slide the page with her hand, but the page could not be slid. It seems that the workshops on this page can only be opened after all the workshops are unlocked. So, she returned her eyes to the 2 colorful workshop stickers on the top. Eye of Hell. Mouth of the Abyss. The names are scary. The stickers are blurry, and I don't know what they are. It takes 500,000 star coins to open the Eye of Hell workshop, and 1 million star coins to open the Mouth of the Abyss workshop. Luli was really shocked when she saw the string of zeros at first. The currency units required for the current building were directly measured in tens of thousands. If she really didn't have some strength, she wouldn't be able to maintain this building. Fortunately, she had money. Luli pointed her finger and unlocked the 2 workshops. The effect was immediate. As she gave the order, the scene in front of her changed immediately. The small hollow compartment was instantly wrapped with 4 walls. After 10 seconds, the system prompted. Eye of Hell workshop opened. The opening speed of the other Abyss Mouth workshop was much slower. Luli suddenly felt that this manufacturing plant was a bit like a supermarket, with the workshops inside being stalls. Those Void construction workers only built a shell and set up the stalls in these workshops, just like different seeds, carrying all the DNA genes, if they really want to put them into use. Luli still needs to unlock and unfold them, and grow and develop into complete individuals. The interior of the workshop is not open to the public, but there is a shipping port. The entire manufacturing plant can operate without the need for employees to enter. But Luli did see the position where employees can be set up. Will the entry of employees have any effect on the manufacturing plant? What kind of people can enter the manufacturing plant? Can those in Good City on the ground be used? Luli had many questions in his mind, but she still wanted to solve the doubts in front of her first. What exactly is this Eye of Hell? After the Eye of Hell manufacturing workshop is opened, the Eye of Hell can be manufactured. Currently, Luli can build 5 Hell Eyes. 5 is just the current manufacturing limit. The limit has nothing to do with the city level, and naturally has nothing to do with the level of the manufacturing plant, because the manufacturing plant has no level. It was not until the manufacturing workshop of the Abyss Mouth next to it was opened that Luli saw the number of 5. The manufacturing limit of the Hell Eye doubled to 10. Perhaps the construction limit of the Hell Eye is related to the number of open workshops. This is Luli's guess. Each Eye of Hell is priced at 100,000 star coins. Luli, as expected. Development means burning money. Let's make one and see. Eye of Hell X1 is being manufactured. Please wait. Estimated 5 minutes waiting for a break. Take a look at the abyss next door. Luli almost fainted. Originally, the manufacturing factory building did not need to be upgraded, which made her secretly happy for a long time. After all, the star coins for building upgrades are doubled, which requires a lot of money. But when she really built this seemingly value for money manufacturing factory, she realized that the original charging items were all included. Free things are often the most expensive. Luli gritted his teeth. The Mouth of the Abyss. Price per piece, 1 million star coins. Existence limit, 2. Currently owned, 0. She needs an oxygen tank now. It feels like she has entered a Krypton Gold game and can't get out of it. Okay. She has spent so much money before. She won't give up until she sees what these are. Even if she goes bankrupt tomorrow, she will make one. Clang. The sound of shaking a money bag. It directly touched Luli's heart. Manufacturing. Please wait. Estimated 20 minutes waiting for a break. Luli dragged a wooden bench out of the building and sat down. After a while, the manufacturing factory sent her good news. The Eye of Hell was successfully manufactured. Luli couldn't wait to go to the shipping port. As a result, she met a huge eye. The reason why it is called an eye is that the strange thing has no body, only an eye. And under the eye there is a pair of slender ostrich legs. Big Eyes spotted Luli, kicked up his legs and sprinted towards her 100 meters. That scene, anyone who saw it would lose sanity. But since Luli came here, She has experienced so many things and seen all kinds of strange creatures. At this time, her psychological endurance is unprecedentedly strong. However, she still loses sanity. But she can pretend to be calm. The Eye of Hell stopped in front of Luli and did not move further. Maybe this is just a factory setting? After the Eye of Hell was successfully manufactured, the product list of the manufacturing factory was opened. There is a detailed description of the Eye of Hell. After reading it, Luli finally understood that it was not some strange alien creature, but a bionic robot. Then the question is, whose creature is it imitating? It doesn't matter. To be more precise, this is a camera robot used for monitoring, exploration, recording, with its own analysis system, and full intelligent automation. It looks powerful, but many machines in Shanghai can do these functions. It's too shabby to sell it at such a high price. Luli felt a pang of pain, and felt that she had been fooled, until she saw the gray fog exploration in the application scenario. There is only one kind of gray fog in the star sea, and there is no other possibility. Even drones cannot fly at low altitude in the gray fog, and can only roughly take pictures of the scene. And the clarity is also quite touching, almost the same as groping in the dark. And all other electronic devices currently on the market will be disturbed and malfunction in the gray fog. If this Eye of Hell is really as described, and can move freely in the gray fog, then selling it for 100,000 star coins does not seem to be very expensive. The pain in the flesh disappeared. Luli performed a simple operation according to the instructions in the product manual. What she saw now was the factory state of the Eye of Hell, which could be freely scaled according to the scene of use and the terrain explored. It could be as small as a contact lens at the smallest, and as big as a motorcycle at the largest. It was also very convenient to store. The manufacturing plant came with 10 warehouse grids. You could give the Eye of Hell an order to let it go directly to the warehouse of the manufacturing plant. And Luli could also let it automatically return to the warehouse through the teleportation space between reality and the mayor's mobile phone. Luli shrunk the Eye of Hell and put it in her pocket. Then, she saw a mechanical dog appear at her feet. The first abyss mouth in the underground pigeon city was also built. The proportions of the mechanical dog were extremely uncoordinated, with a large head and a small body. The proportions of its facial features were also different from those of ordinary dogs. It had a super large mouth. No wonder it was called the abyss mouth. It was quite descriptive. Luli was going to read the instructions for the abyss mouth carefully. She wanted to see what this thing made with 1 million star coins could be used for. With the attitude of a seller who spent a lot of money, Luli wanted to find faults. But who knew that after seeing the effect of the abyss mouth? Luli was stunned. Is it fake? Can this thing eat gray fog? She looked at the mechanical dog that was looking up at her and wagging its tail while reading the introduction. After conversion, it is estimated that the efficiency of a mechanical dog in clearing gray fog in a day is equivalent to 100 top-level high-chain windmills running at the same time. High-chain windmills have a limit on the number of times they can be used. But this thing does not. It does not eat or drink, but only needs to be charged. Swallowing fog is secondary. It can even swallow low-level monsters in the gray fog. And you, my dog, are the real devourer. Only 1 million star coins? Too cheap. Currently, the area developed in Gitten City only accounts for 5% of the old Gitten City. With this mechanical dog, wouldn't it be possible to open 1% in 2 or 3 days? Used with big eyes, the effect is even better. What was once out of reach has now made her touch the edge. And the revival of the entire planet is just around the corner. A few days ago, I received the news channel of the central city through the Gitten City TV station. The gray fog is rapidly encroaching on the star sea. People are displaced and suffer unprecedented suffering. And the government cabinet is indifferent. As an outstanding mayor who won the City Progress Award, she must do her best to build a beautiful star sea. Luli's dream is the sea of stars. She swears to bring hope and light back to the world. Hashtag Capital Star Central City Imperial Research Institute. The assistant came in a panic. Generally, he would not disturb the dean at this time if there was no emergency. After getting the nod, the assistant leaned over and whispered a few words in Arthur's ear. Arthur's eyes were deep. This is really not good news. The people in the south are coming back. Chapter 116. On a dark and windy night, someone sneaked out of the city. The figure looked so familiar. So soon after she left the city, there was another person behind her. That person followed her. Luli was being watched. Walking in the night, she tightened her windbreaker. Although it was early summer, no one knew what kind of wind was blowing in Gitten City. And the temperature difference between day and night was huge, which was like eating watermelon around a stove. Behind her, there was silence. No footsteps. But the mayor's phone can't deceive people. A red dot has been following him. Like a shadow. After the previous upgrade, the system can already use the avatar to show the red dot. Luli switched it slightly, and saw that the red dot had expanded several times. Then, Carl's headshot was posted. Good boy. Following me? Compared with the modern prosperity in the city, the outside of the city has not been cultivated and built. Even though the infrastructure of Leogitan City is not bad, it has become a dark silhouette after years of gray fog erosion. Just like the texture that has not been loaded in the game. Blurred and dark. Luli found a random shelter and hid. Sure enough, not long after, the person following her stopped. Where did the person go? He had been following her all the way, and he was careful enough. But he still lost her. Just when he was at a loss, Luli appeared with his arms folded. He asked coldly, "What are you doing?" When Carl saw Luli's expression, he knew that his whereabouts had been exposed. He simply revealed his cards. "I'm worried about you. The city has been built. The walls are very high, and there are city defense teams patrolling at night on the towers. Camouflage fire towers can be seen all over the city. If the alien monsters in the gray fog want to invade, they have to pass through these levels before they can reach the residential areas of the residents. In other words, they are completely out of reach. The safety factor of Gitten City is one of the best in the entire Shanghai. Therefore, the real danger comes from outside the city." Luli went out of the city alone in the middle of the night, which made Carl feel at ease. Although he knew that Luli was different from ordinary people. She was only one person after all. "Luli, don't you believe me?" Even though Carl was worried about her, she still felt despised. You know, she is the owner of this city, and everything is under her control. But she has a god's perspective, and the citizens don't know this situation. It's inevitable that Carl will worry. "I'm also concerned about you." Carl said this with difficulty. There was a new notification on the phone, but Luli didn't dare to look at it, always feeling a bad premonition. "Okay, don't worry about me. You go back." Luli waved her hands quickly. "I won't get into trouble." The reason why she chose to leave the city late at night was that she didn't want others to see what she was doing. After so many days of getting along, Carl could be considered her right-hand man. But Luli was really worried about his current state. She hadn't told anyone about the underground Guten City and the dream Guten City. In addition, she didn't know whether the things produced in the manufacturing factory were considered to be in violation of the laws and regulations of Shanghai. Because, although the Starsea Galaxy implements planetary autonomy, autonomy is a freedom granted under certain conditions and constraints. This is quite similar to the ugly country on Blue Star. However, even if the autonomy is as loose as the Federation, the head of the Starsea is generous enough to allow the star leader or mayor of a planet to secretly cultivate his own army. This time she went out with the Eye of Hell and the Mouth of the Abyss in order to eliminate the gray fog and expand the great cause of Fei Yao Star. But in the final analysis, these two things came from the manufacturing factory, and it was not easy to tell others. If she had started the Haiqin windmill, she wouldn't have been so secretive and avoided others. Luli felt that the fewer people knew about the manufacturing factory, the better, and it would be best if only she knew it. This is also another way to protect the citizens. She was completely kind-hearted. But to Carl, it meant something else. She was rejecting him. Today, Carl finally couldn't stand it anymore. He had always been cautious and kept this love hidden in his heart. So he missed opportunities again and again. He could only watch Luli being with others. He could do nothing. But jealousy is the most bitter. First it was Fei Ku, and after Fei Ku left, there was Xia Ran. How could it be like a nightmare that keeps haunting her? A wildfire that cannot be extinguished will spring up again. Recently he also found that many people looked at Luli with strange eyes, such as the priest Ulysses in the church. Carl was unwilling to accept it, because he was the first person to know Luli. Why? He didn't want to escape from his heart anymore. Carl stood in front of Luli and looked at her seriously. There was only a slight surprise in Luli's eyes. The lover's gaze made the person who had a deep crush on her panic. He was a killer on the battlefield and a deserter in love. Carl almost avoided her. But this time, he made up his mind. His body rebelled against his consciousness. making his fair face red, like a red charcoal in the stove. Liking someone is harder to hide than committing a serious crime of murder. There is noon sunshine in the lover's eyes. You may not know. Carl finally revealed his inner affection in front of Luli. I have always liked you. This is a love that is restrained and forbearing. From time to time, it is watered with crazy jealousy. And then a beautiful flower blooms. This flower is beautiful, but also fragile. Luli, I knew this a long time ago. Carl looked so innocent, and the blush spread from his face to his ears. The whole person was as cute as a pink man. Luli sighed, probably because she had never been in love. In fact, she herself had no experience. But compared to those who had never been in love, she was also experienced. She couldn't bear to give him a basin of cold water directly. She asked cooperatively, when did it start? Seeing that Luli was curious rather than disgusted, Carl was like a shot of carditonic. From the moment you held my hand that day. He had recalled that scene countless times. Being dragged away by tentacles, sliding in the damp darkness, about to enter the abyss and become the nourishment of alien species. His sanity hit the bottom, and the world closed in front of him. There was a soft hand that grabbed him and brought him back from the darkness to the light. Luli said, don't sleep. At that time, even if Carl didn't want to admit it, the fact was already established. He fell deeply in love with Luli, a person he could hardly like. After hearing that description, Luli checked with the system and confirmed that it was at that time. Sure enough, no one can resist the strong heartbeat brought by the person who pulled him back from the brink of death, whether it is a man or a woman. As long as he still has a bit of humanity. It's just that men save women more often. Which is why in many cases, women will pledge themselves to their saviors. It was a classic success story that happened to me. Even though Luli didn't think about it that much at the time. It didn't prevent her from gaining a new understanding from this incident now. Okay. I understand. Luli nodded. You go back first. Carl was stunned. He wanted to say something else. But Luli's next sentence completely blocked his way out. Be obedient. Luli smiled slightly. I like well-behaved men. Carl, In her hand was the emergency call button that Carl had given her. As long as she pressed it, Carl would rush over as quickly as possible. It was a kind gesture after all. So Luli put it away. In the past, she might have felt very touched or moved. But the incident with Thiko taught her a lesson that she had to rely on herself in life. Ah, maybe he should be called Arthur now. Luli walked towards the large ruins outside the city. This was the place she had cleared with the Haichine windmill before. And she hadn't had time to deal with it yet. Under the moonlight, this place looked very gloomy. Luli took out a simple paper lantern and walked through the ruins. Lanterns are consumable items, similar to mining lamps and building lighting columns. When the usage time is up, they will automatically disappear. The dim candlelight in the lantern illuminated Luli's way forward. Leaving such a transition area outside the city has been her cleaning habit for so long. After the second overall planning of Gitten City, the city area has increased by 3 times. The city and the outside area are separated by the outer wall. Between the residential area and the outer wall is the defense area of the guard team. The inner wall is usually fixed. Luli used the newly unlocked transparent wall in the defense building column. This wall is not clear from a distance. It can only be discovered when you get close. The wall has good light transmittance, just like a layer of glass, with floating patterns on it from time to time. It is equivalent to a huge LED electronic screen. As long as Luli is willing, he can even use this inner wall for advertising. However, she herself hates advertising. Everyone already lives in an environment full of advertising. So let's leave a piece of pure land for the citizens. Therefore, residents who have never been here will regard it as non-existent air. People who have been here will say that there is a beautiful vine plant wall outside, full of bright flowers. The inner wall looks relatively gentle, but it is only open to humans. If a foreign monster is lucky enough to cross the outer wall and approach the inner wall, the alarm device in the wall will be activated, and the city defense team will arrive within 1 minute to destroy it. Unlike the relatively fixed inner city wall, Luli would regularly move the outer city wall outward. Of course, on the day of expansion, she would first ask Carl to take the city defense team away, and then let them come back after Luli successfully expanded. From the outside, there is not much difference. But the area of the city is indeed steadily increasing. The city construction can be completed without large-scale construction. all thanks to the mayor's magical ability. The citizens are all grateful and proud to have such a mayor. Between the outer city wall and the gray fog, there is a section of the old city ruins isolation zone. Luli came to the edge of the isolation zone. Ahead is the gray fog in the dark night. The gray fog rolls, and the texture is thick, like a surging torrent, which makes people shudder at the sight of it. I am always afraid that they will pounce on me and swallow me up. Unfortunately, no matter how scary they look, they can't cause any inner fluctuations to Luli now. She has long been accustomed to it. Luli found a suitable angle, released the eye of hell and the mouth of the abyss, then unfold it to a suitable size. When the eye of hell is stored, it is only as big as a hidden glasses box. But after multiple unfoldings, it slowly turns into a camera car, just like watching a 3D modeling animation. The most important organ, eye, is also 5 times larger than before. Eyeball, white of eye, iris, eyelid, all kinds of eye parts are available. The big eye blinked at Luli. Expanding in this direction is the initial plan made by Luli based on the images sent back by the drone. From the blurry image, Luli roughly judged that this seemed to be a city center of Laojitan City. A city has more than one city center, but multiple circles radiating out from the center of the circle. There will be overlapping parts, but there will be a certain distance between each center point. The city hall that Luli initially saw can be regarded as a city center. However, according to the scene around the city center, Luli estimated that her city hall was built later, because the nearby buildings do not conform to this principle. However, after her transformation, it now looks a bit like a city center. But Luli knew that although the city has been built to a certain scale, she still knew very little about the city. Now the residents of Gitten City, except for Mirakuewu, who had been here since she arrived, the rescued priest Ulysses, and the head of the seafood market Hathaway, are basically all alien immigrants. The common point is that the memory of the city by the natives of this city is like a puzzle, always missing a piece, more or less polluted by the gray fog, and they cannot provide Luli with more information about the city. Even the support they can provide in their memories may not be as much as Luli himself knows. Therefore, if you want to explore more secrets of the city, you have to continue to dig deep into the city. In the early stage, Luli built the city for his own survival. At present, the nearly 9-digit asset balance in the city account and the large amount of star coin income every day can fully maintain the operation of the city. There is no need to worry about the bankruptcy of the city. Luli's life safety is guaranteed. The city population is close to 10,000 people. And the improvement of the city's internal infrastructure has also made the emotions of the citizens fluctuate in a positive and upward direction. The energy value changes caused by positive interests make the city's energy value always hover near the upper limit, never close to zero. Even if there is some consumption, it can be replenished in a very short time, and the city does not have the threat of downgrade. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, only when the bottom needs are met can there be further pursuit of life. This is true for the city, and it is also true for Luli. While ensuring yourself, find a way to do what you can for others and for Shanghai. On the one hand, Luli explored the city as quickly as possible to eliminate the gray fog. On the other hand, she was also seeking the civil organizations of Shanghai to understand the attitude of the Shanghai government towards the gray fog. If necessary, she would submit her experience in dealing with the gray fog to the Shanghai government to see if it could benefit more planets, and maybe even help rebuild the hometown in the memory of the citizens, so that the gray fog would completely disappear from Shanghai. Luli had a wish in her heart, but she would not rush for success before things were done. Everything had to be signaled by the complete purification of Feiyu Star into a pollution-free planet. It was too early to report it now. With a goal, there is also a motivation for action. And Luli is full of energy. It must be said that expensive things are good to use. Big Eyes walks in the gray fog, and it also has a searchlight that can penetrate the fog. It transmits the scene back while exploring. Compared with the scene taken by Big Eyes and the drone, it can almost be determined that one is transparent glass and the other is frosted glass. Luli makes adjustments to the plan based on the scene taken by Big Eyes. She wants to find the real city center of Laojitan City. The Eye of Hell has been recognized as authentic, and the next step is to look at the next generation of Haiqin windmill, the abyss mouth that has the same gray fog clearing function as it. Luli drew a new area. Then he squatted down and adjusted the parameters of the abyss mouth. Unlike the Eye of Hell, which can grow larger, The abyss mouth is still only the size of a puppy. Luli couldn't help but doubt its efficiency. Until the abyss mouth resolutely ran into the depths of the gray fog. 10 seconds later, when Luli saw it clearly again, there was nothing around it. Before Luli could see how it was operated, the gray fog was cleared away. You have to know that this is a 20 by 20 area in Luli's mobile phone. Even if the Haiqin windmill is fully powered, it will take a while to work. And the abyss mouth was cleaned up in such a short time. Luli only issued this command at a time. There were no tasks queued behind the task queue of the program platform. And the abyss mouth automatically returned to Luli. It has an electronic display on its back. Luli had seen it before when reading the instructions. It is not only a robot that can swallow gray fog, but also can eat the low-level alien species hidden in the gray fog. 2 pixel icons were displayed on the color electronic screen. Although it was made up of small colored squares, Luli recognized the colorful black at a glance. Nightmare gravel. The screen showed. Nightmare gravel, 30 grams. This number surprised Luli a little. From the time it was put into use to the time it was produced. In such a short time, 30 grams of nightmare gravel were accumulated. Is the concentration of monsters in this gray fog particularly high? Or has the extraction efficiency increased several times? Could it be that because the monsters didn't die, the loss was smaller? Luli made several guesses. However, what surprised her most was not the large amount of nightmare gravel, but the fact that she saw a new resource icon. A ball of white fluff. The name of this resource, dust, was also written below. The abyss mouth collected 2 points of dust. What is dust? How did it come from? Since there are only 2 things in the gray fog, and the gray fog monster produces nightmare gravel, then this dust. Can't it be the crystal of the gray fog? Luli was shocked by the sudden thought in his mind. You know, gray fog is a very dangerous thing for humans. If a normal person approaches it, it means death. Even ordinary precision mechanical equipment will short-circuit immediately when it touches the gray fog. Even if there are people who can avoid being killed by the gray fog, they will lose their sanity under the influence of the gray fog. All organs of the body will fail and be damaged. Amnesia is the most common type, which causes irreversible damage to the human brain. Now, the robots manufactured by the manufacturing factory are not only not affected by the gray fog, but can even extract and compress the gray fog? Will the extracted and compressed gray fog still harm humans? What is the use of collecting these things? Luli couldn't figure it out. Like the nightmare sand collector, the abyss mouth can also provide packaging services. The minimum packaging shipment of nightmare sand is 100 grams, and the storage limit is 1,000 grams. The minimum packaging shipment of dust is 10 points, and the storage limit is 100 points. This requires Luli to take out these 2 resources in time after the work of the abyss mouth is completed. Because if the storage limit is exceeded, although the abyss mouth will continue to work, these 2 products will be at risk of leakage. In short, the abyss mouth will eat and poop at the same time. Pulling nightmare gravel is not a big deal. It is just a resource and has no harm to humans. But if the dust is pulled out and exposed to the air, who knows what will happen? It seems that when the abyss mouth is working, Luli has to watch it from the side. The days of letting a few Haiqin windmills turn, then going to sleep, and waking up to see the gray fog cleared up, are now a thing of the past. Fortunately, she is a model worker and has a strong enthusiasm for the great cause of clearing the gray fog. It's just a few night shifts. Luli relied on her youth and did whatever she wanted. But the facts prove that people are people after all, not robots. Luli finally fainted while working. When she woke up again, she was in the ward. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the chandelier on the top of the ward. The shape of the chandelier was very unique, like a whale, and she was particularly impressed. Memories came flooding back like a tide. The memory of seeing this lamp, as soon as she opened her eyes last time, made her sit up straight. Escaped from the underground mausoleum of the Cathedral of Dove End City, fighting against the terrible corpse that looked like her. She stuffed the shroud into her mouth and lay in the dark and white coffin. And then she escaped from that dream with pride. But the connection point of that dream is not the real world, but another dream Good City that is exactly the same as the real world. It is also the predecessor of the dream Good City in her mobile phone. No matter what, it is not a good memory for Luli. She is very scared that she will be pulled into a space that she cannot control by some unknown creature again. She is even more scared that maybe she has never woken up and she is still living in a dream. PTSD. She suppressed her pounding heart and looked into the eyes of Agla, who looked puzzled. Lu Li's eyes were horrified, as if he had seen something terrible. Agula frowned, confused, but still took out a small mirror and looked at himself, until he saw himself in the mirror. Wasn't he handsome? It was like seeing a ghost. Agula became confident again, pulled out a chair and sat down beside Lu Li's bed. He spoke in a standard doctor's tone. Do you know what's wrong with you? Lu Li, Usually when a doctor asks this question, he will start to curse. She shook her head in confusion. Just as she expected, Agula threw her physical examination report to her with an expression that said, if you had known this would happen, why would you have done it in the first place? Lu Li opened the report. Although there were many professional values on the report that Lu Li had never seen before, most of them were still understandable. The parts marked in red were the unqualified parts. Lu Li was shocked to see each project one by one. How could so many indicators fail to meet the standards? She won't die soon. Will she? She has been to the hospital quite a few times during this period of time. Ever since the clones appeared in the city, she has been going to see a doctor for health problems underground and in dreams. But she has never seen a doctor in reality. Except now. You don't know until you see a doctor. If you see a doctor, it's better not to see a doctor. Lu Li pretended to be calm. Can I still be saved? Agla is a great doctor. There must be a way. Hearing Lu Li say this, Agla was stunned. He just wanted to scare her. But he really scared her. Since the patient's attitude was good, there was no need for him to continue to embarrass her. Agula coughed dryly. If you eat well, you can still be saved. Lu Li, The emotions were brewing halfway, and then died. Lu Li suddenly turned the report to the first page. Physical examination report? Lu Li didn't say anything, but her eyes told Agula that she was saying, that's it? The patient's attitude was not right again. Don't underestimate malnutrition, Agula said seriously. If you don't do it right, it could kill you. There are many reasons for malnutrition, but the most common one is dieting. Dieting is a serious problem among young girls. In order to get a slim figure, they would like to eat only one meal a day, or not eat at all. It's not worth it to ruin your body. Since Lu Li is a normal human being who has not been polluted, Agula naturally requires her to use the standards of normal humans. In Agula's eyes, Lu Li is already a woman whose idea of dieting for love needs to be corrected. Damn. Who would diet to keep in shape? Lu Li, She eats a lot. There is no way to defend herself. Patients can lie, but test data can't. Okay. Thank you. Lu Li got off the bed. The moment she stood up, the world was spinning. Fortunately, Agla helped her in time. Lu Li suddenly thought of the dizziness she had experienced from time to time before. Could it be related to this? Of course. Agula rolled his eyes. It turned out that Lu Li had been in this condition for a long time. It seemed that it was not just 1 or 2 days. This is called hypoglycemia in medicine. Although he was infected by the pollutants of vampire bats and did not need to eat human food, he was not immortal. He still had to maintain the normal energy consumption of the human body by replenishing bloodberries or plasma bags. If he replenished less one day, it would be equivalent to a dizziness buff. Lu Li is a normal human being, so of course he needs to be more careful. There is still a long way to go to popularize health knowledge for all. Lu Li repeatedly told Agla that she knew and would never diet again. And Agla gave up and let her out of the hospital. Since she didn't diet, but still had hypoglycemia, which only occurs when dieting, then eat more. Lu Li left the ward. The person who sent her there was Pei Ji, who went to the city selection with him last time. He was talking to Lu Li at the time, and he was scared when he saw Lu Li fainted. It's okay. Thank you. Lu Li actually left directly. Peggy looked at Lu Li's back and secretly sighed that not everyone can be the mayor. During this period, she needs to eat more and rest more. So Lu Li slowed down her pace of expanding new areas. Originally, they were guarding the side at night, but now they directly gave the abyss mouth a fixed task area. After that area was cleared, it would automatically return to the reserve warehouse of the manufacturing plant, and wait until Lu Li was free to take the 2 resources inside. In this way, Lu Li doesn't have to be so tired, and he can make progress in regional expansion every day. Regional expansion and the elimination of gray fog monsters can also increase the progress of city upgrades. Now there is no need to wait for monsters to come to the door. Every time the abyss is clearing the gray fog, It can take the initiative to attack and swallow a lot of low-level alien monsters. The experience bars of these monsters will be directly reflected in the notification tone of the mobile phone system the next morning. Every morning when I wake up, the level of the city will rise a little bit, which actually has some more automation, saving worry and trouble. After a few days, the city was upgraded to level 2. However, these 2 levels did not bring any special buildings, but only added some more diverse choices in the original food, clothing, housing and transportation. Luli was ready to find an opportunity to put these new buildings down. Today, she had more important things to do. The date agreed with Robin had arrived. Originally, Robin wanted to come to see her the next day, but just before leaving, he seemed to be caught by his mother. She said that there was something she had to do, which pissed him off. As for why Luli knew all this, it was because Robin used the star letter dialogue box with her as a trash can to confide in. At first, Luli answered every question out of politeness, but later she found that this person was just a chatterbox. She said 1 sentence, and he could reply 10 sentences back. She was not an idle person. She had to go to work, and obviously didn't have that much time to chat with him, so she really couldn't respond to every sentence. Later, Robin left messages unilaterally, and Luli would reply a few words when he had time. However, Luli had not forgotten that he had already decided to entertain Robin. Kue Wu, who was in charge of this matter, also put the VIP of Gutan City on the most important charter, just waiting for the moment when the VIP arrived. Robin did not drive the super lightspeed spaceship he used last time this time. After all, a child of a noble family like him would not cherish things so much if they were too easy to get. The spaceship he had been thinking about for a long time was only driven 2 or 3 times before it was thrown into the basement of the Luo family to collect dust, due to the success of the Tinga project investment. Although he has not yet received the tenfold return he deserves, the benefits this incident has brought him are far beyond what can be measured in money. It has allowed him and his mother, Miss Qin, to vent their anger in front of the Luo family father and son. For Qin sure, there is no Robin in the world who can slap Rod's face in front of old man Luo, which makes her feel more comfortable. Based on this alone, the benefits that Robin can get from his mother are limitless. The second round of investment, pocket money, company support, all are no problem. Who made him have a mother who is a big business tycoon? Robin drove the latest high-speed spaceship to Feiya's star, and the arrival speed was faster than that time. However, he couldn't understand the satellite cloud map. He was shocked when he entered the airspace of Gutan City. It can't be said that it is different from that time. It is simply a big change. According to the latest regulations of Gutan City, private spaceships are not allowed to enter the urban area of Gutan City. Otherwise, the city defense team on the ground will directly take measures to shoot down the spaceship. The spacecraft must land at a specific location. But Robin is a VIP among VIPs. It took several laps over the city before it landed in the designated area. The city defense team had to put up with his poor flying skills for a long time. If it were someone else, special measures would have been taken. Robin was not shot down in the end, but he also received a warning from the city defense team. He pressed the button and extended the communication flag. There were 2 letters on it. One was O, and the other was K. Then he prepared to park in the designated area. But his flying skills were not very good. He could never land in the right area. He opened the cabin window and said to the uniformed man nearby, "Waiter." This familiar syllable. Carl turned around and saw a young and handsome face. Of course, there were also innocent and clear eyes that were not bothered by worldly affairs and were not familiar with the world. He recognized the person on the spaceship at a glance. Could this be the big shot that Luli asked him to pick up in his order? Oh my god. The damn rich second generation. Here we go again. Carl's face was terribly dark, but he still endured his dissatisfaction and parked Robin's spaceship. Woo! Robin exclaimed. Carl's skills are quite good. It can park in such a small grid. Carl was completely immune to his praise and said coldly, "Let's go. The mayor is waiting for you." Robin, "Thank you, bro." Carl was really unhappy. "Can you stop farting? Why are you showing off all day? Hello, are you okay?" Who wouldn't say that? But he didn't say anything yet. Robin held a colorful banknote between his fingers. Tip. The face value is 10,000. Carl, It's really not about money. Who doesn't like money? Robin got into the car that Carl came to pick him up, and happily put his hands on the back of his head. Life is so beautiful. Carl drove Robin through the city of Gittin. Robin looked at this brand new city with interest. Back then, it was only as big as a basketball court. Not even as big as his room. He didn't expect that when he came back today, it would become such a prosperous metropolis. Calling it a metropolis is a complete exaggeration. Even during the city selection meeting, Gittin City was only listed as a second-class city. It is still a long way from being a first-class city like the Hunter Elephant Star. Not to mention the central city. The most important difference is that Gittin City has not yet opened up air routes. And in terms of area alone, it does not meet that standard. As for why Robin boasted so much, of course, there was a little selfishness in it. After all, he was the angel investor of this city. And praising it was equivalent to praising himself in disguise. A kind word can warm you through the winter. Even Carl, who was driving, was moved by his flattery and changed his mind about him. He became closer to him psychologically. The car entered the most prosperous commercial street in Gittin City and stopped at the door of a magnificent and elegantly decorated hotel. This is the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Gittin City, with a total of 8 floors. Who would have thought that this hotel, which now looks like it would not look shabby even if it were to host the Prime Minister of Shanghai, was just a 2 square meter, extremely simple AAA delicious restaurant a few months ago? It was the one that entertained Robin at that time. It can be said that he has not forgotten his original intention. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The small restaurant will also turn over one day. Its current level is level 10. It is already the highest level that can be upgraded in the food column of buildings. Continuous upgrades have brought many branches. After the initial development of the city, Luli also placed many small restaurants like this. They all have different destiny routes. Some may be fixed at a certain level and will not move. But Kuewu had a deep affection for this small restaurant. So Luli focused on upgrading it and chose the highest standard luxury hotel. There was only one such restaurant in the entire Gittin City. As soon as Carl's car stopped, a doorman went to open the door for them. Robin got out of the car. He was wearing a noble suit and tie, looking young and decent without losing his manners. Since he was meeting Luli, he also dressed up well. The men's perfume on his body showed his taste. He was actually a very gentleman. Compared to Robin's solemnity, Luli seemed a little casual. She stepped forward and held Robin's hand. Welcome, Mr. Robin. Unlike when she first met Luli, she was very picky about this city and wanted to run away. Now Robin felt very close to Luli. In addition, they also had a common secret. That is, they cricket Dean Arthur together on the stone bench in the moonlit garden of the Parliament. At least Robin thought so. He felt that his relationship with Luli was actually very good, and there was no need to be so restrained. Moreover, what Mr. Mayor made him seem like he was here to discuss business, which he didn't like. Robin, hello. Sister Lu. He held Luli's hand tightly. Luli, Carl, Carl looked at Luli with a question mark. What's going on? Luli looked back. I don't know. Carl. Forget it. Go park first. Just then, another guest happened to come. A surprised female voice sounded. Xiao Kue. It was obviously calling her. Luli turned around and looked at the person who came. What a familiar face. Where have I seen it before? 2 seconds later, she remembered. Her desk mate Han Mimi in the math class at the community school. When they introduced each other, she simply used the name Shikue. And she had never shown her face in front of the citizens of Gittin City. So no one except the staff working in the city hall had seen what she looked like. Han Mimi naturally thought of her as the female student Shiokue. What a coincidence. Luli smiled politely. There was a boy standing next to Han Mimi. Tall and strong, with a chubby face. Han Mimi took the initiative to introduce Luli. This is my boyfriend Lei. After that, the two looked at each other. Their faces filled with happy smiles. A couple in love. Han Mimi blinked at Luli, looked at her and then at Robin. Luli, if she directly revealed Robin's identity, her identity would probably be lost. She didn't want to be exposed. Wait, her behavior of concealing her identity seems to be a kind of deception? But this idea only existed for a moment. And she felt self-consistent. This deception is not important at all. After all, she did not play with Han Mimi's feelings. Arthur, who was far away in the central city. Achoo! He sneezed for no apparent reason. The report stopped abruptly, and everyone in the conference room looked at him sitting in the main seat. Especially the researcher who was speaking. He was so trembling. Afraid that he would say something wrong and displease Dean Arthur. But Arthur just sneezed. This is the case for those in high positions. Every word and action will be closely watched and speculated by the people below. Every action he makes will not be redundant, but full of deep meaning, which is worth the later generations to ponder and savor, even if it is really just an ordinary sneeze. Arthur, go on. He's my... Luli thought about how to fool him. Anyway, he couldn't say the noble man in my life. Luli's hesitation made Robin's eyes more inquiring. Why is it so hard to say? Is he a shady person? Obviously. Luli's lying skills in this regard are far inferior to those of the new citizens and his investor. Even Han Mimi could see that their relationship was a bit strange. Luli lowered his eyes, and a light bulb suddenly lit up his head. My friend Schweibinben. Oh, so that's how it is. Han Mimi smiled. Since they had greeted each other, they should go in. She said she would come to play with Luli again next time she had a chance. Luli nodded. Finally, he got away with it. Then shall we go in too? Luli looked at Robin. There was a light flashing in Robin's eyes, and he was screaming wildly in his heart. It was her. It was her. The hotel box. The dishes hadn't been served yet, and Robin had been staring at him with affectionate eyes for 3 minutes. Luli's cheeks were flushed. It's a bit hot. Is the air conditioner not on? The last time this happened, Luli went to open the window. But now they are on the 8th floor, and the wind is so strong that it can overturn the dining table. Too bad. It's not a good way to entertain guests. Forget it. Luli fanned herself with her hands, and her appearance became more charming. Robin's eyes sparkled, and she felt happy. Xiao Kui. Hee hee. She is Xiao Kui. It turns out that I have always misunderstood before. I mistook that big guy for Xiao Kui. I don't blame her. I don't blame myself. At that time, the truth of the matter had such a big impact on me. Who would have the mood to confront her face to face? No one could accept that the considerate female netizen I had chatted with for many days suddenly turned into a 2-meter-tall rough man. After I got on the spaceship, I immediately blocked Xiao Kui's star signal and didn't give her any chance to explain. Now it seems that this should be Luli's Smith account. She didn't use her secondary account to add me again. Maybe my indifferent attitude deeply hurt her fragile heart. She might use Luli's primary account to contact me. But I blocked her primary account after a while. Oh my god. I can't imagine how sad she must be. I am such a jerk. Robin was so upset when he thought of this. His mood was not so good anymore. He felt that what he did to Luli and Xiao Kui was really too much. However, since Luli did not mention this matter later, there was no need for him to rush to expose his evil deeds. He might as well forget about it. And he could take this opportunity to start over with Luli. Robin was performing a crazy little drama here. Luli was dizzy with hunger. Fortunately, the expensiveness of a big restaurant has its advantages, and the dishes are served quickly. Luli treated Robin and ordered a large table. It looked delicious. Then let's start. Luli invited Robin to start eating. Robin was already very happy when facing Luli, so naturally he would do whatever she said. Good. Usually, people in such big restaurants just look at the banquets, and they can't eat much. It's mainly for talking and drinking. But Luli really didn't treat him as an outsider. Or maybe he didn't treat him as a person at all. It was just like ordinary friends going out to eat. Relaxed and comfortable. Robin's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, of course he hoped that the person he liked could have a good appetite and sleep well. But on the other hand, a post in the love section of the Xingyao forum that has been popular for many years, like the whisper of the devil, kept chattering in his ears. When a girl goes out to eat with you alone, the more she eats, the less interested she is in you. Robin swallowed a mouthful of fish. The fish tasted quite good, but he couldn't taste it. Liar. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ahem. There was a stinging pain in his throat. Robin's head buzzed. Sorry. Luli wiped her mouth and smiled awkwardly. Did she eat too much? In order to fight the anemia caused by malnutrition, she has been eating a lot recently. But it seems that the current situation has nothing to do with how much she eats. Robin's face is not right. It hurts. It hurts when I swallow. Are you okay? Luli panicked. She stood up and walked to Robin. Robin looked out of breath and pointed at his throat. Luli was stunned. Food poisoning? Or allergies. This is no small matter. Cough cough. Robin smelled blood in his throat. Luli immediately called an ambulance from the city hospital. Lying on the white stretcher, Robin had tears in the corners of his eyes. Am I dying soon? This sentence scared Luli to death. Don't joke. If Robin died here, everyone would be doomed. No. You will be fine. Luli held his hand tightly, hoping to give him some comfort. Woo woo woo. Robin closed his eyes in despair. He began to think about his suicide note. Goodbye, Mom. The ambulance flew to the municipal hospital. Odula, the savior of life and death, had been waiting there. It is said that this patient is very important to the city of Gittin and has a great favor. And the city of Gittin has also been kind to him. So whether it is out of professional ethics or his own experience, Odula will do his best to save this VVVIP patient. Robin was sent to the operating room. Luli waited anxiously outside. Odula, She drew her sword and looked around. Feeling lost? You call this near death? 2 minutes later, the lights in the operating room went out. Luli's heart sank. Her scalp was numb. No way. Could it be that she was going to be declared dead? She was still breathing on the road just now. Just when she was feeling uneasy, Robin was pushed out again. However, the operating table had become a wheelchair. He didn't even change his clothes. And he looked listless. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at Odula standing nearby. But when he looked at him, it felt like 2 mushroom clouds would appear above Odula's head and blow up the roof of the hospital. Luli anxiously asked, How is he? Is there anything serious? What do you think? Is this a big problem? Odula resisted the urge to hit someone. He got a fish bone stuck in his throat. Luli choked. She looked at Robin in disbelief. Is this really not a child? Robin looked innocent. I didn't know fish have bones. His innocent eyes told Luli that he really wasn't lying. He really didn't know about this. Invisible display of wealth is the most hurtful. Why fish have bones is as hurtful as why there are bowls in the refrigerator. The reason why Robin didn't know can be figured out with a little thought. That is, every time Robin eats fish, the servants at home will help him pick out the fish bones. So, from childhood to adulthood, he has never eaten fish with bones. Luli asked for his opinion when ordering dishes just now. Robin said that he likes eating fish. 6. Successfully ate himself into the hospital. Luli pressed his temple. Inadvertently became a part of the rich man's play? I don't know whether to cry or laugh. The mood is quite complicated. Luli, is he okay? The face-saving project still needs to be done. Odula snorted. He's fine. Although fish bones can also be fatal. This rule obviously does not apply to Robin. The most important thing is that the psychological gap between before and after this incident is really too big. He was ready to snatch people from the god of death. But he didn't expect that he would end up doing delicate work with tweezers. Life is really like a play. Okay. Since Robin is fine. Then. Not very good. Doctor? Robin raised his hand. I don't feel well. He covered his chest. Luli and Odula, Hashtag Robin's private ward. He was hospitalized for a trivial matter. Nerves are really delicate, sensitive and fragile. The ward was completely redecorated according to Robin's wishes. And he reluctantly moved in. Luli sat in front of his bed and peeled an apple for him. Robin pursed her lips and looked at Luli's lowered eyes. Her heart pounding. He was too smart. He thought of the hospitalization method, so that he could stay in Gittin City for many more days. However, the fish bone stuck in his throat was completely an accident. And now, the accident has become a surprise. Although this matter has nothing to do with Luli. Robin went to the hospital because she invited him to dinner. Out of humanitarian concern. She also has to visit her often. I have to peel the fruit for myself. Luli peeled the apple and handed it to Robin. Robin blinked at the whole apple. The corners of Luli's mouth twitched. You are so cruel. So, she patiently cut the apple into small pieces, put it on a plate on the side, and then stuck a skewer on it and handed it over. No matter what. Robin is also an investor in the city. I can still do this little thing for him. Luli gave him 200% patience. Just like taking care of a patient. Robin's hospitalization observation is expected to be 7 days. This number is the limit. The limit of Dean Augura's patience. If he refuses to leave when the time comes, Augura will throw him out directly. Fortunately, there are not many patients now. And the wards are relatively spacious. Otherwise it would be a squeeze on medical resources. And the rich and unkind people would oppress the stars. Although it is only 7 days. Thinking that during these 7 days, she can see Luli for several hours every day. She has to peel fruit for herself and accompany herself. Robin was overjoyed. Doesn't cultivating feelings start from these little daily trivia? He also greeted his family. Of course, he didn't say that he was hospitalized because of a fish bone stuck in his throat. Otherwise Miss Jean would be worried about him and run directly to Gitten City, which would be very troublesome. He only said that he had some things to do in Gitten City and could not go back for a while. Jean sure was quite surprised to hear this. Could it be that her son really grew up? So, she didn't ask much, but just quietly sent money to support her son's career. This period of time can be said to be the happiest time in Robin's life, because Luli promised to visit him every day. The time gradually became fixed, usually at lunchtime and after get off work. Sometimes, they could also have dinner together, after many days of getting along and communicating, and telling his childhood experiences. Luli also changed his impression of Robin. Others think that he is not doing his job every day and only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. But Luli learned from their conversation that Robin is actually a very kind boy. Completely different from those rich second generations, who are rich but unkind. It's just that he always lives under the halo of that excellent brother, which makes him look a little dandy, and not so excellent. He has been depressed for a long time, and cannot be seen, which makes him become a little self-destructive. If you think about it carefully, it is true. This is an irreconcilable contradiction in a family with many children. If one child is too dazzling, it will attract the attention of all family members, making other children neglected. The apical effect inhibits the growth of lateral buds. No matter how much the family wants to keep the water level, it is actually not level. Not to mention that General Luo's heart is biased. Fortunately, Robin has a good mother who allows him to grow up healthily and happily. Robin did not set up defenses against him at all. In just a few days, Luli knew everything about him, and even his family situation. Combined with his family background, this is actually a very disadvantageous thing for Robin. He said too much to her, and he almost told her his bank card password. Luli tactfully advised him not to trust others so easily. It is really easy to be deceived. Fortunately, she is a good person. Of course I won't tell others. Robin's eyes were burning. But you are not someone else. Luli, It sounds a bit weird. It seems that Robin has already regarded himself as his own. More friends, more paths. She originally thought that she and him were in a cooperative relationship. Now the relationship has been upgraded, which should be a good thing. It's almost time for lunch break, and she has something to do in the afternoon. Luli stood up. Then you should rest more. I will come to see you in the evening. Yes. Robin looked well behaved. Luli tucked him in the quilt, helped him draw the curtains, and then closed the door. When the door was closed, Robin sat up, stretched his muscles and bones everywhere, and exercised crazily. If he lay down again, the muscles he had worked so hard to build would be ruined. He had a habit of exercising every day. It was definitely not for health. After all, if exercising was not for seducing his sister, it would be meaningless. It made sense. Of course, this is what I saw on Xingya. As for his girlfriend, he only had a serious relationship with her. But nothing happened. Jean D's disguise was exposed, and she was identified as a bad woman. But Luli was not a bad woman. She was the best. Robin was completely in love. What should he say to Luli when she comes tonight? I've almost finished talking about my own affairs. Robin was quite distressed about this. He turned on the light computer and searched for the game hall here. Ah, got it. Playing games? He is very good at playing games, and can lead Luli to win all the time. Robin's fingers moved quickly, and he placed an order for takeout at the game hall, asking the boss to personally deliver the handheld game console he bought. Then he lay on the hospital bed, playing the social software on the light computer to kill time. After a while, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Robin didn't even raise his head, but he could feel that someone had come in. Put it on the table and close the door, Robin said casually. The man put the bag on the table, but he didn't leave. Robin turned his head and saw that he was struck by lightning and stood there unable to move. I happened to see the boss when I came up, so I brought it to you. His tone was calm, without anger, but between the lines, There was a faint pressure that made people breathless. It was as if he had calmly caught a kid who didn't study hard and was thinking about playing games all day. Robin was this kid. The fear rooted deep in his memory came back with a vengeance. He was in the critical period of elementary school at that time. But his grades were not very good. It happened that day was a holiday. And his distant cousin came. Although he was called a cousin, he was not much older than him. He didn't know much about this distant relative. But he learned from his family that his cousin had very good grades when he was in school. Mom brought his cousin to his room to help him with his homework. That day became the most terrifying experience in his life. It was even darker than the shadow that Rod had left on him. From that day on, he completely lost the desire to learn. For the first time, he knew that the difference between people could be greater than that between people and dogs. Unfortunately, if Robin knew at that time that his cousin would be such a person now, perhaps his world would not have collapsed at that time. His cousin is the nightmare of all geniuses in the Star Sea. Even though it was a long time ago, the palpitation is still strong when I think about it now. Are you feeling better? Robin, He is not sick at all. Much better. Robin's face is pale. It was fine. But it became bad after you came. But he dared not say it. Seeing Robin so nervous, the man chuckled, Don't be afraid. I'm not here to catch you playing games. And I won't complain to your mother. Robin, He has never beaten him in games. Wait. That's not right. He's not a kid anymore. There's no need to be afraid. Okay. Before Robin could react, the man said the next sentence. I came to see you for something else. Robin subconsciously replied, What is it? It was only here that the man's tone really changed. He spoke with his usual aura from a superior. I heard that you told people everywhere that I'm an old man. Chapter 117. Beep. The star message rang. Luli opened it and took a look. Schweibinden, when are you coming? Luli looked at the time. It was about the same time as usual. She was not late. Luli, on the way. Schweibinden, okay. I wait for you. After sending the message, Robin turned off the computer. But he was always nervous and uneasy. Without the happiness of the past. Perhaps it had something to do with the other man in his room. Robin glanced at his uncle, Mr. Arthur, the director of the Shanghai Empire Research Institute, who was sitting on the sofa and had no intention of leaving. Damn it! It's almost an afternoon. Why haven't you left yet? Until now. Robin slowly came to his senses. Oh my God. She said she came to visit him, but actually wanted to see her old lover? Thinking of this, Robin felt a little sad. He didn't know much about Luli and Arthur. All he knew was that at the dean's interview after the award ceremony that day, Luli threw a moonlight gem ring worth 80 billion star coins on Arthur's face. This caused quite a stir at the time. Moreover, a friend, who was a gem expert and turned into a media person, recognized it on the spot. This ring was the real thing. So there is no doubt about their relationship. Arthur once gave it to Luli. What kind of relationship is it that can afford to give a gift worth 80 billion? It is hard not to let people imagine it. Anyway, it is not pure at all. They definitely had a complicated relationship before. But no one knows what it is. At least, that was the case for the people in the central city of the capital star. They didn't dare to ask Arthur. Nor did they have the courage to chase Luli directly to Feya Star. In addition, as time passed, everyone forgot about it. After all, no one would dare to post gossip about Arthur even if they risked their lives to dig it out. It was a thankless task and a waste of effort. However, if they asked someone in the city hall in Gitten City, they would probably be able to easily learn the secrets of the director of the institute. Or what we could call his first love. Robin sat on the bed, propping up his head, looking at Arthur on the sofa with a sad face. Compared with the media friends at the scene, Robin watched less of the ring-throwing drama, but watched more of the heroine's crying scene. Those were tears of true feelings. Only when you have loved someone, you will cry so sadly. Although, that was the last time Luli cried for him, and for this relationship. Luli loved him. What about him? What about this damn hard-hearted old man? When Arthur's eyelids lifted, Robin realized a terrible problem. What he was thinking about just now. He asked unconsciously and uncontrollably. Have you ever loved her? Robin's expression froze. And compared with Arthur's cold face, it was particularly interesting. The most terrifying thing was that Arthur took up his question. Who is this she you are talking about? Robin, The The ward fell into an awkward silence. Hashtag the first floor lobby of the Gittin City Municipal Hospital. After many upgrades, the municipal hospital now has 10 floors. Robin lives in the best ward on the top floor. Luli arrived at about the same time as usual. But there were quite a lot of people in the hospital today, so she waited for the elevator for a long time. Finally, the elevator was coming down, and Luli watched the numbers jump down one by one. Suddenly, she felt a scorching heat coming from her waist. It felt like putting a heat pack on her body in winter. And the temperature was about the same as the peak temperature. But she didn't put a heat pack on her body. And it wasn't winter now. It can't be the temperature of the phone that's heating up. Right? If it can really heat up to this temperature, it's not far from exploding. Luli took out her phone. There was no problem with the ordinary phone. But it was her mayor's phone that was heating up. Could it really explode? She opened the interface. Everything on the interface was normal. The only difference was that the white cloud icon symbolizing the Dreamland Gittin City turned into a ball of flame. Luli opened her eyes and looked carefully again. It turned out that it was not a flame, but a white cloud that was covered and burning by a ball of flame. What does this mean? Madam, do you want to come up? Someone kindly pressed the elevator button for Luli. Luli looked up and found that everyone who had been waiting for the elevator with her had gone in, leaving her standing alone. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I can't go up yet. Luli apologized and left in a hurry. Who can be at ease with this? She had to find a place where no one was. No matter what. She had to go back to the Dreamland Gittin City first. In the blink of an eye, Luli disappeared at the corner. When she returned to the Dreamland Gittin City, the fire had almost burned out, and the flames were about to go out. The cabin of the Dreamland Fairy Tale Exchange turned into a dark cave, which was so shabby that it could be turned into ashes by the wind. Apart from the currency resource exchange, there was nothing flammable in the Dreamland Gittin City, which showed that the main battlefield of the fire was here. Once it was burned out, the flames would naturally go out. Luli checked the status of the exchange. Sure enough, the exchange changed from in operation to abandoned, and there was no way to repair it, so it could only be demolished and rebuilt. Luli, who set the fire? No matter how good-tempered she is, she can't stand it. At this time, a small red thing flew across the sky. The little thing landed on Luli's shoulder, hugged her neck affectionately, and rubbed her face. Ah! The little fire dragon was trying to please her, looking guilty. It's obvious who the murderer is. Luli felt a headache. But even if the murderer was right in front of her, she didn't know what to do. Of course, it was also a flash of inspiration that made her think of the line of words at the bottom of the exchange that seemed rather inexplicable at the time. The weather is dry. Be careful of fire. No way. She had been warned long ago. She didn't realize it herself. If that's the case, it's no wonder Charmander. Perhaps Charmander is not suitable for working in the exchange. Luli also had a guess in her mind. But no matter what, the exchange was confirmed to be down, and the 10 dream coins per day were gone. She had no place to exchange resources. A big loss. In this case, she had to quickly find the dream tree to see if there were any new fruits. When Luli finally thought of this and arrived under the dream tree, her brain buzzed. The reality is far more cruel than imagined. She had too much luck. After all, the dream tree is still a tree. How can a tree not be afraid of fire? The metal shells brought to the exchange were burned into that state. How could the dream tree escape the fire disaster? What is this black thing? She subconsciously looked at the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon shrugged his head and said to Luli, "Woo-woo." Luli sighed. It was useless to feel wronged. The tree would not come back to life by itself. She came too late. If she had come earlier... Wait. It would be useless to come earlier. According to the fire, she might be cremated directly. Luli was completely at a loss now. She didn't know how to use this Dreamland Gittin City. She had previously obtained things here by hatching the fruits of the Dreamland tree. But now that the Dreamland tree is dead, naturally nothing will be produced. However, the land here is quite fertile. Maybe some vegetables and fruits can be grown? Or she can use it as her back garden. Try to bring some seeds next time. Luli actively comforted herself and survived. But the little fire dragon was more active than her. Luli watched a ball of fire burst out of the little fire dragon's mouth. Still burning? Still burning? Her pupils trembled. So the exchange was destroyed like this? Now I finally see the arson scene. Was it intentional or accidental? Intentional. Lu Li's mouth twitched. Okay. Okay. Let the storm come more violently. The raging fire in the sky instantly ignited the dream tree. The moon was reflected as a blood moon. There was a flickering fire in Lu Li's pupils. She was thinking, can the black ash produced by the dream tree and the exchange be recycled? Is this black ash related to nightmare gravel? Anyway, they look very similar from the appearance. The nightmare gravel collector was taken out, and the fire on the dream tree was extinguished instantly. The dream tree turned into a giant standing charcoal. Lu Li had experience. This kind of charcoal still looked formed on the outside, but the inside had long been rotten and collapsed, and it would break at the touch. Lu Li walked forward and extended her index finger, ready to add the last straw for the collapse of the giant tree. But the moment her finger touched the charred skin, it was as if she had touched a button, activating a magical device. The charred skin faded away like a tide, revealing new bark. The transformation speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, the whole tree came back to life. However, the height was much shorter than before, and the branches and leaves were not as lush. It was like taking off the outer shell, leaving only the brand new trunk inside. As the dream tree changed, the entire Dreamland Gitten City also underwent earth-shaking changes. First, new grass grew on the dark soil, and then, mountains and rivers in the distance rose from the ground. Rocks, grass, flowers, streams, the entire Dreamland Gitten City, from being bare at the beginning, suddenly transformed into a valley forest garden under the night. Lu Li was surprised by the transformation here, and all of this was brought by the dream tree. Welcome, my master? The mechanical system sounded. It was the one Lu Li had heard before. It can be seen that the Dreamland Pigeon City also has a system, but for some reason, it was not activated until now. This mechanical sound has an obvious source, and Lu Li found the source. The Dreamland tree. If this tree is a pure natural product, there will be no color electronic screen on its huge trunk. As if someone had hung it. Lu Li touched it with his hand, and there was no trace of inlay. But if it is said to be a man-made bionic tree, except for this place, it is exactly the same as an ordinary banyan tree. Too similar. I wonder if bionic plants have a Turing test. Hee hee. A mechanical laugh. Lu Li's hands froze, and his scalp tingled. It was the tree that was laughing. Master, it's itchy. Don't touch it. The dream tree laughed and spoke intermittently. Lu Li gestured. The area where she put her hand just now was probably the waist of the tree? Wait, do trees have waists too? Yes. Tree demon. Uh-huh. What a bad homophonic pun. Lu Li took his hand back. Sorry. It's okay. The mechanical voice stopped laughing and became serious again. Lu Li looked at the big screen of the dream tree. Finally, she accepted the reality that this was a cybernetic mechanical tree. To be honest, this was not the first time she had seen a scene where plants and electronics were combined. Before, under the underground Gitten City Cathedral, she had seen the orchid umbrella covered with electronic hyphae. Perhaps the dream tree and it were from the same hometown? The interface on the screen was very similar to the interface of the Dream Gitten City in Mayor Lu Li's mobile phone. But the information here is more detailed. After reading it for a while, Lu Li roughly understood it. The construction of new buildings in Gitten City depends on the City Hall, while the construction of new buildings in the Dream Gitten City depends on the Dream Tree. The City Hall and the Dream Tree are equivalent to a base for their respective cities. However, multiple City Halls can be built, but the Dream Tree is not clear. The seeds of the Dream Tree are also called Dream Cores. After going through untold hardships and surviving many deaths in the chain of dreams, Lu Li finally got such a seed and planted it in the soil of the Dream Gitten City. First, we watched the original Dreamland Gitten City melt and turn into a wasteland. And then, there was another fire baptism. And the Dreamland Tree was reborn after being put to death. It can be seen that the Dreamland Tree under the shell is the real body. The Dreamland Tree gave Dreamland Gitten City a new vitality. Rebirth from the ashes is more like the rebirth of the phoenix. It is quite abnormal for a tree to be reborn in the fire. Normal people would not think of burning the tree with fire, and would not break it seemingly. Seal. Things. You and I were not meant to be together. It's all thanks to Charmander. Lu Li was thinking. If the egg she picked at the beginning had hatched not Charmander, but Water Dragon, Thunder Dragon, what kind of development path would Dreamland Pigeon City have? And what would it look like? The big screen of the Dreamland tree showed that this Dreamland tree was in its infancy. There was a word summer in the upper right corner. It also showed the season. It was actually synchronized with Starsea Pigeon City. Luli was just thinking in his heart, as if it could sense Luli's thoughts. The mechanical voice of the dream tree sounded. It's not the season. My last name is Xia. Luli was stunned, and his brain didn't react for a moment. What? Last name is Xia? How can it be the same as a person? When Luli remembered the only person with the last name Xia that he knew, goosebumps stood up all over his body. No way. Xia. Xia Ran? Chapter 118. Xia Ran. His former secretary. She was also a nightmare that dragged him into multiple layers of dreams. In the last layer of the dream, in Kitten City, Luli saw Xia Ran disappear in front of his eyes, as the world collapsed and turned into a stream of flowing data. When he returned to the real Kitten City, the system condensed the power of the nightmare, extracted the dream core and the transformation mask, and gave them to Luli. Luli planted the dream core in the dream Kitten City, and the dream core sprouted and grew into a dream tree. And now this dream tree suddenly told her that it had a surname. Xia. It was hard not to make associations. Could it be that this dream tree was Xia Ran's incarnation? Or was it Xia Ran's true self? Then, would it be dangerous? Will it find another opportunity to invade the real Gutan City? For a moment, a chaotic thought tangled in Luli's mind, making her feel a little uneasy. However, after the mechanical voice said that Xia was its surname, there was no more sound. Even though Luli had recalled Xia Ran in his memory, this might mean that the mechanical sound could not read her memory, and everything was just a coincidence. But it could not be completely confirmed, so it was better to be careful. Luli continued to check the big screen of the dream tree. In addition to the surname in the upper right corner, there were 3 words juvenile in the lower left corner. Juvenile represents the current growth state of the tree, represented by a branch and leaves. The branch looks more like a peach branch, but there are only branches and no flowers. There are 3 nodes on it, but the branches and leaves are always in an extended state, which is a process of continuous growth. Luli guessed that its upper limit is far more than these 3 nodes, because even if we look at the growth period of trees, it will not stop at the youth stage. The progress of the dream tree is at the 2nd node. The previous node is the budding stage, and the next node is the youth stage. The youth stage and beyond are temporarily invisible. Luli clicked on the budding stage, and then switched to the current childhood stage, and understood the meaning of the growth period of the dream tree. This is equivalent to the city level of Kitten City. The budding stage represents level 1. The juvenile stage represents level 2. The youth stage represents level 3. And so on. In other words, the current dream Kitten City base is at the level of LV2. Each level unlocked will have corresponding products, which will be produced in the form of dream fruits. Unlike Kitten City, which is classified in detail according to the function of buildings, there are only 2 major categories in Dream Kitten City: buildings and creatures. The output of buildings is in the form of seeds, which can grow automatically as long as they are planted in the ground, such as resource currency exchanges. The biological output is in the form of eggs, which need to be hatched by the city owner. That is, Luli, such as the little fire dragon. The 2 buildings that Luli had seen before were both in the budding period of the dream tree. The dream tree produces level 1 dream fruit in the budding period, and the level 1 dream fruit can only produce level 1 buildings and biological eggs. Now that the dream tree has been upgraded to level 2, the products produced are all level 2. If you want to get these, you only need to give the dream tree a task. After the internal fixed time, the dream fruit that Luli needs will be on the branches of the dream tree. Moreover, when the dream tree is upgraded to level 2, Luli no longer needs to climb the tree to pick the fruit. She only needs to click the one-click fruit picking button on the screen. The fruit will fall under the dream tree by itself, and Luli can pick it up at that time. The previous exchange was burned down, and Luli was going to build a new exchange. She issued a task on the screen. However, it is strange that the name of the building is not marked in the menu bar of the dream fruit in the budding and infancy stages. Only level 1 buildings, level 2 buildings, level 1 biological eggs, and level 2 biological eggs are used instead. It is not clear what the specific buildings and creatures are. To make the dream tree produce dream fruit, a resource called inspiration is consumed. This is also the newly unlocked resource currency of the Dream Gutan City. which is equivalent to the city energy value of Gutan City. The city energy value is obtained through the emotional fluctuations of the residents in the city. As for this inspiration value, Luli thought of a citizen with mystical powers. When he entered the museum, he would add an inspiration aura to the museum. Could that inspiration halo be related to this? A nice tree. The more I look at it, the more it looks like Xiaoran. It takes 10 inspiration points to produce a level 1 dream fruit. It takes 50 inspiration points to produce a level 2 dream fruit. The number of inspiration points in the upper right corner is 80/100, that is to say, with the current reserve of inspiration points in Gitten City, Luli can only exchange for 1 level 2 dream fruit and 3 level 1 dream fruits. Luli put his finger on the transparent bubble of inspiration points. The system prompts that there are many ways to obtain the upper limit of inspiration value. The most intuitive way is the growth of the dream tree, from the budding stage to the growth stage, which brings an increase of 80 points in the upper limit of inspiration value. This is also why Luli only saw 2 fruits on the dream tree at that time, because the upper limit of the budding stage is only 20 points. Even if the inspiration value is full, it can only produce 2 dream fruits. However, this increase in the upper limit of inspiration value is insignificant at the macro level. After all, the growth method of the dream tree is not clear. If it weren't for the accidental fire that burned the dream pigeon pond and caused the dream tree to upgrade, Luli might not have figured out how to run this place. It is unrealistic to rely entirely on the growth of the dream tree to increase the upper limit of the inspiration value. The inspiration bubble also gave Luli a very clear way to increase the upper limit of the inspiration value. Build more buildings and recruit more creatures. The more buildings and creatures there are in the Dream Pigeon Pond City, the higher the upper limit of the inspiration value will be. As long as they exist in the Dream Pigeon Pond City, the upper limit of the inspiration value will always exist. Each building and creature can provide different bonuses to the inspiration value limit. For example, there is a little fire dragon in the city now, and the bonus it brings to the inspiration value limit is 0. Luli clicks the bubble blowing button next to the bubble to clearly see the list. In just a short while, Luli can see with his naked eyes that the 80 inspiration points in the city have increased a little. The inspiration value has been restored. Looking at his feet again, there is a red little beast sleeping soundly. At the same time, there is a new record on the list of changes in inspiration value. Inspiration value +1 from Charmander. The creatures in Dreamland Pigeon City can increase the inspiration value of the city by sleeping. Similarly, different creatures can bring different improvements to the inspiration value change. Sleeping is the biggest source of inspiration value. Now Luli finally understands why it is always night in Dreamland Pigeon City. Having roughly figured out the operating rules of Dreamland Pigeon City, Luli plans to make a few dream fruits to test the waters. She chose 1 level 2 dream fruit and 2 level 1 dream fruits, consuming a total of 70 inspiration points. There were still 11 inspiration points left in the account. However, as long as Charmander sleeps, the inspiration points can be restored. So Luli is not worried about not being able to make up for it. After selecting the level of the dream fruit, there is a secondary menu at the bottom. Let Luli choose between buildings and creatures. Luli thought about it and chose a building in the level 2 dream fruit. In the level 1 dream fruit, he chose a building and a creature egg. In this way, there are a total of 2 buildings in the Dreamland Pigeon Pond, plus the Charmander. There are a total of 2 creatures. It just matches 1 to 1. Luli confirmed everything on the Dreamland Tree screen, and waited until the Dreamland Tree screen changed to working hard to bear fruit. After this sentence, Luli sat under the tree and waited patiently, feeling extremely excited. These operations do not have to be done on the Dreamland Tree screen. She can also enter the Dreamland Tree interface through her mobile phone. From now on, no matter where she is in the Dream Gutan City, she can also remotely control it. However, she seems to have no way to call up the interface of the Dream Gutan City in the real Gutan City. If she can, it will be more convenient. Just like when she first witnessed the birth of the Haiqin windmill in the Research Institute. Luli once again relived the excitement and expectation of that time. So much so that she completely forgot the time. The growth time of level 2 fruit and level 1 fruit is different. 2 level 1 dream fruits matured first. Luli stood under the tree and saw 2 fruits of different shapes hanging on the tree. One was a blue gourd-shaped object, and the other was a black coconut. Click the one-touch fruit picking button next to the dream tree on the phone, and the fruit automatically fell down and rolled to Luli's feet. The head of the fruit is still connected to the rhizome of the dream tree. Through the rhizome, the dream tree provides nutrients for the fruit and promotes its growth. The cut is smooth, as if someone cut it with scissors. There is a blue gourd and a black coconut seed on the ground. The black coconut is the seed of the building, and the blue gourd is the egg of the creature. Luli first touched the round black coconut seed. According to past experience, she had to find a place to plant it so that the building could grow. Considering that the city had just experienced a big fire and everything was dirty and messy, Luli found a relatively clean place, dug a hole, and planted the black coconut seeds. Next to the land was a newly formed lake, which was not large in area, not much larger than the artificial lake in the garden. When Luli started planting, she began to count the time. When she counted to the 8th second, there was movement in the land. The new building was about to break out of the ground. Just like last time, black, wet, soft soil first came out, and then a wooden house rose from the ground. But when the building was completely completed, Luli was dumbfounded. Although it can be seen from the structure and material of the building that their style is unified, more natural and environmentally friendly. But the appearance of the previous currency exchange was still deeply imprinted in Luli's mind. She was sure that this was definitely not a currency exchange. The unknown dried monsters hanging at the door, and the dried herbs exuded a strange smell. It was not bad, but Luli had never smelled it before. However, like the currency exchange, it was also not in operation. Luli quickly opened her phone to check. Sure enough, it was just as she guessed. This is a brand new building. A potion shop. A potion shop also needs employees to be stationed before it can open. Luli tried to add new employees to it. Charmander became the first choice. When Luli added Charmander as an employee, the chili-colored lights at the entrance of the potion shop lit up. There were also jingling wind chimes at the entrance, welcoming customers. Charmander woke up from his sleep, flew into the air, and prepared to kill his way to the new workplace. But it was only halfway through. The taskbar in its mind disappeared, and it stood there in the air with a confused look on its face. What did it want to do just now? It was Luli who canceled the employment in time. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was all right. She actually just wanted to try and see if Charmander was suitable for the potion shop. The result was that Charmander was not suitable at all. The probability of Charmander causing a fire in the potion shop was higher than that in the stock exchange. The bottom reminder was no longer a light sentence. Be careful of fire in dry weather. Instead, it became, warning, this employee is flammable. Luli, it seems that I can't try it casually next time. I have to think about it carefully to avoid irreversible consequences. Opening Charmander's personal information, Luli found new experiences and tags in its resume. Charmander was once a trader in the first exchange in Dreamland Kitten City. New record holder for currency exchange in the exchange. Afternoon tea gourmet who is good at invention. Luli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that Charmander is very good at packaging himself so that he can be competitive in the job market. All of the above are positive comments. Of course, it also has serious crimes that cannot be covered up. Arsonist, this is a very serious tag. The outer frame of the tag is red. Red tags represent evil and also indicate that the creature with this tag is dangerous. This is also the first time that Luli has seen such a tag on the creatures in Dream Pigeon Pond. There was no such tag before, which means that someone has newly added it. As for who tagged the little dragon, Luli can also guess a little. It is probably the Dream Tree, which is equivalent to Luli's system in Dream Pigeon Pond City. The arsonist tag it gave Charmander was rated A, which was not low. When creatures with this tag enter certain similar buildings to work, they will sound an alarm like the one just now. Luli has the highest authority in the city, and the Dream Tree has no way to stop her operations. But it can set reminders and obstacles in various ways to better assist her in building the city. Luli understood the good intentions of the Dream Tree. It seems that Charmander and the potion store are not destined to be together, even though it was still narrating and defending itself below. Charmander, what just yawned. What is not an arsonist. Charmander cannot speak human language when it is not under its jurisdiction. Except when it enters a building and becomes an employee. It can call on the language system of the Dream Tree to communicate with Luli in a simple way. But as a product of the Dream Tree, it is connected to the Dream Tree's mind, and they have their own unique way of communication. Then, the Dream Tree projects their conversation in the form of text to Luli's mayor's mobile phone. So, Luli could see the screen full of sobs. From the text, it looked like a kind of burp literature. This was the text that the dream tree translated based on the way Charmander talked to it. Luli thought, maybe Charmander was still just a baby, so he would speak in this tone. Charmander said a lot, but there were only 2 simple words at the end. Xia, reject. There was also a continue to appeal button below. The button was gray. Luli hovered his finger over it and looked at it. Number of appeals, 32, so persistent. In just a few hours, Charmander bombarded the dream tree 32 times. So, when did it do these things? Could it be when it was sleeping? Based on this guess, Luli thought, maybe the way the creatures here communicate with the dream tree is by dreaming? But no matter what, Charmander's path to being a clerk is blocked. Luli made a casual stroke. A blue thing appeared in front of her, which scared her at first glance. She stared at the data card for a long time before she came back to her senses. At the same time, the background music played automatically in her mind. Beyond the mountain, beyond the sea, there is a group of blue elves. Are they really that similar? Suddenly, Luli felt someone pulling at the corner of her clothes. She turned her head and looked. The blue little man, who was only as tall as her thigh, was looking up at her, blinking his big eyes. It can't be said that they are not similar. They are exactly the same. Luli thought of the blue gourd. Maybe when she picked up the black coconut just now, she patted the blue gourd like patting a watermelon. So it was hatched? If that's the case, it's pretty easy. The Smurf can't speak human language, but like Charmander, it's quite friendly to Luli. If it can show its favorability, it's at least above 80. The race column of Charmander says dragon, while the race column of the Smurf says lamp spirit. Is it the kind of spirit that will appear when you rub the oil lamp? If that's the case, can it fulfill human wishes? Looking at the Smurf's clear eyes, Luli gave up the idea. It doesn't look like it at first glance. She quickly read through the Smurf's experiences, which were almost a blank sheet of paper. Charmander didn't leave much writing at the time, until it caused a big mess. And then, there were so many colorful words. However, the blank experience also means that the Smurfs don't have the tags marked by the dream tree. When it enters the building, there will be no warning. But Luli also felt it was very strange. They are all products of the dream tree. The dream tree should know them very well. If the creatures that come out are dangerous, they should have tags. Could it be that the dream tree didn't know? It also came up with these by trial and error? Then where did these creatures come from? Luli tried to arrange for the blue elf to work in the magic potion shop. The moment the employment was successful, the chili-colored lights at the door lit up again, illuminating the cozy little house. And the door opened automatically. The blue elf disappeared in front of Luli. When he saw it again, it had changed into a clerk's uniform and stood behind the counter. The size of the magic potion shop was about the same as that of the exchange. There were some monsters and herbs drying at the door, and the wall behind the counter was full of bottles and jars. There are many cabinets in the store, as well as a sofa customer lounge area. In the middle is a large pot that looks like a potion brewing utensil. Luli asked the clerk, "What is a potion?" "Dear guest, a potion is a magic potion with special effects." The Smurf clerk smiled, showing his standard 8 teeth. It stood behind the counter, more than half a body length taller than Luli. It turned on the computer of the potion store and switched the menu to the big screen. The moment the image on the wall changed, Luli realized that the colorful bottles and jars in the whole wall behind the counter were all holographic projections. Now, the images of the glass bottles were shattered, replaced by the menu of the potion shop. When Luli looked closely at the menu, he accidentally noticed the reason why the Smurf suddenly became so tall. It stood on the stool, quite dedicated. The menu of the potion shop is not fixed, but time-limited, and refreshed every 12 hours. In essence, Luli could guess it, because this place does not produce potions. It is just a porter of potions. Luli did not know how to trade and where to buy from. Maybe like the original convenience store in Kitten City, a supermarket can be connected through a computer. But it is obvious that this market has nothing to do with Shanghai and belongs to another dimension. There are only 2 potions for sale in today's potion menu. Let's not talk about the naming method. Who did they learn it from? Not only can we not tell what it is used for, but it also seems to be illegal. It's the price behind the potion. Are you serious? Blushing heartbeat price. 10,000 dream coins drowning in the ice lake price. 2,000 dream coins. This price should not be set by the Smurfs, but the lowest price in the market. After all, Luli thinks it can't make a profit from the price difference. But even so, she can't afford such a high price. Being able to see, but not being able to buy is the most painful thing in the world. Now the dream coins in my account do not exceed 3 digits. Oh! And there is also the salary that the Smurfs need to pay every day. Luli almost forgot. The maximum inspiration value provided by the potion shop to the city is 100 points. As long as it is in operation, it can bring 50 dream coins to the Dreamland Pigeon City every day. And the salary of the Smurf is 20 dream coins per day. Therefore, the net income of the potion shop is 30 dream coins per day. It takes several months to save up to buy a bottle of potion. Are you really not going to consider it? These are 2 bottles of S-level potions. The Smurf shouted professionally behind him. But he couldn't stop Luli from leaving. Forget about the expensive potions. The Dream Tree's reminder sounded. That is, the level 2 dream fruit has grown. One click harvest, the new black coconut fell into Luli's hands. Compared with the level 1 dream fruit, the level 2 one is obviously larger and heavier. Luli shook it, but didn't hear any sound inside. He knocked it again with his hand, but there was no echo. This is a solid fruit. Where should I plant it? Luli looked around, looking for a suitable location. Finally, I found an open area again. There is a small hill behind it. This fruit is relatively large, so the building that grows from it will probably occupy a larger area. With the experience of building a manufacturing plant in the underground Kitten City last time, Luli found a perfect center point, then dug a hole at the point and buried the seeds in it. After a long while, there was no movement. If it weren't for the previous successful experience of planting a level 1 building, Luli would have doubted whether black coconuts were used in this way. Maybe the growth time required for level 2 seeds is longer than that for level 1 seeds. Luli decided to wait a little longer. While waiting, Luli finally remembered something. After being immersed in the dreamland of Good Tan City for so long, Robin seemed to be waiting for her in the ward. It was past 9 o'clock. There were a few messages from Robin on Xingxin. Shui Binbin, have you arrived? Do you want me to pick you up? No response from the other party. Shui Binbin, human. Shui Binbin. From these few words, one can see the interchanges of the person who sent the message. Standing outside the ward, Luli felt a little guilty. Normal reaction after a broken appointment. She knocked on the door. She thought, if Robin was asleep, she would just go back if there was no response. It was getting late anyway. Unfortunately, before she knocked the second time, the door opened by itself. Robin got out of bed and opened the door himself. When she saw Robin in a hospital gown and long legs appear at the door, Luli apologized subconsciously. Sorry. She thought about how to deal with this matter. I suddenly have something to do. But Robin didn't care at all. Instead, he looked outside nervously, welcomed Luli in like a thief, and then closed the door. Luli didn't understand Robin's reaction, as if he was afraid of someone. When Robin fell back to bed, she sat down on the chair beside the bed. Robin looked at her intently. Did you see any strange people when you came up just now? Strange people? Luli looked confused. There weren't many people in the inpatient department, and there was no one in the corridor at this time, so it would be difficult for her to meet anyone. Besides, she fell directly from the Dreamland Pigeon City. The end of the corridor is a blind spot, and she won't see anyone from there. Luli, no. After hearing Luli's answer, Robin seemed to be relieved. You know, Arthur just left. He was afraid that the two of them would bump into each other. If they bumped into each other, who knows what would happen? Thinking of the scene in the evening, Robin was still frightened. He couldn't help but blurt it out to Arthur. Have you ever loved her? Arthur was calm. Who is this she you are talking about? Robin choked instantly. But he was brave enough to risk his life. Since he had already asked the question, he just went for it. Luli. Robin choked out these 2 words from his throat. When Arthur heard these 2 words, his expression remained unchanged, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Robin also took this opportunity to try to find even a little clue from it, but he failed. Arthur was indifferent, as if he didn't know Luli at all. Mayor of the progressive award-winning Kitten City? After a long while, Arthur only replied with this sentence. Robin, eh? What a strange title. Isn't she my ex-girlfriend? Why does it seem so unfamiliar, when we are obviously very familiar? Robin couldn't figure it out. But Arthur cleverly changed the subject and talked to him about business. Robin almost got nervous when he heard those familiar terms. What's going on? The Dean of the Imperial Academy's Economics Lecture Hall has started? Still in his ward. Don't be ridiculous. Those professional terms, along with the disappointed look of his economics professor in college, and the painful memories of failing his final exam in college, came back with a vengeance. And those jargons his mother often talked about. As the son of the business tycoon Qin Shi, these contents were originally compulsory courses. After all, the future foundation would be handed over to him. But Robin was really insulated from these things. His ears were only familiar with these words and operating methods. But when it came to him to really operate in reality, he was completely in the dark. Damn it. Can't we hire a professional manager to do this? Robin's mind was full of this thought. He only needed to be responsible for investment. And he could gain fame, and it would be easy. Why should he work so hard? He refused to let the knowledge enter his mind, and even covered his ears involuntarily. Seeing Robin's intense reaction, Arthur's expression finally showed a trace of anger. He didn't say anything, and Robin was scared and put his hand down again. When Arthur showed Robin the chat records between Qin Shi and himself, Robin's mind exploded. This is the real reason why Arthur came to him. His mother hopes that Arthur will talk to Robin about how to invest in Gitten City. After all, the 100 million star coins are just the initial test funds. When the project is confirmed and capital is invested, the overall planned investment funds will be as high as 2 billion. All this money will have to go through Robin's hands. Although the Qin Group will also send professional managers to manage this matter, Robin can't be completely unaware of it. It's too embarrassing to be like a wooden man in the meeting. The reason why Qin Shi didn't mention this matter on the phone with Robin was because in the past, when she mentioned it to Robin, Robin just ignored it. She thought that Arthur was Robin's uncle after all, and they were of the same age, so they might have more common topics and communicate more smoothly. So, she took the initiative to find Arthur and asked him to come to Gitten City to see Robin. And by the way, tell him about Qin's group's investment plan in Gitten City. Robin's eyelids were twitching like crazy. It was crazy. Damn. People of the same age. Let alone whether they were the same age. Even if they were really the same age, would Arthur have the same brain structure as them? Would communication really be smooth and without any problems? I almost suffocated after talking to him for a few words. Robin was dumbfounded by his mother's words. Not only because her understanding of Arthur was so far off, but also because relatives looked at such imperial gods without any filters. Why can he really be like his uncle when he was a child? Robin can't do it anyway. Another aspect that shocked Robin was Arthur himself. With Arthur's current status, Robin couldn't believe that he would really agree to his mother's request and go to Gitten City for an afternoon just to tutor him in economics. Yes, his mother did have a certain status in the business world and could say a few words. But that was limited to the business world. Merchants have a certain status in the Star Sea. But compared with the Imperial Research Institute or the military, they are not good enough and cannot be ranked. Her status is very different from Arthur's. Not to mention commanding Arthur. Even if she wants to see him, she has to make an appointment several months in advance. It's not necessarily because Arthur is used to being alone, and he still thinks of this distant relative and is kind-hearted. Another question that Robin didn't figure out. And he hit his head. He has been using his brain a lot recently, which hurts his brain cells. But this time he didn't need to think. Arthur directly revealed the truth. Arthur, your mother got my open class quota. Robin, The reason is so simple and plain. When Arthur is not busy, he will indeed release the quota of open classes to the public. But this quota is very difficult to grab. Basically, there will be 1 to 2 opportunities in half a year. When he is busy, there will be no 1 or 2 opportunities in 1 or 2 years. He doesn't like to show up in public. If you want to admire his style, you must either become a person in the top circle of the pyramid, or go to several universities affiliated with the Imperial Research Institute, and then you may have the opportunity to see Arthur. The public class is the most certain way to meet Arthur, because he will definitely go. Robin's mind is still in a state of convulsion. Do you really need this little money? It's a lot of money. But for Arthur, it's no different from a few cents. Robin is almost angry. Why do you have to hold a public class? If you don't, his mother will grab it. It's no exaggeration to say that Robin is now as aggrieved and angry as a child who is forced to take extra lessons by his parents. There is no trade without a market. No trade. No killing. Arthur. Kill. His brain cells Arthur stopped talking again. Robin covered his mouth. This is the second time he has said something he doesn't want to say today. But Arthur's temper was surprisingly good today. And he didn't argue with him. Now that things have come to this, there is no room for maneuver. Arthur just sat on the sofa for so long just reading the information Chinsher sent him. Now that he is ready, he naturally has to teach Robin a lesson. It is certain that he can't escape. And Robin is so distressed when he hears this. But it is only in the early stage. After all, learning is such a painful process. As Robin listened, he actually listened. With his foundation, he could understand, which is a miracle. How to say it? It is a magical experience. Because Arthur is completely different from those senior professors in the university. Let's not talk about whether the senior professors are suspected of deliberately showing off during class. Anyway, Arthur certainly doesn't. And he doesn't need it. Since it is a class to teach and educate people. Everything starts from the perspective of the listeners. And the most important thing is to make the listeners understand. Robin had a completely different experience from when he was a child. Perhaps it was not that he had changed, but that his cousin's genius was young and frivolous. And his edges and corners were smoothed. The content of the story told to Robin this time was still the same. But it felt different when told in a different way. Originally, they and Robin were like, you don't know me. And I don't know you. But when Arthur said it, those nouns seemed a little cute. After a few hours, Robin understood at least 70% of it. And the joy of the heart overflowed his body. And he felt that he was full of strength. Oh, my God. Is this the legendary knowledge is power? Time is up. Not a minute more or less than the agreed time. Robin entered the flow state and didn't notice that it was 9 o'clock. Arthur turned off the light brain and stood up to leave. Robin stared at his movements in a daze. Oh my God. Why is there such a reluctance in my heart? Who would have thought that I would feel a sense of loss? I still feel unsatisfied with an economics class. If I tell others, I'm afraid that others will think he is showing off. You should have a good rest. Arthur opened the door. Okay, Uncle. Robin was a little dazed. Is he really gone? Really? Arthur's figure gradually faded away. I always felt like I had forgotten something. When Robin's mind was filled with Arthur's soul-searching question. I heard you told people everywhere that I was an old man. He could only answer in fear. I didn't tell many people. At most 2 or 3. Luli was naturally one of them. So Robin's first reaction was that Arthur actually came for Luli. But he left without seeing Luli. Wait. Until this moment. Robin remembered. Where is Luli? Didn't she just say she was on the way? It's already 9 o'clock. Hasn't she arrived yet? Robin just opened the star letter. And the last message he sent to Luli was a string of ellipses. It was sent when Arthur just started to teach him. Luli has not replied. All kinds of speculations kept popping up in Robin's mind. And his brain seemed to be much clearer after being developed. Just when Robin wanted to call Luli again, there was a knock on the door. Luli appeared at the door. Arthur had just left when Luli arrived. Could the two of them have run into each other? This was also the reason why Robin had that strange look on his face. However, judging by Luli's calm expression, they probably hadn't met. And Luli was just here for a routine visit. It was almost 9:30, and Robin was full of things on his mind. In addition, he had studied hard all night. So he was really sleepy and didn't want to play games. As for the news that Arthur had been here, Robin was not in the mood to gossip with Luli. He was eyelids fighting after a few words. Seeing Robin like this, Luli advised him to go to bed quickly so that she could take the opportunity to escape. Coming out of Robin's ward, Luli was in a good mood. Today was a wonderful day. Not only did she solve Robin's daily tasks here, she also pushed the construction progress of Dreamland Pigeon City forward by a big step. A good start is half the success. I believe that in the near future, Dreamland Pigeon City will be as prosperous as the land under her feet. This is the food street with the best business. There are all kinds of snacks during the day and supper at night. Most businesses are open until 2 or 3 in the morning. And there are also many businesses that are open all night. Next to it is the largest apartment residential area in Gitten City. The dense flow of people provides the capital for businesses to extend their business hours. When the economic situation is good, citizens are more willing to consume. It is not even 10 o'clock yet, and there are many citizens coming to the food street for supper. Luli randomly found a small roadside restaurant. She was really hungry after being busy for so long. It had been more than 10 hours since she last ate lunch in the canteen of the city hall. When she realized this problem, she felt a wave of fear. Since she was diagnosed with anemia in the hospital, she had to eat enough for 2 people every day to feel at ease, for fear that she would eat less and accidentally faint from hypoglycemia. However, it was effective after all. After taking supplements for such a long time, Luli did feel that her condition had improved. Today's situation was purely accidental, but it also reminded her that she should not do this again in the future. Luli ordered a lot of dishes, and the boss was stunned. "Are you sure you want these?" the boss reminded carefully. "Or do you have friends coming later?" "Luli, just me." The boss asked this question when she just sat down. The boss simply stopped pretending. "This is the amount for 3 people. Seeing that Luli was a little girl, he couldn't help but doubt whether she could really eat so much. You know, the portions in their restaurant are very large. Wasting is not a good habit. After hearing what the boss said, Luli finally understood. So that's what he meant. She glanced at the food on other tables, and it seemed that there was too much. So, Luli removed a few dishes and smiled at the boss. "Then these are all." Generally speaking, businesses hope that customers will order as much as possible. So why do they specifically remind customers not to order too much? This shows that this boss is still very honest. Luli instantly felt warmed. Really good. She opened the mayor's mobile phone and looked at the information of this restaurant. The owner of the restaurant is an immigrant from polluted planet. He and his family have moved to Gitten City for 3 months. At first, they lived in an affordable apartment next door. The family of 3 lived in a small house. At that time, the planning of this area had not been completed. Due to the completion of the new airport, a series of supporting facilities were also under construction. The shops on this food street are also renting out, and the rent is very low. So the boss rented this small shop. As more people rented the apartment, the surrounding facilities were gradually completed, and the airport routes were opened. The business of the small restaurant gradually improved. But the most important thing is that the restaurant owner has good cooking skills and is fair in doing business. He never does anything fancy. Over time, he has many repeat customers and regular customers. The boss's family also became richer. They went from renting a small apartment to owning their own house. Step by step, down to earth, and made their lives better and better. Gitten City is made up of this group of ordinary people. Just like the blue planet where she once lived. Life doesn't need to be so spectacular. At least, in a world full of gray fog pollution, being able to live a peaceful and safe life is the happiest thing. And this is exactly what she has always pursued. Protect the people of the star, and keep them away from disasters. Whenever she thought of this, Luli's heart was full of motivation. Luli crossed out a few dishes, but the full table, those big plates, still brought a little shock to her heart. However, she ate all of it, without wasting anything. Perhaps she overestimated her appetite, or perhaps underestimated the amount of food in this restaurant. She didn't feel full until she left the house. If she went home and lay in bed, she would probably suffer from indigestion. She might as well go for a walk around the area. The moon was round and beautiful today. The sky was full of stars. What used to be a fantasy of traveling around space. Now you only need a ticket from the airport to reach any planet you can see or not see. How can it not be considered a miracle? But if you want to see the moon and stars, you have to go to the top of Nanshan Mountain. There is an observation platform on Nanshan Mountain, where the scenery is the best, and you can see the scenery of the entire Gitten City. Unfortunately, for Luli, that was so far away that it seemed like a thing in the last life. The last person who watched the moon and stars with her. Luli slowly stopped. Under a Mercury Street lamp outside the airport, there stood a tall and slender figure. Even if it was a profile, familiar people could recognize it at a glance. His angular and handsome profile was coated with a layer of cold moonlight. Hearing the footsteps behind him stopped, Arthur turned his head slightly. Luli was looking at him. The last person who watched the moon and stars with her. Far away in the sky. Close at hand. Chapter 119. Glass Sea. When there is sunshine during the day, the sea water is like clear blue-green jelly. The waves ripple with a gentle sea breeze, and seagulls hover on the sea. But at night, under the dark night sky, there is another scene. This is a luxurious modern villa located on a cliff by the sea. It was late at night. The seaside was cold, and the entire floor-to-ceiling glass window was closed, and no sound from outside could be heard. Looking up at the sky, there were no stars. The weather in the central city of the capital star was not very good tonight. Just like his mood. It was terrible. He was not an alcoholic, but he was in a bad mood and needed some wine. The mechanical nanny automatically poured him a glass of red wine. The first generation of robots were still used in this villa, and they were not covered with human skin, so they looked very primitive and ancient. But he just liked this primitive feeling. The red wine was poured to 3/4, and the liquid on the surface of the cup was shaking gently. The scene just now appeared in his mind uncontrollably again. How terrible it is that the smartest person in the empire can't control his thoughts now. In the moonlight, a few small flying insects were flying around the street lamp. There was no one around. There was only a woman who paused for a moment from a distance and then walked straight towards him. He and the woman's eyes met. But this gaze only lasted for a moment. Not even as long as the time she paused. He hadn't figured out what kind of questions she would ask if she stopped in front of him, and how he would answer them. The woman just passed by him lightly, without even thinking of looking at him again. But he seemed to be under a spell, watching her figure go away until she disappeared into the dark night. It was from this moment that Arthur's heart began to feel unprecedented panic and confusion. This woman was called Luli. She was the mayor of Gitten City. She had another identity. His only ex-girlfriend. Arthur's head was sore that he laid down on the tatami in front of the French window. Recalling his relationship with Luli, he wore a vest to express his feelings with a longing for his hometown. Because the aura of Luli was almost exactly the same as the woman in his memory. He was confused for a long time. When he finally figured it out and wanted to get out, the other party was already deeply involved. Finally forced to end abruptly. When he saw the Gitten City Museum, he found that it was a pollutant that had not been completely purified. When Luli suddenly asked him about the clone, he didn't react at the time and thought she had discovered something. When he thought about it carefully, he realized that perhaps this was a way of spiritual pollution in the museum. After considering many aspects, he decided to help Luli solve it. And by the way, implement his plan of breaking up with the scumbag at a cliff. With a grand and violent death, he ended all his entanglements with Gitten City. He had always been rational. But in this matter, he finally returned to the face he often showed to others. Cold-blooded and ruthless. But what he didn't expect was that this matter seemed to have been erased from his life. But it left some traces in his heart that he could hardly find. Like a seed, the encounter between him and Luli under the lamp was the beginning of a new future. And this time, he will be completely out of order. Luli came back just in time, and she witnessed a towering large building rising from the ground. Perhaps because she was used to the small and exquisite appearance of the exchange and the potion shop. She was really amazed when she saw the second-level dream building grow. This building covers a very large area, more than 5 times that of the first-level building. Fortunately, she had foresight and reserved enough space for it. When the ground stopped shaking, the black mud stopped coming out of the ground. The excess black mud suddenly disappeared after the building was completed. Luli stood in front of the building and opened her phone to check. It turned out to be a hotel. The hotel's level was 1, and it was not in operation. The prompt was, lack of staff. There were 3 vacancies for staff. The largest one was for the boss, and the 2 smaller ones below were for the chef and the cleaner. Luli clicked on the blank profile picture of the boss. To her surprise, her name was in the drop-down selection list. In other words, she could be the boss of the hotel. Luli tried to set herself as the boss. As soon as the setting was completed, all the lights at the entrance of the hotel lit up. There was also a neon sign at the entrance, with 4 words written in an unknown language. Welcome. Luli walked into the sign and found a language switch button below. She pressed it a few times, and the style of the LED neon sign changed several times. Finally, it turned into the text that Luli was most familiar with. Luli opened the wooden door of the hotel. The welcome prompt sound at the door also sounded. Everything went according to the pattern set by Luli. The architecture of Dreamland Pigeon Lake is of the same style. A magical adventure style of the Western fantasy medieval continent. Luli thought of some open games he had played before, and the buildings in them were very similar to those here. The hotel has 3 floors. The first floor is the lobby, kitchen, and hotel warehouse. The second floor is the restaurant and entertainment venue. And the third floor is the guest room. Although the hotel is in operation, it still needs 2 employees. 1 to cook and 1 to clean. Now there are only 2 employees in the Dreamland Pigeon Pond. Luli thought of the extremely expensive potions in the Magic Potion grocery store. and thought that with her current dream coin savings, she probably couldn't afford the things in it in 3 to 5 months. In order to keep the grocery store running, she would deduct some dream coins from her every day, and there would also be wages for the clerks. It's not worth it. After thinking it over, she decided to close the Magic Potion grocery store. She tried to set the Smurfs as employees of the hotel, but there are currently 2 positions for her to choose from. Should it be a cook or a cleaner? Helplessly, she couldn't communicate with the Smurf directly. Otherwise she could ask it what it was thinking. So, Luli tried to set it as a chef first. After all, providing food to guests is a very important satisfaction indicator. Luli saw the 5 guest satisfaction indexes in the upper right corner of the hotel interface. They are comfort, fullness, cleanliness, entertainment, and environment. Comfort represents the quality of sleep. Fullness represents the satisfaction with the food, whether it is enough to eat, whether it is delicious. Entertainment refers to whether there are entertainment things in the hotel for guests to kill time. And environment refers to how the hotel is decorated and arranged. The first 3 items are the most important and account for the largest percentage. When Luli set the Smurf as a chef, several bullet comments appeared in the kitchen. When Luli clicked on the kitchen with his finger, it popped up automatically. I can't live a single day like this. I'd rather die than eat this kind of food. Don't you have pre-job training here? Can anyone with 2 arms and a human figure come to cook? I'm a tall and strong man, and you gave me the symptoms of a pregnant woman. Isn't that outrageous? Luli, it's like a clear card. What's going on? Although I haven't figured it out yet. All this shows that throwing the Smurfs into the kitchen seems to be a very scary thing. Who knows what kind of dark dishes it will make, causing complaints from the guests staying in the hotel. If the hotel receives bad reviews from guests, it will affect the hotel's ranking in the entire dimension. If the hotel has just been built, the ranking is fixed. But if it receives a few bad reviews, it may plummet, and no guests will patronize it anymore. Luli has a deep understanding of how important the beginning is. When AAA Good Delicious Restaurant just started, it was also coldly received for a long time. Thanks to her quick thinking and doing something different, she was able to break through the siege of so many big restaurants and make the first pot of gold. Of course, there was also a noble person. It was also good luck. Luli thought that the Dream Pigeon Tan should be connected to the plane of another world. There is also interstellar travel in this world. But it seems that the people living here are not human. But no matter how things change, the core rules of the world remain the same. The Smurf was destined to have no chance with the kitchen. So Luli moved it to the cleaning position. When the Smurf took on the job of cleaning, a magical scene happened. With a crisp system sound. Congratulations. You found a citizen. Dream Lover. Dream Coin Reward X50. Dream Lover is a label buff, which is triggered when citizens take on more than 80% of the jobs that suit them. The Dream Coin Reward can only be obtained when the citizen of this species triggers this buff for the first time. Unlike the singleness of humans, the creatures in the Dreamland Pigeon Lake have their own innate specialties and racial talents. For example, the talent of the Smurfs is rapid cleaning, so they are very suitable for working in such places. Luli checked the Smurfs working in the cleaning room. It shows that the Smurfs are 90% compatible with this job. It has not reached 100%, which means there is still room for improvement. Luli thought, maybe there will be a more suitable job for it in the future. But he just hasn't found it yet. But for now, Smurf is the most suitable for this job. With this successful attempt, Luli is full of confidence. In Dreamland Pigeon Tan, there are only 2 citizens now, not counting himself. And Smurf has found a job that belongs to him. And Charmander is still an unemployed vagrant, wandering around the city all day. And he is quite leisurely, given the arsonist tag in his career history. Luli will never try it again. A fire in the kitchen is no joke. What is the Dream Lover suitable for Charmander? At least, there is none in the city at present. Luli is going to shake down a few more fruits from the Dream Tree. Because of the increase in buildings, the upper limit of the inspiration value of Dream Pigeon Tan has increased. It suddenly became 350. And after a period of recovery, the inspiration value became 35. Which means that 3 level 1 Dream Creature fruits can be made. Or 1 level 1 Dream Creature fruit plus 1 level 2 Dream Creature fruit. Charmander and Smurf are both products of level 1 Dream Creature fruit. And Luli has not created level 2 yet. So she wanted to make a new attempt. However, before leaving, she accidentally glanced at the clock next to the door frame. She was attracted by the thing below the clock and couldn't help but stop. After walking in, she found that it was a wooden board in the shape of a fortune-telling. And there were ink characters underneath, just like someone wrote on it with a brush every day. Today's in special buff, future prediction. There is also a line of small words at the bottom. The duration is 3 hours. And it will refresh after 12 hours. Combined with what happened just now, she was more certain of her inner thoughts. Those were indeed what would happen in the future if she hired Smurf as a chef. Fortunately, she avoided all that in time. But did she change the employees she hired? Which counted as changing the future timeline. Then, would the customers who came to the restaurant at that time still be the same group? Everything would have to wait until later to know. Lu Li's top priority now was to arrange the position of the chef. Hoping to solve this problem before the first customer came. With the good mentality of using a little and saving a little, Lu Li planned to only make a level 2 biological fruit and leave 10 points of inspiration points for emergency use. But when she came to the dream tree, she found that she had really thought too much. Because the cost of dream fruit has increased. The reason for the price increase is very simple. Because the total inspiration value of the city has increased. The cost of dream fruit for manufacturing buildings and creatures has also increased. This has also curbed the development speed of the city to a certain extent. Otherwise, it won't be long before this city is occupied by buildings and creatures. Lu Li thought about it and agreed. As for why such a rule was set, there must be a mature logic behind it. The only thing she regretted was why she didn't hold a few more in her hands and slowly hatch them. But she didn't know it earlier. The first level dream fruit, which was originally sold for 10 points, became 35 points due to the rising tide. Lu Li's eyelids twitched. Yes, it was still a few points less than what she had now. Fortunately, Charmander was a lazy guy and took another nap at this juncture. Lu Li didn't wait long before her inspiration value returned to 35 points. She clicked the result button. It only took a while for a golden fruit to grow on the tree. The golden glow almost blinded Lu Li's eyes. By the way, isn't this really gold? When the fruit was ripe, Lu Li picked it with one click. The golden fruit fell into her palm. She gently stroked the fruit. It was soft to the touch, a bit like silk. Then, the fruit began to swell. So, Lu Li quickly put the fruit on the ground. She was actually quite curious about what kind of creature would come out of the golden fruit. Several things with similar shapes flashed through her mind. It was just a little outrageous. I want to laugh when I say it. Oscar statuette, Rolls-Royce logo, or the 18 bronze men of Shaolin? When the fruit was completely out and stood in front of Lu Li, she was slightly stunned. Is it a dwarf? For now, it is the closest creature to human form. Although, its height is like that of a child of 7 or 8 years old. Its face is extremely mature. It is obviously an adult man. Big nose, red beard, and long, dense, curly hair like seaweed. It has its own clothes, leather boots, and a sharp eye like an eagle. As soon as he was born, he looked around anxiously. Suddenly, he said, "Where is the gold? Where is the gold?" Lu Li, in a dream. The dwarf is set to work in the hotel kitchen. The cuckoo under the clock did not make any sound. That is to say, it is suitable for the dwarf to work in the kitchen. Lu Li checked the job fit, which showed 65%. The comment in the 60 to 70% column is, what is not good to do very good. It fits the light world weariness naturally revealed by contemporary workers in unsuitable jobs. There is a kind of beauty that it is okay to live and it is okay to die. But no matter what, the barrage didn't pop up. Even if we win, we are very short of manpower now and have no choice. We can only let Mr. Dwarf be a chef for a while, and then change him when there is a job suitable for him. After comparing twice, Lu Li felt that the future prediction written on the special buff of the hotel today was more accurate than a bad review warning. After arranging the staff, Lu Li went upstairs to check. There was only a dusty TV and a few sofas on the second floor. It seems that the entertainment method of the level 1 hotel depends on this. I just don't know how much entertainment watching TV can bring to the tourists. But Lu Li guessed that it shouldn't be too high. Because from the appearance of this TV, it is a product of the 1980s on Blue Star. In other words, it is hard to say whether it is colorful or not. Maybe it will snow when you watch it. Sure enough, Lu Li turned on a few channels, and all of them were unclear images that jumped back and forth. If the guests saw this, it would be a negative optimization. and they would be furious. Luli slid her finger on the screen of her mobile phone, and the TV was stored in the warehouse of the hotel. Then, she opened the construction interface inside the hotel. In the entertainment demand column, she saw a lot of furniture that could improve the entertainment value of travelers. All of them can be purchased by a level 1 hotel. The higher the demand, the more hotel reputation points are needed. Reputation points are linked to the hotel's experience value. The initial reputation points of the inn are 100, and the upper limit of level 1 is 1,000. Reputation points can be used, and after they are used up, the upper limit is fixed and will not be deducted. You can get dream coins for accommodation fees by receiving guests, and you can earn reputation points by getting good reviews from guests. Moreover, if guests recommend the Dreamland Pigeon Inn to people they know, the reputation points will also increase automatically and contribute to the upgrade of the inn. Similarly, if guests give bad reviews, the deduction of reputation points is also quite terrifying. If you are unlucky enough to receive a big V from another world who specializes in taking kickbacks from black hotels, that would be a real nightmare. If they post negative information on their social platforms, it would be a devastating blow to the hotel. The overall business philosophy is not much different from the real Gutan City. In short, the customer is God, and the customer is always right. Looking at the 100 reputation points in the account, it is really not too much. So you have to spend money wisely. Luli went to the 3rd floor to make some money first. The 3rd floor is the accommodation area. There are only 2 guest rooms at present. Luli opened the door and checked it one by one. There is a single private bathroom inside, and hot water is available 24 hours a day. The decoration style is similar to the homestay she stayed in when traveling. The decoration styles of the 2 rooms are slightly different. One is a king-size bedroom, and the other is a double room with 2 single beds. However, strictly speaking, these 2 rooms can accommodate up to 2 people. Unlike the dilapidated and dusty 2nd floor, the facilities on the 3rd floor are relatively complete, and Luli does not need to add anything more. Therefore, the most important thing is to build the entertainment facilities on the 2nd floor. I simply calculated the reputation points. Finally, Luli decided to spend 50 points to buy a king chess table. He bought an easel with 20 points, and with the remaining 30 points, he bought 2 pots of evergreen plants to put next to the sofa, and a carpet to lay on the stairs. In this way, when guests pass by the 2nd floor, their mood will obviously be significantly improved. After completing the preparations for the hotel's early opening, it was already very late in the real world. Luli yawned several times as she felt sleepy. During her absence, the citizens of Dreamland Pigeon Lake would move around on their own and take care of themselves, so Luli didn't need to worry. However, she was more cautious when she left this time. If the city she had built with great difficulty was burned to ashes unexpectedly like the last time with the little fire dragon, she would be in a lot of trouble. It would definitely be too late to remind her through the heating of the phone. So, she communicated with the city's system. Xia asked it to call her if it had anything to do. The dream tree was silent for 3 seconds. Can I send a text message? Luli was surprised by its answer. This sense of déjà vu. Could it be that he is a social phobic? Or the type who suffers from telephone phobia? If it can be solved with words, he will never speak. Luli resolutely refused. No. What's the difference between sending a text message and a hot phone? The atmosphere fell into a strange silence. The final result was that both sides took a step back. Xia sent a text message first. If Luli did not reply within 1 minute, he would call. But he would not speak on the phone. And the phone that could call Mayor Luli's mobile phone would definitely not be from the real Gutan City, but only from the Dream Gutan. In this way, it would be easier to distinguish. The compromise proposal was recognized by both parties. Luli took care of all the affairs, closed her eyes, and chose to go home. When the countdown ended, she opened her eyes. Already in her room on the top floor of the city hall, looking at the familiar room. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of sadness in her heart. This emotion came and went quickly, which made her a little puzzled. It seemed that something made her sad, but her brain was quickly occupied by other things, making this little sadness insignificant. What was it? Obviously, it was sad. Luli sat at the desk and thought carefully for a while. But in the end, he really couldn't remember it. Can't remember? Just don't think about it. She was tired all day, and after a simple wash, she fell asleep on the bed. Every time she opened her eyes, There were countless things to do. Being a mayor was really tiring. If she didn't count the underground Goten city, she now had 2 cities to build. She had to do as much as possible in a limited time. Every day in the future was full of hope. Some people fell into a deep sleep, while others couldn't sleep all night. The contrast was tragic. Haha. Life is full of fun. In order to welcome the capital to enter Goten City, Luli made several preparations, the most important of which was the expansion of the territory. For this purpose, she built several more abyss mouths. The abyss mouths are very efficient. In just a few days, the blank area of Goten City is more than double the area of the completed area. The new city map has been included in the plan. Unlike before, when she was the only one, the new employees added to the city hall will be responsible for this matter. Due to the reputation and prosperous economy of Goten City, it has also become attractive to talents in the entire Shanghai. Now, there are many senior professionals coming to Goten City. The resumes that Dan Zong handles every day are basically from the top universities in Shanghai. For those who are interested in settling in Goten City, Luli will give some preferential treatment to talents. If they buy houses or vehicles, they can get government-supported coupons. With these people, Luli can be at ease as a hands-off boss. However, as more and more people come to the city, Luli can no longer know every detail of each person as before. There weren't even many opportunities to actively approach them, which led to a barrier between them. And they could never break through the close relationship that Luli had with the citizens when he first came here. Moreover, if the forest is big, there will be all kinds of birds. Luli also deeply understood this. Before the rapid expansion of the city, there were small hooligans like Huang Mao who committed crimes in the city. And recently, some strange things have also appeared in the city. There are many more sneaky people in the city. From their clothes, walking posture, and sneaky eyes, they can be recognized in the crowd at a glance. Of course, there are also those who are not so obvious, but they are also secretly trying to find out the news about Goten City. At first, Luli didn't care, until one day, she saw a strange car at the gate of the research institute built in the remote suburbs. And then the alarm bell in her heart sounded. She didn't know where these people came from, nor what secrets they were holding. But one thing is certain, they definitely have bad intentions. Luli performed facial recognition comparison on the system. Sure enough, these people neither work in Goten City nor have a city household registration. But they always come every few days, come and go on the same day, and all come in a swarm. It seems to be planned and regular. Could it be that they are spies sent by other cities? What do they want to find out? Until I saw these people's vehicles at the entrance of the institute. They were not in the car at the time. They should have gotten out of the car and wandered around nearby. Luli clicked on the research institute. It showed, Susan is working. And the research progress of the plant research institute she is currently developing is still stuck at 1%. It has been so long. Research institutes are actually quite common in the Star Sea. Every planet with a certain level of technology will have this building. And it is closely related to the university. The best graduates of the top universities on each planet. After graduation, if there is no large-scale interstellar company on the planet that pays so much that these top talents forget their original intention of learning, the research institute is their first choice after graduation. Goten City also has a university, and its economic development level has reached that of a second-tier city. So it is definitely not small. It is not uncommon to have a research institute. But only Luli knows that her research institute is built into the system, and is completely different from those outside. What would happen if people outside discovered what she was secretly researching? For so long, Luli had never thought about this problem. Or maybe she was once in this small piece of pure land, and the most important goal at that time was to survive. Later it became development. And today, development is on the right track. She really began to look directly at the city's security issues. Or rather, the city's core secrets. Luli lowered his eyes, looked at the research institute on the phone screen, and tapped his fingers. Wait until the group of people who had finished exploring nearby appeared again. This place has become a wasteland. Everyone was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Investigator from Elephant Hunter, what the hell? Investigator from Andromeda, is my eyes blurry? Red Dwarf Investigator, have we entered some kind of fantasy world? Hashtag Underground Pigeon City. Luli's thinking has always been correct. Once the city's area expands, she will subconsciously move the research institute to a remote place. She subconsciously doesn't want anyone to discover its existence. In fact, it's still a little late now. She should have moved the research institute here when she built the manufacturing plant. It's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. New office location. Susan looked around the underground Good Tan City in amazement. When she came, it was night, and there was a full moon in the sky. Creatures are called by blood. And the blood call that werewolves cannot resist is the howling moon. Ah! A long wolf howl echoed in this empty world. Just as long as it echoed in the valley. Luli glanced at his feet unconsciously. The land under his feet was connected to the Good Tan City on the ground. But the depth seemed to be okay. With the volume of Susan's call, no one should hear it. This is her own world. Susan is not the type of person who likes to hang out with people. With this kind of personality, it seems that she can't calm down to do research and development. Considering her past as a researcher, Luli thinks that it is more in line with the stereotype. Even if Susan sometimes shows excessive enthusiasm and seems to be very close to others, that is only for Luli, so she can live well here alone. Susan has a new home. A luxurious villa built by Luli himself for her. A swimming pool was dug for her, and a small house was built next to it to store many barbecue supplies. In the evening when the weather was clear, Luli and she could have a barbecue on the lawn in front of the villa. The construction cost of the underground Good Tan City was connected to that of the above-ground Good Tan City. And the star coins consumed for daily maintenance were all accounted for in the same way. However, there was no need to pay for land purification maintenance here, because there was no gray fog. Of course, Luli also found a connecting door from the latest building unlocked by the system. The logic behind the connecting door and the material used are the elevator shaft in the museum. The elevator shaft has now been sealed by Luli to prevent citizens from mistakenly entering it and accidentally coming to the underground Gitten City. Luli came to the hill of the underground Gitten City and opened a door for Susan on the hill. Open the door, and you can return to the above-ground Gitten City. The door is very hidden and usually invisible. Only when the person who has the permission to open the door reaches the door, the door will be awakened and float on the mountain. The portal is equipped with a system's identity recognition system. Through dual recognition of pupils and finger veins, it is safer and more efficient to prevent someone from taking advantage of the situation. After doing all this, Luli was relieved. At any time, people should take the initiative in their own hands. Among the 4 interplanetary large enterprise family companies known as the 4 major chaebols of Shanghai, 3 of the 4 came. The largest group company is the Qin Company of Robin's mother's family, covering all walks of life. There is nothing that their company will not do if it can be thought of. The other 2 are companies specializing in road and infrastructure construction. And the airway construction that Luli has been thinking about is also among them. However, another giant company that is as famous as the Qin Group has not made any movement. I don't know if it's because of anger or some other reason. In the past, they always competed with the Qin Group. Wherever the Qin Group was, they would come to compete for it. Even if they didn't get any benefits in the end, they would be successful if they could discuss the Qin Group. They were very good at playing the trick of hurting the enemy by 800 and hurting themselves by 1,000. Therefore, it was quite surprising that they had no plan to invest in Gitten City. After all, if someone from the Kata family came in and interfered, his son would most likely suffer. On the day of the foreign investment meeting, there was no one from the Kata family in the investment company present. After the tension in his mind was relaxed, he also brought new worries. Qin sure certainly did not believe that the people of the Kata family would change their nature. So he also ordered people to investigate the situation. The foreign investment meeting ended successfully. 3 large multi-star companies, and some leading companies that are among the best in certain fields of society have reached a cooperation agreement with Gitten City. The cooperation is preliminary and lasts for 10 years. To transfer funds, you need to go through the public-to-public system. Luli's secretary collected the contracts one by one. An investor praised the prosperity of Gitten City. But it was a little strange. As if he had never seen a bank? Luli, of course you haven't seen one. Because there are no banks in Gitten City. All accounts are directly handled by the financial department of the city hall. In the past, the flow of funds in Gitten City was relatively small. And with the system's computing power, the financial system could still handle it all. And it didn't matter whether there was a separate bank or not. However, when new funds flow in, the required computing power increases exponentially. In the words of the system, head buzzing, Luli looked through the economic buildings that can be built by the system. And the bank was clearly visible. In addition, there are many other super large buildings, such as the aquarium, theater, and Central Park, waiting to be placed. The next day, Luli found a new center point in the city and placed the bank. For the bank to operate, it needs employees, and new recruitment needs are released. Luli knows nothing about running a bank. Even in the bank's operating manual, there are a few thoughtful words similar to beginner's guides. From now on, encourage citizens to save. You should tell them. If you don't manage your finances won't manage you. Luli, I can't say a word. Why does it sound so much like the advertising slogans she heard in Blue Star before? It seems that no matter how things change, they still remain essentially the same. And the core of the world is the same. There are many more algorithm formulas below, which made her dizzy. She always felt that she was not suitable to manage these things. She had to find someone to help. Luli pinched her chin with her fingers and thought. #City Hall Mayor's Office. What? Let me be the president. Bird was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. His voice was also trembling. A normal physiological reaction of a person in an extremely excited state. Yes. Luli smiled and nodded. With Bird's qualifications, he is fully qualified for this job. Even if he is not familiar with it now. She believes that with Bird's intelligence, he will soon become familiar with it. Besides, this job is related to the economic lifeline of the entire Gitten City. So it is better to find someone Luli trusts to do it. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Bird clenched his fist and swore. He wore a formal suit and tie. And from the outside, he looked like an ordinary office worker on a big planet. However, his mental state and appearance were much better than when Luli first met him. Thanks to the rapid development of the appearance plastic surgery technology of the Gitten City Municipal Hospital, not only the facial appearance, but also the body shape can be customized. Dean Aguila made outstanding contributions in this regard, which of course was inseparable from the body remodeling equipment equipped in Luli Hospital. He used bionic materials to recreate human body organs for alienated citizens. Bird ordered an artificial intestine. On the night after the operation, the long-lost feeling of hunger returned to his body. He, who had long lost his desire for things, rekindled his hope for life. He felt that he had been reborn. I'm not just saying it. Just based on his current appearance. Who can associate him with a zombie? Coincidentally, the popular facial plastic surgery at that time was aimed at satisfying the alienated citizens' deep-seated pursuit of a normal face and yearning for beauty, while full-body plastic surgery was to return them to their original human form, back to the way they looked before being infected. Zombies, fishmen, sirens, those who were too seriously infected, although they couldn't return to their original state 100%. At least at first glance, they wouldn't look abrupt. As a result, many investors who entered later did not dare to believe that this was still a city eroded by gray fog. After all, the citizens in the city were almost the same as those in the Pure Land Star. The body remodeling technology invented by the director of the Gitten City Hospital has stood the test of time and has been recognized by word of mouth. The success rate of the operation exceeds 99%, which can be regarded as a failure-free operation in Shanghai medicine. This is good news for people infected with alienation. At first, it was only widely circulated within Gitten City. After the Gitten City Tourism Bureau was completed, foreign tourists experienced the full-body plastic surgery package. And then it really became popular. One person spreads 10 people. 10 spreads 100 people. And the power of word of mouth is well known. According to the law of information dissemination, everyone will pass on the information he knows to the 7 people he knows. And it will continue to increase and rise, leading a new trend. Finally, a group of people couldn't help it. It was so popular among the people of Shanghai, not to mention the medical community that is closely related to it. The investors of the hospital in Daxing were the first to know about this. As the main body of the hospital, the attending doctors knew the news a little later than them, mainly because the doctors who do practical work are busy, and the idle doctors are not so diligent and indifferent to these things. But in short, they all know it. Since they know it, they can't ignore it. Judging from the current potential of this technology, it will be a major event that sweeps across the entire Shanghai. And it may even trigger medical changes. As far as the market is concerned, it is aimed at almost all citizens of Shanghai. Because, as long as the gray fog exists, the sword of Damocles will hang over the heads of Shanghai citizens, regardless of whether the place where they live is polluted or not. People are willing to pay to relieve fear, which is based on human nature. Those who have been infected now are the precise target group, and everyone else is a potential target group. As for the price, I heard that the price of full-body plastic surgery in that hospital is not expensive. Even people on backward small planets can afford it. The investors who are well-versed in this, of course, know what tricks they are playing. They first try to attract customers with low prices. For each customer they attract, the value they can create for the hospital in the future is much greater than the one-time fee they charge them. They are so cunning and sly. They seem to be veterans. The investor behind the Central City Noble Hospital. Go and investigate. Who is the operating capital behind that hospital? Who can believe that there is no one behind the scenes who can set off the hot spot in such a short time? When the reputation is high enough and there are endless customers, it will be easy to raise the price, depending on their mood. The key is to see if this technology is monopolized. At least, it seems to be so at present. The subordinates who received the order quickly replied to the investor. That is the municipal hospital in Gittin City. What? That's not easy to do. He originally thought that if the capital behind the investment in medical technology research and development in that hospital was from Chinese, they would fight for it. But the further information he got from his subordinates was that this hospital was a public hospital. In other words, it was built and financed by the government, backed by the government. As long as the government does not collapse, then, as long as the government exists, it will exist, sharing weal and woe, and living and dying together. The people who decide its fate are extremely stable at heart, and are not easily moved by money. It's a bit difficult. The investor is still thinking about how to get it, mainly to poach all the doctors who have core technical talents in the hospital. Suddenly, his mind went through an important information that he had just overlooked. What did you say? Where is this hospital? Theox in Gittin City. Chairman, the young heir of the Kata family, Lev, was silent. Damn. The lucky Chin family got a bargain. Gittin. The investor was thinking about how to put everything from other people into his own pocket. The doctor and professor held a meeting for several nights. It was like a debate. The pros and cons each insisted on their own opinions and refused to give in. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Most of those who hold opposing views are doctors with relatively long experience. People's brains will continue to shape with age. But after a certain age, people's thinking will gradually solidify and become difficult to accept new things. They are unwilling to admit that they are getting old. And the world will always be a world for young people. Those who can work in the Capital Star Hospital are all top talents. Fundamentally speaking, they are not against new things and technologies. It's a pity that they were not born in their own hands. Do you know what this is equivalent to? Someone else made a familiar analogy. The cooked egg white turns back into egg white. It must be a trick. When facing the opposing party, you need to constantly find examples to refute. The affirmative party can sweep a large area with this sentence. The evidence is more effective than Gatling. Please watch the VCR. P.S. It's really hard to admit that others are excellent. The big hospital on the big star can't even discuss the result, let alone some small stars. However, compared with the Taishan Beidou hospitals that have long dominated the medical field, their attitudes are more single-minded. For a long time, most of them were dominated by one emotion. Shocked. How can it be like this? They have no baggage or airs. And they act faster. No matter what. They have to go there to take a look. Everyone's thoughts are the same. During that period, the government of Gittin City received many applications for hospital visit and exchange groups every day. Of course, you have to ask the director what he thinks when visiting a hospital. All these applications were submitted to Aguila. But Aguila was very busy with his work. After the publicity of the Tourism Bureau, people who originally wanted to come here to play would come to visit the municipal hospital. Not to mention seeing a doctor. Taking a photo here is a necessary rule. He handed all these matters over to his subordinates. After the expansion of the hospital, there are now 2 hospitals. The second hospital and the third hospital. A total of 4 hospitals. It recruited outstanding medical graduates from all over the Star Sea and some down-and-out doctors like him at that time. Because the standard for recruiting doctors in the hospital of Gittin City is the same as those in the big Star Sea. If you don't know a person at all, the doctor's medical skills can only be proved by his education and work experience. But Gittin City doesn't look at it completely. After all, Aguila is a typical example. The outside world is a typical human society with complicated relationships. The aristocratic families control their inherent resources and connections, which inevitably keep the truly talented people out. Therefore, the birth of the simulated medical warehouse has given Gittin City Municipal Hospital another way to select people. Practical operation. The medical warehouse is a new feature unlocked after the hospital building is upgraded to level 8. There are sick dummies inside, which can simulate various specific patient conditions and give doctors the opportunity to practice. It is a new thing, which has only been successfully developed in recent years. It is currently in a confidential internal testing stage in the Shanghai Empire Research Institute. It will not be put on the market until it passes the test, corrects the errors and omissions, and continuously improves and reaches the commercial standards that can be put on the market. The projects for this research and development are the laboratories of various medical schools and hospitals in Daxing. But what is just in its infancy, or even unheard of in other places, has been put into use in Gittin City for a long time. However, not many people know about this, because the doctors who come to Gittin City for interviews are originally a small group, and the special nature of the profession of doctors leads to a relatively small group mobility. If there is no accident, generally, they will work in a hospital for a lifetime, unless something bad happened, just like the mass layoffs of infected doctors back then. Now recalling everything that happened, it seems like a distant dream. In fact, if the name of the hospital that applied for academic exchanges at Gittin City Hospital today had not looked familiar, thus evoking a little light in the depths of memory, Aguila would have almost forgotten it. He once spent nearly 8 years of his youth in a hospital. The dean stamped his seal on the dismissal contract. There were no extra words, not even a polite word. Just like the disdainful eyelids during the interview, the attitude of the superior towards the inferior has never changed. Who is he? Oh, just an ordinary doctor. He has been working for 8 years, and is still an ordinary doctor. It can be seen that he has been idling for 8 years? What is the difference between such a person and a rice-eating borer? If such a person is left in Putian Hospital, it will only drag the hospital down and hinder the progress of others. Throw it away. In this case, they need a suitable reason to justify their unjust actions, to increase their rationality, and to avoid feeling guilty when they wake up at midnight. Oh no! Perhaps such people have long been as stinky and hard as stones in the toilet. They were abandoned by the hospital because they were not working hard enough and not good enough. The hospital takes the route of high-quality medical care, and streamlining the staff is to improve the treatment of excellent doctors, which is a measure that is beneficial to both doctors and patients. Really, it wasn't because of the infected that he was fired. It just happened to be this infected, who was too unsuccessful. At that time, the director of Putian Hospital didn't even look at Aguila. Just like now, he sat opposite the director of Gittin City Hospital, blushing. What the hell? Is it really the same person? He cursed at his assistant. Why didn't they know clearly before this? But it's not his fault. He had long forgotten Aguila's name, just like the hospital he worked in, completely erasing all traces of his existence. People cannot recall carefully, or they will be embarrassed beyond measure by their own memories, because memories are established facts, and humans can only try to change memories over and over again in their own fantasies. But his frustration at this time also proves that memories cannot be changed. That afternoon, he personally stamped the dismissal contract of Dr. Aguila, who was sitting in front of him and shocked and admired him. Aguila held the invitation letter from Putian Hospital in his hand. The words on it were extremely formal and respectful. They were inviting him to go to Putian Hospital for guidance? What a wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. But as long as Aguila shows mercy, their unrealistic ideas can be realized immediately, faster than Aladdin's magic lamp. However, after the successful meeting, they learned of Aguila's true identity, and the people in Putian Hospital realized how stupid their idea was. Ask Aguila to return to Putian Hospital? You know, those who were fired from Putian Hospital were all without background, and those who stayed were all nepotism. Aguila stayed there for 8 years. Isn't this a public execution? Just like Wumi driving a construction vehicle. Whichever department he drives to, that department explodes. All of them are old acquaintances. The most important thing is that the director of Putian Hospital really didn't expect that Aguila was not as useless as the personnel department suggested that year. On the contrary, he is a well-deserved genius in the medical field. He led a new medical trend and pioneered full-body plastic surgery. He is the savior of all those who are infected. tortured and alienated every day, and a godlike existence. Such a person. They regarded him as a waste of the hospital, who worked hard for 8 years, but was still a slacker at the bottom. Fired. Thinking of this deep relationship, the director of Putian Hospital broke out in cold sweat. Who is the waste who doesn't know the value of things? He took out his silk scarf and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I must punish these people when I go back. They made him lose such a big person, and they are all waiting for him. Of course, in this matter, the biggest blind man is himself. After reading the invitation letter, Augura put down the thick cardboard. In diplomacy, Shanghai organizations use written paper to show formality and respect, especially in an ancient and authority-oriented industry like medicine. This invitation letter gave Augura a chance to avenge his past humiliation and settle all the sufferings he had suffered in the past. Moreover, it was the director of Putian Hospital who personally handed him this opportunity. But the resentment and desire for revenge in his heart only ignited for 2 seconds and then extinguished in the breeze. Sorry, I'm busy. After saying that, under the shocked gaze of Dean Putian, Augura left the reception room. When a person has pursuits and ambitions in his heart, has seen the vast world, and has more important things to do in life, he will not be confined to the pain of the past, even if this is a moment in his life that he thought was bright. But in fact, it was attributed to darkness after seeing the real light. The past is finally over. That's it. The thumb kept turning the page button on the camera, and the real scenery of Gitten City turned one by one in front of his eyes. It looks like a very ordinary city. Nothing special. But since the investigators have taken all the photos, let's finish reading them. Wait until the last page of photos is turned. The photo on the last page is a small building standing alone in the countryside. The man stared at the small building and didn't speak for a long time. Seeing the boss's strange expression, the investigator knew that something was wrong. Damn. How could I make such a low-level mistake? The disappeared building photo. Forgot to delete it. This time, there are 5 teams sent to Gitten City to investigate the situation, all of which are from famous stars in the Star Sea. They have a strong interest in this suddenly rising city. It started with the sudden award of the city progress. Like the law of many things rising, it usually just relies on a gust of east wind. Obviously, Gitten City is rising under the support of this gust of east wind. Everyone wants to know what is so special about it. But that's all. Except for the last and most low-key planet among the 5 teams. White Wolf Star. The people of Shanghai only knew that it was a planet located in the south of Shanghai and an important part of another economic center. But few people knew that its actual controller was Bayou, another research institute force that split from the Imperial Research Institute in the capital Star Center City. Long before the factional struggle in which Arthur gained absolute power from the power struggle in the Imperial Research Institute came to an end, Bayou Research Institute had been established and had a certain proportion of supporters. That was the first split of the Imperial Research Institute in recorded history. It is said that they took away all the research project materials of the White Rain Research Institute at that time, including 1/3 of the files that are missing in the Imperial Research Institute now. Many of them are precious materials unearthed from the ancient Blazing Star community and the ruins of the ancient gods. Because when the researchers are studying their own projects, they must ensure absolute confidentiality and prevent leaks even when facing colleagues in the institute or even unrelated superiors. As a result, many people didn't know what they were researching back then, when they announced their split and took away all the research results and original materials. No one could stop them. The head of the empire even sent out the army to keep them, even if they were corpses. But Bayou Research Institute had a reason to leave with the intention of destroying both sides. Later, the 2 sides had a secret meeting with no more than 3 people attending. After the meeting, Bayou Research Institute left smoothly. Obviously, they had reached some kind of secret agreement with the empire, even if there was no news of the conversation back then. Anyone with a keen eye could guess that this was related to the core interests of the head of the empire. If the brain is crooked, the buttocks will be crooked. The compromise he proposed was almost a waste of time for the Imperial Research Institute of the capital Star. In other words, it was bullying the Imperial Research Institute at that time because there was no leader and no one with enough say to come forward. In short, the final result was that Bayou Research Institute, as an independent research institute, still belonged to Shanghai Empire Research Institute in name. But Shanghai Empire Research Institute was not qualified to interfere with Bayou Research Institute's research direction and future development plans. They are definitely angry. But there is nothing they can do. The Bayou Research Institute went to the south, with the White Wolf as its base, and the economic planets around it as research funding. For so many years, they have never asked the Empire for money, and are completely self-sufficient. After a long time, even people can't find a suitable reason to scold them. After all, if others don't spend your money, you can't strangle them. In the first few years before leaving, they would occasionally push out some convenient gadgets to brush up their presence. It seems to be maliciously reminding the Imperial Research Institute of the capital star that you still have a lost territory that has not been recovered. After many times, you will be immune to it. However, such times are getting less and less. In recent years, it seems to have completely disappeared. Until a few days ago, the people from Bayou Research Institute are back. There is an inexplicable relationship between them. Even though everyone used to be colleagues, they haven't seen each other for many years and have taken different paths. They didn't expect that there would be a node of intersection somewhere in the future. There are still 2 days until the reunion of old friends at the Imperial Research Institute. On the weekend of this week, Arthur, the current director of the Imperial Research Institute, will attend the reunion. But on Friday afternoon, the assistant entered Arthur's office and reported an important matter to him. The director of the Bayou Research Institute wants to see you. It seems that he is impatient. Bayou was the first director of the Southern Research Institute. Later, he unfortunately died of illness. In order to commemorate him, the people of the institute renamed the Southern Research Institute to Bayou Research Institute. Those who become the dean of Bayou Research Institute will be affectionately called Bayou. Over time, their real names are not important. This is a rule that has been agreed upon in Bayou Research Institute, and everyone only knew it after their people came back. Oh, is this Dean Arthur? Seeing is believing. Bayou has a white crew cut, and his eyebrows and eyelashes are also white, which further highlights the bright red of his lips and the translucence of his skin. From the appearance, he seems to have symptoms of albinism, but it also makes him look particularly charming. But compared with Arthur, he was still far behind. Obviously, he felt the same way, because the following words seemed to be boasting. But if they were said to scientific researchers, they had nothing to do with praise. You are younger than I thought. If your assistant hadn't brought you here, I would have thought I had walked into the wrong door and entered the lounge of a movie star. Silence. Arthur's eyes were indifferent, not affected by his teasing at all. He also made himself look funny, and laughed twice to ease the atmosphere. Let's be frank. Actually, I came here to ask for something. Bayou did come to ask for help, but not entirely. To be more precise, it might be more appropriate to say trade. Arthur, why do you think I will agree to your request? In that historical background, it's hard to have a good impression of them. They rebelled when the Imperial Research Institute was in trouble. They always felt that they were a group of difficult-to-manage troublemakers. There were many crazy researchers in the Imperial Research Institute, but they were restricted by rules. Otherwise, they could really do anything. If the director of Bayou Research Institute came to him personally to beg him, then the matter must have reached a point where there was no way to solve it. It was definitely not a small matter, and it was probably not a good thing. Arthur didn't even think about listening to a few more words. Okay. Bayou's expression suddenly became extremely annoyed, like a child whose needs were not met, and sighed heavily like an adult. Unfortunately, he was not an innocent child, but a bad guy at heart. Then I have to hand it over to the director of Shanghai Investigation Bureau. Bayou spread his hands, holding a specially developed photo. Research Institute in the rain. Arthur only took a glance. He confirmed its type and its destination. Level 3 Black Tide Research Institute. It comes from Gutan City. Bayou grinned. Excuse me, Mr. Arthur. Are you interested in listening to me say more now? The change of address is not occasional, which means that he not only knows these things, but he has more bargaining chips. Arthur leaned back in his chair, raised his eyes coldly, and still had that expression that would not be threatened. TSK. Seeing him like this, Bayou felt deeply fooled. It was as difficult as he imagined. He didn't want to say it at first. The owner of this research institute. Bayou's voice gradually became ethereal, like the rain mist that penetrated and drifted away with the wind. But every word he said next was deeply engraved in Arthur's mind. Besides him, someone else discovered that existence. It seems that there is your black tide in her body, which is called. Bayou paused for a moment when he said this. thinking hard. What was that word called? Oh, yes. What about the thing called prototype? Bayou's smile was harmless. Arthur saw the scene a few months ago from the man's crooked eyes. He knew it without anyone reminding him. Yes, he always knew it. A few months ago, at the dinner of the director of the Elephant Hunter Star, he had seen it from the abnormal fluctuations of the killing star. When he looked into Lu Li's eyes for the first time, he saw nothing else but what was buried in her mind. The first generation of Shanghai Artificial Intelligence Implant System. In the Black Tide Core Laboratory. It is collectively called a prototype, but only its creator would mention its other romantic name. Stars. Chapter 120. Early in the morning, Lu Li woke up in her room on the top floor of the 8th floor City Hall. After several upgrades, the City Hall unlocked many functions, and the floors were raised. Compared to when I first came here, I could only see the restaurant staff room opposite when I opened the curtains. The layout was replanned, and the view was now particularly wide. So, standing on the windowsill and looking out the window, Lu Li saw the construction team on the edge of the city. The capital group from the Capital Star has moved in and helped build a better Gitten city according to the drawings. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. However, Lu Li did not relax after accidentally discovering the suspicious sneaky person around the institute last time. She has always kept this matter in mind. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Not to mention that the population of Gitten City is showing an explosive growth trend. According to the area she has expanded so far, it is enough for this batch of capital to use. In order to avoid too many people and eyes, Lu Li will not start a new round of area expansion until the construction of the factories and companies of these capitals is completed. As for the city security work, she was still relieved to leave it to Carl. Compared with yesterday, the total amount of star coins in the mayor's mobile phone has increased by several relatively large digits. This is the number obtained after deducting the star coins and energy value required for the system to maintain the city. The remaining balance is almost unimaginable, and it feels like it can never be spent. In fact, the funds of Gitten City were originally sufficient, and as a result, there was foreign investment. Just like a pond that was already full of money merged with a vast ocean. The amount of star coins needed by the system to maintain the operation of the city is like a drop of water in it. The system uses this drop of water and the energy value of the city to achieve macro control of the entire city. It sounds like a kind of magic beyond reality. Although the level of technological development in Shanghai is far higher than the Blue Star Plain where Lu Li once lived. But after experiencing so many things and visiting the most developed capital star in Shanghai, Lu Li deeply understands that what she has in her hands, from the public's perspective, does not belong to this universe. As for whether the Imperial Research Institute, which controls the core technology of the entire empire, knows about it, she doesn't know. In the basement of the Cathedral of Gitten City, she had seen the mycelium of the orchid parasol that was closely connected to the system. The last time she went there, the orchid parasol happened to spray spores, and Lu Li kept the spores collected by the nightmare sand collector in the freezer. She didn't know how to deal with them yet, or how to use them. But she had a hunch in her heart about the place where these things were produced, and the secrets behind them. It was in the mayor's mobile phone in her hand. Fortunately, the upgrade speed is very fast now. She doesn't need to do anything every day. Just sleep and wait for time to pass. It doesn't matter if the system doesn't say it, as long as nothing unexpected happens. She will always find the truth one day. But things are always like this. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. On a sunny and comfortable afternoon, she was walking in the city. This is a boulevard with lush trees. There are lively lawns on both sides of the road, and tourists are picnicking on the lawns. The insects under the grass turned over. They survived because there was no pesticide spraying. Insects have no memory, but humans do. Human memory cannot be inherited, but it can be passed on by word of mouth. That was the harmonious and auspicious scene that should have existed in the world before the gray fog descended on the Star Sea. But the people who suffered from the side effects of the infection experienced it day and night. But it seemed like a terrifying rumor to the upper class of the Star Sea. After all, there was no gray fog on the capital star and the nearby ring stars. It can be foreseen that even if the entire sea of stars is swallowed up, there will be a pure land there. But when that day comes, the star people will find that these are just imaginations. Gray fog does not know what the capital star is, nor does it know Gongming, who has a high status. The indescribable monster from the darkness will not care what it eats when swallowing the planet. If it swallows the planets indiscriminately, the sea of stars will be completely submerged and become a gray curtain in this star field. Luli stopped. The road she was walking on was not as wide as the main road, but it was definitely not narrow. However, any normal person would not stop in the middle of the road. But there was such a not-so-normal person in front of her. She was lost in thought. So when Luli looked up and saw the person blocking her way, she was inevitably surprised. But it was only limited to surprise. Here it comes again. Luli planned to ignore the existence of the person in front of her as she did last time, pretending not to see him. Unfortunately, the person in front of him this time was not just unable to suppress his inner impulse and wanted to come and see. At the moment when the two were about to pass by each other, "Let's talk?" Arthur looked at Luli without any hesitation, as if those 4 words were not from the star sea. The person standing at the top of the pyramid in the field of science and technology, brushing past Luli's ears. Just a slight breeze. Passing by each other, Luli had no intention of paying attention to him at all. After his body was completely out of Arthur's sight, Luli rolled his eyes. Talk about shit. Before she could even walk, her arm was suddenly grabbed from behind. Luli, Arthur stepped forward and blocked her way again like a wall. His deep eyes stared at Luli. "I have something to tell you, Luli, but I have nothing to tell you." Maybe when she just found out that Fico, of course, this guy who can now be clearly called Arthur, is still alive. But when he pretends not to know her, Luli will still feel pain and sadness, and want to understand all this. But now? Really? Luli? Who are you? Arthur, What a solid boomerang. I don't know you. Goodbye. Luli glanced at Arthur lightly, and motioned him to let go. She was really unhappy that her arm was still held by this guy. But since Arthur came today, he would not give up easily before achieving his goal. Besides, now is really not the time to quarrel. "Arthur, I don't have much time." He hoped that Luli could forget about this matter directly, and they could get to the point directly. But how is this possible? Even if a rational and sober person can maintain a normal mood and work and live normally after suffering such a great mental blow, it is a great thing to cheer up again. It is hard to believe that the person you like died when you like him the most, and his death is also related to you. What kind of purgatory experience is it? The biggest regret in life. The regret that cannot be made up. The shadow of a lifetime. But in the end, I suddenly found that all of this was a lie. Then what is real in this world? The grievance and resentment that Shinfeng had suppressed in his heart were ready to move. What on earth did he have the right to do so? So, it would have been fine if Arthur hadn't said anything. But Luli's anger started to rise as soon as he said it. No matter if he had just said that they didn't know each other. Time was running out. "Oh, it seems that this time it's another clone puppet?" Luli sneered. "It's time. And you're going to make a grand exit again. Right?" It was only a matter of time before this extremely irresponsible way of getting out of the situation would be brought up. If there is a chance. Arthur had no way to refute. He was too embarrassed to save face, and was silent for 2 seconds. "It's a real person." "Yes. He is a real person." Luli was annoyed. "If you have something to say, please say it quickly." After that, she went back to the city hall to work. There were still a lot of documents waiting for her to sign. And she was also very busy. Luli thought about what Arthur would say to her. Apologize. Or explain his helpless difficulties. But she never expected that Arthur would say these words to her. The first sentence. "Stop it." It was speechless. "Luli, it seems like you are grabbing me." The meaning of this sentence is very unclear. But fortunately, Arthur quickly added a second sentence. After the second sentence came out, goosebumps stood up on Luli's arms. "Your business simulation game." Arthur did not directly name the system, but used the name of the underground pigeon city under the Crystal Pyramid Museum when they were exploring it at night. When Luli used his mayor's mobile phone, Arthur jokingly called it. "It's leaked." The game leaked. Luli was not sure at the time whether Arthur really didn't know, or he said that on purpose to comfort her nervousness. But now, Luli can be sure that he knows something. The word leak used in the field of games means that the unreleased game content has been leaked and exposed to the public. After converting the reference, Luli got a chilling sentence. Someone knows the existence of her system. So? Luli's voice was obviously a little nervous. Arthur was relieved to see that his words had worked. She knew that if she was afraid, everything would be easy. So Arthur gave a solution. It must be said that Arthur's solution to the runaway incident was as easy as his explanation of Lu Li's current situation in one sentence. It was just more direct. Except that in this relationship with Lu Li, he seemed 10 times more indecisive and dragging his feet than usual. If Lu Li did what he said, he could at least guarantee her safety. But if not, Lu Li's eyes were as big as copper bells. So what did this guy say? Rob. Of course. This was not Arthur's original words. But for someone who had nothing, started from scratch, and became big and strong, what is the difference between handing it over and openly robbing? Dream on. He said the same 2 words as Arthur's original words. But the emotion was even stronger. And it also brought some of the fearless spirit of the grassroots. Lu Li refused too quickly and too directly, leaving no room for negotiation. Arthur couldn't help but frown. Did she really not want to live? Think about it again? He really didn't expect that he would have such a humble day in this life. Be patient to the point of begging. But Lu Li was already overwhelmed by anger. And her fear was temporarily gone. She had to protect her family business. Seeing that Arthur was still holding her, Lu Li said, "Let go." She had nothing to say to these bandits. Arthur didn't react. What a jerk. She pulled out a pen from her pocket. She poked Arthur's hand hard. It wasn't until he felt a dull pain that Arthur realized that he had been doing such an impolite thing. The moment his hand loosened, Lu Li immediately turned and left. At first, he just walked quickly. And then he almost ran, leaving Arthur's sight like flying. There was a strange burning sensation on the back of his hand. Arthur looked at the back of his hand. There was a circle of round white powder the size of a fingernail on the skin that Lu Li poked, which was slowly disappearing on the skin. This is not a pen used for writing. It should leave a mark. This is a candle. Chapter 121. Lu Li ran back to the city hall, panting, sitting at her desk. Her heart was pounding, and she was still in shock. Thanks to Arthur, she had done a lot of exercise today. In fact, there was an easier and faster way to get back here. But Lu Li was scared by Arthur, so she really didn't dare to use the teleportation skill in front of him, because her system was discovered by Arthur. Moreover, from Arthur's ambiguous words, it can be inferred that there are quite a few people who know about this. It was the boss's intention to ask her to hand over the system. Arthur just came to remind her first and advised her not to be ungrateful and go against the Empire. Of course, the latter half of the sentence was completely Lu Li's own imagination. Arthur did not make such a gangster-like threat. However, since he came, he inevitably put himself on the opposite side of Lu Li, no matter what he thought. Lu Li's last sentence, which was not negotiable, also showed her attitude. Never be coerced by others. Since she came to this planet with unprecedented pollution, it has gone from a pure land with only a city hall to a large-scale metropolis. Although all this is inseparable from the joint efforts of everyone, the core of the city is herself. And she knows it clearly. It was she who brought it back to life. Even if she is the god of this city, I believe that no citizen will raise any objection. The fate of the city is tied to her, and the resources needed for the system to maintain purification are also closely related to her life. Even from this point of view, she felt that she could not easily hand over the system. She glanced at the mayor's mobile phone in her hand, and the city's trends and information were clearly presented on it, showing a thriving scene. As a witness of the polluted and abandoned planet gradually becoming a planet suitable for star citizens to live in, Lu Li's frenzy slowly calmed down. She had seen many star citizens who fled to get in city from other planets. The amazement and joy in their eyes merged into stars, flickering in Lu Li's mind. No more displacement. Finding a place to live again is the greatest spiritual comfort for human beings. A blessing in disguise. But if there is a choice, who is willing to leave their hometown and their native land? Although Gitten City is getting better now, the vast sea of stars and countless planets are mostly swallowed by gray fog. I saw a report from the Capital Star Media a few days ago, and this number is still showing an accelerating upward trend. If this continues, more and more people will lose their homes. Maybe I shouldn't be so selfish? After calming down, Lu Li began to hesitate. She was indeed very angry at first, but now she thinks carefully. Her power alone is very limited after all. She has been to the Capital Star, and has seen the banners and advertisements of the Imperial Research Institute everywhere, as well as the magical changes that are no different from magic after the rapid development of technology. She doesn't know what stage the Imperial Research Institute has reached in its research on the gray fog. If she asks Arthur, will Arthur tell her? However, she immediately dismissed the idea after only thinking about it a little. Experience and lessons taught her not to pin her hopes on others. Moreover, Arthur's favorability with her was still hovering around 0. However, based on the fact that they asked her to hand over the system, she guessed that the technology in her system was probably higher than that of the other side. In this case, could it be a bargaining chip? Let her participate in the development of the system? At once, countless thoughts emerged, and Luli was thinking about a lot of things. Many things that she couldn't figure out before were also connected. Among them, those aliens sneaking around in the city. Luli let down her guard a little. Maybe she could really try to communicate. Anyway, the system is in her hands. If someone else snatches it away, Luli, snatch the phone. Just snatch it away casually. Her face turned pale, but she immediately thought of the underground orchid mushroom silk veins connected to the system. Would those people know this? When people are nervous, they will have unconscious little movements. Luli reached into her pocket. Although most planets in the Starry Sea are implementing paperless office, but she still kept her living habits in the blue star, using a pen to record on paper. She has the habit of carrying a pen with her. Then, she took out a candle. Luli, I was in a hurry to go to work this morning and took the wrong one. The fountain pen she used to use and the candle sticks for the energy extraction machine were all placed in a pen holder. The accommodation and office are close. That's the only advantage. Luli took some time to go to the top floor, which is her personal room. When she came to the desk, she saw the fountain pen she used to use in the pen holder. She used the candle in her hand to replace the fountain pen. She laughed to herself. Only now did she realize that she took the candle out instead of the fountain pen. It was also thanks to her that she had a little mercy when she was fighting Arthur, and did not unscrew the lid and attack with the pointed fountain pen. It was indeed pity. Luli turned around and prepared to go downstairs to the office to make future plans for Good Tan City. He also had to think about how to contact Arthur, and find out what she wanted to know in a less embarrassing way after the relationship was clearly torn apart. But the moment he left the house, he was struck by lightning and stood still. What flashed in front of him was the pen holder on her desk. There were still a few power extraction candles left in it that had not been used up, and the color of the candle head of the one she had just put in was a little bit wrong. It's not just the color. She should have thought of it earlier. Sitting back at the desk, Luli compared it. Finally confirmed what the candle she now has become. The color change means that the candle has been used. Arthur's superpowers were extracted and copied into this candle. And this candle that has contained superpowers can no longer be used for other purposes. The materials are very expensive, and the idea is not to waste them. Luli turned the small house pencil sharpener as the candle gradually sank into the gears of the power extraction machine. The melted wax will be regenerated in the exit drawer. I have to say, I am a little excited. Holding her breath, Luli opened the drawer. Although she knew that the power card produced by the great power of the Dean of the Imperial Research Institute must be extraordinary, but the actual product, the name is so simple and straightforward, which is still beyond her expectation. God. Genius card. Luli was silent for 2 minutes. Well, it is true that some people are born extraordinary and are born with genius. Back to the ability card itself. The description on the card is concise and sharp. When using it, just stick it on something that needs the help of a genius to achieve the effect of summoning a genius. Luli kept it in her pocket. If she had this thing when she took the college entrance examination, maybe she could have been admitted to Tsinghua University or Peking University. Now, it goes without saying where this card should be used. There is a bright moon in the sky, and the street lights on the street are always on. The time in this place is always frozen at midnight. At the entrance of the institute, according to the time difference here, Susan has already finished get-off work and is sleeping soundly in the Davy field in the countryside. Luli pasted this genius card on the entrance of the institute. A gust of wind blew, and this genius card burned without fire. Why does it look a bit like talisman paper? The moment the card burned in, a brilliant light burst out in front of my eyes, dazzling and eye-catching. When the light gradually went out, there was suddenly a man at the door. Luli, a clone. A clone? This man looks exactly like Arthur. Even his clothes are of his taste. However, there is a circle of white light around him, as if a large white outline has been added. Thanks to this outline, it is proved that the guy in front of him is not a real person, but another Fico, because the energy contained in the superpower extraction stick is limited. The person summoned by the superpower card cannot achieve the effect of a real person. Luli cannot communicate with him. But Luli didn't really want to chat with someone with Arthur's face. Now she only wanted Arthur's ability. In the dream city of Gitten where Nightmare deliberately recruited her, Luli saw Arthur's rating in the system. He also successfully unlocked new buildings, manufacturing plants, and plant research institutes for the research institute in the dream. According to the memory drawing saved by Luli, Susan unlocked the manufacturing plant. But the progress of the plant research institute has been stuck at 1%, and no breakthrough can be made. 5 minutes after the little genius, or white shadow Arthur entered the working state, the progress was visibly increased to 20%. Luli's pupils instantly dilated. In addition to being surprised, she suddenly felt a little regretful that she shouldn't have used this card so easily. If she first obtained a card with a copy ability, and then copied this card, wouldn't it be equivalent to letting Arthur stay in Good 10 City forever and work for her? And most importantly, all of this is free. When I thought of this, I was very excited. Now that I didn't have the original copy, I could only find a chance to copy the original. In other words, I could take the opportunity to stab him again. Half an hour passed quickly. When Luli returned to the underground Pigeon City, Arthur's little genius had melted into wax. However, it lived up to expectations and completed its task brilliantly. The Botanical Research Institute was successfully developed. The Botanical Research Institute can now be built. The system's prompt sound kept ringing. It can be felt that it is also very excited. After all, the technology that has been stuck for so long has finally started to move. Not only that, on the interface showing 100% research and development of the Botanical Research Institute, the subsequent building box did not appear. In other words, the Botanical Research Institute is the last project of this branch of the Level 3 Research Institute. After completing the research and development of all projects, the Research Institute can be upgraded. This is the experience gained by Luli. As expected, there is also an upgrade button at the bottom. This button leads to the Level 4 Research Institute. Luli selected it. But strangely, there was no prompt for the resources required to upgrade from Level 3 to Level 4. She pressed it tentatively. After a burst of light effects and system sounds, upgrade successful. Luli couldn't believe her eyes. It was so simple. There was a blue progress bar at the bottom. When the progress bar was filled, the Research Institute entered a new interface. What is in the Level 4 Research Institute? Luli was full of expectations. But she didn't wait long to be happy. The interface suddenly turned into a blue screen. There were only a few bright red characters on it. Insufficient authority. Authentication failed. Please contact the project leader Luli, ? Insufficient authority? What authority? The interface of the Level 4 Research Institute was stuck here. Only these words prohibiting access appeared on it. But she was not told how to unlock it. Luli tapped the blank space of the blue screen several times with her hand. But there was no response. Until the flashing words suddenly stopped flashing. Stiff as if the still button was pressed. If nothing unexpected happens, the interface is stuck. System. System? Luli tried to call out in her mind. After hearing the familiar ding sound, the system responded to her. After preliminary investigation, it turned out that there was a bug in the Wasteland Reconstruction system. The system was also surprised about this. It asked Luli to do something else first, and it would see if it could try to fix it. Luli, Sure enough, free things only look free. Although the Level 4 Research Institute was successfully upgraded without spending any resources, it caused the entire institute to become unusable. She couldn't build the things in front of her for the time being. The system that was talking to her reacted to the situation in the institute, and couldn't immediately call up permissions to solve it. It made Luli feel that the two of them didn't seem to know each other well. The scene was very strange. It even made Luli have a terrible suspicion. Only when you steal someone else's things will you be unable to use them completely, because the upstream has closed some permissions. However, this thought only flashed through Luli's mind for a moment. She still had a trusting attitude towards the system that had been helping her all along. Although she came to this horrible abandoned city filled with gray fog that could not be dispersed, and people who were bound to the identity of the mayor could be in danger of their lives at any time, she was forced and had no choice. But what could she do? She was already here. While waiting for the system to fix the bug in the Level 4 Research Institute, Luli switched the screen of the mayor's phone back to the main interface. Suddenly, she saw a name that made her excited in the newly added buildings. Huh? It turned out that this was an independent building after unlocking, completely separated from the original Research Institute. Even if the system over there is inaccessible, it will not affect the buildings on the main interface. Luli put the cursor on it. A few big words appeared. Botanical Research Institute can be built. Chapter 122. When Xiaoran pulled him into the dreamland of Gutan City, the illusionary Arthur helped Lu Li's Research Institute successfully unlock the last building in the Level 3 Research Institute. However, before Lu Li had time to place it, he discovered the flaw in the dream. After returning to the real world, the progress of the Botanical Research Institute has been stuck at 1%, which has become a knot in Lu Li's heart. But now it's alright. Thanks to Arthur's inadvertent gift, Gutan City has the opportunity to build this Botanical Research Institute. Considering the safety of the city, Lu Li chose to place such a building in the underground Gutan City first. The only thing that might worry her is that plants need sunlight to grow. After the pollution source was eliminated in the underground Gutan City, time stayed in the dark forever. Whether it was the sunlight in the real world or the virtual sunlight in the underground world, it no longer exists here. But when this glass greenhouse-like plant research institute appeared in an area carefully planned by Lu Li, her worries completely disappeared. Opening the door of the Botanical Research Institute, a gust of fresh air hits you. Although the current level of the Botanical Research Institute is only 1, the supporting facilities are not ambiguous at all. It is not in vain that she spent a huge amount of star coins, nightmare gravel and cloud crystal resources when she built it. There are not only sunlight simulation equipment here, but also lights of various light sources. Not only can plants living on the ground obtain sufficient growth conditions, but also some ferns can be satisfied. Like the main body of the Research Institute base, there is also a main control interface at the entrance of the Botanical Research Institute. Although, this interface can also be seen on Lu Li's mayor's mobile phone. However, the screen in the Botanical Research Institute is larger, and there will also be some special information that is not available on the mobile phone. For example, seed cultivation. There is not even a pot of plants in the newly built Botanical Research Institute. And the lush vines that Lu Li saw winding around the sunroom shelves are actually holographic projections. This reminds Lu Li of the outermost walls of Gutan City that can display images. It must be said that the two have similarities and are of the same origin. There is only one plant that can be cultivated in the Botanical Research Institute. But the strange thing is that the cultivable plant only has a rough outline, and behind it is a blurred background. And below it are 3 very familiar, but extremely maddening. This scene is too familiar to Lu Li. They all follow the same routine. In other words, before cultivating this plant, Lu Li had no way of knowing what it was, and what its function was. However, compared with the main research institute, the Plant Research Institute has one thing better. It does not require additional staff, and can be fully automated, mechanically operated internally. Lu Li moves his fingers and gives it orders, and a special mechanical gardener will grow plants for the institute. The seed warehouse shows that there are 3 seeds that can be cultivated in the Level 1 Plant Research Institute. Taking the risk of cultivation failure into account, Lu Li opened 2 grids in the seed nursery room, planted 2 reserve seeds, and kept 1 seed as a backup. But there are actually many grids in the nursery room. While the mechanical gardener is taking care of these 2 seedlings, can he also take care of other seeds? Driven by this idea, Lu Li tried to open the cultivation grid without the seeds brought by the institute. There are 10 grids in a row, except for the unknown seeds occupying 2 grids. The remaining 8 grids are empty. After thinking for a while, Lu Li took out the seeds of the money tree that was regarded as an ordinary flowering tree at that time. The money tree was planted in spring, and it lasts for 1 season. Now it is probably midsummer. After transplanting, the money tree could not adapt to the new environment and has withered. But the seeds were well preserved by Lu Li. The economic value of this plant is obvious to all. Although Gutan City is not short of money now. But who would complain about having too much money? Moreover, unlike the amount of star coins on the city's books, many of them have been injected into corresponding buildings. In the cycle of capital flow, Lu Li cannot use it as she pleases. But the fruits picked from the money tree she planted are completely her personal property, and she can allocate them herself. This is equivalent to pocket money. and it can also be used in case of emergency. In this way, 4 grids are used up, and there are still 4 left. Spores of the orchid umbrella, packed in a transparent glass bottle, compared with the fresh bottles that Luli collected later. The first bottle was obviously darker in color, and showed signs of corruption. Even though Luli froze it in a freezer, it was inevitable that he could not retain these hundreds of millions of concentrated plant genetic information carriers. In order to avoid failure, Luli chose to use the bottles with clear and transparent colors. Although the bottle of the orchid umbrella essence was also very small. When Luli unscrewed the lid and poured the spore essence on the transparent seedling container that slowly emerged from the grid, the yellow light of the cultivation system next to it was on before halfway. This means that the number of seeds that this grid can carry has reached its upper limit. So, Luli had to change another position and continue to fall down. He changed 3 times before he used up this bottle of fresh orchid spores. There was only 1 grid left. Luli couldn't think of what to plant for the time being, so he put it aside for the time being. After putting down the lid on the seed cultivation cabinet, the mechanical gardener began to work, loosening the soil, nutrient solution, watering, temperature control, and other operations were all automatically performed by the cultivation cabinet. At the same time, a large string of data appeared on the glass screen. The mechanical gardener plays a role of care in monitoring at this stage. For example, if some operations of the incubator are not completed or there are accidents during the process, the mechanical gardener can control them. When the seedlings grow out, the mechanical gardener will be responsible for transplanting them to a new place. It can be said that Luli does not need to worry about all this. Moreover, she can check the situation here at any time in the Botanical Research Institute interface on her mobile phone. As soon as she walked out of the gate of the Botanical Research Institute, Luli saw the germination countdown in the incubator. Different seeds, methods of use, planting conditions, and time required for germination are completely different. It looks like a vegetable planting game. Luli stayed in the underground Guoten city for about half an hour. Since the system said it was going to investigate the bugs in the Level 4 Research Institute, it disappeared without a trace. However, during the time when she was in the Dream Guoten city, Luli also got used to the days without the system. Her current authority is enough to support her construction of each city, so she doesn't really need the system. Therefore, Luli was not at all panicked or uneasy about the temporary disappearance of the system. She switched the interface of her mobile phone to the Dreamland Gitten City. Suddenly, an interface she had never seen before appeared. The Dragon King is playing in your city. Luli, is this Dragon King the one she imagined? When Luli returned to the Dreamland Gitten City, the whole city was overwhelmed by heavy rain. The Dragon King had left. But here, there were traces of the Dragon King everywhere. The access point that Luli chose was at the entrance of the original Gitten City Cathedral. There was no other reason for choosing this place, because the infrastructure here is the best. At least, it is not like other places without asphalt roads, which are muddy and have no place to stand. Looking into the distance, the city is wet. It looks like a dirty medieval street. Besides, there is a dream tree next to it. If you have to find someone responsible for the dream Gitten becoming like this, it must be it. Xia? Luli felt a headache. Didn't we agree on this before? Once something unusual happens in the city, it will notify him immediately. After 5 seconds of silence, Dream Tree Xia finally answered Luli. It would be better not to answer, with a reason that almost pissed Luli off. It's not that the girl is on fire. If there's no fire, it's not a big deal. Luli was silent. But there's a flood. It doesn't matter. The flood is not important. Indeed, if the dream tree can indeed be considered a tree, in the worldview of trees, fire is the element they fear the most, and water is their good partner and an indispensable part of their life growth process. Let's not worry about Xia not reporting the abnormality in the city to her in time. Luli first has to figure out where the so-called Dragon King came from. As soon as she switched the interface, she saw that the main interface of the Dream Guoten city was covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. The rain curtain fell like a thin thread, blurring her vision. The mist on her fingertips almost overflowed the screen. Compared with the previous question, Mengjing Shuxiao was obviously more willing to answer this one. The Dragon King is a guest of the inn. After returning to the inn and looking through the accommodation records, Luli couldn't believe his eyes. That's right. In the accommodation records of the 2 goose houses in the inn, there was a guest registered as the Dragon King. in addition to the accommodation fee. It also gave the inn a tip of 10,000 dream coins. Sitting behind the counter of the hotel, Luli was shocked. She had never seen so much money in her life. She was not short of star coins now, but she was very clear about how hard it was to get dream coins. Moreover, it was the early stage of city construction when money was needed. Whatever you thought of came true. She was overjoyed. This was not a disaster star that flooded the city, but the god of wealth. Although the Dragon King brought a heavy rain to the city, and the city became gray and dusty in the rain. This price was something that Dreamland Gitten City could fully afford. In fact, the more the better. With so many dream coins suddenly added to the account, Luli's first reaction was to create more buildings and creature eggs to develop the city as soon as possible. She never expected that she would stop when she saw the scene outside the moment she went out. The beautiful scenery that she had never seen before seemed to only appear in a fairy tale world. The heavy rain brought by the Dragon King awakened the sleeping plants underground and brought colorful vitality to this land. The whole city was shrouded in green, with flowers blooming and butterflies flying. The dried-up river valley springs in the distant mountains also gathered into clear streams again, and the source of life was infused, giving birth to countless lives. There were many cute little animals running through the forest. The sky was blue and clear. On the cliff on the top of the mountain, Luli also saw the little fire dragon hovering low in the sky. It had found its new home. Luli held her breath. It turned out that what she thought was a flood in the city was actually the Water Dragon King that upgraded the city. A new logo appeared on the interface. In the Western worldview, the four elements that make up the world are wind, fire, earth, and water. Among them, the icon of water has been lit. The Water Dragon King has been here before, when Luli was not here. So, she didn't know what it looked like, and whether it was a random event or a special reason for it to come here. If the medium that triggers special guests to come to the city is the buildings currently in the city, then according to this logic, the more special buildings there are in the city, the greater the probability that the Dragon King will come here. Luli came to the dream tree and issued a task of 10 building eggs and 10 biological eggs each, because she didn't know what these eggs would eventually become. She first found an empty piece of land for experimentation. After the buildings grew out of the soil, she used the building packing function in the system to adjust their positions. Building packing can also be used in the Dream Pigeon Tan, which made Luli feel a little surprised. But there is no doubt that it has greatly facilitated her planning and construction. Luli guessed that this function might be relatively independent, beyond the ground Gitten City and the orchid fungus that controlled it. As the building seeds made by the dream tree broke out of the ground one by one, Luli felt the joy of a good harvest, like a farmer seeing the crops growing well. The types of buildings in the city have been greatly enriched, making it more like the main town of an open adventure world. Luli adjusted the placement of each one according to their functions. With the experience of building the first city, Luli's division of the area is clearer and more reasonable. When the building eggs were successfully hatched, magical creatures also appeared. Elves, dwarves, goblins. The Dreamland Pigeon City has become a magical world where magical creatures gather. Of course, she also found creatures suitable for these buildings. Different races have different talents and are suitable for different jobs. And the dwarf finally found his dream lover with 100% satisfaction. The Miners' Union. When this building came out, Luli was a little confused and didn't quite understand what it was for. After reading the detailed introduction, she learned that the Miners' Union can collect mineral resources in the world, and these resources are the hot trading items of various exotic currencies in the Superspace Currency Exchange. Luli has not yet fully explored the border of the Dreamland Gutan, but even if she can see it, she can see the mountain near the city. The structure is not much different from the real Gutan city, but as to what minerals there are on the mountain, Luli still doesn't know. Watching the dwarf carrying tools and setting off from the Miners' Union, Luli suddenly had a magical synesthesia that he really loved this job. Among the 10 buildings just placed, there is the currency exchange that was previously shut down. Reopening in a place that was once burned down by a fire has a sense of fate. Everything is a destined choice. Welcome, Master. As soon as Luli appeared at the door opened automatically. Luli chose the elegant wood elf in front of him as an employee of the exchange after many attempts. Although it cannot reach the 100% compatibility of the dwarves in the Miners' Union, but it is still 70%. An elegant race with fair skin, body and face similar to humans. even though the population of their similarities is being eroded by the gray fog and gradually becoming unrecognizable. A race with high appearance and good manners is suitable for this kind of service industry directly facing customers, no matter in which world. It is an unchanging truth. At least, before helping the Wood Elf find a more suitable job. The currency exchange also needs staff to help Luli explore the infinite world outside this star field through the screen here. When Luli left the dreamland Pigeon City, it was afternoon here. There was no fixed light source like the sun. But the light changes in this place followed the law of change in the real world. There were still 3 digits left in the dream currency. But the upper limit of the inspiration value suddenly exceeded 999 due to the surge in buildings and creatures. Not only that, the inspiration points spent will also increase because the residents of the dreamland Pigeon City are sleeping and dreaming. The speed of spending is far less than the speed of recovery. It can be seen that as long as it is stuck at a certain critical value, Luli seems to never need to worry about insufficient inspiration points. With inspiration points, new building eggs and biological eggs can be made all the time. The entire dreamland Pigeon City is in a state of dynamic balance and benign and vigorous development. With more people in the city, Luli can't help but worry. After all, when Gitten City was heading towards the first-person node and the city scale leaped forward, there was a clone incident beyond her control, which scared her a lot. Although the incident was resolved later, it was all caused by the pollutants in the gray fog. The truth came to light. The Crystal Pyramid Museum that was not completely purified, and the Medusa statue buried deep in the cathedral. Of course, the nightmare that was hidden the deepest and was resolved at the end was the biggest ordeal in Luli's calamity. However, Luli resolved them one by one. She got the due reward. And through the Dream Core Seed, she gained control of the Dreamland Good-Ten City. It can be said that the nightmare that once pulled her into the Dreamland, played her around, and even wanted to replace her, has now restored its original form, worshipping her as its master and serving her. After going through so many difficulties, it can be said that she was escaping death. If she took a wrong step, Luli thought that she might not survive in this world. Her life is her most precious thing, and she cherishes it very much. It was driven by this idea that she chose to communicate with Arthur again. If she was somewhat impulsive at the time, now she could feel that she was quite calm. She thought it was necessary to reach a consensus with the greedy party on her magical wasteland reconstruction system, which would not make everyone uncomfortable. There was no rush for success. After all, it was related to the future of the entire Gitten City and her own life. After 2 days of preparation and some planning, Luli was ready to contact Arthur on a working day. During this period, several things happened in Gitten City that must be mentioned. The first is the good news from her Plant Research Institute. At that time, a total of 9 seedling grids were opened, and the seeds needed for seedlings were planted. 7 of them successfully sprouted. 7 out of 9. Only 2 grids failed to grow seedlings. It can be said that this is a very high success rate. Moreover, what excited Luli the most was that the 2 that failed were seeds of money trees. Perhaps the storage method in the ice storage is not the most suitable for the money tree seeds, or the money tree seeds themselves are too fragile. Even if the Botanical Institute of the Imperial Research Institute cultivates them, the success rate is quite low. In any case, a total of 4 money tree seeds were planted, but only 2 seedlings emerged, and the 2 unknown seeds brought by the Botanical Institute and the spores of 3 orchid umbrellas that she planted all successfully sprouted. Compared with money, what Luli wants more now is new things and technology. The unknown seeds and orchid umbrellas transplanted by the mechanical gardener to the sunroom of the seedling cultivation area have a larger growth space and the nutrient soil that meets their growth needs. Square. With a total of 7 grids. 2 of them are money trees. Luli had seen them in the vegetable garden outside the AAA Delicious restaurant before. However, seeing the shape of these seedlings, dusty memories suddenly opened up. Luli remembered that there were a total of 7 seedlings in the vegetable garden at that time, 6 of which were pulled out by Susan, leaving only this last one. But now Luli felt that the other 6 seedlings looked completely different from the seedlings of the money tree. At that time, she was still filled with regret for almost getting rich, but ultimately failing to make more money than she expected. But now, perhaps those regrets were groundless, because those 6 were not seedlings of the money tree at all. Moreover, Luli looked at the operation of the mechanical gardener and the monitoring values on the transparent glass screen, and she understood that the nutrients needed for a money tree to grow in the process were unimaginable. It can be seen that it was a rare and precious thing that the first money tree could successfully break through the ground and grow vigorously. At the same time, if the 6 unknown plant seedlings around the money tree were not pulled out and continued to grow, there might not be any money trees later. As for what the 6 plants were, the seedlings have turned into fertilizer, and there is no way to know. But their shapes are surprisingly similar. And at the same time, their vitality is extremely tenacious. Unable to think of any other possibilities, Lu Li only had 2 words in his mind: weeds. The harsh criticism and injustice that Susan suffered in the past seemed to be rectified in Lu Li's heart today. Susan must be compensated. However, Susan has been on an unlimited paid vacation ever since the institute was upgraded to level 4 by Lu Li. The blue screen crashed. The building stopped operating, and the door could not be opened. 2 days have passed, and the system bug has not been fixed. Lu Li had no other choice but to wait. The seedlings in the planting area next to the money tree seedlings looked quite ordinary. Lu Li was not a botanist, and he could not tell what kind of plant it was just by looking at the seedlings. But since botanists were mentioned, there was indeed a professor who retired from the Botanical Institute of the Imperial Academy, Granny Hua, living in Gitten City. The transparent screen above the 2 seedlings showed a growth countdown of about 48 hours for the plants to reach the next stage. That is 2 days. However, although they belong to the same plant, there are some differences in the time between the 2 seedlings. One is 46 hours, and the other is 49 hours. Look at the orchid umbrella next to it. Lu Li can already clearly see its prototype, a small mushroom with blue light all over its body. However, it is too small, and you have to look closely to see the dots of blue fluorescence in the soil. The time required for the orchid umbrella to reach the next stage is much shorter than that of the unknown mysterious seed. It only takes 1 day. That is to say, when Lu Li receives the reminder next time, they will no longer be in the same cultivation cabinet. This time when he came to the Botanical Research Institute, Lu Li discovered more than just this. On the self-service machine screen in the hall, Lu Li saw a progress bar appear below the level of the Botanical Research Institute. At first, it was not noticed because its outline was not very clear and perfectly integrated into the background color. But as the plants grew, the yellow experience bar slowly rose and stood out. The way to upgrade the Botanical Research Institute is to continuously plant plants. Although these plants have not really grown up and have not become valuable to humans, they are also contributing to the great cause of promoting the upgrading of the Botanical Research Institute. As for whether it is planting the plants that come with it that will increase experience, or whether you can gain experience as long as you plant plants in the cultivation room, it remains to be further studied after controlling the variable method. Compared with the improvement brought by the accumulation of the same flow rate as the real world every time you go to the Botanical Research Institute, the Dreamland Pigeon City is experiencing a huge explosion of improvement. Except for the fact that new buildings cannot be created on their own at present. The dream coins and inspiration value are both surging in a gratifying manner. The whole city is thriving. Lu Li also discovered that the flow of time in the Dreamland Pigeon City is completely different from that in the real world. The time here is faster, because she had only been away for a day. She saw a smaller Smurf with the facial features of a small Smurf. The reason was that one of her 10 dream creature eggs hatched, and it was a different gender from the Smurf in the original Dreamland Pigeon City. In the vast sea of people, meeting someone who is in tune with you, how can it not be considered a wonderful fate? Falling in love only requires one encounter. They are together. This also made Lu Li accidentally discover another rule. In the Dream Pigeon Pond, the reproduction of organisms seems to only require the birth of 2 of the same species with different genders. It is a bit like a match. Population growth is a necessary condition for the development and prosperity of a city. Besides, the Dream Pigeon Pond City is a vast and seemingly borderless place. So Lu Li does not have to worry about the overpopulation, making the living environment worse. On the contrary, these creatures cherish the small area they own. After walking on the road for a while, Lu Li saw no garbage, and even the fallen leaves were cleaned up. There were beautiful flowers and green trees on both sides of the road, which was 100 times more beautiful than the Gitten City, which was planned and cared for by the Environmental Protection Bureau. After the saying "the city is my home, and we all need to take care of it" was deeply rooted in their bones. The appearance of the city was amazing to Lu Li. Sitting under the long corridor, she also operated her mayor's mobile phone. Check the existing species in the city to see if there are any guys who are alone and lose the opportunity to find their other half. As a result, she really found it. There are about 50 special races in the city. Among them, there are about 8 races with only one individual. Therefore, there are at least 8 species that are alone in the Dreamland Pigeon City today. Luli decided to give them a chance to be happy. The last time she came to the Dreamland Kitten City, Luli could only use the Dreamland creature eggs to draw prizes to create new residents. But this time, there was an exciting breakthrough. After the Dreamland tree was upgraded for the 3rd time, a new function was added. Xia told the city's owner, Luli, that there was no need to draw blind boxes anymore. For creatures that have already been opened, Luli can issue tasks on the system interface and directly create the resident creature egg she wants from the unlocked species. So, just like shopping on the Star Network, Luli slid through the ethnic resident interface in the Dreamland tree system. As the ID photos were flipped through one by one, Luli still couldn't find the 8 single races. This shouldn't be the case. Until she went back to look at the town household registration book. Luli's mind suddenly buzzed. No way. After a careful analysis, she understood. Yes. It was just as she thought. The reproductive isolation between species was broken, and biology no longer existed. These 8 races are the product of bold attempts. Love across races after the forbidden fruit of love. So for the time being, they are the only 8 singles. In fact, in the world where Luli originally lived, there were also creatures that were born across races. For example, the offspring of a horse and a donkey, the mule. But as we all know, mules are creatures that cannot reproduce normally. What happened in the original world suddenly intersected with the Dreamland Pigeon City. Now looking at the 8 special species, Luli didn't know what to do for a while. Although from their ID photos, we can roughly see what species their parents are. However, the fact that mules in reality cannot give birth to mules has a subtle influence on Luli, and she can't help but worry about the continuation of these 8 new species. However, only 2 days have passed in the Good Tan City on the ground. Now, although the flow of time in the Dream Good Tan City has become faster, the lifespan of these special species is much longer than that of humans. Luli doesn't have to worry about seeing the tragedy of genocide when she comes next time. She thinks she needs to find an opportunity to study it carefully. After all, mules, as creatures, inherit the advantages of both horses and donkeys, and are good partners for helping humans build homes and produce life in an era when productivity was not so developed. Luli believes that these 8 magical species in Dream Pigeon Lake will also have some advantages beyond their inherent races. Can they achieve 100% compatibility in some buildings? Will it bring new opportunities or troubles to Dream Pigeon Lake City? These questions lingered in Luli's mind, and she felt that she had to think about it carefully. However, there is an important matter with a higher priority that has taken up all her attention. It has reached a point where if she doesn't do something to solve it, she will be completely unable to do anything else. In addition, the system that has been out of touch for 2 days has further aggravated Luli's inner anxiety. After completing the plan, she defined her greatest possible concessions, bottom line, and the bargaining chips she could use to trade for the partial use rights of the entire Good Tan City Research Institute. The negotiations were mainly focused on the purification of gray fog and the swallowing of alien species. As for the orchid umbrella in the underground Kitten City and the dream tree in the Dream Kitten City, Luli had no intention of revealing them to them. After all, in Luli's eyes, this had nothing to do with the anti-gray fog function of the system she was willing to contribute. Sitting in her spacious office, behind her was the grand view of the entire Kitten City. Taking a deep breath, Luli opened the star letter, looking for the avatar that had been so close to her. However, she scrolled down the friend list from the top to the bottom and still couldn't find it. Perhaps she was too nervous. She used voice search, the one she hadn't changed her name yet. Feiku. The result came out quickly. None seeing this word, Luli suddenly remembered. Arthur was deleted by her on the way back that day. This shows how panicked and scared she was at the time, so that her brain faded this memory. Luli, of course. It was easy to find out Arthur's contact information. Her chat history with Trang was still there. It was Trang, a graduate of the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Carleton University, who came to work part-time at the Research Institute in Kitten City, who introduced Arthur to her. But, deleting a friend and adding him again, Luli always felt that she was inferior in terms of momentum. This was a taboo for equal and fair negotiations. Besides, What if she rescinds the friend request and Arthur disagrees? Long and agonizing wait. Yes. It has been 20 minutes since Luli sent her friend request again. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no movement on Xingxin. It was fun to delete a friend, but it was a funeral procession to add a friend again. She had a deep understanding of the meaning of this sentence. And since Arthur came to Gitten City to find her on his own initiative last time and reminded her implicitly, he did not have any special reaction after she rejected and reprimanded him sternly. But after living in this place for such a long time and having been to the capital star, based on her understanding of the director of the Imperial Research Institute, who was wearing a FICO vest, and whose style of doing things would be revealed inadvertently, it was absolutely impossible for a person like him to suddenly come to Gitten City to find her unless the matter had reached a very urgent level. Luli knew that from the moment he threw away the FICO vest and fled from his life. He had made up his mind to draw a clear line between himself and him, until he unexpectedly met him again at the City Selection Award ceremony. His performance also showed that his attitude had not changed. He pretended not to know him, under the watchful eyes of the entire Capital Star media. And the last time he came here, Arthur did not hesitate to break the play that he had gotten rid of, which was not so glorious for his own noble status. This shows that what he wants to say is not a rumor without any basis. And it may even be on the agenda. Now there is nothing unusual in Gitten City, and everything is going on as planned. It may just be the calm before the storm. But his last behavior may have really hurt Arthur. Not to mention, he deleted his friends, which was even more of a thorn in the side of a good person. When people are under the control of some extreme emotions, they can't help but think about it more deeply. She went too far? So, when Luli obtained the phone number of Arthur, the president of the Imperial Research Institute, through formal channels, and with the authority of the mayor of Gitten City, and called it, she was still very humble. However, the time she called was not very coincidental. There was no one in Arthur's office. The phone line was connected to the optical computer of Arthur's assistant. The call was successfully connected, when she suddenly heard a strange male voice on the other end of the call. Luli was stunned, but she quickly adjusted her state and explained her purpose. The assistant to the dean was also very professional. He wrote down Luli's identity and the number she called back. He told Luli that Dean Arthur was not available now. When he was done, he would tell the dean about Luli's call. He hoped Luli could wait patiently, although Luli did not successfully contact Arthur through him at this moment. The assistant's words somewhat soothed Luli's anxious heart. It turned out that Arthur did not accept her friend request because he was busy, not intentionally not adding her. That's not bad. Thinking about it carefully, Arthur is the director of the Imperial Research Institute, and he has so many research institutes under him. If something big happens, he must make the decision. And as the mayor, he needs to sign countless documents every day. She felt deeply and expressed her understanding. She just kept her heart in her stomach and waited for Arthur to call her back. Since she thought of Arthur's work, Luli couldn't help but think of the labor contract she signed with Arthur. It is hard to imagine that at that time he could spare a few days a week to work in Gitten City. He worked as a teacher in a community college. The courses he taught also influenced many citizens of Gitten City. That time can be said to be the best time for Luli in Gitten City. He went to get off work and got off work as usual. The sun set, and the night fell. Just after the clock passed midnight, the system's Love Value Store and Faith Value Store refreshed new products. Needless to say, the products in the Love Value Store were cursed by something. Since the reopening, the props refreshed were as bad as ever. Not to mention that Luli never got an S-level item from it. She didn't even see a few A-level items. A bunch of limited-time upgrade cards. But the effect was very small. Today was a special situation. Luli didn't want to go to bed so early, so she took a look. After reading it, she completely gave up. In the Faith Value Store, new supplies of power extraction sticks have arrived. Last time she got a great bargain. Luli thought this thing was quite useful. So, she spent another faith value and bought a bag of extraction candles. Then, the replenishment column of the supporting equipment returned to blank. Trying to call the system twice, when you think of it, has become a daily check-in. After not getting any response, Luli understood. Okay, the bug of the Level 4 Research Institute has not been fixed yet. Of course, because of the existence of nightmare sequelae. Luli will also inexplicably feel unreal during certain periods of time when the system disappears. Maybe he is still in a dream and has not woken up. switch the interface to the Dreamland Pigeon Tan City, and talk to Xia remotely for a few words. After hearing his voice calling the master, Lu Li will dispel his doubts. After all, the nightmare had become the core of the dream, growing into a tree in her dream city of Duftan, completely submissive to her. If all this was still in the dream, then she had nothing to say. Returning to the main interface of the mayor's phone, Lu Li casually looked at it again. At this time, the time in the upper right corner came to 2 o'clock in the morning. In the long night alone, there was no communication and no Xingxi news. Lu Li was waiting for a call. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. 4 o'clock in the morning. Lu Li fell asleep in a daze. She had just closed her eyes for less than 5 minutes. The phone rang. Her heart twitched violently, and Lu Li woke up. She looked at the name she had noted during the day on the screen. Her heart was pounding. When she answered the phone, Lu Li felt her hands trembling slightly. The man's unique cold voice seemed to have traveled through time and space. Just like when they first met. There was fatigue and tiredness in the voice. But he still suppressed it, and immediately answered the call that he had not answered during the day. Even though this time is not very appropriate, represents absolute rationality and extremely stable emotions. Arthur, what's the matter? Chapter 123. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was slightly bright. Living in the center of Gitten City, which has the highest safety index, the gray fog has retreated outside the city walls. People in this city no longer have to worry about the coming of night. But Lu Li's heartbeat at this time was indeed a little strange. But if the reason was attributed to Arthur's voice, or his action of returning Lu Li's call immediately after the meeting, it would be particularly touching. That would be equivalent to saying that Lu Li did not learn any lessons from her previous experience, and the pain she should not have endured. Most of the explanations for Lu Li's accelerated heartbeat, which was like falling in love, were due to insomnia and staying up late, and a small part was a sudden attack without any preparation. After all, who would call in the middle of the night? However, the importance of this early morning call could even affect Lu Li's fate, as well as the future of Gitten City. She had to be extremely cautious, choosing a more appropriate time and maintaining a rational state for both parties to communicate was what the mayor of Gitten City, who had gotten rid of the shackles of emotions and was sober, should consider. But as soon as the words came out, Arthur immediately suppressed them. I don't have that much time. Lu Li, It was already clear. The identity of the director of the Imperial Research Institute was indeed very suitable for saying this. It was like forcing a duck to climb a tree. Lu Li had no other choice. The opportunity was fleeting. If she wanted to get the opportunity to cooperate with them instead of violence, she had to impress Arthur. Use her plan. For a moment, she felt like she was back in the company, becoming a humble party bee. This feeling was too uncomfortable, with a sense of fate that could not be escaped. In the past, she could just quit her job. But now she had no choice but to quit. She even preferred to know nothing, rather than fall into such a passive situation. Fortunately, the resentment did not last long, and she quickly adjusted herself. Even though her head was dizzy now, it was easy to get into the right state since all the plans were made by herself. Lu Li still had this confidence. Unfortunately, the cruel reality poured cold water on her. It was even more chilling than the client sneering and throwing the proposal back to mock her, relying on the defense. I thought you could understand? Arthur's calm voice finally brought a trace of fatigue and anxiety. I didn't expect that you really disappointed me. Perhaps it was because he had been too kind to Lu Li all along, which gave her the illusion of equality. Or was it because of his previous flawless role-playing that he actually mixed personal emotions into Lu Li? He really cares about her. It was just a little bit of expression. But she didn't expect it to become a bargaining chip for her to negotiate conditions. It hurt a lot. Emotions are the biggest burden of human beings. Listening to Arthur's words on the other end of the phone, without any extra words, like an ultimatum, almost an order, Lu Li was silent. Many complex emotions intertwined. Surprise, anger, unwillingness, disappointment, and disappointment. She was the real disappointment. The phone was disconnected, and Arthur hung up. In the early morning of summer, the first ray of sunlight shone into the glass window of Lu Li's room and fell into her light chestnut pupils. But these newborn sunlight had nothing to do with hope. There was no temperature either, as if she had returned to the underground pigeon city. 3 days. There were only 3 days left until the time Arthur said. Even if she hadn't looked for Arthur yesterday, the Capital Star government would have sent her a letter inviting her to visit. The only difference was that she knew the real reason for going there. Or it was a false excuse. And he had already reminded her for some reason. If she hadn't run away in panic, Arthur would have told her the number next. Her future destiny, which she couldn't control, would be unveiled on this day. At the same time, this also shows that the interests that Luli had been trying to seek for herself and Gitten City were just her wishful thinking. She is the mayor of Gitten City, and she dominates everything here. But if you look further and see a bigger world, the vast sea of stars, the billions of stars, the jade, are as small as a speck of dust. After hanging up the phone, Luli, who had been tense all day, didn't feel sleepy at all. She sat on the bed, holding her mayor's mobile phone in her hand. Her thoughts had never been as chaotic as they were now, and she couldn't make sense of anything. She was shrouded in an unprecedented confusion. Of course, she was also powerless. The Shanghai Empire was undoubtedly powerful, but what it did was a split that her system coveted. According to common sense, when they discovered something that might be beyond their current technological scope, their first reaction should be to approach it carefully and explore it. After all, people have some fear of the unknown, which is covered by humility and awe, but they actually ask for it to be handed over directly, even at the cost of robbing. Everything that appeared in the Starry Sea belongs to the Empire? There is a bit of bandit logic in it. Now, even if her system is compared to gold just dug out of the ground, it is not an exaggeration. The same is handed over. Gold can immediately fill the treasury, so her system can also be put into use without her? It must be like this. Otherwise, they wouldn't treat her like this. After handing over the system, the Gitten City controlled by the system would definitely have nothing to do with her. Then, will she die? Or can she return to her original world? The world she lives in. Luli thought she had been back, but now it has been proven that it was in a dream. It disappeared along with the awakening of the dream. Does that world really exist? The damage caused by staying up late has already appeared, and Luli feels that she can no longer think normally. She plans to stop thinking about these things and have a good sleep first. Isn't there still 3 days left? Let's talk about it then. Maybe, when she wakes up, she can think of a new way. Pulling the blackout curtains, Luli lay down on the bed and closed her eyes peacefully. Suddenly, a familiar voice, but at this moment, it sounded very harsh to her. She immediately felt uneasy. I'm back, the system yelled in her head. It almost gave her a heart attack. Luli's eyes widened, and she felt like she was being sent away. Since the Institute was upgraded to level 4 a few days ago, it got stuck on that page and the system disappeared. It is said that this bug is quite serious, so it has to call all processes and focus on it. So much so that it can't communicate with Luli. Anyway, that's how it was explained. Luli didn't know what the specific situation was, but now that it's back, it means that the bug must have been fixed. Luli turned on his phone and found the icon of the Research Institute on the map of the underground Gitten City. However, the phone still displayed the same interface, which was no different from before. Is this what you call fixed? Luli really couldn't understand. Fortunately, the system took the initiative to explain. Luli needed to dismantle the building first, and then relocate it, and it would be able to use it normally. Luli was skeptical and performed some operations. Sure enough, the building that had not responded no matter how it was clicked before, now appeared in a selected state. Luli followed the operating steps given by the system, and successfully placed a new research institute. Every time a building is upgraded, especially the powerful technology contained in such a building that can bring epoch-making significance, it is inevitable that people are full of expectations. Luli was completely sleepy, and wanted to see what was in the Level 4 Research Institute, even if it was just a bunch of question marks. Want to see question marks? Then I will give you question marks. Luli got what she wanted. There were 6 question marks in total, representing 6 unknown research projects. 6. Luli felt that the number of this project looked familiar. When Luli clicked on the detailed information of the newly built Research Institute on the original site, her mind buzzed. How could it not look familiar? This is a Level 3 Research Institute, because the number 3 had such a great impact on Luli. She got out of bed almost instantly, and used the teleportation function to immediately arrive in front of the building. Then, the hanging heart finally died completely. Luli was so familiar with the appearance and stage of the building in front of her. It had accompanied her for so many days and nights, and had been stuck for so long. She couldn't be wrong. After the demolition, the newly built research institute could only be kept up to level 3. That was the level before the building system was stuck. It felt like a sleepless, hard game for several months. But the save file disappeared without a trace, and all the previous work was in vain. Moreover, there was the 3-day deadline given by Arthur. And then, there was the tragedy of the 4-level research institute being demoted to 3-level. Luli was sadder than the heartbreak. It was really like a house leaking, and it rained all night. I tried my best. You have to keep up the good work. The system gave her a kind encouragement. And Luli curled her lips. Even the most civilized people have some vocabulary reserves. Fortunately, she had a steely will and a lot of money. The new research institute was rebuilt, and Susan's vacation was over. Notify the researchers to come back to work, and get up from where you fell. Luli took a deep breath, trying to calm down her depression. She has been so unlucky recently, hasn't she? I don't know if it's because of the holiday that Susan is in great shape, or because she gets more familiar with it the second time. After developing it once, her work efficiency has been greatly improved. She just started working not long ago. The first project was successfully developed. Natural remote control head. Luli sneered. She is familiar with this. The controller of the weather control laboratory and the launch pad. But she had seen this remote control twice. And she hadn't even seen the shadow of the 2 buildings behind. It must be in the level 4 research institute. Damn it. If the system hadn't been stuck, she should have been able to see it now. There are a total of 6 projects in the level 3 research institute, one of which has been developed and completed. And there are 5 left. Although Susan's efficiency has greatly improved, it will take at least a few days to complete all of them. Moreover, she will be stuck at the last project, and how to unlock it has become the most difficult part. Do I have to find a way to poke Arthur again? Luli was upset, but her life was more important. So she decided to go back to sleep. Just as her finger was about to press the teleport button, a new reminder vibrated. So fast? Luli was stunned. However, when she saw what the second turned into, she was truly shocked beyond words. New project developed successfully. God's Dice. Chapter 124. God's Dice? What is that? Luli was stunned. She had never seen this project in the research institute before. Insomnia reduced her thinking ability. After 5 seconds, she suddenly remembered that when the research institute was upgraded from level 2 to level 3, after the first fixed project, remote control, was developed, 2 branches appeared in the research institute. One branch was the pollution purifier she chose for the first time. And the first project of the other research and development route was the Dice of God. She chose the pollution purifier. So the research and development branch about the Dice of the Gods was automatically closed. So, she followed the route of the pollution purifier and developed the last project of this branch line, the Botanical Research Institute. The unexpected bug caused by the upgrade and the system repair caused the institute to return to the initial state of level 3. Unexpectedly, I can choose the research and development path again? Luli was a little unbelievable. And at the same time, I was very surprised. However, she did not make this choice. The route jumped directly to the second one. Luli did not know whether it was the system that jumped automatically or Susan chose it. The next project was right in front of him, air humidifier. The interface showed, Research Institute Researcher, Susan is developing this project. Current progress, 2%. This is quite worry-free. However, after salvaging long-lost memories, Luli suddenly remembered that the projects in the pollution purifier branch seemed to be developed automatically. The Dice of the Second God showed that researchers were developing it. In other words, the research and development of the second path requires researchers? At present, the only researcher who works for the institute that Luli can trust is Susan. This also makes her a little worried about the future. After all, the manufacturing factory at that time was the blueprint that Luli stole from his dream and gave it to Susan, so that she achieved an unprecedented breakthrough in progress. And the progress of the last Plant Research Institute was not moving at all. So, how far can Susan go on the second branch? Luli was worried about whether the Level 3 Research Institute could successfully enter the Level 4 upgrade interface. But her worries disappeared when she thought of the 3-day deadline given to her by the capital star behind Arthur. Maybe she herself can't reach that time. Right? Thinking too much now will only add to the sadness. And there is really no need. Luli simply stopped thinking about these things and only looked at what she could see now. Since the Dice of the Gods came out almost at the same time as the remote control, there are now 2 projects in front of her that she can choose to manufacture. She already knew that the remote control, which was like a castle in the air, was not used now. So she had no intention of making another one. And God's Dice was a new thing. Luli selected it with the cursor. Behind the God's Dice item, there was a manufacturable symbol. When the resources and energy stored in the system meet the manufacturing conditions, this symbol will light up. But it didn't stop Luli from taking a look at what was needed. As a result, after just one look, Luli felt like he was going to faint. She originally thought that she was a person who didn't care about money, and she didn't take it with her when she died. But she still couldn't avoid the series of critical strikes. She was possessed by Granddad on the spot. She trembled and chose yes in the option of whether to make it. It was different with the word God. She delivered 7-digit star coins and almost emptied 2/3 of the city's energy value, and also spent most of the cloud crystal that Luli suppressed last time. The ATM at the entrance of the institute showed God's Dice X1 is being made. Countdown. 6H. Luli put his hands together. She herself has no faith, so she doesn't know which god to ask for help. But it's always right to be pious. I hope this thing will not disappoint me. Before going back to sleep, Luli went to the Botanical Research Institute to observe the growth of plants. Several plants that grew well were transplanted to new soil by the mechanical gardener. Although they belong to the same plant, there are obvious differences with the growth changes at each stage. What is the difference between those that grow fast and those that grow slowly? With this question in mind, Luli fell asleep on the bed in her room at home. Thinking about plants, she inevitably dreamed about plants. She was sleeping soundly when she suddenly heard a voice calling her. Luli was annoyed. She asked for leave today. Could you please not disturb her sleep? Even if a person has a good temper, he will be irritable when he is woken up because of lack of sleep. Master! Master! The voice was persistent. Luli suddenly opened her eyes. At this time, 5 hours had passed since she fell asleep, with dark circles under her eyes. Luli gritted her teeth when she thought of the voice calling her in the dream. It was like calling a ghost. Don't think that it will be fine if it doesn't appear. She remembered that voice. It must be you. Xia ran. Damn nightmare. Dream Tree Xia, eh. Who else can wake her up from deep sleep except him? You better be in trouble. Luli sat up. Dream Tree Xia, I'm fine. Luli, eh. It's the absentee union. Dream Tree Xia continued. Is it on fire? Luli suddenly thought of this possibility. According to the personality of Dream Tree, it would probably contact her only in this situation. Last time there was a flood in the city. It didn't even have a fart. Is the Dragon King coming again? Luli quickly opened the mayor's mobile phone and switched the interface to Dream Gutan City. Appeared with the voice of Dream Tree Xia. It was a huge bright light on the screen. The miners' union has found a gold mine. Oh my! Luli clasped his hands together and looked at the pit in front of him, so excited that he couldn't speak. They were now on the mountain outside the Dreamland Pigeon Town. Earlier, the dwarf Whitebeard of the miners' union went out to look for minerals, and Luli thought it was very interesting. It had only been a short time, and he actually found it, and it was a gold mine. According to the system analysis and evaluation of the Dreamland tree, this gold mine can be mined for at least 100 Dreamland years. Although the dream year is shorter than the time Luli has lived in the real world, the output of gold is definitely not less. Undoubtedly, this will bring unprecedented wealth to the Dream Gutan City, because gold is also a resource that can be exchanged in the currency exchange. It is something that can really be exchanged for money. Before going to bed, Luli, who was still spending too much money to make the god's dice, was suddenly hit by this sky-breaking wealth, and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Is this the lucky buff of a worker staying in a position that suits him? With a 100% fit? Today is a really good day. Luli is so happy. Whitebeard himself didn't think it was a big deal to see the mayor so happy. Is it really that serious? It's really a big fuss. It's just about finding a mine and mining. As simple as eating and drinking. Easy. Easy. The white-bearded dwarf stretched out his hand and flipped it back and forth like a fan. He fanned a few times but found that he couldn't fan it anymore, because Luli held his hands with both hands. Due to the huge height difference, Whitebeard only reached Luli's thigh. So, Luli squatted down. Brother, Luli said with tears in his eyes. Are you willing to be the president of the miners' union? Will, president? Whitebeard's eyes, which had been narrowed into a slit, suddenly widened. Oh my God! Oh my God! He covered his chest and couldn't breathe. With a thud, he fell to the ground like a winter melon. If Luli hadn't checked the current condition of the Whitebeard dwarf on his mobile phone and confirmed that he just fainted because of the excitement of the promotion, not sudden death, he would really call an ambulance from Dreamland Pigeon City for him. The gold mines accidentally discovered on the mountain naturally belonged to the Dreamland Kitten City and were incorporated into the municipal treasury established by the Dreamland Tree. Like the Kitten City in the present world, the Dreamland Kitten City has been continuously developed, and supporting buildings have been established one by one. Originally, the buildings were planted with the Dreamland fruits hatched by the Dreamland Tree. But these troublesome things have become a thing of the past with the birth of a special building, the City Architecture Institute. In other words, Luli can give tasks to the City Architecture Institute and let it produce the buildings he wants. Completely customized. Appearance, floor area, functions, supporting facilities, etc. All available. This is similar to the Human Architectural Institute. However, the buildings designed by the bee people, who are 90% compatible with the position of this building, will be more rigorous and architecturally symmetrical than humans. And the quality is also better. The disadvantages are of course obvious. He does not have the individuality and irregularity of humans. If he is not aligned, he will really die on the spot. However, Luli is quite satisfied, because the style of the building is very compatible with the Dreamland Pigeon City. Harmonious and beautiful. The completion of the gold mine has brought countless jobs and opportunities. Although the population of Dreamland Kitten City is now approaching 4 digits, there is a clear shortage of labor in the gold mine. After the first barrel of raw gold was mined, Dreamland Tree conducted a deeper assessment of its composition. The purity of this gold is extremely high, so the overall value of the gold mine is 4 or 5 times higher than initially expected. In other words, one gold mine here is worth 5 in the world today. This news is exciting. The elves at the currency exchange couldn't sit still. The price of gold has been rising recently. If the Dreamland Kitten City can mine this gold, it will definitely make a lot of money. Luli was no longer sleepy immediately because there was a lot of money to be made, even if it is not immediately exchanged for the main currency of this city, Dream Coin. It is good to reserve it there. After all, who would complain about having too much money? Now, the star coins of Kitten City have entered a benign operating state. The wealth explosion will increase exponentially every day. If the Dreamland Kitten City can also enter such a cycle, it will definitely be of great benefit to the development of the city. And as the only owner of these 2 cities, Luli is a well-deserved rich man. So, after obtaining the approval of the mayor, the first batch of labor employment employees of the Dreamland Kitten City came through. Morning Flower. It was a space-time transmission channel similar to the extra-dimensional door used by the system before. The only difference is that the extra-dimensional door of Kitten City is a rainbow door facing the city hall, emitting colorful light. Luli came to Kitten City from there. Before the airport in Kitten City was repaired, the system also used this door to teleport between the stars. The teleportation to the Dream Kitten City was Morning Flower. Luli thought it was just a huge ornamental plant at first, but after the trumpet closed and trembled and opened, spitting out a person, Luli realized that this was actually a space-time channel. At the same time, there are also display screens and indicator lights next to it. You can see the progress. For example, when will the visitors come to Kitten City? There is nothing else. But there is one thing that Luli thinks is a bit unreasonable. Every time the morning glory sprays people out like a sneeze. Although the position is not very high, it is inevitable that the buttocks will hurt when falling down. So, she gave suggestions to the Architecture Institute. When she came to the Morning Glory Gate this time, she found that the designer of the Architecture Institute, B-Man, had changed it into a slide style. Visitors avoided the tragic fate of falling on their butts, and even got to experience a classic childhood amusement project. Of course, the 2 slides are symmetrical. This group of migrant workers are on their way to the Dreamland Kitten City. Luli looked through the information. He found that their daily salary was only 10 dream coins. The personal evaluations given by the system are all above grade A, based on the experience of the current kitten. They are all excellent technical talents. Luli felt very strange. Mr. Butterfly, the HR who was waiting on the side, and was in charge of labor recruitment, saw Lu Li's expression and thought at first that she was not satisfied with this group of people. He quickly explained that if there was enough time, all S-level talents could be selected. The resumes he screened out were enough to cover the wall. But time is money, and these people came the fastest, so they were selected. Lu Li, damn it. S-level, come to be a miner? And they are still rushing to come? Has labor become so worthless? They are willing. Lu Li really couldn't believe it. This time, Butterfly HR understood Lu Li's surprise, and his tone was inevitably full of pride and pride. Of course, our dream coins are very valuable. 1 dream day is 30 dream coins. And working here for 3 dream days can earn a total of 90 dream coins. However, each person is only allowed to stay here for 3 days at most, and they will not be allowed to stay here secretly. This point, without Lu Li saying it, Butterfly HR assured her. But even if there are only 90 dream coins, they can be exchanged for the currency of their own world, and they will be rich. It is no exaggeration to say that in some low-level worlds, going back can achieve class leap. However, ideals are beautiful, and reality is skinny. They can't really take that much back. Working in Dream Gutan City, earning dream coins, eating and staying, naturally also need to spend dream coins. As the saying goes, make money in dreams, spend it in dreams, and want to take it home as soon as you leave. This time, a large number of workers came together, and Dream Gutan City had already made supporting preparations. We promise that the wealth will not be lost. Butterfly HR patted his chest and assured Lu Li. Lu Li, from the perspective of a worker, Lu Li sympathizes. From the perspective of a city dweller, Lu Li just wants to shout. Miracle! One by one, all are arranged well, just waiting for them to stretch their necks. However, what will happen in the end depends on the individual. Lu Li has seen people who can't save money, and also seen people who earn 1,000 and have to save 995. The remaining 5 yuan buys a shrimp and cooks 10 dishes. Pull out the shrimp thread to make fat intestines, and dig out the shrimp eyes to make pearl milk tea. The shrimp has lived a life worth living with such a chef. Lu Li was relieved after arranging all the follow-up matters of the gold mine. After the city is on the right track, there is no need to intervene too much. Unless there is a problem, she must manually control it with her visible hand. Before returning to the present Gitten City, Lu Li suddenly had a question in his mind. Have a good time. Butterfly HR sent Lu Li to the dream tree. The mayor always appears and disappears at this position. He must have some special ability. Unfathomable. But today, Lu Li has not disappeared. So, Butterfly HR was about to take off with its wings fluttering. But it made an emergency landing. Butterfly HR was very sensible. Mayor, do you have anything else to tell me? He still knew who was his breadwinner. About hiring foreign workers. Lu Li walked up to Butterfly HR. His expression was a little strange, and he couldn't explain it. This made Butterfly HR look nervous. His face, which was already purple, turned even greener. However, when Lu Li said the second half of the sentence, he obviously relaxed. So it was this matter. He was scared to death. He thought he was going to be assigned another job. Yes. What kind do you want? As long as Lu Li said a word, Butterfly HR would immediately start to do it. But Lu Li hadn't thought about it yet. So, she told Butterfly HR that if there was a need, she would let Xiao Xia send him a text message. If there is such a day. Okay. Okay. Butterfly HR nodded and sent him off. Lu Li turned on his phone and pressed the send button. The light in his eyes dimmed as the light on his body went out. There will be such a day. After Lu Li disappears. Xiao Xia. Awesome. I guess only the mayor dares to call him that. Thinking of Dream Tree Xia's poker face, Butterfly HR trembled all over. The mayor is the boss of Dream Gutan City, and President Xia is the king of hell. Are you calling me? Suddenly, an emotionless mechanical voice sounded. Hudi HR Huangduan, I didn't call. I just thought about it. How could I know this? Behind him, a tall, slender, handsome man was looking at him coldly. And the piece of grass where Lu Li disappeared. When Lu Li woke up, the sun was just high in the sky. When he received the news about the gold mine and came back from the dreamland Gitten City after dealing with all the things, it was already past dinner time. Lu Li found something to eat and took a look at the progress of the underground Gitten City Research Institute. It had been about 2 or 3 hours since the God's Dice was completed. She had to go to the site to receive the goods in person. The development progress of Susan's next project air humidifier had reached 80%. This efficiency really amazed Luli again. In the past, Susan's research and development projects would take more than a day, but now it has only been a few hours. And the third project will be successfully developed. Is it because vacation improves work efficiency? Or is it that Susan is very good at controlling the projects on this route? When you go to see Susan, bring her favorite food to reward her. It should be in time now. Before she gets off work, Luli has planned it well. An email suddenly came to the mayor's mailbox. As the city gradually expands, the online government system is also gradually improving. Compared with the iron box for the mayor's mailbox at the door of the city hall, it is obvious that the feedback speed of email delivery is faster, which is also the method that the new generation of Gittin City citizens like to use. Gradually, the symbolic significance of the mailbox at the door has become even greater. Those who usually use this channel to send messages are compliments and flattery to the mayor. The real complaints and reports all come from online. Yes, Luli received an anonymous report letter. She also reads a lot of reports in normal times. However, after dealing with countless trivial matters that the Community Management Committee can handle, she threw them to the system and let it help deal with them. But in the past few days, because the system is fully committed to fixing the bugs of the Institute, the letters have piled up like a mountain. Luli could take this opportunity to let the system re-examine its work. She casually opened the report letter she had just received, just as a reason to spur on the others. She was suddenly shocked by the unique heading at the beginning. Gittin City Bank? When it comes to money, there is no such thing as a small matter. Luli did not call the system, but read it carefully from beginning to end. Before she read half of it, her heart sank. The sender, who used the pseudonym Hi-Rui, reported that the president of Gittin City Bank, Bird, had embezzled and accepted bribes, abused his power for personal gain, and embezzled public property. The letter did not contain many words, and mainly listed some of the evil deeds that Bird had done during his tenure. Each of them was too numerous to list. However, if you want to report someone, you have to provide evidence. Hi-Rui obviously understood this. The attachments to the letter were 50 pages long, with table data and various certificates, and even shopping receipts for high-end consumption. Luli was more and more shocked as she read. These evidences were clear and almost killed Bird. She was in a state of confusion. She had never expected that such a scandal would happen in her city. Secondly, it was because of Bird. As the first outsider to settle in Gittin City, his arrival that day could even be said to have saved Luli from danger. Later, everyone walked side by side, entered a new era, and gained a new life. Bird's career is now going smoothly. His family is happy, and Mila has given birth to 2 children for him. He is now at the peak of his life. Luli couldn't figure out why Bird made such a mistake and came to this point. Or is it that once a person has tasted the power or the temptation of money, he or she will be unable to resist and fall? And when he or she comes to his senses, he or she is already in a quagmire and has no chance of recovery. This anonymous letter interrupted Luli's rhythm and kept her in the office for several hours. Luli wanted to use her own strength to find the flaws in the evidence in the letter to prove Bird's innocence. Emotionally, she insisted that Bird was innocent, but rationally, she could not help but lean towards Hi-Rui on the other side of the scale. Although she was born in the financial industry, she had limited knowledge of the banking industry. Moreover, the banks in Gittin City were very different from the Blue Star where she lived before. Luli only had a vague understanding of many new terms and data. Otherwise, she would not have taken over this super S-class building that was related to the economic lifeline of Gittin City. Luli did not understand the bank's accounts, but evidence of Bird's asset transfer and embezzlement was posted everywhere. After checking the property under Bird's name, it was even more incredible. Urgent summons. The ministers of the finance department of the Gittin City Hall are here. It has finally come to this. Luli's face is terribly gloomy. Go check him. On the big screen in the mayor's office, Bird, who has undergone plastic surgery and reshaped his human appearance, has a bright and sunny smile. When I carried Susan's favorite mutton soup steamed bun to the underground Gittin City, most of the lights in the laboratory of the Institute have been turned off, leaving only some light strips that are always on. This indicates that the researchers have gone off work. Luli was late, but it didn't matter. Susan lived in the underground Pigeon City, And it would be the same if she went to see her later. Go to the institute to pick up the goods first. When she walked to the door of the institute, the system detected that the mayor, the owner of the city, had arrived, and the door opened automatically. The delivery location was not far from the ATM in the hall. Luli opened the drawer and saw a dice. She held the dice in her hand, and it felt cold, a bit like metal. The dice was very heavy, as big as the palm of your hand, and it felt heavy in your hand. There are 20 sides in total. Luli looked carefully and confirmed that there was nothing on these 20 sides. There were no numbers or patterns. Semi-finished products? This was Luli's first reaction. No way. She spent so much money and resources, and got such a thing, thinking that after the project items are successfully manufactured, a detailed description of the item will appear. Luli returned to the ATM. Clicked. God's Dice. Item. The text of the project description appeared. God's Dice, do you want to be a god? Luli, that's it? That's all? Is there any difference between this description and no description? Maybe it's because I just did so many numerical problems and haven't recovered yet. I saw a riddle like Luli again, and my mind was confused. Having too many questions in my heart and not being able to get answers is the norm in Luli's life. She held the dice in her palm. Unintentionally, she saw the screen of the ATM in the institute. God's Dice. The progress of the research project below has reached 100%. Susan successfully developed the air humidifier, and researcher Susan had already gone home from get off work 2 hours ago. This shows that the progress of this project has already reached 100%. But Luli did not receive the system's reminder of successful research and development. This is very abnormal. After clicking into see, Luli found out the implementation of the air humidifier project has an additional confirmation link. The signature of the head of the institute is required. Naturally, it was Luli. She was familiar with signing, and Luli had to sign many every day. After the signature was successfully authenticated, the interface of the successful development of air humidifier appeared. System prompt, you can now manufacture air humidifier. At the same time, the next project was also unlocked synchronously. When she saw the name of the next project, Luli was stunned. Then she looked at the huge exclamation mark next to the manufacturing button of air humidifier. Luli's face turned red and white. No way. Is this a joke? Chapter 125. The interface shows that the air humidifier has been developed and can be manufactured. However, the big exclamation mark next to it indicates that the current city resources are not enough to support manufacturing. If not for this, how could Luli, who has not felt the lack of resources for a long time, go to see how much resources it takes to manufacture it before manufacturing it, and then be shocked to death if it is said that the resources required to manufacture the dice of the gods before were still within her psychological tolerance? It is a bit expensive. And now facing this so-called high-tech product of the research institute with a very homely name, air humidifier, Luli just thinks it is overpriced. No. Why is it so expensive? But thinking in mind is one thing, and doing it is another. The resources of star coins and nightmare gravel are abundant in the city, and there is more than enough after payment. The exclamation mark appears because of the lack of energy value in the city. It is about 1/3 short. Luli, who is already well versed in this, silently took out his mobile phone and called the municipal government, because it was a first-level emergency task, and this task was really special. Therefore, the subordinates' pupils dilated, and they were very excited almost the moment they saw it. It took less than 20 minutes from execution to implementation. Such a large screen advertisement was displayed on the curtain wall of a skyscraper in the center of Gitten City. Tomorrow is Gitten City's shopping festival. Everyone has a day off. In addition, you can also receive government-subsidized shopping coupons from your personal account. The company can also get corresponding tax benefits for losses caused by the holiday. Sure enough, the mayor's instructions spread like the wind throughout the entire Gitten City. The city's energy value soared to the upper limit in just over 10 minutes. Fortunately, Luli used several city energy value temporary increase cards purchased from the Love Value store in advance to avoid energy waste. After making an air humidifier, there were still 4/5 of the city's energy value in the warm-colored rainbow bottle. This shows how terrible the emotional regulation function of holidays and money distribution is for citizens. It is worth mentioning that the data from the Municipal Population Development Bureau shows that even the birth rate has increased by 0.1% year on year. The visible hand has worked. Lu has long been familiar with these changes. After all, as a mayor who came from the masses, she naturally understands what the core needs of the masses are. This trick is very effective, but it cannot be used frequently. Next time, I have to think of another way. The red exclamation mark of lack of resources disappears. Click to create. The mysterious air humidifier. Display, manufacturing in progress. Countdown 6 hours. Then he turned his attention to the next item. The air humidifier. He had seen the name just now. But before he really pressed the research and development button, Luli's expression, which he had been controlling for a long time, finally collapsed. My universal rice cooker, I really need to thank you. What the hell is this research line? Could it be the direction of smart home? In addition to the confusing name of the first project, I still don't understand how to use it. The next ones were more outrageous than the last. However, since this route had been chosen, there was no chance to go back and choose again. He could only go all the way to the end. Luli didn't believe in evil. And at the same time, he also wanted to see what was under the universal rice cooker. Double-door refrigerator? Sweeping robot? Thinking wildly, with the god's dice that had just been made and was still warm in his pocket, Luli rang the doorbell of Susan's debut. Susan's house was made of pure wood and had a pastoral style. Although in the dark environment of the underground Gitten city, it was unconsciously covered with a gloomy atmosphere. However, that was from the outside world. The door opened, and Susan couldn't hide her excitement when she saw Luli. 2 huge wolf claws held Luli's shoulders and quickly invited her in. The interior of the house was light yellow, and soft, cute patterned carpets were specially laid, making the whole house look quite warm. Not only that, there was also a faint citrus scent inside. Luli looked at the windowsill, and there was a bunch of blooming orange flowers in a glass bottle. Only Susan lived here, so she could be the one who bought flowers to decorate the house. Surprised, Luli felt a strange feeling in his heart. This bunch of flowers was sending a signal to Luli. The owner of the house loved life and lived happily. Since Gitten City became prosperous and powerful, this was the norm for most citizens. The gray fog was raging in the starry sea, but they found a new place to live and managed their beautiful home here. All of these are inseparable from Luli's construction and maintenance. The mayor is a powerful god, which has almost become the consensus of the earliest batch of original citizens. Although the later citizens have not experienced the golden age of the rapid expansion of Gitten City, they are now living in the best era. But even so, no one dares to disrespect the mayor. Luli is the core of everyone's love and faith. No one knows, for such a great mayor, whether he can still stay in their city. There are only 2 days left. Will the future be brighter or darker? It has become an unknown. Sitting on the sofa in Susan's living room, Luli put the food box he brought on the coffee table. As soon as the lid was opened, the aroma of food came to his face, making people salivate. In order to prevent the food from getting cold, Luli specially selected insulation materials. Mutton soup steamed bun. Susan's excitement was beyond words. Yes, she was even more excited. Luli not only came to see her, but also brought her delicious food. In order to express her joy, Susan said that she would let Luli wait for her on the sofa, because she was going to cook 2 dishes for Luli. Luli, misunderstood. She really wasn't here to eat for free. Sometimes, being watched from behind is a feeling. Luli sat stiffly, with surveillance eyes coming from behind from time to time. Susan was busy while looking for her with her green eyes, to make sure she didn't sneak away. Forget it. There was nothing special today anyway, so Luli simply stayed to eat. Seeing Luli leaning on the sofa and relaxing, Susan was relieved and immersed in the great cause of cooking. As for how they communicated and how they understood each other, it was not difficult. Luli never learned the werewolf language, but they had known each other for so long that they knew some sign language. At worst, there were still emojis. Just now, Luli looked at Susan's thin, long, gray-haired fingers, and typed out a table of Manchuhan banquet dishes on the dialog box on the light computer screen and sent it to her. Wolf language translation: I will cook these dishes for you. Dear Mayor, the favorability has risen to the point where it can't rise any further. When Susan first arrived in Gitten City, her favorability towards Luli far exceeded that of other citizens. Now, there are nearly 1,000 citizens in the city who have full favorability towards the mayor. Luli harvested a lot of love and faith points. The 2 shopping malls that come with the system are even extremely rich. But the supply is insufficient to meet the demand. And money cannot buy things. Let's not talk about the love value store for now. It has been a long time since Luli's eyes have been refreshed. However, the faith value store is still worth visiting. There are now a total of 2 product slots and 1 refill slot for supporting products. Luli, who is well aware of the benefits of the energy extractor, will buy it as soon as the matching extraction candle is restocked in order to be prepared. In addition to the energy extractor, which is comparable to the nightmare gravel collector in the early stage, Luli finally got a good thing that she thought was worth spending 100 citizens' favorability to get 1 point of faith. Air coagulator. The shape still looks like a vacuum cleaner. But unlike a vacuum cleaner that absorbs impurities, the nozzle of this air coagulator will spray special gas from the inside to instantly coagulate the air in front of it. The solidified air looks no different from gaseous air. But as long as you stretch out your hand, you can feel the transparent barrier in front of you, which is more hidden than a glass door that has been polished to a bright shine. At the same time, they are so hard, like steel, and cannot be destroyed even by knocking. It is conceivable that if someone accidentally bumps into them, they will definitely see stars and have a nosebleed on the spot. Only sunlight can pass through them. If Luli was not the creator of them, he could see the boundary lines of these air walls and white glowing outline pins. She probably wouldn't be able to find it, and would wonder if she had bought a useless fake. Only when she comes to the place where she made the air wall next time will she be hospitalized accidentally. During the hospitalization, she will never figure out what attacked her. Could it be that the invisible giant transparent man appeared in the city again? Using the air coagulator to coagulate the air only takes 3 seconds. The range of air that needs to be coagulated can also be adjusted according to the outlet circle of the coagulator gas. The method to restore the solidified air wall or air brick to its original state is also very simple. Just press the defrost button on the solidifier. Another gas is sprayed out, and the air wall will return to its original state. Solidification and restoration use 2 different agents, which are respectively in the 2 slots of the air solidifier. Similarly, replacement cores can also be purchased through the supply column of the faith value store. Luli has not yet seen the update of the air solidifier core, and replenishment also takes time. And she only used this special item for a while when she first bought it. She hadn't thought of the use scenario of this item yet, nor had she really needed to use it. She put it in any warehouse of the mayor's mobile phone. Even if she carried it with her, she had to open the warehouse interface when she needed to use it. It was a bit troublesome to find it. After all, she already had a lot of items in her warehouse. So, Luli asked the system to develop a new shortcut button for her, which was placed next to the big pineapple hammer. In this way, she only needs to click this button to take it out quickly. While waiting for Susan to cook, Luli was most curious about the dice of the gods that had just been taken out of the research institute. Her fingers groped on the 20-sided dice, trying to see if there was any mechanism. However, as before, she found nothing except leaving her fingerprints on the metal surface. Luli was thinking. And suddenly, the wolf howl sounded from behind. It was a sound different from the wild wolves in the suburbs at midnight, calling to their companions for a response. It was more like the intimate call between friends. The meal was ready. Susan called her to eat. This moment would come sooner or later. Luli stood up with a fearless attitude, prepared himself mentally, and turned around. Susan was so enthusiastic that she would accept it even if she died after eating a few bites. Anyway, there are pharmacies everywhere in Gitten City now, so there is nothing to be afraid of. As a lesson from the past, Susan, who was just helping Kuewu wash vegetables, used the mud in the cracks of her fingernails to knock down all the people in the Gitten City family group. Therefore, Luli's worry was completely reasonable. However, when she saw the exquisitely presented, colorful, fragrant and delicious 8 dishes and 1 soup on the table, she was stunned instantly. This was a completely unexpected result. She was so shocked that she almost lost her balance and her body shook. Something fell out of her shallow pocket and rolled to the ground. Luli didn't notice it at all. Her attention was completely attracted by the food made by Susan. She was shocked beyond words just by a distant glance. Looking closer, the person who was so excited that he couldn't control himself turned out to be herself. They were all her favorite dishes. Luli's eyes sparkled. Susan smiled and pulled out a chair for her. She couldn't wait to taste it. Luli, oh my god. What a delicious food. The difference between before and after was so great that it had a super double effect. In addition, Susan was wearing a home apron, and her eyes looked quite virtuous. However, the word virtuous only appeared in Luli's mind for a second before she kicked it out. What a rubbish word. Use it to describe women. No. Use it to describe men. Yes. But to be honest, at that moment, Luli really had a very happy feeling of home. Food can bring people a pleasant experience. And so does friendship between friends. I have to say that Luli came to visit Susan today. And it was really right. Originally, she was going to send delicious food to Susan, but ended up eating such a delicious meal from Susan. Luli felt a little sorry. So she would buy something to send to Susan when she got back. With all her heart and mind, she expressed her sincere gratitude to Susan, who was sitting opposite her, and her admiration for her cooking skills. However, Susan's face did not become happy as she expected. Instead, it suddenly became ferocious. And when it looked at her, its green and cute round eyes twisted into triangles. The whole wolf looked at her. A Kubrick stare. Luli, this shouldn't be the case. Such an extreme change was like a flattery hitting the horse's legs. And the horse stretched its legs to kick people. And it was like Susan was angry because of something. It seemed as if Susan would pounce on her and tear her to pieces in the next second. It was just a compliment. Not that serious. Or did werewolves not like being praised? Luli's face turned pale, and she was too scared to speak. The situation seemed to be more serious, because she had heard the warning gasps and growls coming from Susan's wolf mouth. Finally, she understood why Susan had such a reaction. The answer came from behind her. At the same time, Susan also jumped up, like a gust of gray wind, across the dining table and Luli's scalp. She fought with the thing that appeared behind Luli and stared at her with ill intentions. Chapter 126. Luli was completely unaware that something had appeared behind her without her noticing. And Susan's behavior also showed that the thing had appeared suddenly. No matter what that thing was, she had to protect Luli. Everything happened too fast. In a flash. Susan's combat power system was rated as S level. But now, Luli clearly saw that the thing could actually fight Susan to a draw. What on earth is this thing? From the shadows rolling on the ground, Luli saw countless dark brown tentacles extending out, wrapping around Susan like vines. The werewolf's roar was accompanied by a creepy hissing sound of bubbles. It hit the table, and the ornaments on the table fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Susan gritted her teeth and bit off several of them. But the roots of this thing had the ability to regenerate, and several more grew in an instant. It stabbed toward Susan's eyes. However, the thorn-like vine tentacle seemed to be helped by something and stopped in midair. Then, a similar barrier appeared behind it out of thin air. Things were too strange, and it didn't care about the enemy in front of it, and fled to the left and right. However, all its movements seemed to be predicted. No matter which direction it went, it was within Luli's expectations. It was like a mollusk entering a sealed glass tank. It was like being imprisoned in a six-sided glass prison. Luli put down the air coagulator and took the opportunity to help Susan up. The dark brown object banged violently on the air wall, as if trying to knock a hole in the space that trapped it and escape. It was at this time that Luli could vaguely see its appearance. It was brown on the outside, dark green on the belly, and dripping with yellow-green mucus. And it looked like a slime monster. This was a creature that did not exist in the underground Pigeon City. In fact, there were no other creatures in the underground Pigeon City except Susan. Moreover, it looked a bit like... The two words only appeared for a moment, and Luli's heart sank suddenly. Then he looked at the mess on the ground. There was a long black drag mark on the carpet from the door to the coffee table in the living room. After the wool fabric was corroded, the smell of burning protein was pungent and choking. A sour smell. More terrible smell signals came from around him, although Susan barely stood up. But it is no exaggeration to say that her whole body was corroded by the mucus of that thing, and large pieces of hair fell off. Like a poor big dog. Luli's heart was tightened. Susan needed to be treated immediately. Calling Aguila was Luli's habitual operation. Even though the director of the Gitten City Hospital had already left work. Losing his temper was also something that Aguila had to do every time he arrived. However, after seeing Susan's appearance, his concern for this companion was more than his protest against the mayor's exploitation. How big of a wolf is it? Why is it still fighting with people? That being said, it was definitely heartbreaking. Susan's condition was really bad, and there were still a few places on her body where the skin and flesh were exposed. Fortunately, Luli separated the thing from it in time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. But her eyes were bright and shining in the dark. She danced and groaned, speaking wolf language. Luli didn't understand, but Agula understood a little. When Susan mentioned that thing, she stood up and stuck her head out, trying to entangle Luli. She was so angry. Agula coaxed her for a long time before she calmed down. Let Agula take Susan to the hospital first, and the wound must be treated as soon as possible to avoid inflammation. Luli told Susan to visit her later. Now, she must figure out what is going on. Just as things don't disappear out of thin air, they don't appear out of thin air either. There must be a reason. According to the instructions provided with the products shipped from the Faith Mall, the air coagulator can maintain the air coagulation effect for about half a month. When the coagulation effect disappears, the air will automatically return to its original state. When Luli returned to Susan's house, the thing was still well locked in the cage made by Luli with a flat square air outlet. However, compared with the initial vitality and banging on the wall, it is now much quieter. It sank softly at the bottom, like a pile of real mud. However, considering its danger and the damage it caused to Susan, it was definitely not a cute slime monster. Luli stepped forward to confirm that the 6 sides of the cube were indeed sealed, and then he felt relieved. It is worth mentioning that when Luli pushed the cube and changed the bottom, the thing without eyes immediately noticed Luli outside the air wall, and its green belly stuck to the air wall and looked back, as if it wanted to stick to Luli's hand, where the slime monster passed through its abdomen. Yellow-green mucus was secreted, and Luli suddenly had goosebumps all over her body. She didn't have as dense hair as Susan to provide a certain degree of defense. If she got a little bit stuck, a blood hole would immediately appear on her skin. When she thought about the whole underground pigeon city, she was the only one staying with this thing. Luli felt scared, but she had to find out the reason why this thing suddenly appeared. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. After thinking it over and over again, she decided to find a companion. Luli called the mechanical gardener from the Botanical Research Institute. After receiving the order, the mechanical gardener immediately put down the work at hand and headed towards Susan's house, with someone to accompany him. His nervous mood relaxed a little. After a preliminary observation of the living room, Luli finally found something unusual. The black dragging trace with countless pits and messy strokes was the end point of the extension. No, it should be said that it was the starting point. That was the corner where the carpet was not laid. But the direction was clear. That was the huge flower pot. Was there something here? At this time, there was nothing in the flower pot, and the soil in the pot also showed signs of being turned over. Just ask Susan and you will know. Luli took a photo. Suddenly, she found a white spot on the photo. It became unusually bright because of the camera. Looking at the corresponding place in the photo, Luli was stunned instantly. She saw a reflective 20-sided dice? God's dice. When did it fall out? She had no memory of it at all. What was even more disturbing was that this dice had undergone a startling change from when it was in her hands. The 20 black metal surfaces that were originally smooth and flat without any markings had turned into silver white. Not only that, there were also strange relief symbols on it. It was like a pattern smoked out by a flame. This symbol was very familiar, and I must have seen it somewhere. Luli couldn't remember it for a while, but that thing was in her mind. Beep! At this time, a system prompt sounded. It was the sound of a mechanical system in the real world, not the virtual sound coming from the phone. Luli turned around and saw the short, fat, square-headed mechanical gardener. The iDisplay screen was lit with flowing text. The text was added to the work log of Gardener 001 of the Botanical Research Institute. Date, time, location coordinates. New plant discovered. Type, fortune tree. Degree of alienation, 100%. Solving the case was so easy. This thing turned out to be a fortune tree? Luli felt incredible. But she also discovered a new trait. When the mechanical gardener goes out, it will automatically collect some plants with research value. The mechanical gardener's hands swing up and down, looking like it is hitting a ball. Luli realized that it, like humans, cannot sense the existence of the solidified air wall. Add the Botanical Research Institute building to the trust list of the air coagulator in the Faith Value Store. The staff in the institute can read the information of the air coagulator and see the outline of the edge of the air wall. Sure enough, after this operation, the mechanical gardener's hands no longer grabbed aimlessly. Instead, a conveyor belt for transportation popped out from its base. Then, it stretched out two hands and placed the air cube that imprisoned the alienated fortune tree on it. There is a laboratory in the Botanical Research Institute that is specially used to place alienated plants. It is extremely safe and airtight. This is Lu Li's first time to come to this secret space. There are a total of 5 transparent full-view observation rooms, all of which are empty. The mechanical gardener placed it in one of the observation rooms, and the log was updated synchronously. The alienated fortune tree has been successfully contained. Location: Laboratory T01. Then, it stayed aside and waited for Lu Li's further instructions. Lu Li didn't know how to deal with this suddenly alienated fortune tree for the time being. But there was one thing that was beyond doubt. The alienated fortune tree in front of her must have something to do with the god's dice in her hand. She also had some guesses about how to use this dice. Since it is a dice, it must be thrown to take effect. No wonder she couldn't find it when she was playing with it in her hand like before. And the side where it stopped after throwing will have a special symbol, which means it will take effect after use. As for this symbol, Lu Li looked at it again and again. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. It seems to represent the strong acid in alchemy. The yellow-green mucus dripping from that thing. The black holes burned on the plush carpet. And Susan's corroded hair and skin. Everything corresponds. No way. Lu Li basically restored the original appearance of the attempt to kill after the transformation of the alienated fortune tree. The dice of the gods, which were already cold to the touch, were like ice cubes emitting cold air in Lu Li's palm, making her skin feel slightly tingling. She deeply felt the danger and uncertainty of this thing. One side of the icosahedron was now lit up. There were 19 positions left. Whether the facts were as she guessed, she could verify it immediately. But no one could confirm what would come out at that time. Until now, she finally knew why this thing was called the dice of God. Create everything and give life. Looking at the money tree that was still squirming in the air tank. Or twisted life. True God? Evil God? She was neither. She was just a human. Maybe the person who invented this thing wanted to be a god? Lu Li felt a little complicated. It was late at night, and the world fell into silence. There was no moonlight tonight, and there were a few stars in the research institute. The screen light of the ATM on the first floor was on. The woman stared at the countdown without blinking. Air humidifier is being manufactured. Left, 1 second. Chapter 127 Midnight, as the countdown to the remaining manufacturing time reaches 0. The Research Institute interface jumps back to the manufacturing branch line. The interface shows, air humidifier has been manufactured and can be collected at the shipping port. Seeing this line of words, Lu Li's heart couldn't help but hang. When she walked there, opened the receiving drawer, and really took out a small white box from it, her heart fell back. Because? Is this really a humidifier? At least that's what it looks like. According to the touch of my fingers, it seems to be plastic. Lu Li, The bottom is cylindrical, and the top is an oval dome cover. Even without the product manual, she knows how to operate it. Plug in the power, fill the water inlet, and then press the switch button. It goes up and down, like an electrocardiogram. Lu Li was a little confused. Perhaps the impact of the god's dice on her was too great, so she was very wary and cautious of this product that was ranked behind the god's dice. But when she actually saw the real thing, it seemed to be confirmed that she had worried too much. What about the next all-purpose rice cooker? Is it just a rice cooker? Lu Li still didn't quite believe that such a magical research institute would be devoted to exploring people's livelihood in another direction. It's not that the research institute can't explore people's livelihood. People's livelihood is very important. But spending so much money on research projects to produce these things, what's the difference between that and robbing money? Even if a little bit of it slipped through her fingers, she could set up RT Mart in Gitten City. I don't believe it. Lu Li planned to try out this air humidifier worth $1 billion gold on the spot. At this moment, the optical computer phone rang. After answering it, Lu Li's face changed immediately after listening to a few words. The caller was a public number from the Municipal Hospital of Gitten City. Lu Li simply set up a quick transmission point on the floor of the hospital mentioned by the other end of the conversation, so that she could get there as soon as possible. So, when she suddenly fell from the air black hole under the ceiling and met Aguila, who happened to turn around. Aguila was stunned. Where did you come from? He paced in the corridor for a while, but didn't see anyone. There was no time to explain, and no way to explain. Luli only cared about this. How is Susan? She received a call from the nurse, saying that she needed to come to the hospital immediately. And there was something very important about the patient. The person who asked the nurse to call Luli was naturally Aguila. After all, he is the dean now, and he has the right to be lazy. It's fine. Aguila flipped open a stack of bound documents. Luli, ? Oh, that's it. Seeing Luli's grim expression, he didn't want to disturb Luli at this time, when it was almost dawn. Susan's initial surgery had been completed, and the infected wound was under control. But Aguila turned the document around and handed it to Luli. The fine text was not yet clear, but the title was eye-catching. Agreement on the restoration of the face and body of alienated citizens, commonly known as plastic surgery. The guardian's signature is required at the bottom. Although Susan is an adult in the physical sense, her condition is the same as those children without behavioral capacity. In the past, Aguila would also come to ask Luli about Susan. It would be best to do it before the effect of the surgical anesthetic wears off. Kill two birds with one stone, saving time and worry. There is no way. The occupational disease has come back. Looking at the signature column, Luli felt a little strange. Have you asked Susan's opinion? She felt that before doing such a big operation, she should ask the person concerned for his opinion first. Right? I've asked. Aguila shrugged. He made a circle with his fingers, indicating okay. This was Susan's gesture after he made this suggestion to her. Although, Susan's fingers were also in this position before he asked. But Luli didn't know. What she learned was that since Susan also had this intention, she definitely had no objection. There were quite a few alienated citizens who received human facial reconstruction in the plastic surgery department of the Gittin City Municipal Hospital, and most of them achieved good results. Even the fish-headed people who were liberated from the seafood market at the beginning could be sculpted by Aguila to look like Yin Zhu. Not to mention that they were the first batch of alienated citizens to receive plastic surgery. Now Aguila's technology will only be higher, not lower. Although, because the communication between the big stars is getting closer, Gittin City has also entered the ranks of mainstream stars. Recently, there have been many aliens who have sneaked into Gittin City Hospital for various purposes, either out of curiosity or to learn from others, which has led to plastic surgery in hospitals on other stars. But if we talk about the origin and source, then Gittin City is definitely the ancestor. Susan's plastic surgery is in progress, and the director Aguila is personally in charge. The surgery fee is paid from Luli's personal account. She waited at the door for a while, and was told that the surgery would take several hours. When it is over, the hospital will notify her, because Luli booked the highest standard of surgery and room for Susan. After not sleeping all night, Luli was indeed a little sleepy. When he walked out of the gate of Gittin City Hospital, the first light of the morning shone on the earth. It fell on Luli's face, and she couldn't open her eyes. The summer sun was scorching and warm, but Luli felt a chill for no reason. Because of the same scene, she thought of a morning long ago. The man she once loved was gone in front of her eyes. At this time, there was only one day left before the official letter notification from the Capital Star was officially sent out. There were always problems. Even if the sky was going to fall tomorrow, she had to get enough sleep. Otherwise, she would be finished before others came to trouble her. It was a bit like a day-night reversal. I went to bed in the morning and slept until the afternoon. I had informed my secretary in advance and asked her to take over my work. After Luli woke up, there were not many messages on her phone. As usual, she first looked at the dreamland Gittin City. The operation of this city was more stable than she had imagined. The recruited miners had arrived at the mine and were working hard. The output of the gold mine suddenly increased tenfold compared to the previous period. It happened that during this period, the price of gold in the resource currency exchange has remained high. There is no doubt that if he makes a move at this time, the wealth of Dreamland Gittin City will multiply several times. After such a long period of observation, Luli found that the universal currency in Dreamland Gittin City, Dream Coin, is the most valuable among all currencies. The same level of currency. There are also spirit coins with icons like a skull, and light coins in the shape of lightning. After analogy, It is not difficult to find that these currencies come from different dimensional worlds. Luli can only learn about the sporadic hidden information about those worlds from these icons, and the changes in the numbers behind the icons. Apart from the resources and minerals that can be exchanged for coins, the nearly 100 currencies accepted in the exchange are mostly currencies with similar purchasing power as star coins. For example, Moon Bot, Seashell, Water Jade, Sai Yuan. Behind this may represent different dimensional worlds. The higher the latitude of the world, the more developed the productivity, and the currency will naturally be more valuable. However, there is no evidence, and Luli has not been to any of them, except for the world using dream coins and star coins. Everything is based on speculation. However, Luli knew that among the countless worlds behind the exchange, there must be a world that uses dream coins like Dream Gutan City, and Dream Gutan City, which seems to be so developed now, may only be in the early development stage of similar worlds. After all, the Dream Gutan City she owns, in the open time and space shuttle gate, only allows creatures from the outside world to enter or return. But there is no channel to send creatures here to other worlds. But some worlds whose dimensions seem to be lower than Dream Gutan City have perfectly achieved two-way transmission. This also puzzled Luli. The answer lies in the future. One day, Dreamland Pigeon City will also be able to connect the worlds. All she needs is time. More time for exploration and development. Luli sat on the bed and responded to the latest news reported by Dreamland Tricia. Got it. Arrange for them to stay in the hotel. The special personnel that Butterfly HR hired for her earlier have arrived in Dreamland Pigeon City and are on standby at any time. Those are two dragons. In the mercenary market, this race is the most brutal. They can attack or defend, fly or swim. They can reach 9 out of 10 stars. Their rating has dropped a little recently, but it will never be lower than 8 stars. This is the strongest bodyguard that can be hired without a special invitation. Each dragon is paid 5,000 dream coins per day. It is not a small number. But at this critical moment, you can't save a penny when your life is at stake. The reason why she invited them was very simple. Luli hoped that she could return safely after going to the capital star. She had made a preliminary decision. Regardless of whether the final attitude of the capital star was as unquestionable as when Arthur called her, she had to try her best to fight for it. Although this trip was extremely dangerous, it was her duty and responsibility to the citizens as the mayor of Gitten City. Luli got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. Sleeping until the sun went down before getting up was not something a diligent mayor would do. But history has taught us that we should not only look at the surface of things. Sometimes it seems to be a good thing, but it will cause unexpected trouble. Received another call from the Gitten City Municipal Hospital. The nurse on the other end of the phone sounded like she was about to cry. Luli, it would be better if something really happened this time. But who wants something to really happen? Well, I still hope nothing will happen. Luli silently said to herself as she rushed to the hospital. This time she went through the main gate. So she saw 3 or 4 police cars parked at the gate. Has the situation become so serious? As soon as she entered the room, the young nurse rushed up and grabbed her hand. Augula was beaten. What? Luli was no longer anxious. It didn't seem to be a big deal, because it was said to be beaten. But in fact it was just a slap. However, the werewolf was too strong and pushed him to the ground. This was a big deal. The intelligent monitoring equipment equipped in the hospital immediately identified it as a serious medical incident and called the police. After receiving the task, the police also quickly dispatched. The installation of such a device was completely out of good intentions. Unfortunately, the device imported from the capital planet is equivalent to artificial retardation. This led to the misjudgment of the situation of the accident. In short, there was no fight, but there was a quarrel. When Luli arrived, Augula and Susan were quarreling fiercely. There was a group of onlookers who didn't know what was going on. There were actually a few familiar faces. Carl was among them. You are a heartless person. Augula was almost mad. And even her face, which was as pale as paper all year round, magically turned red. Carl, she is a wolf. Feeling a hint of cold eyes, Carl was stunned. Why did the mayor come? Woo woo woo. Wearing a big hospital gown. The other party in the quarrel could not speak human language, and could only make these vague syllables. The scene was too weird and a little funny. The crowd of onlookers covered their mouths and whispered secretly. I don't understand. What are you dissatisfied with? It was not known whether Aguila understood Susan's words or not. He was busy expressing his own opinions. It could be seen that he was close to breaking the defense. This operation couldn't be more successful. Don't you have eyes? Can you take a good look at it yourself? He wanted to put the mirror in front of Susan again. You can doubt him. But you can't doubt his skills and aesthetics. Then, without any surprise, he took another dose of Tai Chi push from Susan. His buttocks came into close contact with the floor of the ward, and a living person in a white coat fell to the ground. Medical disturbance detected. Calling the police. 12345, EXT9. Onlookers, Nurses in the hospital, Police, The scene is restored. Live version. Finally. We know how things turned out like this. There is no point in getting too entangled. Luli, let's go! Those who knew the mayor naturally obeyed the order. And those who didn't know the mayor also left under the evacuation of the people brought by Carl. Now the situation is very clear. Susan didn't want to have this plastic surgery, but she was forced to do it for some reason. Canines with hair will become depressed after waking up and finding that all their hair has disappeared and their faces have changed drastically. Not surprisingly, she couldn't accept the gap in her heart for a while, so she went crazy and forbade anyone to approach her. Susan's behavior also hit Agla hard. Mayor, please judge. Seeing Luli coming over, Agla stomped his feet in grievance. Luli glanced at him. Don't talk. Susan now reacts to his voice. Luli found out. Agula pursed her lips, but her face was full of dissatisfaction. When Luli came to Susan's front and saw her current face, he was shocked and speechless. Humph. After making a triumphant hum from his nose, Augusta finally calmed down. The stupid werewolf didn't know the goods, but Luli's expression said it all. He is the best. I don't know how to comfort Susan, who suddenly turned back to 90% human appearance. After all, Luli has never been alienated, so he can't understand their feelings. Now Susan only has a pair of pointed wolf ears on her head, and her face is almost the same as that of a normal adult human woman. Double eyelids, long eyelashes, calm eyes, clear wisdom and calmness. Quite charming. Is this what Susan looked like before? Or was it done by Agula according to his personal preferences? Luli didn't know this. She only knew that Susan didn't like it very much. And she did add a key fuel to Susan's transformation into this. Good intentions lead to bad results. A shocking mistake. What should I do? Luli thought about how to make up for it. Fix it again? It was a bit ridiculous. Just thinking about it, Luli felt something pulling at the corner of her clothes. It was Susan's hand. She pointed at herself, then stretched out her index and middle fingers, swinging them back and forth. Today, Luli suddenly understood what she meant. She wanted to go home. After the operation, she needed to stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation. This was also the rule of the Gittin City Municipal Hospital after the beds were sufficient. But if she really wants to be discharged, she can. Moreover, this is the only thing Luli can do for her at present. She went through the special channel and completed the discharge procedures. She returned to her big villa in the underground Gittin City. Susan stood in front of the floor-length mirror, staring at her reflection in the mirror without blinking. I don't know what she was thinking. At this time, it's better not to disturb her and let her be alone. Luli walked out of Susan's house, and Susan's back just now appeared in his mind. I don't know if it's her illusion, but Susan's posture seems to be much straighter. Is it because of the simultaneous spinal correction during the surgery? On the way back, we passed by the Botanical Research Institute. Luli went in to see the plants she had cultivated before. The money tree has grown into a familiar shape, and it will probably not take long to harvest valuable fruits. However, compared to selling to the outside world, what Gittin City lacks now is not money. Investing the fruits of the money tree in drug research is the right way to benefit the citizens. The other two plants also enter the countdown to the next stage. The orchid umbrella grows faster than the unknown seeds brought by the institute. As the growth countdown ends, the orchid umbrella in the field has matured. The screen shows harvest similarly. There is a countdown next to harvesting. If the mature orchid umbrella is not picked out within the specified time, it will wither in the field. The mechanical gardener is naturally aware of this. It does all this work automatically without Luli's reminder. So, Luli watched it pick the two grown orchid umbrellas from the ground and put them into a transparent vacuum-sealed jar. Then put the sealed jar into the storage room. In this way, The cultivation and long-term preservation of a plant were completed. Luli didn't need to worry about a series of operations. But it didn't mean that she wouldn't have doubts in her heart. The biggest problem was that the size of the orchid umbrella from the cultivation room of the Botanical Research Institute was very different from the size of the orchid umbrella she had in the basement of the Gittin City Cathedral. Prefabricated umbrellas may be the only reason that can explain this phenomenon. In other words, the orchid umbrellas grown in the cultivation room are not their true mature state. If they stay here, they will die. Only when they go to a wider land will they spread their electronic mycelium and gain a new life. Luli picked up one of the palm-sized transparent jars containing prefabricated orchid umbrellas. He had to find a chance to test it. After a while, a familiar reminder sounded. Another plant has matured. In the time it took to turn around, the top of the plant, which had no head at all, suddenly spread out in all directions. It can't be said to be different. It is exactly the same. Sunflower. Luli had never expected it. The mysterious seeds actually grew a plant she was familiar with. The mechanical gardener carefully transplanted the mature sunflowers from the culture room. They looked as big as a small sapling, and they were thoughtfully arranged in separate flower pots. However, compared with the carefulness of the orchid umbrella, the mechanical gardener was much more casual with the sunflower. So much so that Luli had the illusion that this thing was just a landscape plant. The plant with the mysterious seed was successfully planted, and the black shadow on the main interface was also unlocked, turning into a sunflower. But the description was still very stingy. Like everything related to the Research Institute, it was always concise. A very sunny plant. The whole thing was a sense of madness that made people anxious. But Luli discovered a fatal loophole in this Research Institute. Although there was no valuable text that could be directly conveyed to her, the mechanical gardener that was automatically equipped here seemed to carry all the logic and information here. It knew everything very well, and every step followed strict regulations and operations. System? Luli called out. It just happened to be there. Unfortunately, within 2 seconds, it found that it was better not to be there. Every time Luli called it, it had work to do. Hack it. Luli opened the Botanical Research Institute interface on his phone. System. I hacked myself. It's really creative. But hacking yourself is at least safe and doesn't feel immoral. And it really works. After receiving Luli's order, the system immediately executed it. As the city continues to upgrade, the roots of the underground orchid umbrella become more and more complex, and the mayor's connection with the city becomes closer and closer. From the beginning, the system kidnapped and manipulated the mayor, and it was directly reversed in 2 levels, becoming the main one for me and used by me. This feeling was reflected after the underground Gittin City was taken over. The establishment and prosperity of the dream Gittin City further strengthened this connection. Luli may not have much feeling, but the system can clearly sense this. It is increasingly unable to disobey Luli's orders. In the past, it could just pretend to be dead if it didn't want to do it. But now? No kidding. It is afraid that it will really die if it pretends to be dead. The data of the Botanical Research Institute was pulled into a table and displayed on the main interface of the mobile phone in the form of a shortcut icon. Since the hacker was the built-in robot, the mechanical gardener, after the system translated the machine language back to a language that humans can understand, the content in the table did not sound like human language. But Luli also obtained some valuable information. The upper limit of the Botanical Research Institute is level 5, with a total of 30 built-in plants. Among them, when it reaches level 3, the built-in plant species are the most. And at level 5, it returns to only 1 plant. Planting or researching plants in the Botanical Research Institute can increase experience points. When the experience reaches the maximum value, it will automatically upgrade. Now, Luli estimated that at least 10 more plants need to be planted before the Botanical Research Institute reaches level 2. However, the seeds brought by the Botanical Research Institute are few and far between. At the same time, in order to test whether planting foreign plants can also gain experience points, Luli also planted some fresh orchid spores and money trees as reference items. In front of the plant display corner, there are 2 sunflowers. Luli picked up one of them and left the Botanical Research Institute. This sunflower finally appeared on the desk in her room. It was facing her bed, a very sunny plant sitting on the bed, hugging her knees. Luli pondered this description again. There was no such humanistic language or description of efficacy in the mechanical gardener system. Luli could only learn from it the growth cycle of this plant, the potions and fertilizers required for cultivation, how to care for it, transplant it, and store it. Also, how to collect and store the seeds that would fall after the plant died. The seeds can be used for the next round of planting. We must find out as soon as possible how to use this plant. At least, we must find helpful clues before these two plants die. Sudden pressure? Luli couldn't figure it out for a while, so she just put it aside. She suddenly thought, is there anything else that hasn't been done? Yes. The air humidifier that has not been used yet. Took out the white plastic shell from the portable warehouse and put it on the table. Every time Luli saw this thing, she couldn't help but murmur in her heart, because it looks too cheap, without any texture. Mainly, it's too expensive. Use it in the way you are familiar with. But after touching the surface, it's like wiping a circle of dust on a small vase with your hands. Luli discovered a cruel reality. There are no wires. Not only that, but there is no power outlet. This humidifier does not need electricity. Does it also not need water? Correct. There is no place to add water. It even has no start switch. Luli, looking at the air humidifier with the skull removed, Luli fell into deep doubt. Is she really mentally retarded? With the experience of the god's dice before, she did not immediately doubt whether this thing was broken, but sincerely attributed the reason to her inability to use it. Last time in Susan's living room, she accidentally threw the god's dice out, and then she discovered its use. Luli did not dare to use it a second time, and even dared not to flip the dice due to its own gravity. She used the smallest outlet of the air condenser, like a pen tip, to create an airtight air box for the dice that fits the size of its icosahedron perfectly, to prevent normal creatures from being alienated due to flipping. Before she figured out how to use this thing safely, it would be in such a relatively static and stable state, staying in the portable warehouse. Such caution is the greatest respect for its lethality. But now Luli was forced into a situation that was even more troubling than a dilemma. There is no difficulty to be offended. This thing, the transition from the bed to sitting at the desk, shows that Luli is really at a loss and a little anxious. Why? How to use it? It is not that he has not mentioned the bold request to hack into the Basic Research Institute again. However, according to the information reported by the system, that place is as slippery as an egg. It cannot be invaded. And there must be a support point. For example, like a mechanical gardener. But unfortunately, the Basic Research Institute is not equipped with such an automatic robot. The back door was tightly shut. Of course, this was the system's explanation. As for the exact reason, it would hurt to tell it. From the last incident, Luli had a vague guess. The Research Institute that was upgraded to level 3 might have something higher than her system that was restricting it. So, everything depended on herself. She was now like walking alone in the dark, with a turbulent river ahead in the rainy season, without any external help. She could only cross the river by feeling the stones, waiting for the moment when the dawn came. Dawn. Light. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Luli's mind. Could it be that the sun can dispel the haze? While thinking about one thing, she unexpectedly found the answer to another problem that troubled her. The sun set, and the afterglow faded. The sky and the earth were a deep blue. Outside the protective walls of the Gitten city, the land that had not been set foot by humans for many years was overgrown with withered grass and desolate, as if it had encountered a destined nemesis. The curled tentacles that had no entity and stuck out suddenly shrank. Like the ebb tide, an unprecedented battle royale began. According to the images sent synchronously by the drone, the gray tide retreated 200 meters in a row. The ground under Luli's feet was still covered with thick gray fog a minute ago. Now, it is as clean as the fresh air after the rain. The drone slowly descended, stretched out its grip, picked up the sunflower, and flew towards the boundless land ahead. It was like a film that had been covered with dust for many years was suddenly uncovered. The gray fog never retreated. They just disappeared in an instant within the radiation range of the sunflowers. From the Hygiene windmill splitting the first gray fog, to the abyss in the manufacturing plant swallowing the gray fog, then to the sunflowers that eliminated the gray fog like light dispelling darkness. These are more like improvements and upgrades to deal with gray fog products. According to this removal efficiency, as long as enough sunflowers are planted, it will not take long. Soon, Gitten City will return to its former cleanliness. A strong emotion suddenly filled Luli's chest. She felt like crying. She had once thought that the dream was out of reach. But she didn't expect it to be so easy to achieve. How could she not be excited? At the same time, under this excitement, there was also a sense of sourness and tension. This feeling became stronger and stronger. And later, it directly controlled Lu Li's thoughts. She threw her excitement and enthusiasm into the water. She calmed down for only 3 seconds. Her smile froze on her face instantly. It seems that something is not right. His intuition has never been as accurate as it is now. He turned on the mayor's mobile phone. And the shortcut button to go home was indeed no longer usable. He chose a place to stay closest to the city hall. But she was already within the warning range of the fire alarm line. The person who called the police was a caring citizen. It was 10 minutes ago. That was when Lu Li used teleportation to reach the location outside the city. The citizen looked up at the solemn and imposing city hall building and suddenly found the billowing smoke coming out of the top. At first, he thought he was seeing things. But the smoke was getting thicker and thicker, like a furry mushroom cap on the building. And the edge was gradually spreading outward and downward. It looked like the fire was quite big. More and more citizens gathered nearby. And they had no other thoughts. All watching nervously. Ladders and water trucks came one after another, ready to rush to put out the fire at any time. Lu Li retracted his gaze. His eyes were colder than ever before. The dark blue sky was completely dark. Against the background of the dark night sky, the smoke that filled her room was like a fire. She had just seen it. And the source of these disgusting things, the disguise of twisting and covering up, was finally torn off. Perhaps from this moment on, it has the name it should be called. Gray Fog Maker. Chapter 128. Lu Li is back. And the so-called firestorm soon subsided. The method is very simple. Just put the sunflower in the area where the gray fog is, and the gray fog generator will be useless. Now she finally knows what the air humidifier in another branch line of the Level 3 Research Institute is. As long as the lid is opened, it will absorb the surrounding air and then create gray fog. The most terrifying thing is that it does not need a power source at all. It is equivalent to a mobile disaster perpetual motion machine. Combined with the previous item, God's dice. These two items can be considered to be of the same origin. Neither is a good thing. The dice imprisoned in the solidified air box reappeared in Lu Li's hand. The previous guess has become more credible. This is actually a prop that can alienate physical objects. According to the ground where the dice lands on the object, it randomly gives it a property. Moreover, it only works on living objects. The alienated life form naturally turns into the form of the alien monster that Lu Li could only see in the gray fog before. Moreover, the alienated creatures also have a certain degree of aggressiveness. This can be seen from the alienated fortune tree thinking of waiting for an opportunity to attack Lu Li. Lu Li put the dice back. And next to it was the gray fog generator that had just been sealed. Its danger was no less than that of the dice of the gods. Lu Li was not very clear about the principle of gray fog production. But gray fog as a substance itself would corrode humans. Even if they did not die immediately, they would cause damage to the body and torture. If something like this leaked in the city center, in a densely populated area, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be no different from dropping a bomb. Thinking of this, Lu Li added another layer of solid air shell to it, which was already sealed with one layer, for double insurance and to prevent leakage. With these two things in front, Lu Li could no longer speculate on the purpose of the third project currently being studied by the Level 3 Research Institute, the Universal Rice Cooker. Based on its name, it's definitely not a rice cooker. Hashtag Underground Pigeon City. Level 3 Research Institute Product Manufacturing Pickup Port. Lu Li, it's really a rice cooker. This one needs to be plugged in. And the wire is clearly hanging at the back like a tail. Lu Li carefully checked it 3 or 4 times inside and out. And there was no flaw at all. When she opened the lid just now, she was a little worried that something terrible would suddenly come out from it. In the end, the ironclad facts proved that she was overthinking. Unconvinced, Lu Li cooked a pot of rice. She opened the lid, and the white and fragrant rice made her feel dazed. The reason for the daze was nothing else. Because it was too normal. It was so normal that it felt a little abnormal. But for safety reasons, Lu Li still didn't dare to eat this thing. She scooped a few spoonfuls and put them in the bag, preparing to go to Augula's laboratory to test it later to see if there was anything strange. It was still sealed in the solid air box. Now, she has 3 R&D products sealed in boxes, which look like evidence at first glance. She thought she had figured out the rules of the R&D projects on this branch line, and even thought the whole line was going in a dark direction. However, the appearance of the universal rice cooker broke all this. In another day, the invitation letter from the Shanghai Capital Star government mentioned by Arthur will arrive. Looking at the names of the projects in the R&D stage on the Institute interface, Lu Li's heart could not calm down, because she had seen this name before. She even used some special means to push the progress to 100%. When she was pulled into the dream space created by Nightmare Xiaoran, she used Fico, who was still Arthur at the time, to help her solve this problem. Then, she gave the drawings to Susan, so that Susan could complete the project progress so quickly. Manufacturing Factory, this is the name unlocked after the Universal Rice Cooker. It is in the same position, and has the same name as the R&D Direction branch line that was unlocked at the beginning. So, are they the same? Now, there are two questions in front of Lu Li. 1. They are the same thing. In this case, Lu Li does not have to worry about whether Susan can unlock it. After all, she has already mastered the unlocking method, and she only needs to redevelop it. But in this way, it is actually a repeated consumption, which will cause a waste of resources, because Lu Li already has a manufacturing plant in the northern foothills of the underground Good 10 city. Following the gradual development of the manufacturing workshop grids of the manufacturing plant, Lu Li obtained two primary machines in addition to the Mouth of the Abyss and the Eye of Hell. The next mechanical grids that lit up. Pilots, engineers, magnetic storm infantry. They all looked like war-related weapons. And Lu Li was a peace-loving mayor. Besides, the Star Sea is currently in a relatively peaceful state. Although there are wars with other star regions on the borders of the interstellar intersection, they have little to do with her star. She has not yet reached the point where she can spontaneously organize an army and serve the capital star. The most important thing is that the money needed to make these things is a very large expense. Lu Li is indeed very rich now, but she will not spend it like this. People who have experienced poverty can better understand the preciousness of money. Now the exploration of Good 10 City is only 10%, and there will be many places to spend money in the future. Therefore, Lu Li stuck the progress at the engineer. After creating a mechanical engineer, she did not continue to unlock the manufacturing workshops behind. This engineer is necessary, as he is responsible for the maintenance of the Eye of Hell and the Mouth of the Abyss. It can be said that if there is no way to skip this project, if you want to get to the end, you must go through it one by one. And Lu Li will not spend so much money to develop a manufacturing plant again. The above is based on the speculation that the manufacturing plants of the two projects are actually the same. However, there is a second possibility. They are just the same in name. But in fact, they are not the same thing. If that's the case, then the things that can be manufactured in the workshops in the manufacturing plant must be different. What will it be? We will know everything after Susan unlocks the manufacturing plant. Taking advantage of this time gap, Lu Li went to the Dreamland Pigeon City again. It must be said that the city is in a period of rapid development, and there is a new look every time you go there. The area of the city has expanded more than twice as much as before, and the population is increasing. Lu Li glanced at the citizens' household register. Many new residents have been entered into the system. Now, Lu Li no longer needs to manually hatch biological eggs. According to the current population size, a benign and steady population growth can be achieved. This also confirms a truth from the side. Only when residents truly feel happy will they have the idea of giving birth and continue their lives. At the same time, this is also an unchanging law of nature. Only when safety and basic life are guaranteed can species reproduce spontaneously. In addition to the increase in the city's population, Lu Li also received several special self-recommendation letters during this visit. There are some differences in the languages used by different species, but the official language used in the Dreamland Gitten City is still the mainstream Chinese characters of humans in the current star field, which is the one used by Lu Li. Therefore, these self-recommendation letters are all written in the language of Gitten City. After all, if you want to stay here, you have to show basic sincerity. After completing the task, the workers who came to the Dreamland Gitten City from other planes, those who were homesick, went back immediately. Of course, there are also people who have no hometown to think about, or want to seek a brighter and more promising future. Their appeal is to obtain the identity card of Gitten City and settle here for a long time. After reading the document in his hand, Lu Li did take this matter into consideration, because his resume was really excellent. And the Human Resources Bureau under Butterfly HR gave him a very good evaluation. Attracting excellent talents is an indispensable part of urban construction. For example, the current Good 10 city. It is precisely because of the continuous recruitment of talents to enter the building that the development of the city has been put on the right track. But the reason why the Dream Good 10 city has not absorbed any residents from the outside plane is mainly because the creatures hatched from the Dream Creature eggs hatched by Luli in the early stage are enough to meet the early urban construction and operation. Okay. Luli nodded, agreeing to Butterfly HR's proposal. She handed the self-recommendation letter back to him. Butterfly HR was naturally very happy that the mayor could open this loophole, so that Dreamland Pigeon City would become a city where immigrants could be immigrated. Moreover, once the immigration authority was opened, it was equivalent to opening the passage between planes. Luli had been looking for an answer before, and finally got it. In a good mood, Luli decided to go to other places to have a look. Before leaving, I saw Butterfly HR put the self-recommendation letter on the ground next to the wall. Why put it on the ground? Luli was confused. When he saw it clearly, Luli said, It turned out that it was not a wall. Well, it can actually be said to be a wall. This is a wall made of self-recommendation letters. Immigration requires conditions, and it is the same in every place. With the increase in population, the threshold of the Gitten City in the present world has also become higher. But compared with the Gitten City in the dream world, it can't be compared at all. For those who immigrate based on skills, if their comprehensive assessment does not reach this level, the Immigration Bureau will not accept them. This line is drawn. Even if Arthur comes, he will be evaluated from head to toe like buying vegetables. Thinking of Arthur's expression, Luli got goosebumps all over his body. Hee. So cold. For those who immigrate based on property, the requirements are much simpler. It's just 1 million dream coins, according to the lowest exchange rate of the month. It is about 3 billion star coins. Yes, the value of star coins has depreciated too much compared to the exchange rate when Luli first built the Dreamland Gitten City. The reason is that the Dreamland Gitten City is no longer what it was at the beginning. Its reputation in the plane, the value of the city, the permanent residents, mineral resources, and other factors are far superior to the Gitten City in the world. Apart from other factors, in short, the comprehensive strength of the Dreamland Gitten City has increased. Even if the output of dream coins in the Dreamland Gitten City has increased, its purchasing power in other places has increased, which is reflected in the exchange rate. Since both cities belong to him, it is unrealistic for Luli to say that he has no selfish motives. Moreover, if we only talk about his feelings for them, the present Good 10 City is even deeper. And now, it has been completely left behind, to the point where it is impossible to catch up no matter how hard it tries. But it is understandable. After all, the starting line is different. The civilization level of the Dream Good 10 City has been higher than that of the present Good 10 City from the beginning. And the things that can be built in the city are also unusual. New news. Looking at the photo sent to her by the president of the Miners' Union, the white-bearded dwarf. The text below. A gem mine was discovered in the northeast of Nanshan. According to preliminary analysis, the gems produced by the mine are quite a grade. Luli's heart was like 1,000 horses galloping. When you have money, money will come from all directions. Keep coming, and then you will become richer. Anyway, Luli feels this way now. It was at this moment that she suddenly understood that the reason why the Dream Good 10 City could expand so explosively was that the most fundamental difference between it and the real Good 10 City was actually freedom. The Feiyu star where Good 10 is located in the present world is a city polluted by gray fog. The gray fog shrouds the edge of the city, staring at it covetously. Everything in Good 10 City is restricted, as if it is framed in this small space. Only when Luli clears the gray fog will it have the space and opportunity to expand outward. But the Dream Good 10 City is different. There is no pollution and no restrictions here. Everything is new and full of hope. The objective reason has been found. As for the subjective reasons for the huge gap between the two cities, Luli is actually not willing to think about it. The question of currency exchange rate suddenly popped into her mind, forcing her to start to examine why there was such a big gap. Is it really because her management level is too bad? After the city was switched, she saw the current asset value of the current Good 10 City in the upper right corner, and she fell into deep self-doubt. She sat at her desk in the city hall for a long time, until the notification sound from the underground Good 10 City Research Institute pulled her out of the pile of data. Manufacturing plant R&D completed. This also means that there are new projects to be developed. To be honest, Lu Li has no interest in this new manufacturing plant. However, when she clearly saw the name of the next R&D project of the manufacturing plant, she was instantly struck by lightning. She trembled all over and placed her finger on the newly unlocked manufacturing plant building. In the night, a new manufacturing plant was built, facing the original one. And Lu Li also saw the workshop in the new manufacturing plant as he wished. In the underground Gitten city, time was forever frozen on the night of pollution removal. From this moment on, Lu Li's vague future road had a clear view. 9 o'clock in the morning. All things awaken. And Guten City is busy. According to the current economic level of Guten City, it can already compete with the first-class Star Hunter star in Shanghai. Except that the territory is a little smaller, and there is gray fog pollution. These 2 points are destined to be its ceiling. And it ends here. However, no matter what, a female mayor can bring the city to such a height. Which is also a miracle. Isn't it? In the government building of the capital planet, the clerk, who is responsible for sending the invitation letter to Mayor Lu Li, thought so. Not only him, but almost every clerk in the building viewed alien planets in this way. Who made all the stars except the capital planet be country stars? Please, can people live there? With a light press of his finger, the email was sent, and the job was done. He was only responsible for sending emails. He had no right to know other things. Nor did he need to know them. In less than a second, the letter traveled tens of thousands of light years, and arrived at the public mailbox of Lu Li in the office of the City Hall building in Guten City. Feiyu Star. Click. The letter was opened. The writing was quite formal. And the content was not surprising. Inviting Lu Li to go to the capital star tomorrow. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs wants to meet her. Mainly, further assistance, for the bright future of Shanghai friendship. The person who read the letter raised his mouth slightly. Behind her stood 2 strong men over 2 meters tall on both sides, wearing a custom-made black suit, sunglasses, and a cold face. However, he was a little fat, and it seemed that the clothes didn't fit him well, and he looked bloated. Suddenly, something seemed to leak out from the back of his clothes. It was a fat tail. He quickly stuffed the thing back, and continued to maintain a cold bodyguard face. This scene looked quite interesting. But there was more to it. On the mayor's desk, next to the words on the computer screen, there was a small cube ornament. It was like the cloudy sky, and the dark clouds in the sky were contained inside. As if there was life, sweeping and rolling in this small transparent space. He wanted to escape. But there were transparent walls on all sides. So he could only be trapped inside, never stopping. At first glance, it was hard to understand the manufacturing principle of the ornaments. How could such a dynamic effect be formed? But as long as you touch it with your hands, you will find that it is not a holographic projection, but a real object. These are some samples she deliberately captured and preserved. And the source of these things is not difficult to guess. New manufacturing plant. Those things in the workshop are really eye-opening and disgusting. But even if all the evils in the world were added together, they would not be as numerous as the name of the last project in the ongoing research branch line that Lu Li saw. The most powerful core secret laboratory of the Capital Star Empire Research Institute, which represents the most advanced technology in the Star Sea. The last hope for mankind to resist the pollution of gray fog. The Black Tide Research Institute. Chapter 129. 3 days have passed. The email has disappeared without a trace. Mayor Lu Li of Guten City on Feiyu Star not only did not accept the invitation to come to the Capital Star, but also did not reply to the email. It was as if she had not received the email at all. Of course, she would not receive a reply, because Lu Li had already put the letter into the recycling bin after reading it. And she also blocked the signal from the Congress Hall on the Capital Star. Arrogant, unreasonable, and arrogant. The words to describe Lu Li instantly filled the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They could not imagine that the mayor of a small star, who had only won the City Progress Star Award, could be so arrogant that he completely ignored the existence of the Star Sea Congress. The message was passed up to the highest conference room. Lu Li refused to come, and the people attending the meeting had expected it. Baiyu, the current director of Baiyu Research Institute, teased Arthur in a joking tone. Dear Dean, do you have anything else to say? Also present was a military general, who was originally a member of the Shanghai Expeditionary Force, and has now been promoted to become the general of the Shanghai Inner Ring Star. His rank was very different from that of Luo Laotu, who retired and went home without actual military power, and could only be responsible for city protection. Of course, he also fulfilled what he said to Luo Laotu at the beginning. We will meet again. On the Capital Star. Renault is officially back. His promotion speed is also extremely rare among generals, who became famous at a young age in the history of Shanghai. At the same time, he is also the head of the military for this special secret meeting. The Imperial Research Institute split into two branches, Black Tide and White Rain. Now, the deans of the two branches are here. Renault doesn't care about their ideas, nor does he want to understand. All he needs to do is cooperate. The military has mastered the technology of planetary destruction bombs. If you want to launch a missile towards a planet, even if the target is tens of thousands of light years away, you can achieve a precise strike. It's just, there is indeed no precedent for dropping destructive bombs on a city with such a dense population and booming development. What's the difference between this and dropping bombs on the Elephant Hunter planet? In short, the Empire decided to communicate in a gentle way first, and then activate destructive weapons if it doesn't work. And everything now undoubtedly proves that their strategy has failed. Maybe he will be needed soon? Renault guessed. He hasn't signed the procedure yet. And the launch button was also pressed by the Commander-in-Chief. Just think about it. A planet is destroyed with a flick of the finger. Then what is the difference between him and God? Renault was distracted in the meeting, and didn't notice the tension between the two deans of the Research Institute. Mainly, Baiyu was a little upset, because no matter what he said, Arthur looked indifferent to everything. It seemed that nothing in this world could affect his emotions. But what Arthur said could easily make him anxious. It seemed that he was the only one who was anxious about this matter. It was Arthur himself who proposed a gentle solution, asking Luli to come to the capital planet and then dismembering her. Since it could be done once back then, it can be done a second time now. After all, the prototype is more important than anything else. If it cannot be obtained, it is also good to destroy it. There will be no more handle on them in the world. Now that the matter has failed, Arthur is not in a hurry at all. He just said, then blow it up. After that, he got up and left. Really? Renault's eyes lit up, and he couldn't believe his ears. Can I try it? Wait. Baiyu hurriedly stood up and called him from behind. His face was almost transparent, like white paper. I have another way. His face gradually blurred, and only then did Arthur's expression relax a little. Why didn't she come? And Baiyu's eyes were full of fierceness. Can't blow it up. He must get it. The municipal building of Gitten City is a prosperous and busy scene. On the 19th floor, a young lady who had not made an appointment wanted to rush to the mayor's office. It was a miracle that she could reach this height without making an appointment. Unfortunately, she did not succeed completely. At the last step, she was stopped by several staff members at the door. Mayor, Mayor, she screamed, attracting people around to look. New employees are more curious and will inquire about the situation. But the old employees recognized this woman at once and told them not to meddle in other people's business. At this critical moment, everyone wanted to protect themselves. Sure enough, after learning her identity, the new employees did not dare to ask more questions and were busy with their own affairs. Although I don't know her. Her husband has been famous in the whole Gitten City in recent days. As a well-known person with a certain social status, he is not an unknown person. But this has little to do with ordinary citizens, and everyone may not know him. But if it is reported on TV, it will really become the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, his crime was the most despised one. He was corrupt and abused his power, embezzled money, and was a complete parasite of the people. Citizens felt bad when they thought that their money was still in the Gitten City Bank and how much of it had been misappropriated. It turned out that all the money spent by these big shots was their money. Fortunately, the Gitten City Finance Bureau discovered his illegal behavior in time and confiscated all the illegal income. The bank president himself was also prosecuted and thrown into prison. What awaits him is a 99-year prison sentence. Panda, please let me in. Okay. I really have something urgent to do with the mayor. Mila tried to break through, but she couldn't break through the defense of two adult men who were much taller than her. Sister Mila, please don't make things difficult for me. Okay? One of the municipal employees who stopped Mila was recommended by Mila at the time. However, when you are in office, you only have responsibilities, not favors. Shall you? Get out of the way. Seeing that this was not working, Mila could only put her hope on the other person who stopped her. As a result, his attitude was even tougher than the previous one. Xiao Yu looked ready to die. Even if I die today, I won't let you in. They were planning to marry Mila off. And during the shoving, footsteps were heard at the stairs. Turning back, they saw Luli standing there. Luli was not in the office at all. Hashtag in the convenience store next to the municipal building. Compared with the shabby convenience store on the first floor, it is now a 2-story duplex, and has become an intelligent convenience store equipped with advanced technology. There is no need for manual cashiers. Customers can enter and complete their purchases by themselves, which is very popular among office workers around. Most customers come from the municipal building next door. Sitting in the dining area set up by the convenience store with Mira, Luli invited her to drink a cup of coffee. It is good to have the opportunity to talk to the mayor, which proves that there is still hope. Sitting here, Luli unconsciously recalled the past. At that time, Gitten City was almost as big as a basketball court, and there were only 3 citizens. At that time, the night was also very dangerous. There were gray fog and alien monsters all around. If you don't survive, you will die. Fortunately, they survived, passed the dangerous early stage, worked hard to develop, recruit residents, and bring hope and light back to the city. It has been a difficult journey, but Mira only cares about her husband's safety, and she has no mood to reminisce with Luli. If Bird's future is really like the current verdict, spending 99 years in prison, then she may never be able to reunite with Bird again in this life. Mayor. Mira held Luli's hand and wanted to plead for him as much as possible. However, Luli predicted her prediction. You have also read the news and the verdict, right? Luli's face was calm and his eyes were calm. The law is equal to everyone. Bird's crime was proven to be irrefutable. He signed it himself, and everything he did was not allowed by law. Mira read it. Of course. As a bank president who committed serious economic crimes, Bird's circumstances were outrageous. Most importantly, he was once a municipal employee. It was a blessing in disguise that the image of the municipal government was not dragged down. Bird must have done it for me. Mira broke down and cried with her face covered, falling into deep self-blame. Since she got pregnant, she stopped working and focused on being a housewife at home. She usually spent money lavishly, wasted money, and was very vain. Perhaps it was because of this that Bird's pressure doubled and he went astray. Thinking of Bird's increasingly haggard face, she should have understood it earlier. Mila cried more and more sadly. Luli took a tissue and gave it to her. Just listened silently without making any statement. Because of her other half, she also experienced endless pain. However, in this kind of situation, no matter how much the bystanders say, it is useless. You can only figure it out yourself. Unless, she immediately ordered Bird to be released. But this is impossible. Look forward. Before leaving, Luli patted Myra's shoulder and gave her 3 words of advice. Myra's eyes were red, and she looked up in disbelief. Look at the money? It's all right. Luli paused. Find a rich man to remarry. After coming out of the convenience store, Luli looked back. Mira was still sitting in her original position, in a daze. It might be hard to accept this reality for a while, but Luli was sure that she would not come to ask him for help again, because Bird had admitted all the corruption. He did not want to implicate his wife and children, and the gray assets in Myra's family were confiscated. They moved back to an economical and practical apartment from the big house. All the servants and drivers were dismissed. Mira would live alone in the future and raise a pair of children alone. The amount of money in the family account was not enough to support the children to go to school, so Mira had to go back to work. A family was broken up because of a single thought, ruining their originally happy life. Human greed is endless. When will it end? Standing in front of the municipal office building, Luli looked at the sunset in the distance. It was also from the evening of this day that the economy of Gitten City quietly went downhill. As soon as the stock exchange opened trading on the next Monday, the stock prices all plunged directly. All I could see in the morning was a green field, greener than the grass in the pasture next door. In the past, price fluctuations were common, and no one paid much attention to them. However, the citizens who depended on the thriving stock trading in Gitten City were somewhat affected. However, apart from complaining about their bad luck, they didn't think too much about it. I don't know what those big dealers are doing, and they only know how to harvest small shrimps like them all day long. The course teaching you to become a stock god in 100 days clearly explains it. When this period of depression is over, there will be a glorious boom again. No one knew that the stock price fluctuation that day was just the beginning. The most sensitive people to this situation are businessmen, especially big businessmen who have succeeded countless times and are invincible. Miss Cheen? Robin was stunned. Cheen sure pretended not to hear. Mom. Another voice. Cheen sure finally stopped the operation in her hands and replied to her son. As a daughter-in-law, I am satisfied with her. Starting with 0 frames. The son was directly controlled into a fool. It turned out that his mind was clearly controlled by Cheen Sure. But even if Cheen Sure is not his mother, Robin's courtesy to Lu Li these days can be seen by all the employees in the city hall who have digital vision. This young businessman from the Capital Star family, who came to Gitten City to invest, seems to be interested in the mayor. But Cheen Sure pointed out the problem. Did she look at you straight in the eye? Robin, yes. No. He was speechless for a moment. Lu Li seems to be very busy recently. He used to talk to him. But now, he has not paid attention to him for a long time. Is this a career-minded woman? Damn. I like her even more. Seeing that her son didn't say anything, Cheen Sure took it as his consent. In this case, there was no need to waste the Cheen family's property with them. The current situation may not be obvious to ordinary people, but Cheen Sure has obviously noticed the signs. She doesn't know what happened in Gitten City, and whether it is related to the corruption case that made a lot of noise a few days ago. But with her business intuition and her many years of business experience, she found that there was something wrong here. Someone has been using various methods to acquire the assets here, legal or illegal. Otherwise, that special curve would not appear. Cheen Sure did not tell Robin more analysis. Although his son Robin, who had been trained in Arthur's special economics and business class, had been reborn and could actually understand some of it. Anyway, she said in one sentence, only keep the original investment of 100 million and withdraw all the other assets from Gitten City. For Robin, his mother's words were like an imperial decree, which he could never disobey. Although on the surface, he was the manager of the Cheen family's assets in Gitten City and had the power of the emperor. But he couldn't stand it. And there was also his mother, the emperor. Moreover, Cheen Sure wanted to take back his authority. As easy as drinking water. He wanted to explain to Lu Li the reason for their withdrawal. Okay, I didn't see Lu Li again, but he saw countless big-name companies that wanted to withdraw their investment in the municipal building. A week after their Cheen group left Gitten City. It was also on that day that he saw the horrible scene that he would only see in textbooks. The stock market crashed, and the real estate, manufacturing and other industries were affected. That day was later called the Black Thursday in the history of Gitten City. The government activated the reserve funds to rescue the market, which temporarily stabilized the situation and prevented it from going bankrupt immediately. But when the tide receded, everyone was left naked, with nothing left, and the wealth of citizens was severely reduced. In relation to this, Gitten City's city rating and livability were directly like taking a space elevator on the city rankings, falling from the top 5 to the 50s before stopping. All the efforts for such a long time were in vain. The wealth of Gitten City shrank by 1 trillion in just one day. The government's treasury was empty and could not take out even a penny. It is conceivable that without the help of external funds, the account would become negative in a minute. For this situation, no matter how well others analyzed it, it was not as intuitive as Lu Li. It's not that no one extended a helping hand to her in times of crisis. Perhaps you need us? At the beginning of the entry of alien capital into Gitten City, 3 of the 4 major chaebols and interplanetary business families in Shanghai came. And the only family that did not come was late but arrived. Katarev, the youngest heir in the history of the Kata family, met with the mayor. Putting aside other things, he was quite selfish. You know, he has been coveting the well-known and highly skilled director of the Gitten City Hospital, Ovula, for a long time. The Kata family has provided a series of plans and cooperation terms to help the government regain the confidence of the market and recreate the glory of Gitten City. But Lu Li just casually glanced at the paper documents that were specially used for formality. And then her eyes stayed on the young, handsome, and charming heir of the chaebol in front of her. Katarev, There are almost no men in this world who are handsome but don't know it. And Katarev is certainly the same. What's more, he came to visit the mayor of Gitten City today in formal attire according to the social etiquette of the upper class. Is this what made her so fascinated that she couldn't take her eyes off him? Unexpectedly, this mayor, who is said to be very resourceful and can be considered a terrorist of the empire in some aspects, is such a nymphomaniac. Lavkata joked in his heart. However, his body was honest. Under Lu Li's fixed gaze, Lavkata's vanity was greatly satisfied. Of course, he concealed it well. Just when he thought he should say something to make Lu Li more reserved, Lu Li suddenly spoke. Do you have any brothers? Hearing this, Lavkata was stunned. Brother? So he is not good enough. And he wants to find his brother? It's a pity to disappoint you. No. Sorry. I am an only child. Lavkata raised his chin slightly. And he was also the only heir of the Kata family. Oh! As fast as Lu Li's fiery gaze came, she was indifferent to Lavkata's equally fast walk. As if it was just a routine. She said that she had received the Kata family's intentions, and would consider it carefully. Lavkata was shocked. No. What on earth is going on? They were talking just now. Does this have anything to do with whether I have a brother or not? He couldn't hold it in any longer. Actually, Lavkata couldn't be blamed for being sensitive. The person who was staring at him with a burning gaze a second ago has now become so cold and doesn't even want to talk about cooperation. Women change their faces so quickly. It's hard to say that it has nothing to do with this. However, there is no doubt that Lavkata did not notice that Lu Li had no interest in this cooperation plan from the beginning. In fact, it was his face that made him stay here for 10 minutes. As if his thoughts were interrupted. Facing Kata's questioning, Lu Li raised his head and saw that the white face of the man in front of him was flushed. More like, no. Lu Li denied. The face-saving project still had to be done. After all, she had personally sent Lavkata downstairs. What else did this guy want? Forget it. Lavkata left angrily. But when he turned around, he bumped into a man. Lu Li wanted to go back. But the scene in front of her controlled her for half a minute. There was no need to use blood tests to identify relatives. They could be recognized by just looking at their faces. The faces of these two men were about 70% similar, except for the color of their pupils. They looked like they were cut from the same mold. The only difference was that Lavkata's face was more mature and delicate, because he was older. And the other man, his right eye was a blue lake, and his left eye was flowing hot magma. His eyebrows were sharp and handsome. He was Carl, the director of the Gitten City Security Bureau. Carl had come to Lu Li to have lunch together, and because of this, the two bumped into each other. So, when Lu Li saw Lavkata for the first time, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Later, he thought, isn't this Carl's face? Carl's face before he was alienated. However, plastic surgery has become a fashion now, and facial resemblance has become a common thing. Lavkata. Lu Li didn't know if he had undergone facial plastic surgery. But people from the big stars, especially heirs to chaebol families like him, have an innate sense of superiority over their genes and bloodlines, and generally would not accept such surgery. Besides, his facial features were already quite good. As for Carl, Lu Li was sure that he had not had plastic surgery. Earlier, Augula hinted that their hospital had just received a batch of cosmetic contact lenses that could turn Carl's infected red pupil back to the same color as his right eye. But Carl just replied that he had to remember the suffering he had endured so that he could live better. When he said this, he was still staring at Lu Li. He was afraid that others would not know that it was Lu Li who saved him and gave him a second life. He will repay Lu Li and work for her all his life. The follow-up was naturally that Augula rolled his eyes and left, whether he wanted to do it or not. If before, Lu Li only relied on his own imagination to think that Lavkata and Carl looked very similar, then now, it was like looking at the mirror face to face. Lu Li was not the only one who was controlled. There were two other parties involved. So, Carl and Lu Li were originally having dinner together. But Lavkata suddenly intervened. He had to find out where this guy came from. In desperation, Lu Li could only bring along this chaebol heir from the capital star, who was clearly eating for free. After learning some information about Carl indirectly, and knowing that he now held an important position in Gitten City, Lavkata gave him a thumbs up and praised him generously. You are really young and promising. Then, with a polite smile, excuse me for a moment. Carl and Lu Li were the only ones left in the private room, staring at each other. Lavkata had already found an opportunity to secretly take a photo of Carl and sent it back to the family chat group. Not long after, A series of fatal calls came. Both voice calls and video calls. Hashtag somewhere in the corner of the VIP floor of the Guibin Hotel in Gitten City. What? Levkata was shocked. You actually gave birth to a child behind my back. Carl was no one else but the lost second young master of the Kata family. When he was still in his infancy, he was stolen and his whereabouts have been unknown since then. And this child was indeed born by the couple without Levkata's knowledge. No wonder he couldn't see his mother for a while when he was a child. It turned out that she had secretly given birth to a child. His arms fell limply, and the luxurious watch inlaid with huge diamonds sparkled. Levkata felt that his world had fallen. But it hadn't completely fallen. Fortunately, it was his younger brother. In the box, Levkata left, which gave Luli and Carl the opportunity to talk alone. And the reason why Luli had dinner with Carl today was precisely for this reason. How is Mila? Luli got straight to the point. Nothing's happened. Seeing Luli asking, Carl immediately reported to Luli what he had seen these days. The blow and sadness brought to her by Bert's incident gradually subsided. Mila's mood stabilized. And she also found a suitable job in the gallery. The job has a lot of free time and a good income, which can support her and her children. Because she is an infected zombie, the cycle of giving birth is much shorter than that of normal humans, and her vitality is more tenacious. So she basically doesn't have to worry too much. When she is not around, I always choose to sleep well. Hearing that Mila is fine, Luli has nothing to worry about. I hope that the day of their reunion can come smoothly and sooner. Levkata has been gone for centuries. It seems that accepting that I have a younger brother still requires a lot of psychological construction. On the surface, it seems to be a done deal. But for the sake of safety, a written certificate and paternity test are still needed. Carl, Yes, I am your long-lost brother, Levkata said, when the heir of the Chable made this somewhat excessive request to Carl. Carl's expression was undoubtedly confused. But Luli just crossed his arms and leaned back in the chair, with an expression that I knew it would be like this. Just now, Levkata was uneasy. And now it was finally Carl's turn. He grew up in an orphanage and had no relatives since childhood. Later, the planet where he was recruiting soldiers. So he went there and stayed there for more than 10 years. There was no other reason for joining the army, except to have enough food and a stable place to live. Later, because of his excellent conditions, he was able to join the special forces and his salary increased. He had no bad habits, earned a lot and spent little. And it didn't take long for him to save a lot of money. So, saving money became his happiest thing. At that time, his biggest dream was to save enough money for retirement, buy a big house in the suburbs of Didi City, and find a stable and leisurely job to support his retirement. It was because of this dream that he could not resist the temptation of high rewards and signed up for a secret mission on the elephant hunting planet. After completing this mission, his dream will come true. It was also this mission that pushed him into the abyss of death. However, those who failed to kill him will surely make him stronger. After returning to the base, he was backstabbed by the Black Tide Research Institute on the mission planet, which made Carl completely disappointed with the Shanghai government. He became the target that the laboratory and the military wanted to wipe out. As the top wanted criminal, all the star coins he had saved for half his life turned into fragments and flowed into the galaxy. Coming to Gitten City was a fresh start. At first, he just wanted to find a place to live. But as time went by, he gradually adapted to life in Gitten City. And those terrible pursuers also disappeared unexpectedly. Perhaps they couldn't find him, so they withdrew the wanted order. After all, it was almost impossible for someone to survive under that level of alien infection. Even he himself felt that he had been on the edge of death many times, with one foot in the gate of hell, but was pulled back by Luli. Next, it was the bright road of following the mayor to make the city bigger and stronger. Not only did he realize his dream at that time, but his life also took a turn, becoming the director of the security bureau, which he had never dared to imagine before, guarding the entire city. He simply told Levkata about his experience. However, he changed his experience of joining the army to entering society early, working hard all the way, and starting as a waiter, which was completely contrary to his military career. At that time, Gitten City was in a period of crazy expansion. It was said that there was gold everywhere. The city atmosphere was harmonious, and alien immigrants were very welcome to live here. So he came. And then with his own intelligence, he found a career that truly belonged to him. As for his left eye, Carl also avoided the main point. Because Fayou Star, where Gitten City is located, is still a planet polluted by gray fog. His eye was injured when the city was surrounded. And this is also an extremely important milestone in his career. He said everything he should say. He had no hope that this so-called brother, the big tycoon from the capital planet, would listen to him seriously. But Levkada's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. At least, it was completely beyond his perception of ordinary rich people. For example, the playboy Robin who used money to hit people and asked him to park his spaceship. Although the tip was a lot, and this matter was just a piece of cake for Carl, those things planted the seeds of indignation in his heart. Why is it that everyone is born with different destinies? Some can spend money easily, while others have to fight for their lives with all their strength. Now, he has also entered the ranks of the rich, and the change of identity makes him feel like he is dreaming. Not to mention, his brother Levkada, who suddenly appeared, has a very easygoing and approachable personality. Why do you say that he is from our family? He is so powerful. Levkada praised Carl crazily, giving him enough emotional value and care. It also made him feel the family affection that he had never felt before coming to Gitten City. Carl let down his guard and had a good impression of Lev. While waiting for the results of the paternity test, Lev and Carl talked a lot about their family. The fact is just as Lev thought. As long as the behavior and intelligence of the offspring are not too outrageous. The cross-star large business families in Shanghai usually choose the first child as the heir of the family. Therefore, even if Carl recognized his ancestors and Lev had a younger brother out of thin air, it would not threaten his position at all. After all, no matter how generous a person is, he will still have selfish motives. This is why he is so friendly to Carl. Moreover, when he was a child, he did not want his parents to have more children, only to love him, and not to share everything with others. When he grows up, he will still feel a little lonely. Moreover, his brother is not a useless brother. He has become the director of the Gitten City Security Bureau. The blood of the glorious Kata family is in their blood, since it was the director of the Security Bureau who came to do the paternity test. For the sake of safety, both in public and private, Dean Aguila chose to do it himself. Just in case, Carl and Lev didn't talk for too long in the waiting room, and Aguila came over with the test report. The result was already in his hand. Although they knew that the results would not be very different. They must be brothers. However, when they saw Aguila, they couldn't help but look a little nervous. They had been open and honest, treating each other as their own relatives. Fortunately, Aguila didn't keep them in suspense and announced the results directly. The gene sequence of the two matches 99.9%. It is confirmed that they are brothers. The dust has settled and everyone is happy. Carl was infected by a foreign species, and his genes have changed. But Shanghai Hospital has a gene restoration technology that can restore the genes of infected people to their uninfected state. This is actually a more difficult item in genetic testing. Only experienced testers can separate them. Lev didn't think that Dean Aguila had such a skill. But the facts are before him. What he didn't know was that when Aguila was forced to outsource to other departments at Putin Hospital, the decomposition of infected gene sequences was the most basic technology. Later, he also invented a machine that could automatically decompose. After being fired by the hospital, he packed up in a hurry and never saw it again. In fact, he could also make a new one exactly as it was. But at that time, he didn't need to do such basic work. And there were not many people who wanted to decompose the gene sequences of polluters. So he was obsessed with studying plastic surgery technology until he became famous. Thank you, great Dr. Aguila. Lecker's eyes were filled with tears. You brought my brother back to me. Oh, Mr. Kata, what are you talking about? Hearing someone praise him for being great, Aguila immediately became excited as if he smelled blood, and his whole body was full of energy and radiant. These are just what we doctors should do. You don't need to worry too much. Others respect me 1 foot. I respect them 10 feet. Aguila, this person, I have to say, his personality is getting more and more cheerful. When did it start? It seemed to be from the day when the director of Putin Hospital came to him to learn and discuss cooperation. But suddenly found that the director of the hospital he tried so hard to curry favor with was actually the low-level doctor he had fired for not striving for progress and not being competent. That day began. Speaking of greatness, I think your Kata Group is the company that can truly be called great. Oh! Lev's eyes lit up. Do you know anything about our group? Augura kept nodding. Of course. The medical equipment of your company is of first-class quality. They were bragging about each other's business. Carl stood by and laughed foolishly. Luli had just arrived here. But he also heard it. It was obviously she who created the opportunity for the two to meet. And she would ask Carl when she had dinner with him. So that even if they didn't recognize each other in person, Carl would go to see Lev sooner or later. How did it all become Augura's credit? Men are really. However, Luli obviously had no intention of interfering in it. She actually came to the hospital with someone to find Augura. Now, seeing that the three men were chatting enthusiastically over there, she didn't want to interfere. However, Luli and the others didn't go over, and the eyes over there drifted over. They were about to exchange business cards and chat methods passionately. Levkata was still secretly happy. It was really a case of searching for something without any effort. Killing two birds with one stone. Not only did she find her biological brother, but she also met Dean Augura and had a great chat with him. Then, dig him back to the capital star. Uproot the entire plastic surgery industry. And turn him into the signature cash cow of their hospital. It is just around the corner. Although they are almost the first chaebol in Shanghai. Who would find money too hot to handle? Levkata was thinking well. But Augura suddenly said excuse me. Because he met someone who was more important to him. You are here. Augura was as happy as a child. Yes. I am here. The voice that answered him was calm and composed. Levkata looked in the direction of the sound. Instantly, he stood there as if struck by lightning, staring at the figure in front of Augura. His breath stagnant. Levkata couldn't believe his eyes. Carl noticed something was wrong with his brother. Not far away, a tall woman in a skirt was seen. Although Augura's head blocked part of the woman's face, Carl recognized the woman's identity at a glance because of everyone's familiarity. Her name is Susan, Carl explained kindly. Susan. Levkata muttered the name in his heart, and a sour feeling surged in his heart. Carl naturally couldn't see Levker's bleeding heart. He stabbed his brother's bleeding heart again slowly. Augura's girlfriend. Chapter 130. Time seemed to stand still. Levkata's eyes also stood still. His eyes were red. And he stared at Susan. The gaze of a lover is as difficult to hide as the crime of murder. Because there is the midday sun in it. So, Augura found out. The girlfriend he had just established a relationship with was being coveted by a man he might have just met, and who could probably be called a friend. Then, Augura stared at Levkata. How could Luli and Carl, as bystanders, miss this bloody scene? The scene froze. Susan looked back at the man with full and emotional eyes. But in her green eyes, there was nothing but confusion. Obviously, she was very unfamiliar with the air of the capital star chaebol. Susan's memory had not yet recovered. Now, Levkata suddenly appeared. And it was very likely that he was someone Susan knew in the past. So, Luli also changed his previous indifference to Lev and invited him to talk in detail, hoping to learn as much as possible about Susan's past. We were already talking about marriage at that time. Lev held his forehead with his hand, his face full of pain and sadness. But before he could get his emotions ready, there was a sneer from the side. Looking up, he saw Augura's sidelong glance. And he snorted. It was just at that time. The implication was that everything had changed now. And it was meaningless to talk about the past. Augura's interruption was a bit of a headache. But it was understandable. It was so hard to get a girlfriend. But before she lost her memory, she was actually engaged to the heir of a big chaebol. Who wouldn't be upset if they knew it? Compared to Augura's sensitivity, Lev was much calmer now. Perhaps he had recovered from the surprise and shock of meeting his girlfriend for the first time and returned to his usual mood. I don't know what she has been through during this period, Lev emphasized. But you can't deny the objective facts. Susan is his fiancée who is about to get married. As soon as this sentence came out, Augura really shut up. Everyone listened to Lev telling what happened to Susan the night before she disappeared. That day, after he sent Susan home, he never contacted her again. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. So he went to Susan's house the next day to look for her. But at that time, Susan was no longer at home. Then, he contacted the police station in the capital star to help find her. The last surveillance video that appeared was that she went to the laboratory where she worked in the middle of the night. Lev went to find the people in the laboratory again. And the people in the laboratory said that she had left long after she came. The surveillance also showed that she left the laboratory. But she did not go home. In the following months, Lev did not give up the search for Susan. Given the power and status of the Cotta family, the police naturally did not dare to neglect it. But the result was not satisfactory. Susan disappeared without a trace, as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. Although he missed his girlfriend all the time, he could only treat it as a missing person case in the end. A few years passed, diluting the pain in Lev's heart. Until today, after Lev reunited with his biological brother, he met his beloved girlfriend again. Lev was filled with emotion. If they were not all infected, perhaps it would be the most perfect ending. But people should know how to be content, and it is good enough for him to meet again. In the days to come, he decided to make up for his debt to them. Lev Cotta did not return to the capital star, but directly bought a house in the most luxurious villa area in Gittin City to live in, so that he could keep in touch with them at any time. Although he was mainly talking about keeping in touch with his brother, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Susan, his girlfriend, was also very important to him. Being able to connect with the past is helpful in awakening memories, which is not a bad thing. Luli also agreed with this. So, only the world where Augura was hurt was achieved. But fortunately, Susan did not have any special feelings for her so-called ex-boyfriend. She only had eyes for Augura, which made Augura feel very relieved. After such a long time together, the two also had a certain emotional foundation. Therefore, after Augura secretly performed surgery to restore her human appearance, she reacted so strongly and felt that he did not respect her. However, after looking at herself in the mirror for a long time, Susan gradually discovered that she actually liked the human appearance, and she herself was a human. When the burden in her heart was removed, she would be more focused on her work. Slowly, many fragments flashed through her mind, but they were just fragments. Even so, compared with before, she could understand some longer sentences and pronounce some words in human language. It was a little vague, but she could understand it. Even Luli didn't know this. As early as when the last project of the Level 3 Research Institute Black Tide Research Institute was unlocked, Luli's nerves were tense and her heart was full of vigilance. Needless to say, she also read some information about this thing from Carl's memory. It is absolutely irrelevant to the salvation of light and hope. It can even be said that it is all a shameful business. If she hadn't listed all the projects in the first research branch she took, and then compared them with the second branch project, Luli would not have discovered this horrifying fact that caused blood to flow backwards so quickly. Let's put aside the weather remote control. The remaining 5 projects in the first line: pollution purifier, purification prop box, nightmare gravel collector, manufacturing plant, and plant research institute. No matter how the project products are updated and iterated, they ultimately have only one purpose: pollution purification. And the second line, although the name was cunningly handled, it could not hide the ugly and bloody sin under its true face. God's dice, alienated life. Air humidifier, gray fog manufacturing. Universal rice cooker, alien food. Manufacturing factory, alien manufacturing. The screen is full of shocking things. The effect of the universal rice cooker was also discovered by Luli accidentally. The rice couldn't be tested in the hospital laboratory, so Luli simply threw it to the alienated money tree in the transparent observation room of the Botanical Research Institute. Life is about practice. The air barrier of the alienated money tree was removed, and compared with the activeness a few days ago, this time it really became a pool of yellow-green mud. I was too lazy to move. At this time, food fell from the sky. It couldn't be poisoned. Before eating, alien life is life too. After eating, delicious. You are really the best owner in the world. After being hungry for so many days, the alienated fortune tree swallowed all the food at once. Then, it was visible to the naked eye that its mobility was greatly enhanced, mainly manifested in the accelerated secretion of mucus in the abdomen, and it looked eager to rush out. If the glass of the observation room of the Botanical Research Institute was not a special corrosion-resistant material, it would definitely burn a hole and escape. But this was not the most surprising thing for Luli, because, after feeding the alienated fortune tree several times, she heard a system prompt sound that made her unbelievable. She had heard this prompt sound when she met Father Ulysses. That's right. The Gray Citizen card. The alienated fortune tree has an identity ID here with Luli. It is the first citizen in the underground Gittin City. The citizen race classification is Tree People. What's more shocking is that the favorability of Tree Person 001 towards the mayor is as high as 80. It was quite a level of love. So, it tried hard to come out of the observation room. Not to attack Luli. And even, it might just want to hug her. Thinking back carefully, its attitude towards Luli became unusually ambiguous. But it was just because Luli fed it a meal cooked in a universal rice cooker. This is simply like a horror story. Does this mean that humans can actually have the ability to control alien species through technology? Originally, Luli had no wariness of this rice cooker, and casually placed it on the table at home. Now, she was alert again, because she still didn't know what would happen if humans ate what was cooked in this rice cooker. After all, this thing was even scarier than the gray fog generator. And she finally realized clearly that none of the R&D projects along this line were good. After the manufacturing factory on the gray fog pollution line was built, Luli looked at the anti-human projects on the workshop interface of the manufacturing factory and fell into an unprecedented panic. Her expectations were correct. One is for purification, the other for pollution. They just have the same name. But the things produced in the workshop are completely different, and can even be said to be completely contradictory. This is the manufacturing plant of the alien army. The number of alien species that her manufacturing plant can produce is estimated to be far beyond the total number of planets polluted by gray fog in the entire star sea. It is no exaggeration to say that if she wants to destroy a planet, she can just airdrop it. It won't take half a day for that planet to be occupied by aliens. The effect is better when used with gray fog. The gray fog generator has only one opening, and it slowly spews out fog. But Luli found the gray fog condensation shells here, and one of them flew around the planet, spraying gray fog seeds while flying. The seeds germinated directly in the air, pulling the entire planet into the polluted poisonous cloud. In addition, there are various types of launch cannons and weapons of mass destruction. If Shanghai is a game, then what she has is a crazy planet full of technology. It is the ultimate boss who crushes all opponents in the interstellar war. Of course, it is not cheap, and not everyone can afford it. But Luli can afford it now. Not only that, but he can also play with it at will. In the past, he might be worried when he found these things. But at this critical moment, they have become the source of Luli's sense of security. At least, when he saw that the last project was Black Tide Research Institute. Luli thought so. The gray fog that permeates the Star Sea. The disasters of the Star People. Are they closely connected with the Star Sea Empire? What is their purpose in doing this? Before she understands everything clearly, she must live well. About a month has passed since the invitation letter was sent. There has been no movement on the capital star. But perhaps, the movement has begun. From a hidden angle. However, there are also open cards. The moment someone enters the monitoring range of the city's sky eye, the city defense system immediately reports to Luli. The target suspicious person was found in the city. The location is? Luli looked. Still there? The old place. Past memories came to mind. But there was no friendship at all. Asking would definitely not get the answer. This person is particularly good at beating around the bush and talking about something else. Detention? That would definitely cause trouble. And she didn't want to tear her face off for the time being. There are many things that have not been deployed yet. Thinking for a moment, Luli calmly gave orders to the ground defense system. Throw him out. Received. #Gutan City Central Park. The boulevard leading to the city hall is in the middle of summer, with green trees and lush vegetation. A cool and handsome man can be seen from afar. Arthur, why do I feel the ground moving? Chapter 131. Arthur, the director of the Imperial Research Institute, never thought that he would be expelled from the planet one day. Standing in the orbital station of the outer space airport, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Maybe it was because he was too tough when he came last time and when he talked to Luli on the phone, which led to her rebellious psychology. But he came this time with the idea of solving the problem, suppressing the irritability in his heart. Arthur opened the star letter on the light brain and found Luli's previous friend request. The system prompts a line of big words. Verification has expired, actively added once. System feedback. You have been blocked by this user Arthur. He returned to the capital star with a cold face. Arthur regretted coming here. Luli also regretted it. It was too early. Squatted down on the ground where Arthur just stood, Luli scratched the ground for a long time with a candle-like object in his hand. Unfortunately, the power extraction rod did not respond at all. Sure enough, it still needs to be extracted from a real person. I could have gotten another genius card from Arthur. But things have come to this. So Luli doesn't dwell on it too much. Besides, it seems that it is not a complete failure. At least the city's new function of expelling visitors has been used once. And the effect is very good. At this time, a new notification sound came from the mayor's mobile phone. The line of words made Luli stunned for a while. New building, Kuroshio Research Institute. Looking at the building interface again, a black spherical building appeared in the forefront. What? Susan developed the Kuroshio Research Institute? Luli was stunned. You know, at the original Botanical Research Institute, Susan was stuck at 1% and couldn't move at all. But at the Kuroshio Research Institute, according to conservative estimates, she only took 2 days to successfully unlock it. What does this mean? If we speculate based on the logic of familiarity, Susan is likely to have been an employee of the Kuroshio Research Institute, or even a senior researcher. As soon as this idea came up, Luli's heart skipped a beat, and Susan was able to unlock it. Does that mean her memory has been restored? With a trepidation, I returned to the underground Gitten City. The lights of a few lonely buildings were on, but compared to before, there were many more lightless shadows in the darkness. Dark and boundless. Yes, Luli was blasting soldiers. Her mind was not that simple. Finally, she stopped at the entrance of the Level 3 Research Institute, and Susan noticed the mayor's arrival. Duh, duh, duh. The sound of high heels hitting the marble floor continued to come, like drumbeats hitting people's hearts, until Susan, wearing a white lab coat, appeared in front of Luli. Her hair was tied up, and only 2 wolf ears were erected on her head. The rest of her body was no different from that of a human. She took off her goggles to show respect for the visitor. Her words were clear, but she couldn't stop the hesitation and grief in her heart. This was also the first time that Luli heard a complete sentence from her. We are the sinners of history. Susan's recovery of memory and language function was a great event worth celebrating. For this reason, the members of the Gitten City family held a gathering. As a partner who has been together for so long, there must be a lot of curiosity about her. At the gathering, everyone was surprised to hear Susan talk about her past. There was almost no difference between her and her current work, both of which were senior researchers. Even if she lost her memory, she could still maintain the intuition and instinct of a researcher. Perhaps this is the legendary choice of heaven. She was born to do this job. However, everyone congratulated her more. All the words were said at this point. The past is over, and we should focus on the future. Although Luli performed well at the party, he was in a very heavy mood, and only Luli knew Susan's secret. Standing at the fork of fate, reality forced her to make a choice. Her choice was related to the fate of countless people. Lev soon heard about Susan's memory recovery. Honey! He was full of emotion. It's all in the past. Susan shook her head. The days of wandering on the deserted planet had long worn away her nostalgia for the past. She knew what Lev wanted to do. Take her back to the capital planet. But that place was a place she would never set foot on again, before or after she recovered her memory. No matter how Lev persuaded her, the result was the same. She would never leave Guten City. Do you know? In a hurry, Lev blurted out. This place is almost finished. Half of his purpose for coming here was exposed at once. Susan did not react, just looked at him quietly. But Lev couldn't say more. Although he was the most powerful chaebol family in Shanghai, but in front of the empire, he was still too small to be worth mentioning. In other words, the chaebol was just a position, and the empire could help anyone it wanted to, unless you have the power to fight against it. Otherwise, you are just a puppet. In the end, Lev didn't tell everything, and naturally Susan turned around and left. Looking at Susan's back, Lev was angry. Forget it. She has become someone else's girlfriend. No matter how sincere he is, she won't appreciate it. Brothers are more important. So Lev went to find Carl again. After all, they are brothers, with the same blood flowing in their veins. So it is easier for both sides to communicate. But Carl said, maybe after a while. This was his response to Lev's proposal to take him to the capital planet. The result was the same. Lev was rejected again, even though Lev suggested that his family wanted to meet Carl. He was rejected by Carl because he was too busy with work. He said that he could go back anytime, but not now. If he really couldn't, he could still video chat. Lev cursed at his heart. Would he take your ashes back then? And for Carl, meeting his wealthy relatives was not tempting at all. After all, he was not penniless now, and he still had responsibilities to shoulder. So he couldn't leave at this time. Moreover, if he really had to choose between the family members who had never met and had no news for many years and suddenly appeared, and Luli who gave him a new life and saved him regardless of his own safety, the answer was self-evident. Our dad said he will end our relationship if he doesn't see you tonight. Lev gave an ultimatum directly. Carl paused for a second. Goodbye, Mr. Kata. Brother stopped calling. Similarly, Carl left him with his back. What kind of magic potion did this Luli give them? Lev's heart was like 1,000 alpaca galloping. Standing in front of the hospital, Lev still wanted to try again. If he could persuade Augula, maybe Susan could go back with him. With the last glimmer of hope, Lev entered the office of Dean Augura. Before coming to Gitten City, this dean had worked as a doctor for nearly 10 years. But he had been suppressed and had difficulty in realizing his ambitions. After coming here, he still worked in the hospital, which shows that he is very passionate about this career. And the ideal of a doctor is to save the lives of millions of people. In any case, the resources and opportunities of the capital star are better than this city that is about to be destroyed. So whether it is out of selfishness or to keep a great doctor for Shanghai, Lev hopes to bring Augura to the capital star. This was his only remaining conscience. At the same time, he also received a resounding response. I'm not going anywhere. Gitten City is the best place in the world. Hearing Augura's fanatical shout, Lev Kata had never felt so frustrated. The magic seemed to have failed. He suddenly felt that the money he had in the starry sea that allowed him to walk sideways was like ghost money. Useless. He couldn't take any of it with him. For a moment, his mind was extremely dark. After hitting the bottom, his expression changed slightly. Why? It's useless? Isn't it money that is going to kill the city? Thinking of this, his mood was relieved. His belief became stronger. Since the person he cares about doesn't even care about his own life, he is too lazy to intervene in the fate of others. Let's destroy together. On the night when Lev Kata was about to leave Gitten City, the people at the airport stopped him. The mayor invites you. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Lev Kata's pupils trembled. Don't be funny. There is still an hour before those people will take action. There is no way to see tomorrow's sun here. In order not to attract attention, he took public transportation. Unexpectedly, the airport security department of Gitten City found him faster. He was brought directly to Luli. Is this how you treat guests in Gitten City? He stared at Luli. Seeing this, Luli signaled the guards to let him go. But Lev Kata was faster. He twisted his body and broke free from the restraints of the guards, who were almost 2 meters tall on both sides. So, in the only room in the city hall that was lit, only Luli and Lev were left. The only heir to the top of the 4 major chaebols in Shanghai remained calm on the surface. But he was already confused and uneasy in his heart. What are you doing in Gitten City? At the head of the long table, Luli leaned back in his chair, crossed his fingers, and looked relaxed. Lev thought, why did they grab him just to ask such a question? If he answered it properly, he might be able to leave in time after asking. Make money. Lev Kata, truthfully, answered. This answer was related to the purpose of his visit, but it concealed a deeper purpose that could never be mentioned. Excuse me, can I leave now? Lev was visibly nervous, and his voice was trembling, because he saw a strange smile in Luli's eyes. Luli said leisurely, don't worry. It's 5 o'clock in the evening, and there is still 1 hour before the Gitten City exchange closes. On the big screen in this conference room, a colorful curve about the life and death of the economic lifeline is lit. I specially opened this for him to see. Did Luli notice something? Soon. Lev Kata knew it. As time passed, there was only half an hour left. The colorful curves representing the economy suddenly showed a huge landslide fluctuation. It was almost in a deadly form. Diving down. Seeing this means that those people have started to act. And the reason they dared to do this was because they didn't know that when the property of Gitten City was reduced to 0, the deadly gray fog would come back and turn everyone into zombie monsters without independent consciousness. Of course, it was precisely because they didn't know that the Shanghai Empire's plan was successfully implemented. Otherwise, no one would joke with their lives and live and die with this city. After all, they are all the best economic experts in the Shanghai Empire. But Lev Kata, the heir of a big family, obviously knows this. The more the numbers fall, the paler Levkata's face becomes. If he had known earlier, he should have left last night. He just followed the orders of his family and gave Gitten City a fake investment. There was no need to risk his life here. In sharp contrast to his nervousness, Luli was calm. In just 2 minutes, 50% of Gitten City's assets had evaporated. There was no doubt that it would not be long before the city's capital account would become negative. And with Gitten City's capital reserves, it was not enough to withstand this aggressive pumping force. The city's funds returned to zero. And when the sun rose the next day, the system could not maintain purification operation. And Gitten City would be shrouded in gray fog again. This was by use layout in Gitten City. The layout plan started as early as when the first batch of assets from the capital star entered Gitten City. Among those big capitals, there were spies sent by him. And of course, they also took advantage of the booming investment boom to sneak in. And step by step, they occupied all walks of life in Gitten City, and annexed fixed assets in various ways that were visible or not visible, and turned them into numbers that they could manipulate in the exchange. It turned out that the president of Gitten City Bank was the last stumbling block on their road to success. Using the method of framing, they brought down Berdra and sent him to prison. The new bank president and senior managers were all their people, and accordingly, they also obtained all the highest authority of the bank, including the exchange. With the right time, right place and right people, it was just a matter of moving a finger to destroy the city's economy. The last Black Thursday was a premeditated rehearsal. But at that time, the city of Gitten had an unknown reserve fund that could quickly fill the deficit. That's why they didn't defeat Gitten City that time. This time, no one can help Gitten City anymore. Moreover, the funds injected by the Kata family can be withdrawn at any time, which will only make the already broken economy of Gitten City worse, thus accelerating the death of the city and playing a paralyzing role, making Luli relax his vigilance. You know, the reserve funds of a small city have an upper limit, but the funds of the entire Shanghai have no upper limit. Trying to use the power of this glass of water to compete with the entire ocean is like an ant trying to shake a tree or an egg trying to hit a stone. All they did was for today. It can be said that they expected everything, and everything seemed to be under their control. But unfortunately, the only thing they didn't know was that if one party had to be a cup of water, then their star sea was actually the cup of water, and Gutan City was an endless ocean. In the unknown world, there was another magical city that regarded Luli as the mayor. Let Luli allocate it. Even if he only allocated 1,000th of the dream coins from the dream Gutan City, the exchange star coins and wealth would be enough to drown the entire star sea and make the empire tremble. Not to mention, Luli has hundreds of millions of gold and gems. What she lacks the least now is money. Under such background conditions, not long after the economic war to siege Gitten City began, an incredible scene happened to those traders. They found that no matter what they did, no matter how much the account of Gitten City fluctuated, it would eventually stop at 1 and would not go down. Is there anything more terrifying than this in the world? When it appears too regularly, it becomes less like a regularity. It was like a bug, but more like a curse on them. That one, like a pair of eyes staring at them in the dark, mercilessly mocked their small ignorance and arrogance. At the same time, in a cell in the Gitten City prison, a luxurious suite with fine decoration was wrapped in the gray and mottled walls. It was equipped with all modern facilities, and was comfortable and clean. In front of the computer, in the flowing digital wave, a pair of hands quickly typed on the transparent keyboard. The coffee on Bird's desk was steaming. His eyes were red. And he was already crazy. Let you harm me. All of you die. Some people seem to be in jail, but they are actually working in jail. Moving from the open to the dark is Lu Li's protection for him, and to avoid alerting the enemy. Because Bird has been targeted for a long time. In fact, when he carefully read the information for the second time, Lu Li had already found that someone was framing Bird. It was their ulterior conspiracy to destroy the economy of Gutan City. So, Lu Li simply played along with the enemy and pretended that he knew nothing. He even let the TV station publicize it and successfully lure the enemy in. The only one who suffered was probably Mira, because Mira was too emotional. Lu Li was afraid that if he told her the truth, her indifferent reaction would arouse those people's suspicion. So he simply kept it from her. Of course, with Lu Li's overt and covert care, Mira also found a perfect job with the help of Carl. What she needs to do now is just to wait. After waiting for this matter to be over, all those traitors will be caught in one fell swoop. Then Lu Li will clear Bird's name. release Bird from prison, reunite their family, and double compensation for Mira. Everything is for the bright future of Gitten City. After a night of anxiety, the traders are still puzzled as to why the operation last night did not succeed. They also think that there must be a traitor among them. A traitor among traitors. They are investigating one by one why the plan that took so long to plan and carefully planned did not succeed. And the people from the Gitten City Security Department broke into the house. None of the people who had been secretly targeted escaped, and all were thrown into prison. And the accounts of Gitten City have been restored to the correct value by Bird. This number is 10 times higher than before Black Thursday. Guten City has become the most prosperous city in Shanghai, except for the capital Star Center City, thanks to the gift from the big capital. In this economic war, Guten City not only did not lose a penny, but also sucked a large sum of money from Shanghai, almost equivalent to half of the money in the central bank of the capital Star Center City. On the other hand, in the Central City Government Council Hall, Baiyu did not wait for the news of Guten City's bankruptcy, but got a piece of news that made his brain explode. The gray fog on Feiyu Star, where Gitten City is located, has completely dissipated, and it has been purified into a pollution-free planet. That's right. She is completely done pretending. Lu Li is no longer dormant. When those people attacked the accounts and funds of Gitten City, she was not idle either. She used the advanced purification tools of the manufacturing factory to completely clean Feiyu Star overnight. There is not even a trace of gray fog on Feiyu Star. This operation not only unlocked the wasteland of the old Gitten City, but also directly expanded the territory by dozens of times. Therefore, the brilliance of Feiyu Star in the Sea of Stars could no longer be concealed. In addition, there was an additional special protection mechanism on the outer orbit of the planet. Any general who had served in the army could recognize what that meant at a glance. That meant that the capital star would no longer be the most unique star in the Sea of Stars. Originally, it was just the exclusive planetary protection of the capital star, which could resist all foreign weapons bombardment, including the star-blasting missiles they were proud of. Now, it has become a toy that Lu Li can easily pick up. As long as she has the method to create a defense mechanism, she can build it wherever she wants, and for whomever she wants. So, it's too late to blow them up now. From now on, the boundaries between the big and small kings of the Shanghai Empire are completely blurred. Waking up from a peaceful dream, unable to sleep all night. It would have been better to do it earlier. Why must it get to this point? At the military meeting, the war faction could no longer sit still. It should have been suppressed when there was a sign of something happening. That's the way it should be. These researchers who sit in the lab all day long, researching useless things and thinking about their brains, know nothing. You know, if it weren't for Baiyu's obstruction, and he insisted on getting back the so-called law system, how could things have become so hopeless? Wouldn't it have been a one-time solution if he had just bombed Gitten City? Now the enemy is at the gates, and the situation is about to change. Several generals have deep opinions about Baiyu. But Baiyu, who is the target of public criticism, has not yet realized that he has become a thorn in everyone's eyes and the object of disgust. He was just worried that he might never get the system back. And now it was obvious that Lu Li was using the system he wanted to do what he had always wanted to do. How could he not be extremely jealous? He really couldn't accept this fact. Baiyu blurted out, "What on earth does this woman want to do?" After all, people from the south were separated from the capital planet by a layer, and Baiyu was not very popular. So no one answered him. Only Renault, who had a little friendship with him, paid attention to him. Maybe. Renault touched his chin and said without thinking, "Rebellion?" When this was said, the whole audience was silent, and the face of the head of the empire sitting in the front seemed to be painted with a layer of gray paint. Do something. He finally couldn't help but criticize Arthur. After all, the fire was already burning his butt. The root cause was the internal dispute of their Imperial Research Institute, which finally made Shanghai like this. He couldn't control it, and didn't want to control it. But if it really endangered his rule, he would not let it go. At worst, he could drag the entire galaxy down with him. Which he could do. The leader left. Arthur became the most important person present. Even though there were a few generals who were on the same level as him, they always asked for his opinion before making any decision. They were all waiting for Arthur to give orders. Even if Arthur wanted them to lead their troops to attack Feiyu Star immediately, it would be fine. In fact, it would be better to do so. After all, this way, There would be an explanation to the leader and the empire. You can't really wait for a change of dynasty. Right? But Arthur only left one sentence. Hold your troops. This sentence put an end to the war. No one wants the Star Sea to fall into an endless civil war. Indeed, it hasn't reached that point yet. Has it? It's over. I have a ominous premonition. Suddenly, the voice of the system came from my mind. What do you mean? Lu was fully focused on the upgrade interface of the Level 4 Research Institute. The upgrade is automatic, and it will be completed in 24 hours. As a result, the system suddenly said such a nonsensical sentence. But Lu did not wait for the system's answer. Its voice disappeared. No matter how Lu called, it did not respond. Lu, now I also have an ominous premonition. But fortunately, the system's voice just disappeared, and the mayor's mobile phone was running normally, and was not affected. But who knows if it is because of lag? Now, this mobile phone is the source of her sense of security, and everything she does must be done through this medium. In this way, she couldn't fall asleep. Sitting up from the bed in the middle of the night, Lu suddenly remembered that she actually had another system. In front of the Dream Tree, Lu asked the Dream Pigeon 10 city system to try to access it. Do you believe me? Dream Tree Xia was cautious. The leaves all over her body trembled with excitement. You know, he is a person with a criminal record. It's a pity that he reminded Lu. She was stunned for a moment. Will you betray me? Dream Tree Xia, Why are you talking about something that is not relevant? Of course not. Xia Ran's voice has never been so firm. You are my master? Forever master. Wake it up from its eternal slumber. Plant it in a vast land. Give it life and a chance to breathe again. How could he betray the benefactor who gave him such a great favor? That's good. Lu nodded. Come on. She stretched out her hand. The branches of the dream tree extended, tightly wrapped around her hand, completing the connection of the nerve network. Now, Xia Ran can control both the current Gitten City and the underground Gitten City. This can be regarded as the fulfillment of his long-cherished wish. #Capital* Dean Arthur's house. After working hard for a day and a night, he used the killing star to cover the mouth of the stars. After all, the characteristics of the killing star are specifically used to kill the system. It is hard to deny that there are certain factors in this aspect when it was given this name. But it will take some time to completely control the system remotely. Arthur went to drink a glass of water, and when he came back, he saw there was another third party on the information network. And this third party appeared in the form of a green light spot. Arthur, how could she still be there? According to Arthur's understanding of Lu and the mysterious pollutants in the Guten City Museum, it was limited to the underground Guten City and nightmares. He knew nothing about the Dream Core seeds. But one thing is certain. In a short period of time, it is impossible for the killing star to break through the mysterious creation from another dimension. Until now, Arthur was really a little panicked. Lu had completely exceeded his imagination, deviated from the future he had set, and rushed towards a path he had never imagined. Changing dynasties was no longer a joke. She might really want to rebel. She sat in front of the virtual network imaging controlled by the killer star for a long time. The smartest man in the Star Sea made an amazing order. It took only 1 day from the order to the order being fulfilled. Looking at the Haxingxin, the friend added by force using her account, and a greeting message sent to her. Lu wanted to smash the phone on the spot. There was only one sentence on it. Arthur, stop it. Come to the Capital Star to confess your crime. She used an ordinary phone, because her mayor's phone was stolen. Stolen. She went to the commercial street to eat a meal. What's the difference between this and a boat capsizing in the gutter? Lu was so angry that she trembled all over. She had 2 dragons protecting her, and Arthur couldn't take her away by force. However, sending a spy with superb stealing skills has a better effect. Without the mayor's mobile phone, Lu was completely depressed. Although she could still travel between the underground Gitten City and the underground Gitten City through the secret passage, she could never go back to the dream Gitten City. Moreover, many operations could not be performed remotely. For example, how to release the war machines arrayed in the underground Gitten City. And her money! Lu's face was pale, and she fell into a nearly desperate situation. So much so that the successful upgrade of the Level 4 Research Institute did not affect her mood. She manually clicked into the interface on the ATM at the door. Suddenly, an icon caught her eye. Her pupils dilated. The Level 4 Research Institute had only one function. Super packaging. She placed her palm on the sensing interface. And when the lines on her palm matched completely, she was connected to the main unit of the Research Institute. When she opened her eyes again, she mobilized her consciousness, and a familiar interface appeared in front of her. She no longer needed a mobile phone carrier, and she could control all the cities under her control through the consciousness light screen in front of her. The present Gitten City, the underground Gitten City, the dream Gitten City. There are 3 city cards in total, and a gray shadow. Luli carefully identified them for a long time. This pattern? Then, she seemed to be struck by lightning. The last city is in the box in the drawer. Luli couldn't calm her boiling heart. After inheriting the ability of the only owner of the Level 4 Institute to control the world with consciousness, she also gained that part of the memory. That is, the truth about this world. Undoubtedly, the mayor's mobile phone in Arthur's hand turned into a piece of scrap metal after leaving Gitten City. However, this was also an absolutely correct choice. It cut off Luli's ability. But things in the world are so impermanent. After one hope is extinguished, there will be another new hope. Luli gained more power. This is her second time to come to the capital star. Compared with the first time, unseen in the world, it can be said that she has seen a lot of the world now. After receiving the sincere invitation from Arthur, the director of the Imperial Research Institute, she had no other choice but to come to the dangerous place alone for the peace of the Star Sea. Perhaps it was the last time she saw this beautiful world, so she naturally had many regrets. Luli did not rush to the Imperial Research Institute, but walked around the central city for a few rounds. Of course, her whereabouts were also under Arthur's close monitoring. Since she was here, he was not afraid that she would leave. Besides, he glanced at the mayor's mobile phone in his hand, which had now turned into a square iron block. Arthur didn't need to worry at all, because Luli no longer had a support. Without the power of the stars, she was just an ordinary woman without superpowers, even though he sensed the breath of Darius from her. However, it was later confirmed to be a complete misunderstanding. Darius no longer existed in this world. This was also the reason why he faked his death and left Luli. Since she was not Darius, there was no need for him to get close to her. From then on, he wanted to completely draw a line between himself and Luli. But his feelings were out of his control, and he couldn't help wanting to see her again. It's hard to completely deny that he likes her, but he didn't like her to the point of sacrificing the entire Shanghai Empire. The 2 times he couldn't help but look for her were the best manifestation of his feelings. However, that was all. The best ending was to stop everything before things got worse. The ending of him and Luli. If the prototype hadn't been discovered by the people in Bayou Research Institute, Luli would not have been noticed. There are many people like her who carry prototypes in the countless polluted wastelands in the starry sky. But no one has lived as long as she has, and even completed the initial pollution purification and reversed the situation. Here, Arthur did not deny that he did provide her with some help in the early stage, but she was able to achieve such an achievement in the end, unlocking the Research Institute to this point, and having the top-secret counterweapon device, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Her authority has far exceeded the scope that the stars can provide. This is exactly what made Bayou feel uneasy. There must be something in Luli's prototype that they don't know. Moreover, in a recent star signal detection, they learned a shocking news. Luli is the last human in the Star Sea who has a prototype. This is also the reason why the Empire did not choose to kill her when it first discovered this. However, rather than saying that they are curious about Luli, it is better to say that they are curious about the prototype in her mind. Will the prototype also complete its own evolution? Take out the prototype in Luli's brain, and then perform a memory erasure operation to make her change her appearance and live in the central city as an ordinary person. As for what they did to Darius, it is impossible to practice it on Luli again, even if Bayou wanted to. Arthur would not agree. Next, the former Luli is dead, and the ambitious mayor of Gutan City has received the due punishment, so as to explain to the Empire. He was still capable of doing this. Luli would have a new life, and the Empire would get the power they had always wanted but could not get. And Bayou would keep his promise and leave this star field with those crazy people who didn't care about their lives. This result would be good for everyone. After a moment of contemplation, the door of the office was knocked. When Arthur saw the woman behind his assistant, his breathing stagnated slightly. Luli had finished his shopping and finally arrived. Meeting again after a long absence. Arthur's heart suddenly beat violently. How terrible and fragile it was that he had such a bad experience. Arthur was a little annoyed. When the assistant left, the door closed again, and Luli sat down in front of him. He calmed down. "I'm so sorry for last time." Luli immediately apologized for her behavior. It was about throwing Arthur out of the city. Arthur, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. Luli, yes. I will deliberately say something to embarrass people. It doesn't matter. Arthur is generous. Anyway, I also hired someone to steal your phone. So it's barely even. I've never done such a despicable thing in my life. But it can't be denied that this method is surprisingly effective. But I just thought about it in my mind and didn't say it out loud. It's also a good thing that he didn't say it out loud. Otherwise Luli would have laughed out loud. Now, no matter how you look at it, Luli still feels more guilty about Arthur. So, she brought a gift to apologize. A small metal box. It can be seen that there should have been a lock at the joint. But now the lock has fallen off. The joint is facing Arthur, revealing a gap. And it is unclear what is inside. Luli, open it and take a look. She gestured to Arthur. This is something she prepared specially for him. Arthur glanced at Luli. Luli's eyes were as calm as water. He could not see any emotion on her face. Before performing surgery on Luli, fulfill her little wish. It was also a reasonable request. So, Arthur put his hand on the small box. The moment the box was opened, a strong light engulfed the room. When the light dissipated, the room was empty. Arthur and Luli, along with the box, disappeared together. They returned to the past. Chapter 132. Star Calendar Year 5555. A great man passed away. From then on, the world lost a bright star. A person who condensed all the wisdom and brilliance of mankind, and was praised as the great person of the light of salvation for mankind. But no one knew that she was not a human being. She was buried in a tomb under the cathedral of Duftan City. The entire Royal Academy went to the church to mourn this legendary woman. They sincerely remembered the great and holy Deriz, the best of all trades and professions. Everyone here has received her guidance and inspiration. She is a mentor who leads human change and is loved by everyone. Sensing the prying eyes in the dark, a young researcher turned back. He tried to find the source of the sticky eyes, but unfortunately, he found nothing. These seemed to be just his illusions. There was nothing else here except the Royal Research Institute personnel, who came to pay their respects. He retracted his gaze, and stared at the name of Deriz engraved on the tombstone again. That was the only person he loved deeply. There was a hint of coldness on the handsome face of the man, and calm wisdom in his gray-green eyes. We will meet again. By then, you will definitely love me. Love me sincerely. He was sure. 1,000 years ago, steam power had just emerged in the city of Gittin. The production relations brought about by the new productivity led to social change. At that time, no one knew that this young researcher would completely change the future of the world and rewrite the fate of all mankind in the future. In the name of selfish love. His name was Arthur. And he was 20 years old that year. Chapter 133. After coming out of the past Pigeon Town, Arthur seemed to be a completely different person. Luli died to save him. Although she was finally rescued by Arthur, she lost all her memories. This can be regarded as another way to achieve his original idea. Now Luli has nothing but him. Because of this, Arthur also developed a deep love for Luli. And he felt that he must protect her. Placing Luli in one of his hidden houses, Arthur did not want anyone to hurt her. He had spent decades in the past in Gittin City. But only half a day had passed in the real world, since the mayor of Gittin City had come to the capital star. Gittin City, which wanted to be independent, needed to be reincorporated. The army of the Qinghai Empire had already gone, so he didn't have to worry about it at all. After all, the backbone of Gittin City had become a woman who only had eyes for him and was placed in his own home. Luli would never return to Gittin City again, and never leave his side for a single step. Or rather, glorious Lady Deriz. When Arthur came back, Luli was admiring the sunset outside the huge French window of the villa halfway up the mountain. The sunset was gorgeous, and the sky was full of clouds. What a beautiful scene. But it was a pity that it was sunset after all. Seeing someone coming back, Luli turned around and saw Arthur. Arthur came over and hugged her. In Arthur's arms, Luli's eyes were hazy, like an innocent cat. The nature of men is to like to be tamed. whether it is an ordinary man or a man like Arthur, who never falls in love with a woman. However, there is no doubt that he was moved by Lu Li. For the first time, facing his heart. Everything that happened in the past in Good Tan City made him unable to suppress his heartbeat for Lu Li. At the last moment of life and death, when Lu Li left the hope of life to him, he felt the love he had never felt before. Even if Lu Li didn't do this, he would not die. Holding Lu Li's cheek, Arthur suddenly wanted to kiss her. Just like when they decontaminated the underground Good Tan City together. They hid in the tree hole to avoid the purifying meteor shower. Going through hardships together will make the relationship deeper. Arthur hugged Lu Li. With no free hands. Help me take off my glasses. His voice was hoarse. This was the signal for a kiss. Lu Li blinked slowly, raised her hand, and helped Arthur take off his half-framed glasses. She felt Arthur's hand get stronger, pulling her closer to him. They were very close, just a few feet away. But Arthur's kiss hadn't landed on her lips. She was covered mercilessly by a hand. Lu Li held Arthur's glasses with one hand and stopped him with the other. Arthur looked at her. Slowly, he suddenly felt that her eyes seemed different. His intuition was correct. Outside the window, under the invisible soil on the surface, the passage formed by the huge fungus carpet information network, like the tangled roots of trees, was emitting fluorescence. It had traveled to every corner of the planet in half a day. These electronic hyphae were connected to her neurons and controlled by her consciousness. Seeing Lu Li like this, Arthur's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the lake. She was pretending. It turned out that she was pretending. She didn't lose her memory at all. And everything she did for him in the past in Gitten City, caring, loving, and wholeheartedly devoting herself to him, was also a careful disguise. It was all just to gain his trust and engrave the only name in his heart that he would never betray in this life. Therefore, including Lu Li's move to come to the capital star today, it had nothing to do with the so-called confession. In fact, it was a silent killing and attack. A smart person can associate all the information on other levels with just a hint. So, Lu Li's so-called stroll around the central city, before coming to his office, actually had another purpose. Arthur suddenly felt a little discouraged. The love he longed for all his life was still the favor of the superior to the inferior. Why? No matter how hard he tried, he could not transcend his own boundaries. Everything was within a certain limit, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Feeling his hand loosen, in sharp contrast to the frustrated man, the other person's eyes became more and more high-spirited. If this is a game, there is bound to be a winner. The result is obvious. He lost. Dean Arthur. Lu Li's mouth corners rose. His eyes were full of brilliance. Work for me in the future. Her game. Haven't you played enough? Arthur pursed his lips and said nothing, as if he had eaten a dead fly. This game was started by you. Lu Li smiled even more. I want to be the head of the empire. Arthur, you already are. After all, it's back to square one. He had no way to refuse Lu Li's request. It was done. As a citizen with ID card number 001, Arthur was incorporated into the Good Tan City system. He had been arranged clearly. The truth could no longer be concealed. But Lu Li had known it for a long time. Name, Arthur. Race, clockwork mechanical doll. He was a doll with a soul created by Darius, the god who dominated the machinery and coveted the master. Then, the belated system sound sounded. This cold voice was the killing star. It was reporting the progress to the incarnation of the mechanical god, the master of the star sea. The central city of the capital star is under control.